At that moment, both the prehistoric world portal and the 3000 demon god realm portal emitted a dazzling golden light. At the same time, the two portals suddenly trembled and then began to rotate around each other. Even Kang Jai was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. To Kang Ji's astonishment, the two portals gradually merged, transforming into a single portal with two sides. As soon as the only portal appeared, Kang Ji immediately understood its purpose. The prehistoric world portal and the 3000 demon god realm portal have merged, but not completely. Although they have transformed into a teleportation portal, they have two sides. Upon entering one of the planes, one finds oneself in the prehistoric world. The other side, once entered, reveals the 3000 demon god realm. Two sides to one body, it's truly amazing, Kang Jai thought to himself. He hadn't expected that the two teleportation gate projections from the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate could undergo such changes. This was something he hadn't anticipated. However, before Kang Jai could finish her remark, the two portals from fusion once again burst forth with dazzling golden light. As the Tao's dazzling golden light appeared, a strange fluctuation emanated from the two Tao portals. At the same time, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate within Ji's body also showed unusual activity. This is frequency resonance. From within the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate within the main body, Kang Jai learns the origin of the change. Because All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate fusion created the prehistoric world portal and the 3000 demon god realm portal, which are the two most powerful worlds in the chaos world. In addition, due to the unique nature of Earth, the fusion of the two portals actually triggered a resonance phenomenon, just as Kang Jai was wondering what kind of changes the resonance of the two teleportation portals would cause. And it would trigger the return of the demon cave. Teleportation portals of varying sizes suddenly appeared on Earth. Kang Jai's eyes lit up when he saw the portal that suddenly appeared. It's here, it's here. It's triggered another wave of portal arrivals. Kang Jai was filled with excitement as he sensed the appearance of the demon cave. As soon as the demon cave appears, he will immediately enter it to search for his sister. Meanwhile, on Earth, many powerful beings also witnessed this strange phenomenon. This reminded them of the two previous incidents. Each time a portal descends, it triggers an invasion of the mystic domain world, opening the demon cave and bringing disaster to the human race. Having survived the invasion of the demon cave, the human race immediately made arrangements. In an instant, the entire planet Earth began to stir. Surprisingly, however, the demon cave did not appear despite the arrival of numerous portals. Moreover, people soon discovered the anomalies on Earth. The land was expanding and the sky was becoming more expansive, as if Earth was undergoing some kind of transformation. Kang Jai was surprised and doubtful. Why was it not the same as he had expected? Kang Ji divine thought was released, covering the entire Earth. In his divine thought, the blue planet was expanding at a terrifying rate. Its already enormous size, comparable to the Milky Way, was now expanding at an incredible speed. Stars appeared inexplicably from all over the universe on the blue star, and then, like drops of water, silently merged into the blue star. Not only is the entire universe merging into Earth, but even the world that just descended through the portal is merging into Earth. At this time, Blue Star is undergoing a transformation and is no longer a simple planet. The planet is collapsing and multiple dimensions are appearing within the blue planet. On Earth, 3 special spaces are brewing, and some portal worlds that have descended upon Earth are merging into them. Moreover, the planet itself is undergoing tremendous changes. In addition to the original world of the planet, 2 other worlds are emerging based on the planet. The 2 worlds that have emerged are absorbing certain special portal worlds into them. In addition, 3 special spaces are also being formed beneath the Earth, with some portal worlds quietly merging into them. As these worlds merged, the 3 underground spaces became blurred and illusory, as if they might disappear at any moment. Sensing the sudden changes on Blue Star, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. As the planet Earth underwent tremendous changes, Kang Jai suddenly discovered that her previously somewhat oppressive cultivation body suddenly felt lighter. It was as if the original spatial confinement had suddenly disappeared. Previously, although the blue planet could barely support his near-sangreed cultivation body, in reality, Earth still imposed restrictions on him. At least, on Earth, his main body was unable to unleash its full power. However, as Earth underwent another transformation, this restriction suddenly disappeared. This means that at this moment, Earth is fully capable of supporting the existence of a near-saint-level expert. Kang Ji's expression turned somewhat serious. The current Earth already capable of supporting the existence of near-sangreed. Will Earth be able to support saint-level existence in the future? Given the current rate of change on Earth, Kang Jai believes that it won't take too long for Earth to achieve this. I don't know if this change on Blue Star is a good thing or a bad thing. Kang Jai looked worried. He could sense that, with the changes on Blue Star, 9 worlds had appeared on the entire planet. The 3 worlds centered around the main body of Earth, which Kang Jai will tentatively refer to as the 3 realms. And those 3 worlds that exist above Blue Star, invisible and intangible, Kang Jai will tentatively call the upper 3 realms. As for the 3 worlds that have almost disappeared beneath Earth, Kang Jai refers to them as the lower 3 realms. From Kang Ji's perception, both the upper 3 realms and the lower 3 realms seem to be more powerful than the middle 3 realms. The only advantage of the 3 realms is probably the main body of Earth. Here, matter and energy are far greater than those of the upper 3 realms and the lower 3 realms. Looking at the ever-changing blue planet, Kang Jai suddenly felt something and sat cross-legged to begin to comprehend its changes. Meanwhile, somewhere in Void Passage, Hongjun, after some searching, finally found a decent world. Looking at the world before him, Hongjun smiled slightly. Just as he was about to enter this world, it suddenly began to shake, and the world barrier suddenly became blurred. Oh no! Why is this world suddenly disappearing? Hongjun was surprised, but he was fast. Just as this world was about to disappear, Hongjun took a step and appeared directly in this world. Upon entering the world, Hongjun's eyes lit up immediately. Although this world cannot compare to the prehistoric world, it actually contains near-saint-level experts. To know, Dao is a near-saint-level expert, already the highest level of myriad realms. Even if the prodigy exists within the myriad realms, the only way to break through the shackles is to leave the myriad realms and enter the chaos, in which case it is possible to break through to the Hunyuan, Yu Golden Immortal Realm. The fact that a near-saint-level expert exists in this world indicates that this world is already the most advanced world, besides the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realm. Thinking of this, Hongjun couldn't wait to refine this world. However, to Hongjun's surprise, when he tried to refine this world, he suddenly discovered that the world barrier in this world had completely disappeared. At the same time, heavenly Tao of this world suddenly seemed to merge into something and completely disappeared. Not only did heavenly Tao disappear, but heavenly space also disappeared. Hongjun was stunned for a moment, looked at this world again, and suddenly his eyes widened. How has the world changed? Hongjun suddenly realized that the world he had been in before seemed to have merged into another world, completely different from the one he had been in before. Hongjun also looked at the world with a shocked expression, somewhat bewildered. I want to see what's going on here. Hongjun exudes a terrifying divine thought, spreading throughout the entire world. Suddenly, Hongjun froze, staring blankly at this world, speechless. How could this be? How could there be information about the great Tao? This information is like that of the very beginning of the primordial world. Hongjun sensed that the world he was in was like a newly born primordial wilderness, where heavenly Tao was not visible and was managed by the great Tao. Looking at this world, even if Hongjun wanted to refine it, he simply couldn't. If the great Tao doesn't retreat, he won't have a chance to refine this at all. Wait, why is this world still changing? Hung was shocked to discover that the world he was in was actually growing larger. Although it is still far from being as vast as the primordial world of the past, it is still far more powerful than major thousand worlds. No. It seems there are other worlds beyond this one. Hongjun divine thought spread to the edge of the world and suddenly discovered that there seemed to be another world beyond this one. Hongjun couldn't help but send divine thought through space into another layer of space. Kang Jai, who was sensing the changes on Earth, suddenly froze. Just now, he actually sensed Hongjun's divine thought. What's going on? How did Hongjun end up Earth? Kang Jai was extremely surprised and nervous at the same time. You should know that Dao and Hongjun are saint-level experts, while he is only a near saint-level expert and could not possibly be his match. Fortunately, Hongjun is unaware of his current identity, otherwise he would surely have noticed something amiss. Hongjun divine thought scanned the entire world, his wide open. This world. Hongjun swallowed hard, his heart suddenly filled with excitement. He discovered that Earth has 9 spaces, and each space is constantly expanding. Although the current blue star is still somewhat inferior to the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realm, he has a premonition that once this world is fully evolved, it might be comparable to the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realm. More importantly, he was able to sense the presence of the prehistoric world on Earth. It was that strange teleportation device. On that Tao portal, he also sensed another aura that was no less powerful than that of the prehistoric world. Could it be that the other side of that door is the 3,000 demon god realm? Hongjun stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of world is this that can directly connect the primordial world with the 3,000 demon god realm? However, he was puzzled as to why he had not found any powerful beings from Blue Star or the 3,000 demon god realm in this world. This world is an immense opportunity for both the primordial era and the 3,000 demon god realm, yet no powerful beings have entered it, which greatly puzzles him. Could it be that beings from those 2 worlds can't enter this place? Hongjun suddenly had this idea, and he immediately became excited. If that's really the case, then wouldn't all the opportunities here belong to him? If this world truly evolves to the level of the primordial era and the 3,000 demon god realm, then why would he need the prehistoric world? Wouldn't it be far better to directly refine this world than to fight for the prehistoric world? Thinking of this, Hongjun felt an urge to leave this world, because he discovered that Earth was the foundation of the 9 realms, and the first thing that needed to be refined was the 3 realms on Earth. However, what's going on? Why can't we get out? Hong Jun was surprised to find that he was unable to leave this world. When he tried to enter Earth, Da Dao stopped him. Is the difficulty due to this world not being fully evolved? Hong Jun's eyes flickered as he kept guessing. Meanwhile, Kang Jai waited for a long time, but didn't see Hong Jun appear, which puzzled him. Judging from Hong Jun's divine thought, he must have originated from another realm. In other words, Hong Jun is not above Earth. Kang Jai stroked chin, his eyes gleaming. Why is Hong Jun there? Could it be that he merged into Earth along with other worlds? Kang Jai knows that the reason why Blue Star was able to undergo such a huge change is because all the myriad realms descended to Blue Star and gave birth the 9 worlds on Blue Star. The former Hong Jun entered the Void Passage and disappeared within it. As for Void Passage, Kang Jai knows that it connects the primordial world with the 3,000 demon god realm. So, in fact, the Void Passage not only connects to the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realm, but it's also very likely that the Void Passage connects to the myriad realms. Kang Jai thought of the break in Void Passage, the scene during the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Void Passage was able to summon all worlds, including the space-time river where Earth is located. If Void Passage is connected to myriad realms, then all of this makes sense. Phew. So Hong Jun's appearance here must be a coincidence. Kang Jai ally analyzed Hong Jun's current situation. If that's the case, then Hong Jun should not have encountered the 3,000 demon god realm, nor did he ally with them. Kang Jai's eyes flickered. This news had both good and bad aspects for him. The advantage is that Hong Jun is temporarily unable to join forces with the 3,000 demon god realm to deal with the prehistoric world, which gives prehistoric world a chance to breathe. However, the downside is also obvious. The danger has shifted from the prehistoric world to Earth. Once Hong Jun enters the Blue Star realm, with his immense power, who can withstand him? Unless Kang Jai summons the 12 ancestral witches and the saints from the prehistoric world. But if the 12 ancestral witches and the saints saw Blue Star world, let alone whether they would be tempted by greed, even if they didn't care about Blue Star world, the destruction caused by their battle with Hong Jun on Blue Star would be something Blue Star world could not withstand. Moreover, there is a portal on Blue Star that leads to the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realm. If Hong Jun were to enter the 3,000 demon god realm through this portal, it would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Kang immediately wanted to put away the portal projection. But the next second, Kang Jai suddenly realized that the portal projection could not be retracted. To be precise, a powerful force of rules pressed the portal projection onto Blue Star. Kang Jai wanted to do something, but there was nothing she could do. Kang Jai gave a wry smile. This was truly a case of shooting himself in the foot. Kang Jai sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. Well, it seems Hong Jun can't get out right now either. Since that's the case, I might as well use this time to improve my cultivation as much as possible and prepare for what's to come. Having figured this out, Kang Jai stopped worrying and began to fully utilize the primordial endless clone to cultivate. With the yin-yang divine tree becoming a local landmark saint, Kang Jai soul clone reincarnation also becomes easier and more effortless. Countless clone reincarnation into the prehistoric world caused a massive explosion in the number of Kang Jai's clones. This also makes Kang Jai cultivate becomes easier. The only pity is that, as myriad realms merge into Earth, the time ratio between Earth, the primordial world, and the 3,000 demon god realms is leveling off at an alarming rate. Myriad realms before fusion. The time ratio between Earth and two realms was 1 to 10,000. But 1,000 years have passed, and the time ratio between Earth and two realms has become almost 1 to 1. Kang Ji understood that the anomaly on Blue Star was probably about to end. This also means that myriad realms has been completely integrated into Earth, and the 9 worlds on Earth will be fully formed. Kang Ji didn't know what Dao meant, but he had a vague intuition that this might become an opportunity for them, and even for all living beings on Earth. Thump! Like the tolling of a bell, the entire blue planet trembled. With this chime, heavenly Dao suddenly appeared in the 9 worlds of Blue Star. As the heavenly Dao of the 9 directions appeared, Kang Ji's portal projection suddenly exploded. As the portal projection exploded, it suddenly split into 9 parts, appearing at the center of the 9 worlds. At the same time, some information appeared in the minds of all living beings. Today, there are 9 worlds on Earth. These 9 worlds are the divine realm, the Buddha realm, and the demon realm, which are hidden on Earth. Above the Blue Star are the human realm, the spirit realm, and the beast realm. As for the deep underground of Earth, what has disappeared and can no longer be seen are the ghost realm, the corpse realm, and the desire realm. These 9 realms together form Blue Star World, a powerful world no less than the primordial era and the 3,000 demon god realms. However, Earth differs from the prehistoric world, which possesses 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Each Dao can have 9 saints. However, Blue Star World does not have the so-called sage status. Blue Star World only has world lords. Each world can support 3 world lords. The world lords can control the life and death of the beings within their world and reincarnation. Their authority is extremely powerful. Now that Blue Star World is newly formed, there is no world lord. In other words, all living beings on Blue Star can compete for the position of world lord. The 9 Directions world has a total of 27 world lords, just like the prehistoric world. Becoming a realm lord is not so easy. Even if your cultivation reaches the level of Hunyuan Dalyo Golden Immortal, you may not necessarily become a realm lord. The only way to become a realm master is to collect source coin, fusion. The power of origin has been condensed to form the boundary core. Only by refining the world core can one become a world lord and control the power over a region. To obtain source coin, one must mention the 9 portals that Kang Ji was forced to transform into. Kang Ji's previous portal projection transformed in 9 smaller portals, appearing in the center of the 9 Directions world. Just as 9 teleportation portals appeared in the center of the 9 Directs world, a passageway suddenly appeared beneath the location of the portals in the center of the 9 Directions world. Kang Ji's portals acted as if they were suppressing these Daos. To obtain source coin, one must enter these communication channels, Daos. On the other side of these Daos, there are methods to obtain source coin. As this information entered the minds of the beings in 9 realms, everyone involuntarily turned their gaze toward the center of 9 realms. And the location of the portal to the human realm, where Kang Ji and his group were located, was actually the same place they had been before, on the east sea of the Dragon Kingdom. This is a tremendous opportunity for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Once you acquire enough source coins and condense the power of origin, you will have the opportunity to condense a boundary core. After obtaining the fusion boundary core, you can become the master of a realm and control the life, death, and reincarnation of all living beings within the realm. Unless this being has already broken through the Dalyo Golden Immortal realm transcends the cycle of life and death and the river of time. Otherwise, its life and death would be determined by the Lord. the realm. This kind of power is even more terrifying than saints in the prehistoric world. After all, saint cannot arbitrarily interfere with the workings of the universe. But the Lord of Blue Star can. Of course, there are 3 realm masters in each realm, which achieves a balance to some extent. Even if a single realm lord disagrees, a life that has been erased can be resurrected. From this perspective, the power of the realm lord is also limited. Even so, this gave Kang Jai a sense of urgency. At the very least, he must obtain the human realm. Otherwise, the life and death of his people and friends will be controlled by others. Phew, I never imagined that Earth would eventually evolve into this. Kang Jai muttered to himself. Even Kang Jai never imagined that Earth would end up like this. The source coin, used to condense the boundary core, is the same source coin they obtained when hunting otherworldly creatures. Thinking of this, Kang Ji immediately looked at the passageway below the portal. Could it be that, after this explanation comes mystic domain world? Kang Jai was eager to enter and find his younger sister. Just as Kang Jai was about to take action, a beam of purple light descended from the sky. Before Kang Jai could react, the purple light had already merged into his body. After the purple light entered the body, it immediately rushed towards the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate within the body. As the purple light merged into the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, Kang Jai discovered that this was actually Earth's compensation to him, because Blue Star forcibly requisitioned his portal projection. Blue Star also gave him some compensation. Or rather, this compensation was given to Blue Star Will by Da Dao before his resurrection. After the purple light merged into the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate suddenly gained an additional ability. Wow! Is this my compensation? Not bad. Although the Myriad Realms have all been incorporated into Earth, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate seems to have lost its purpose. However, after the purple merged into the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate gained an additional ability for location-based portation. Wherever in Chaos World you are, as long as you have marked the coordinates, you can travel to those coordinates at any time through the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. Hiss. I wonder if Dao... Is it possible to be teleported within the mystic domain world? Kang Jai suddenly wondered. Kang Jai couldn't wait to pass through the passage below the portal and enter in another world. But when Kang Jai entered the opposite side of the passage, she was completely dumbfounded. This place is actually... Upon arriving in this space, Kang Jai was surprised to sense the presence of the yin-yang divine tree. But he was certain that this was definitely not the primordial world. This is the void passage? How is this possible? Kang Jai looked the lush, green space covered with enormous, unidentified plants and felt completely bewildered. If it weren't for the connection with the yin-yang divine tree, Kang Jai would never have imagined that the other end of the Blue Star Dao was connected to the former void passage. But wasn't there nothing in the void passage before? Without even a direction, how could there be a world like this, with endless plants and creatures? Kang Jai could vaguely hear the roars of wild beasts and other unidentified noises. If Kang Jai hadn't sensed the roots of the yin-yang divine tree extending into the void passage, he wouldn't have believed that the anomalies on Blue Star caused the void passage to also undergo anomalies, and not just ordinary ones. Kang Jai looked up at the sky, where an unimaginably vast city almost covered the entire sky. The amazing thing is that even though the city almost covers the entire sky, the sunlight still shines on this land as if the giant city doesn't exist at all. What shocked Kang Jai even more that there were countless spatial rifts of varying sizes around this giant city, which appeared and disappeared at different times. As these cracks appeared, one could vaguely see something falling from them, plummeting towards the earth. Kang Jai leaped up, wanting to check the situation above. But soon, Kang Ji's expression changed. He was unable to fly to the giant city in the sky. A terrifying pressure existed between heaven and earth. This oppressive force was countless times more terrifying than the oppressive force of Mount Buzhou. Even with his quasi-sage realm cultivation, Kang Jai could only manage brief low-altitude flight. As for flying into the sky to get close to the giant city and take a look, that's simply impossible. Kang Jai was shocked as she sensed the current void passage. She then shifted her focus to the yin-yang divine tree, observing the world through it. We discovered that near the yin-yang divine tree, there were also large areas of land, plants, and creatures. It was as if the void passage, that originally connected to myriad realms, had suddenly transformed into a boundless world overnight. And on this very land, a terrifying city is suppressed. With this city in existence, even quasi-sage realm experts are unable to fly at high altitudes. According to yin-yang divine tree's perception, even a saint like yin-yang divine tree, although capable of flying at high altitudes, can only fly for a very short time, so short that it cannot even touch the giant city above. According to yin-yang divine tree, the original void passage was normal. But just as the blue star was undergoing an anomaly, changes also occurred in the void passage. Just as the 9 realms were born on Earth, a giant city suddenly appeared in the void passage. With the emergence of the giant city, void passage directly evolved into a world from which countless plants and animals arose. In the beginning, the giant city was surrounded by countless spatial rifts, from which many otherworldly creatures fell. These otherworldly creatures landed directly in this world, creating the situation we see today. This is the scene that yin-yang divine tree saw. It wasn't until Blue Star had completely evolved that the Dao connecting the void realm world appeared. With the appearance of Tong Dao, the cracks in the giant city above have narrowed, resulting in its current state. Kang Jai looked up at the giant city above. At this moment, although the area around the giant city was still full of cracks of all sizes, otherworldly creatures were constantly falling from the cracks. However, Kang Jai knows that this scene is quite different from the one yin-yang divine tree remembers, and it's unclear how much it has been toned down. Among the strange creatures sensed by the yin-yang divine tree, there were even saint-level beings. This made Kang Jai very wary. The eerie creatures at the saint level already pose a significant threat to him. At the same time, Kang Jai finally understood why it was said that after passing through Dao, there was a way to become a realm master. To become the lord of the realm, one must obtain the source coin and condense the power of origin into the realm core. The method to obtain source coin is also very simple: hunt strange creatures. Just then, a strange message appeared in his mind. It was a message from Blue Star Will. To condense a boundary core, at least 1 trillion source coins are needed, which is equivalent to hunting down 10 breakthrough enemies. Source coins obtained from saint-level bizarre creatures. Furthermore, the amount of source coins obtained from hunting strange creatures with lower cultivation levels than oneself will be greatly reduced. For example, if a saint-level expert were to hunt down near sacred bizarre creatures, based on the same realm harvest, they would normally only need to hunt down 100 near sangrade, bizarre creatures. However, since the monsters hunted are one rank lower than oneself, the source coins that can be obtained will be reduced by 100 times. In other words, if a saint-level expert wants to obtain source coins by hunting near sangrade monsters, then he needs to hunt 10,000 near sangrade monsters. This rule pleased Kang Jai because it only benefited him and had no drawbacks. Otherwise, once Hongjun enters this place, with his saint-level cultivation, he will be able to condense a boundary river very quickly. If Hongjun becomes the first to become the boundary lord, that would not be a good thing. Given Hongjun's nature, he will definitely take action against other realms. Even if Hongjun alone cannot become all the realm lords, he will find a way to enslave the other realm lords and firmly control Blue Star in his hands. Thinking of this, Kang Jai suddenly felt a chill. Blue Star is his foundation, and he was born on Blue Star. Kang Jai would absolutely not feel at ease if someone else were to take control of the human realm on Earth. Thinking of this, Kang Jai couldn't help but turn to look at the void passage behind him. It seemed that only he and the God cultivator and Buddhist cultivator were present. The main body needs more manpower. Hunting strange creatures here isn't enough. Without hesitation, Kang Ji immediately contacted the main bodies of the prehistoric world. Originally, in Kang Ji's plan, the primordial Yao race was to be handed over to the demon cultivator main body, Di Kang, but now it seems that leaving and Mo Yu in Yao race was a bit of a waste. Now the entire Yao race is under the control of Yin Yang Divine Tree. Even Emperor Jun and Taiyi are already under his control. It would be a waste to leave Dai Kang and Mo Yu there any longer. After thinking it over, Kang Jai decided to let them hand over everything and then return to Earth. As for the selection of the Yao race emperor, Kunpeng can manage it on his behalf before Emperor Jun and Taiyi are resurrected. After all, Kunpeng had pledged allegiance to him and had done his best in his work. It wouldn't be fair to give him no benefits at all. Then there's Pan Wu from the Witch Clan and Azure Source from the human race. These two are also pillars of the Witch Clan and the human race, with one reaching the quasi-sage realm and the other reaching the Grand Unity Golden Immortal peak. The Wu tribe has Kua Shu, and the human race has Suirenshi Feng and Yuchao Shishan, so the roles of Pan Wu and Azure Source are not very significant. Therefore, Kang Jai also plans to transfer them back. As for the ghost cultivator main body, with the yin-yang divine tree taking root in the prehistoric world, the tribulation QE between the prehistoric worlds is rapidly dissipating, so the benefits that the ghost cultivator main body can obtain in the prehistoric world are also limited. The only thing that excited Kang Jai was that, because the ghost cultivator main body had refined too much tribulation ki, the primordial world had rewarded him with a large amount of karma. This has resulted in the ghost cultivator main body's current cultivation level reaching the quasi-sage realm peak. Now, ghost cultivator main body is just one step away from breaking through to Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. This battle for the realm's master might be the ghost cultivator main body's chance. As the ghost cultivator main body is about to be born, Kang Jai has also given the ghost cultivator main body a new name, Mingsha, Emperor Mingsha. In this way, all 8 main bodies were summoned back by Kang Jai. Kang Jai made a slight calculation and found that the 8 main bodies could completely occupy the 8 worlds within them and become the world masters. Currently, there are a total of 9 great worlds on Earth, namely the Divine Realm, Buddha Realm, and Demon Realm, which are the 3 realms. These 3 realms can each correspond to the God Cultivator, main body, primordial Buddhist cultivator main body grand beginning, demon cultivator main body mo yu. The three realms are the human realm, the spirit realm, and the beast realm, which can also correspond to the human race. Body cultivator main body azure source, cultivation body kang jai, and demon cultivator main body dekang. As for the final three realms, they are ghost realm, corpse realm, and the most mysterious desire realm. Ghost realm corresponds to ghost cultivator main body Mingsha. Corpse realm can be handed over to Wu Dao main body Pan Wu. As for the last one, desire realm, Kang Jai thought about it and realized that since all 8 realms in 9 realms already had candidates, it wouldn't be good to leave desire realm unclaimed. However, chaos main body cannot be moved lightly. Chaos main body is the foundation of everything, and it is a being that can transcend everything. Kang Jai does not want to bind it to a small desire realm on earth. After much deliberation, Kang Jai finally came up with the idea of extracting the 3,000 demon gods from Chaos's main body. Bloodline recondensed into a single Dao main body. In a sense, the Chaos main body can no longer be considered a living entity. Chaos main body is a chaos world, but within the chaos world, the original 3,000 Chaos demon god bloodlines still exist. Although Chaos demon god bloodline, Chaos main body, it is easier to cultivate the 3,000 laws. Similarly, the Chaos main body is also influenced by the 3,000 Chaos demon god bloodlines, and involuntarily follows their old path. However, this will inevitably limit the ability to break through in the future. Previously, Kang Jai had wanted to remove 3,000 Chaos demon god bloodlines, but he hadn't had a good opportunity. Now that he has this opportunity, Kang Jai intends to thoroughly purify Chaos main body, making it even purer. Furthermore, Kang Jai also plans to strip the 3 great worlds from the Sun Tree, World Tree, and Lotus Divine Tree, allowing the 3 divine trees to become Chaos spiritual roots rooted within chaos. If it weren't for the World Tree connecting to the mysterious space and the 3 Chaos spiritual roots forming a special formation, Kang Jai wouldn't even intend to leave these 3 spiritual roots in the chaos. However, leaving these 3 spiritual roots is not without its advantages. Without the burden of the inner world, these 3 spiritual roots will be able to better transform the secret energy of soul transformation. Immediately upon thinking, Kang Jai shifted his focus to Chaos main body. With a thought, the undying true spirit within Chaos main body immediately split into a Dao soul clone. Looking at the complex Chaos main body, Kang Jai first separated the Chaos Sun Tree from the 3 Kingdoms world, and then directly integrated the 3 Kingdoms world into the human race. Within the main body, then, Kang Jai stripped the spirit realm space from the world tree and integrated it into the demon cultivator main body. Finally, there is the soul lotus space within the lotus divine tree, composed of 9th grade soul lotus, 3rd grade karma fire red lotus, 3rd grade karma golden lotus, and 3rd grade world cleanse white lotus. The special lotus divine tree formed fusion underwent another change after being separated from the soul lotus space. The lotus divine tree, which originally evolved into a large tree, transformed back into a lotus flower after being separated from the soul lotus space. However, this lotus flower looked somewhat strange, as if it was missing a piece. Is the difficulty due to the lack of the world-destroying black lotus? When Pangu opened the heavens, the 36 grades of the creation lotus transformed into 4 types of lotus flowers. The 12th grade pure world white lotus, the 12th grade karma golden lotus, the 12th grade karma fire red lotus, and the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus. Now I possess the karma golden lotus, Karma Fire Red Lotus, and Pure World White Lotus. Although I am only at the 3rd grade, I have collected all 3 of them. The world-destroying Black Lotus has never been found. Even after Yin Yang Divine Tree became a saint, it was never found in the prehistoric world. The 9th grade Soul Lotus, which fused 3 types of lotuses, now looks like it's missing a piece, which reminds Kang Jai of the world-destroying Black Lotus once again. I wonder where that Dao Luo Hao has gone to hide? He's not even in the prehistoric world. Kang Jai sighed, glanced once more at the missing piece of the fusion lotus, and then focused her attention back on Chaos main body. Now that the 3 great worlds have been stripped away, Chaos main body suddenly feels a sense of relief. Although 3 great worlds can also assist Chaos main body cultivate, but the 3 great worlds are not pure enough, which makes Chaos main body cultivating oneself requires continuous reflection. Now that the 3 great worlds have been stripped away, Chaos main body looks much purer. At this moment, Kang Jai turned his gaze to the 3,000 laws chain. The Chaos main body initially requires the blood of 3,000 Chaos demon gods to better cultivate 3,000 laws. But now, the 3,000 laws of the Chaos main body have at least been cultivated to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and no longer need the blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods. At this point, the blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods became a burden to him. Thinking of this, Kang Ji immediately extracted the blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods from the law chains. As the blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods was drawn away, the entire Chaos main body trembled. Fortunately, the 3 Chaos spiritual roots suppressed the chaos, preventing the entire Chaos world from collapsing. Call! Kang Ji's heart trembled as he finally extracted the blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods from the Chaos main body. Seeing the intertwined blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods, Kang Jai had a thought, and the soul clone that had just separated directly merged into the blood of the 1,000 Chaos demon gods. Kang Ji activated the power of reincarnation, and soon a new physical body appeared within Chaos main body. In fact, at this point, the Chaos main body can no longer be considered one of the 9 main bodies. With the extraction of the blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods, the Chaos main body has actually been transferred to the new physical body via the 9-in-1 method cultivated by bloodline as the foundation. Today, 3,000 Chaos demon god bloodlines, the physical body, is the new main body. As for Chaos main body, it has separated from 9 main bodies and become an independent main body. Currently, there are only 3 things within Chaos main body: Chaos itself, the 3 Chaos spiritual roots, and the last one, Kang Ji's undying true spirit, which is also the one within all of Kang Ji's main bodies and clones that utilizes the undying spiritual light to divine ability cultivate the existence of the undying true spirit. The true spirit is immortal, and Kang Jai is eternal. Looking at the new main body born from the blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods, Kang Ji tentatively calls it the demon god main body. This is a fusion Chaos special being of the blood of the 3,000 demon gods. He has flesh and blood, unlike the Chaos main body. As the demon god's main body appeared, Chaos main body suddenly trembled, and the entire Chaos world suddenly collapsed. Kang Jai was startled. What happened? Why did Chaos world suddenly collapse? Kang Jai quickly checked Chaos world. Upon seeing this, Kang Jai suddenly understood what was going on. But after understanding what was going on, Kang Jai frowned. Previously, he had used the blood of the 3,000 Chaos demon gods to cultivate the 3,000 laws. The 3,000 laws that structure the entire Chaos world were also influenced by the 3,000 Chaos demon god bloodlines. Now that he has extracted the blood of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, a conflict has arisen between the 3,000 laws and the 3 spiritual roots, disrupting the structure and causing chaos in the laws. Of course, this is not a serious problem. As long as Chaos World is given time to adjust itself, it will adjust to a suitable level on its own. However, Kang Jai did not want to wait too long. With the world changing and the situation unclear, he needed to cultivate his power more. Moreover, he wants to use this opportunity to forge his own path. Looking at the Chaos World, the 3 chaos spiritual roots, and his own undying true spirit, Kang Jai ultimately made a difficult choice: to integrate the undying true spirit into the 3,000 laws. However, Kang Jai soon discovered the difficulties involved. Undying true spirit is far too stable. Kang Jai's attempt to decompose it and integrate it into the 3,000 laws is simply impossible. Looking at the undying true spirit that remained completely still, Kang Jai was both amused and exasperated. Sometimes, soul too much cultivate isn't good either. Just like now, it's impossible to break down soul. Phew! Thank goodness, I still have the soul clone talent. Originally, Kang Jai wanted to integrate the undying true spirit into the 3,000 laws, so that one day he could use the fact that the undying true spirit was the same origin and came from the same soul, to fuse all the 3,000 laws. But now it seems that I am still far from being able to achieve this. Therefore, Kang Jai had no choice but to settle for second best and split into 3,000 DAOs. Soul clone, then merged into the 3,000 laws. Let's do it. One shot. Dao soul clone emerged from within the undying true spirit. When 3,000 Dao after soul clone appeared, Kang Jai had a thought, and these 3,000 Dao soul clone directly integrated into 3,000 laws. With soul clone and 3,000 laws fusion, the previously chaotic 3,000 laws have finally come together again. At that moment, Kang Jai had a sudden thought, and together with 3,000 demon gods, he stripped away all the laws related to bloodline. These unique laws, gleaned from the blood of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, were all stripped away by Kang Jai from the 3,000 laws. These stripped laws, Kang Jai didn't waste any of it either, merging it all into the demon god's main body. As these laws were integrated, the realm of the demon god's main body rapidly increased, and soon broke through to the quasi-sage realm, something Kang Jai had not expected. Among these laws, the 2 laws with the highest cultivation are actually order and chaos. These 2 laws are almost equal, forming a strange balance within the demon god's main body. After the law influenced by the 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines was removed, the law within the chaos main body immediately became much purer. These much purer laws quickly became associated with the 3,000 Daos. Soul clone fusion, the 3,000 laws that followed quickly transformed into chains of law. However, these law chains are much thinner than before, but also much stronger. Kang Jai undying true spirit, the main body sits cross-legged in the center of the 3 spiritual roots. The law chains continue to converge towards the undying true spirit, eventually weaving a futon beneath the undying true spirit. The undying true spirit sat upright on the futon, constantly contemplating the 3,000 laws. Only now has the entire chaos main body completed its transformation. Although it seems slow, the entire transformation process actually didn't take very long. When Kang Jai sent the demon god's main body to earth, and his mind returned to the cultivation body, only a few breaths had passed. As Kang Jai opened her eyes again, she realized that in just a few breaths, quite a few people had appeared on Langsing Tongdao's side. Everyone who appeared in the void passage was stunned by the sight. Colossal city in the sky, in particular, deeply moved everyone. Many people tried to fly into the sky, but soon, reality slapped them in the face. On Earth or in their original world, flying and traversing space are as simple as a thought for them. Here, let alone traversing space, even flying is extremely difficult. When this was discovered, everyone fell silent. Immediately afterwards, they received a message from Blue Star Will on how to become a realm master. But when they learned how difficult it was to become the master of a realm, everyone fell silent. It takes the equivalent of hunting down 10 saint-level bizarre creatures to obtain source coins to condense a world lord's world core. Such a level of difficulty is enough to make one's heart tremble. Fortunately, many of those appearing here are only near saint-level experts. For a near saint-level expert to condense a world core, they only need to hunt down 100 similar near sacred strange creatures. This gives aspiring saint-level experts a lot of hope. After all, who isn't a prodigy if they can become aspiring saint-level experts? Just then, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Hunyuan Dalio, golden immortal, everyone exclaimed inwardly. Kang Jai was also startled. Almost instantly, he figured out who the person was. Hong Jun. The person who arrived was none other than Hong Jun. As soon as Hong Jun appeared, he immediately discovered the giant city in the sky. At the same time, Hong Jun, with his keen senses, immediately realized that this was actually the former Void Passage. Through the creation Jade Plate, Hong also sensed the existence of the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realm. It's the Void Passage. That's great. As long as we find the 3,000 demon god realm, we can unite with them to besiege the primordial world. Hong Jun was somewhat excited, but he quickly suppressed his excitement. Before that, it would be best to become the ruler of a realm. Hong Jun was just wondering how to become the ruler of a realm when, at that moment, a Dao information appeared in his mind. Hunting bizarre creatures? And 10 saint-level bizarre creatures? Hong Jun almost cried out in surprise. The news nearly stunned him. Are saint-level beings so easy to hunt? As a fellow saint, how could he not know Dao? The terrifying power of saint-level combat. If a saint-level being wants to escape, it's very difficult for them to stay. Saint is hard to kill, but what if we steal this source coin from someone else? Hong Jun narrowed his eyes. Hong Jun suddenly realized that hunting similarly strange creatures was too difficult, so what if he could steal source coins from others? Blue Star Will didn't seem to have said that it was forbidden to steal source coins from others, and for a moment, Hong Jun was tempted. Hong Jun's gaze swept over everyone present, and he immediately made a plan in his mind. Of all those present, he is the only one whose cultivation level has reached saint level. The other's cultivation level was at most quasi-sage peak. Although quasi-sage peak is considered a top-tier existence on the entire blue star, and even in the primordial world, it is insignificant compared to his saint-level combat power. The saying, all those below saint are ants, is not as simple as it sounds. Although he has lost his sage status, Hunyuan Dalio's golden immortal cultivation is not inferior to that of a mere quasi-sangrade. It is comparable to a cultivator. Sensing Hong Jun's malice, Kang Ji's eyes narrowed instantly. Is Hong Jun trying to force others to work for him? Kang Jai also thought of the loophole left by Blue Star Will, which did not specify whether obtaining source coins from others counted as one's own. If source coins obtained from others can also be considered one's own, then there are many more ways to acquire source coins, and the difficulty of condensing world cores is also greatly reduced. However, if this method were feasible, a large number of people would surely begin to coerce lower-level cultivators into working for them. Given Hongjun's personality, he would never let such an opportunity slip by. Kang Ji immediately wanted to use the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate to leave this place. Fortunately, he still has the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, so he can leave no matter where he is. The only problem is that once I leave, I won't be able to get back in from Langsingtong Dao. After all, given Hongjun's personality, he would definitely take control of this passageway. Fortunately, even with the blue stall, he can still enter this place through the primordial world, so there's no need to be nervous. Thinking of this, Kang Ji prepared to leave first, but just then another Dao Saint-Leverora swept across this land. Another one. Kang Ji's mind went blank. She hadn't expected Myriad Realms. Fusion has produced 2 saint-level powerhouses. Just as Kang Ji was wondering who the newcomer was, a figure appeared in mid-air. This figure was dressed in a black robe, with a 12-petaled black lotus flower beneath his feet. 12-grade world-destroying black lotus? Kang Ji looked at the lotus treasure at the feet of the newcomer with suspicion and astonishment. If the person standing on the ground is indeed the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus, then the identity of the person is self-evident. The vanished demon ancestor Rahu. Kang Ji couldn't help but look at Hongjun. If the other party were Rahu, Hongjun would definitely have reacted. Sure enough, the moment Rahu appeared, Hongjun's eyes widened in surprise. Rahu, what are you doing here? Hongjun was very surprised. Ever since Rahu was defeated in the battle between immortals and demons, he had fled to chaos and disappeared without a trace. Hongjun never expected to see the other party here, which made him feel uneasy. Luo Hu's cultivation has also broken through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, which is not a good thing for Hongjun. He temporarily shelved his original plan to coerce the people here into helping him hunt otherworldly creatures and obtain source coins. Luo Hao glanced at Hongjun, but he's busy receiving a message from Blue Star Will and had no time to pay attention to Hongjun. A moment later, after receiving the message, Luo Hao laughed heartily. Good. I never thought I, Luo Hao, would have a chance to use my skills one day. Rahu cultivates demonic path laws and destruction laws, 2 laws that are perfectly suited to the current battlefield. Luo Hao glanced at Hongjun and raised an eyebrow. Oh my, isn't this Dao Zu Hongjun? Your Excellency? Why aren't you staying in the wilderness, but instead coming to this small place? Luo Hao immediately noticed that Hongjun had lost his position as a primordial saint and began to gloat. Now that he has also broken through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, he naturally has nothing to fear from the Hongjun. Faced with Luo Hao's sarcastic remarks, Hongjun narrowed his eyes, wanting nothing more than to destroy him. But he also knew very well that in his current state, he was no match for his opponent. Hongjun suppressed his displeasure and looked at Luo Hao. Luo Hao, you should be well aware of the current situation. I don't believe you don't want to become the ruler of Blue Star. Hao remained non-committal. Whether I become the ruler of a realm or not is my business. What does it have to do with you? Hongjun scoffed. Of course it has nothing to do with me. But don't you want to become the ruler of a realm as soon as possible? If you agree, I'm willing to share the position of the ruler of Blue Star with you. Hongjun spoke very bluntly, and Luo Hao immediately understood what Hongjun meant. Luo Hao did not answer, but instead squinted at Hongjun. Hongjun wanted to share the position of Lord of Blue Star with him, and Luo Hao was naturally tempted. Having learned his lesson the hard way, he knew very well that Hongjun was not the kind of person who would let others take advantage of him. He was extremely cunning, and if he wasn't careful, he would suffer the consequences. The others who heard Hongjun's words were in an uproar. A quasi-sage peak expert couldn't help but mock Dao. You think you can just divide up the position of realm lord like that? Who do you think you are? This person, relying on his quasi-sage peak cultivation level, didn't pay any attention to Hongjun, although Hongjun exuded a much stronger aura than him, having never witnessed the terrifying power of saint-level combat. He only thought that Hongjun was slightly stronger than him, and that his strength was limited. However, no sooner had this person finished speaking than Hongjun narrowed his eyes and rang out in a cold voice. "Shut up!" With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying law power swept out. Before the speaker could react, Hongjun's attack sent him flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood while in midair, clearly indicating that he had suffered a serious injury. Seeing this, everyone's hearts tightened. The strongest being that their world could support was quasi-sage realm. Peak, they had never seen how strong those above the quasi-saint level could be. In their minds, even if realm, who is above the quasi-saint level, is strong, they cannot absolutely crush them. However, they greatly underestimated the gap between a quasi-saint and a saint level. With just a casual strike, Hongjun severely injured the quasi-sage peak expert. There is an absolute difference between the two. Not everyone is like the 12 ancestral ages, can directly summon the Pangu true body using their special bloodline and formation. That Pangu's true body, even if it is just a pseudo-body, Pangu was once a powerful being who was infinitely close to the great Tao level. How could an ordinary person compare to him? And what can these aspiring saint-level experts, lacking any special format or bloodline, possibly use to fight against the Hongjun? Even now, when Kang Jai sees Hongjun, apart from yin-yang divine wood clone, the other main bodies and clones have no choice but to run away. Amitabha Buddha. As soon as the sound of Buddhist chanting rang out, another person suddenly appeared at the original passageway. The man was dressed in rags and casually, with his messy, disheveled hair hanging loosely over his shoulders. However, the moment this person appeared, a pure Buddhist aura emanated from him. The law spread in all directions, feeling the Buddha's aura emanating from this person law. Kang Ji involuntarily retreated into the distance. Indeed, this person's Buddha Dao law is so terrifying that it wants to purify people and thus convert them to Buddhism. Presumptuous. Hongjun let out a low shout, and the law of immortality surged forth, directly targeting the opponent's Buddha Dao. Law crashed away. Meanwhile, Rahu was not to be outdone, and Buddha Dao? Law was already at odds with his demonic path laws, and Rahu didn't hold back either, ramming his demonic laws into the other's Buddha. Law of immortality, demonic path laws, Buddha Dao, the three laws collided in the void realm, causing the entire space to tremble and ripple. If it weren't for the terrifying behemoth above suppressing the heavens and earth, making this space extremely stable, the collision with the law during the previous void passage would have surely created countless cracks in the void realm. But now, void realm is just causing ripples. Meanwhile, those near Tongdao were already fleeing desperately into the distance as the three attacked. Some even took advantage of the fight between the three to escape directly into this world. These three are all saint-level experts. If they are captured by these three, they will definitely not have a good outcome. Knowing this, many powerful figures didn't bother to continue watching the battle and disappeared directly near Tongdao. Kang Jai hesitated for a moment, then retreated to a more distant spot to watch the battle instead of leaving immediately. He possesses the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate, so even if these three wanted to capture him, it wouldn't be so easy. The three laws clashed, and in the end, they surprisingly ended in a draw. Perhaps because Hong Jun and Luo Hao were wary of each other, neither of them used their full strength. Even so, this cultivate Buddha Dao, the cultivation level of those who practice law, is also terrifying. No wonder Buddha realm is among the three realms. It's probably because of his existence. As Kang Jai thought this to herself, a hint of apprehension appeared in her gaze as she looked at the man. It's just unknown what kind of person this is. If he's like Hongjun Luo Hao, then this battle for the realm master might be in danger. At that point, the only way for Kang Jai to break the deadlock would be to bring in the 12 ancestral witches to cause trouble. With the 12 ancestral witches around, no matter what the Hongjun want to do, the 12 ancestral witches can stop them. Just then, the powerful Buddhist cultivator finally spoke up. Amitabha, it is truly inappropriate for the two benefactors to start a fight over a mere disagreement. Hongjun and Luo Hao snorted. Coldly, I wonder who Your Excellency is? Myriad Realms actually has someone, Your Excellency. Hongjun and Luo Hao were also surprised that someone in the Myriad Realms could actually cultivate the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Was simply unbelievable. The Buddhist cultist bowed with one hand, saying, Amitabha, this humble monk Shakyamuni greets the two venerable ones. Shakyamuni, Kang Jai was startled. I never expected that such a powerful Shakyamuni would appear in Myriad Realms. Besides the Western sect in the prehistoric world, there are also Buddha Daos in the Myriad Realms. And more than one legendary Buddhist figure like Shakyamuni. But to everyone's surprise, a Shakyamuni actually cultivated it to the level of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, which is quite unbelievable. You've been to chaos? Rahu squinted at Shakyamuni. Ordinary Myriad Realms simply cannot cultivate a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Not even the top-tier major thousand worlds. The only explanation for Shakyamuni's ability cultivate to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm is that he entered the chaos world, found an opportunity within it, and thus broke through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal level. Shakyamuni did not refute, but nodded with a smile. This humble monk did indeed go to chaos and had some minor opportunities there. Everyone then realized that he was indeed a powerful figure who had chaos. At this moment, Hongjun squinted and said to Dao, Shakyamuni, since you are also a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal level powerhouse, then you will also be included in the division of the Blue Star Realm Lord position. Shakyamuni was taken aback, but then shook his head. What Your Excellency is doing goes against the Blue Star will and will incur karma's wrath. Hongjun narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Shakyamuni to say such a thing, to be so disrespectful to him, to say that he would be attacked by karma. In an instant, Hongjun was filled with rage. If it weren't for Luo Hao standing nearby, he would have definitely given Shakyamuni a piece of his mind. Shakyamuni, on the other side, remained calm. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by Hongjun's proposal. But the moment Hongjun made the suggestion, he had a premonition that if he agreed to Hongjun's suggestion, then disaster would surely befall him. He majored in law of karma, and because he cultivated law of karma, he was very confident in his own intuition. It is precisely this karma connection that has allowed him to live to this day and even become a powerful Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm user. Although Shakyamuni didn't know why Dao agreed to Hongjun's suggestion that it would lead to disaster, he was willing to believe his inner warning. Perhaps Blue Star Will doesn't want them to do that. If they go against Blue Star Will, they may end up with nothing. Shakyamuni was unaware that if he chose to cooperate with Hongjun, Kang Jai would bring in the 12 ancestral witches. When the 12 ancestral witches interfere, they will get nothing. Whether it's Hongjun, Rahu, or Shakyamuni, once the 12 ancestors join, it's impossible for them to obtain the position of World Lord. However, Hongjun was unaware of these things, and he was stunned for a moment because he did not expect Shakyamuni to refuse. While feeling angry, Hongjun couldn't help but look at the demon ancestor Rahu. If Rahu agrees, then with 2 against 1, they can deal with Shakyamuni first, and then divide up the position of the Blue Star Realm Lord. However, when he looked at Rahu, Rahu shrugged and smiled. Since Shakyamuni is unwilling, then forget it. I think it's actually better if we each do our own thing. The main reason is that Luo Hao is very wary of Hongjun, and he is absolutely certain that he can defeat Hongjun. Although he didn't know why Hongjun lost his primordial sage status, Luo Hao had no idea how strong Hongjun's cultivation was after ruling the primordial world for so many years. That's why he was actually quite wary of cooperating with Hongjun. If Shakyamuni agrees, he wouldn't mind a 3-way collaboration. After all, that way he could secretly join forces with Shakyamuni to resist the Hongjun. But now that Shakyamuni is unwilling, Rahu has naturally lost much interest. Hongjun was furious when both of them refused. In this way, not only will his wish to divide the position of the Lord of the Blue Star be dashed, but these two will also probably prevent him from enslaving other cultivators to help him obtain force coins. Thinking of this, Hongjun clenched his fists, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Fine, fine. You'll regret this. Hongjun also lost his patience and left in a flash. Hongjun moved very quickly, disappearing from everyone's sight in a short time. Watching Hongjun disappear, Kang Jai hesitated for a moment, did not leave immediately. Kang Jai felt a pang of envy as he looked at the 12th grade world, destroying Black Lotus beneath Rahu's feet. However, Kang Jai quickly regained his composure. He was now a cultivation body, and the immortal spiritual root was condensed within him. In Luo Hu's eyes, he was definitely on the same side as Hongjun. Even if you're not on the same side, if you ask the other party for the world-destroying Black Lotus, Rahu will be suspicious and might even search your soul. This is not an exaggeration, because the other party is a demonic cultivator. After thinking it over, Kang Jai decided to leave first, and as for the world-destroying Black Lotus, he would find another opportunity to obtain it. If all else fails, he can wait until he becomes the ruler of a realm before trading with the other party. At least then the other party will have to give him a slap in the face. A 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus is definitely out of the question. But a 9th grade, or even lower grade world-destroying Black Lotus is still possible. With that thought, Kang Jai flashed and quickly headed deeper into the void realm. My strength is still too low. I have almost no power to resist those 3. Kang Jai stopped and prepared to search for the strange creatures in the vicinity. Just then, a teasing voice rang out beside him. "Little guy, I noticed you were staring at my magic treasure the whole time. Do you have something on your mind about it?" Kang Jai was startled, her body trembled, and she immediately assumed a defensive stance. Not far behind him, Rahu was staring at him with great interest. Kang Jai was filled with trepidation. He hadn't expected that Luo Hao had noticed his earlier gaze. This is Rahu, the progenitor of the demonic path. No pushover. Kang Jai bowed respectfully. Junior Kang Jai pays her respects to senior. Kang Jai was very respectful, appearing completely harmless. However, Luo Hao remained unmoved, chuckling. "Little guy, why were you staring at my magic treasure just now? Do you know something about it?" Luo Hao was very curious. He had a feeling that this native in front of him was not simple. Kang Jai possesses both the aura of Earth and the bloodline of the primordial innate beings, which piqued Luo Hu's interest in her. Kang Ji's eyes flickered slightly, and some ideas suddenly came to mind. To be honest, Senior, Junior has indeed heard of a magic treasure that is very similar to Senior's magic treasure. Luo Hu raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly cold. Oh. Then tell me, what is this magic treasure you've heard of? And where did you learn about it? Kang Jai looked very cautious as Dao said. The magic treasure that Junior heard about is called the 12th grade world, destroying Black Lotus. He heard about it in a place called Prehistoric World. Prehistoric World. You've been to Prehistoric World. Rahu squinted, staring intently at Kang Jai. Kang Jai was overjoyed, feeling that the fish was about to take the bait. Kang Jai, still looking apprehensive, replied, "To be honest, Senior, Junior has indeed been to the prehistoric world." Nonsense. Rahu suddenly roared, his aura pressing down on Kang Jai, startling Kang Jai so much that she almost activated the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate to escape. Kang Jai struggled to suppress the urge to escape, stammering, "Senior, why do you say that? Junior's words are all true. I did not deceive you." Luo Hao snorted coldly. "Are you trying to say that you entered the prehistoric world through those portals that appeared on Earth?" Seeing Luo Hao's mocking gaze, Kang Ji immediately knew that Luo Hao already knew some of the details of the teleportation portal. The prehistoric world portal had just appeared. There was no time to enter it. Once inside, one must wait 10 days to emerge, which is why Luo Hao was certain that Kang Jai could not enter the prehistoric world through the primordial portal. Kang Jai quickly waved his hand and explained, "Senior, you misunderstand. I did not enter the prehistoric world through that portal on Earth." After a pause, Kang Jai shook his head again. "You can't say that. We entered the 3000 demon god realm through that portal, and then entered the prehistoric world from the 3000 demon god realm. So, in a sense, we also entered the prehistoric world through that portal." Luo Hao was taken aback, somewhat surprised and uncertain. 3000 demon god realm? What is that? Kang Jai was taken aback. Turned out that Luo Hao did not know Dao, so it means that Rahu has never encountered any of the powerful beings in the 3000 demon god realm. Kang Ji's mind raced, and he immediately said, "The 3000 demon god realm is an extremely powerful world. It is said that there are 13 powerful beings like Senior." Luo Hao paused, staring intently at Kang Jai. "Dao, what did you just say? The 3000 demon god realm has 13 powerful beings, me?" Luo Hao immediately scoffed. "Little fellow, do you even know what kind of realm I am? It's not something you Hunyuan golden immortals can compare to." In Luo Hao's view, if the prehistoric world doesn't even have 13 saint-level powerhouses, how could this 3000 demon god realm possibly have them? However, Kang Jai appeared confident. "Senior, everything I said is true. There are indeed 13 Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm experts among the 3000 Demon God realm. As for Hunyuan Golden Immortal level experts like myself, there are countless others. The reason I know about the prehistoric world is because 3000 Demon God realm wanted to invade the prehistoric world, and we, as pioneers, learned about the prehistoric world." Luo Hao stared wide-eyed at Kang Jai. He hadn't expected that Kang Jai actually knew Dao. Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal is a realm. Proves that Kang Jai was not talking nonsense. This 3000 demon god realm really does possess 13 saint-level combatants. You just said that the 3000 demon god realm wants to invade the prehistoric world. Is that possible? Hong Jun was driven away by the powerful figures in the 3000 demon god realm? Luo Ho's expression was uncertain. If this was really the case, then this 3,000 demon god realm was too terrifying. He knew how powerful Hongjun was. Over the years, ever since his defeat at Chaos, he has secretly approached Hongjun to test his strength. But each attempt only brought him despair. Hongjun grew increasingly powerful, especially with Heavenly Dao. With Fusion's ability to draw upon the power of Honghuang Heavenly Dao, he was even less of a match for him. Now that Hongjun has been driven away, how powerful must the person who drove him away be? However, Kang Jai shook his head at this moment. Senior misunderstands. The 3,000 demon god realm did not officially invade the prehistoric world, and Hongjun was not driven away by the 3,000 demon god realm's powerful members. Luo Hao was stunned. Again, it wasn't driven away by the 3,000 demon god realm powerhouse? That's impossible. Besides the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal level powerhouse, Hil's Hongjun away? Kang Yang nodded repeatedly. The one who drove away Hongjun was indeed a Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal, but not the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal from 3,000 demon god realm, but a Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal native to the historic world. Kangji's words left Luo completely bewildered. Once again, that's impossible. Everything in the primordial world is under Hongjun's calculation and control. How could he allow a being stronger than him to appear in the prehistoric world? Even those so-called saints of the primordial world were merely pawns in his hands. Dare they rebel against him, or even drive him out of the primordial world? Luo Hao stared intently at Kang Jai, his voice icy. You're lying to me. Facing Luo Hao's death stare, Kang Jai remained completely calm, chuckling. Senior is joking. How could I dare to lie to you? All the creatures of the prehistoric world know these things perfectly well. Senior can find out with just a question. How could I have the courage to lie to you? Luo Hao paused, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He didn't want to go back to the primordial world now. Although Hongjun was gone, if there was something in the primordial world that could drive Hongjun away, wouldn't he be courting death if he went back? Moreover, once he enters the prehistoric world through the portal, he can only leave after 10 geniuses have stayed there, which does not guarantee his safety. He did not intend to return to the primordial world until he understood the current situation there. Luo Hu's eyes flickered as he looked at Kang Jai. Dao, little guy, since it wasn't the 3,000 demon god realm who drove Hongjun away, then tell me who exactly drove Hongjun away. Kang Jai grinned. Senior wants to know the details of Dao, and Junior should answer all your questions without reservation. However, Junior's cultivation is low, and he wants to spend more time hunting strange creatures. Senior, what do you think? Luo Hao's eyes widened, his face filled with murderous intent. You dare to blackmail me? Seeing that Luo Hao was about to make a move, Kang Jai waved his hands repeatedly and said, Senior, you are mistaken. Senior wants to know Dao's information, and I am selling the information to you at a reasonable price. This is not extortion, but a fair trade between two willing parties. Luo Hao was laughed at. Boy, do you really think I wouldn't dare to capture you and search your soul? As Luo Hao was about to make his move, Kang Jai, as if he had expected it, chuckled and said, Senior, Junior may not be as strong as you, but we little guys who came out of myriad realms always have some special abilities. Senior, are you so sure you can capture me and perform a soul search? Luo Hao laughed upon hearing this, but said nothing. He grabbed Kang Jai with his large hand, instantly freezing the surrounding space. But at that moment, Kang Ji's body rippled, and the next second, Kang Jai vanished from Luo Hao's sight. What? This is impossible. Luo Ho's pupils shrank sharply. He's a powerful Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal Realm user, and he can't even defeat a Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm user. How could Ant possibly escape his blockade? Luo Hao suddenly turned around and saw Kang Jai standing not far behind him with a smile on her face, looking at him with a grin. Luo Hao's pupils contracted again, and he looked at Kang Jai with a solemn expression. Is this your bottom line? Luo Hao's voice was cold, revealing neither joy nor anger. Facing Kang Ji's gloomy face, Kang Ji's lips curled up slightly. Senior, Junior just said that we little guys from Myriad Realms always have some special skills, don't you think? Luo Hao remained silent for a long time before chuckling. It was I who underestimated the people of the world. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hao stared at Kang Jai. Dao, tell me, how do you plan to trade the information I want about Dao? Kang Jai smiled slightly and said, It's nothing. I'm just very interested in Senior's magic treasure. Upon hearing this, Rahu's expression stiffened, but he didn't react. Instead, he looked at Kang Jai with a half smile. Dao, do you think you can take this magic treasure? Kang Jai shook head, still smiling. Dao. But I've heard that magic treasures like Senior can give birth to many lower-grade magic treasures. It shouldn't be too much for me to want a grade 9 world-destroying Black Lotus, right? Luo Hao sneered. 9th grade world-destroying Black Lotus? You are truly insatiable. Some primordial intelligence, you just want to trade something that's almost equivalent to high grade. Innate spirit treasures magic treasure, do you think it's possible? Kang Jai remained silent. In truth, what he really wanted was a grade destroying world-destroying Lotus, but he wouldn't ask for it directly, otherwise Rahu would just continue to haggle. Seeing Kang Jai remain silent, Luo Hao chuckled and said, Primordial intelligence can be obtained simply by entering the prehistoric world. Do you think such easily obtained intelligence is worth a grade 9 world-destroying Black Lotus? Kang Jai remained silent for a long time before finally saying, That's not how it works. You see, once you enter the prehistoric world, you have to wait for the 10 geniuses to come out. The battle for the Realm Lord is fierce right now. Senior probably doesn't want to waste 10 days, does he? Luo Hao looked at Kang Jai with great interest, and after a long while said, A 3rd grade world-destroying Black Lotus. If you do not agree, I can send someone to the primordial world. It will only take 10 days longer to receive the news. Kang Jai hesitated for a long time before finally saying, A grade 3 world-destroying Black Lotus is fine, but Senior must form an alliance with me. If the Hongjun want to enslave us, Senior must stop them. Luo Hao was slightly taken aback, not expecting Kang Jai to make this request. Luo Hao didn't think much of it. He would never allow Hongjun to enslave others to collect source coins for him, so Kang Ji's request wasn't reasonable. I agree to your request. Now you can tell me your information. As he spoke, Luo Hao casually tossed a grade 3 world-destroying Black Lotus to Kang Jai, not at all worried that Kang Jai would run away and break his promise. Faced with Luo Hao's straightforwardness, Kang Jai didn't waste any words and told Luo Hao the information he knew about Dao. Senior was right about one thing just now. Saint of the primordial world does not dare to rebel against Hongjun. But the primordial world is not just Saint of the primordial world. Senior, have you ever heard of the 12 ancestral witches? 12 ancestral witches? Rahu raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting. Are you talking about the 12 ancestral witches formed from the essence of Pangu blood? Kang Jai nodded, and Luo Hao looked on incredulously. You don't mean to say 12 ancestral witches? Breakthrough to Hunyuan Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, then drove away Hongjun? Kang Jai nodded again, and before Luo Hao could ask any questions, Kang Jai directly explained Dao. When the 12 ancestral witches took advantage of the witch and demon great calamity. They suddenly broke through to the Hunyuan Dalyu golden immortal realm. In addition, the 12 divine heavens great sorcery formation summoned the Pangu true body, which is why they drove Hongjun out of the primordial world. Kang Jai did not reveal the existence of the yin-yang divine tree, but even so, Luo Hao was still skeptical. The main point is that the 12 ancestral witches can summon the Pangu true body, which makes Rahu somewhat believe that the 12 ancestral witches drove away Hongjun. After all, no matter how strong Hongjun is, he can't possibly be stronger than Pangu. Pangu is a power etched into Legacy's memory that no one can match. Pangu true body, I see. Luo Hao muttered to himself, then as if remembering something, asked Dao again, so what about the 3,000 demon god realm? Are they really going to invade the primordial world? The invasion of the prehistoric world is true, but I don't know much about the 3,000 demon god realm. I only know that they have a Fagu demon god sect, and their goal is to attack the prehistoric world. After entering the primordial world and learning about history, I made some guesses. I suspect that the 3,000 demon god realm was a world established by the survivors of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. That is why the 3,000 demon god realm harbors such deep hostility towards the prehistoric world and has always wanted to invade it. As Kang Jai explained, Luo Hao's heart skipped a beat. A world created by the survivors of the 3,000 chaos demon gods? Luo squinted, pondering. According to the information provided by Kang Jai, the 3,000 demon god realm has 3,000 continents. Could the origin of the demon god be located in the 3,000 demon god realm? If he were there, it would be an enormous opportunity for him. Thinking of this, Luo Hao suddenly became somewhat excited. At the same time, he quickly thought of Hongjun. No, we can't let that bastard Hongjun know about the 3,000 demon god realm. If he gets his own chaos origin. With this in mind, Luo Hao immediately abandoned any intention to make things difficult for Kang Jai. His most important task now was to keep a close eye on Hongjun and find a way to understand the situation in the 3,000 demon god realm. As for prehistoric world, he is not yet capable of dealing with the prehistoric world. After all, in the current prehistoric world, not to mention how many saints there are, the 12 ancestral witches alone are beyond his ability to handle. Looking up at Kang Jai, Luo chuckled and said, "Little guy, you're quite good. From now on, if you have any information, just come to me directly. I'll give you a satisfactory price." Kang Jai naturally smiled and thanked her. Watching Luo Hao leave, Kang Jai breathed a sigh of relief. Although the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation exists, Rahu is, after all, a powerful Hunyuan Dalyu golden immortal realm expert. If he were to launch a sneak attack when Rahu is off guard, Rahu would be in great danger. Watching Lu leave, Kang Jai felt a sense of urgency. Although my cultivation level is now quite good, it is still not enough when facing saint-level combat power. Few of the 9 main bodies, one must be broken through to saint level as soon as possible. Kang Jai thought to himself that without saint-level combat power to support him, he wouldn't feel secure about collecting source coins. I actually have a significant advantage in collecting source coin. Putting aside whether Dragon Kingdom on Earth can help me, the creatures in Sun City alone are a great asset to me. Besides Sun City, he also has countless pets in the 3 Kingdoms world and spirit realm space, especially Xiao Hong's countless offspring insects, which, once activated, will be a tremendous force. In addition, he also has Skeleton City, which is another sharp weapon that can rapidly expand its army. With these things, he will have an advantage over many others when it comes to collecting source coin. But now he doesn't dare to take these things out, because my cultivation level is not high enough. Although near Sangreed combat power already belongs to the top combat power in various worlds. However, compared to saint level combat power, the near Sangreed level is still not enough. In particular, those who dare to participate in the battle for the Realm Master now have a cultivation level of at least Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The vast majority of them are near Sangreed. Besides these near Sangreed fighters, there are also 3 Sangreed fighters: Hongjun, Luohao, and Shakyamuni. This is the one that truly threatens me. Once they demonstrate their ability to quickly harvest source coins, it will definitely arouse everyone's fear. He might not be afraid of the threat from a near Sangreed, but he can handle a saint level. If someone attacks him, he has no choice but to run away. Unless he also possesses saint level combat power to suppress all those who dare to disobey. Phew! Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Only breakthrough. Only by possessing the Golden Immortal can one implement their plans. Kang Jai is planning his 9 main bodies, including God Cultivator main body, Buddhist Cultivator, the main body, and Body Cultivator are both still in Grand Unity Golden Immortal Peak Realm. In addition, the Demon Cultivator main body, Cultivation Body, Demon Cultivator main body, Martial Cultivator main body, and the newly born God Demon main body are all in the quasi-saint early stage realm. Only the Ghost Cultivator main body, due to the tribulation QE in the prehistoric world, has now reached the quasi-sage peak realm, which is also known as the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Peak. However, breaking through to the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal realm is not so easy. First, because of the existence of the yin-yang divine tree, the great calamity of witch and demon ended in the prehistoric world, and the calamity between heaven and earth has gradually dissipated, or at least disappeared. Without the triggering of a major tribulation, these tribulations are unlikely to occur. This makes it extremely difficult for the Ghost Cultivator main body to take that step. However, becoming a primordial saint is useless if you want to unleash saint-level combat power in Void Passage. You must first master law. Breakthrough can only be achieved at Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Not to mention, in the current prehistoric world, there is no holy position for the Ghost Cultivator main body to inherit. After much thought, the only way is to let the Ghost Cultivator main body undergo intense combat, honing its law in the process, and ultimately breaking through that constraint. With this in mind, Kang Jai summoned the Ghost Cultivator main body. Did not immediately summon the other main bodies. Now he needs to find out the current situation of Void Passage. Today's Void Passage is no longer a Dao, but a world, which may be called Void Realm. Kang Jai and Ghost Cultivator main body Ming and Sha walked through the Void Realm, which was enormous, even surpassing the 3 worlds including the primordial world. After all, it took Kang Jai and his group tens of thousands of years to travel from the 3,000 demon god realm to the prehistoric world, which shows how vast the Void Realm is. After the Void Realm mutated, the entire Void Realm became much larger, and it would probably take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years to walk from one end of the Void Realm to the other. This is all because of that enormous city in the sky. Because of the existence of the giant city, which suppresses the entire Void Realm, the space of the Void Realm becomes extremely stable. Kang Jai and his fellow Sangreed students. The cultivator's power and destructive force are greatly reduced in the Void Realm. Even their flight speed has slowed down considerably, making long-distance Void Realm travel impossible. That is why it takes an unimaginable amount of time to fully explore the entire Void Realm. Fortunately, Kang Jai and his group weren't planning to explore the Void Realm. He simply wanted to understand some basic aspects of the Void Realm to prepare for the Ghost Cultivator's main body. Prepare for a breakthrough? Where are we going? Ghost Cultivator main body Ming-She looked cultivation body Kang Jai. Over there, Kang Jai said, pointing in a direction. The direction of the primordial wilderness? Ming-She immediately sensed that it was the direction of the yin-yang divine tree. Kang Jai nodded. That's right. Exploring towards the primordial wilderness will also make it easier for us to rendezvous with the yin-yang divine tree. Ming-She raised an eyebrow. You want the primordial era to be involved too? Kang Jai didn't hide anything. Since Blue Star, the primordial world, and the 3,000 demon god realm can all lead here, I think the role of the source coin is probably not just to make us the lords of Blue Star. Not just becoming the ruler of Blue Star. You think source coin will also be useful to the primordial beings? Kang Jai nodded. I'm just guessing. We'll have to wait for the yin-yang divine tree to conduct experiments to find out the specifics. Upon hearing this, Ming said nothing more and followed Kang Jai toward the prehistoric world Kang. Jai roughly sensed that the relationship between the Void Realm and the three great worlds was roughly that the Blue Star, the primordial world, and the 3,000 demon god realms formed a triangle surrounding the Void Realm. Even so, it would probably take Kang Jai and his group tens of thousands of primordial years to reach the prehistoric world. Fortunately, if Kang Jai wanted to go to the prehistoric world, it would only take a thought. Since he still had the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. I originally thought that Blue Star World's time was synchronized with the primordial era and the 3,000 demon god realm, and that the golden finger of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation was mostly useless. However, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate's ability to locate and teleport gave me a big surprise. He can pinpoint the coordinates of any place he has been. Furthermore, the various main bodies and clones can communicate with each other, which is of great use to Kang Jai. If you really can't beat the opponent, you can teleport to the yin-yang divine tree and use the yin-yang divine tree's powerful strength to trick the opponent. Just as Kang Jai was lost in thought, a roar reached her ears. There's a battle ahead. Ming-She's eyes lit up. Without wasting a word, Kang Jai immediately ran towards the direction of the battle. Soon after, they saw two creatures fighting each other. One of them was an otherworldly creature, and the other was a strange humanoid creature they had never seen before. This humanoid creature resembles a human, but has red skin, ears fish fins, and stands on lava and flames. Opposite him was another worldly creature, a six-winged angel. But six-winged angel had clearly transformed into another worldly creature, radiating terrifying ghoul realm power, and its cultivation had actually reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal level. Peak realm. Wow. Are all these otherworldly creatures that fell this strong? They had only been traveling for a short time and were still not far from the Blue Star Dao, while the center of the Void Realm was still countless miles away. Yet, even in this very outer area, the otherworldly creatures that appeared reached the level of Dalio Golden Immortal Realm Peak, which sent a chill down the spines of Kang Jai and the other person. Following this trend, there shouldn't be anything in the central position of Void Realm that surpasses Sen level, right? Kang Jai was shocked and looked at otherworldly creatures not far away, also somewhat doubtful. At this moment, Ming-She spoke up. Look at that creature. I feel like something's off about it. Kang Jai was taken aback. After carefully sensing it, he felt a sense of unease, as if this creature did not belong to their world. Kang Jai and Ming-She exchanged a glance. Kang Jai then transmitted her voice to Dao. This creature, could it have fallen from up there too? Mingxia shook his head. I don't know. This person doesn't have ghoul realm power or tribulation QE. But that otherworldly creature not only possesses a strong ghoul realm power, but also a tribulation QE that's no less potent. This guy must have killed countless beings. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, glancing at otherworldly creatures not far away. Dao, do you think the tribulation QI and otherworldly creatures will be useful to you? They are both tribulation key, the only difference being that this person also possesses a strong ghoul realm power. Even for near saint-level experts like them, ghoul realm power is something they cannot absorb. Mingxia shook his head. I don't know, but maybe we can give it a try. Mingxia was eager to try. If the tribulation QI within the otherworldly creatures could also be absorbed, then these otherworldly creatures would be a great tonic for Mingxia. It is important to know that Dao, within the entire void realm, possesses countless otherworldly creatures. Moreover, otherworldly creatures are constantly falling from the sky, an endless stream of them, which means that it will become even easier for Mingxia to break through to the Hunyuan Dalyu Golden. Immortal. Thinking of this, Kang Jai said, capture this otherworldly creature alive. As soon as Kang Jai finished speaking, Mingxia took action. With a single move, Mingxia instantly suppressed the otherworldly creatures in their six-winged angel form. The sudden turn of events startled the other creature in the battle, who immediately became wary of Kang Jai and Mingxia, who had suddenly appeared. Beings in the lower realm. The red-skinned creature exclaimed in surprise, speaking in an unknown language. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, Kang Jai clearly sensed the other person's emotional fluctuations and understood what they meant. Lower realm beings. They call us lower realm beings? Could it be that they know of our existence? Kang Jai stared at the red-skinned creature Dao with some suspicion and uncertainty. Who is your excellency? Where did you come from? Why are you fighting this otherworldly creature? And why do you call us lower realm people? Red-skinned creatures were taken aback when Kang Jai asked them directly. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly, and a powerful aura pressed down on the other side. The red-skinned creature was startled by the oppressive aura emanating from Kang Jai. Kang Jai was clearly stronger than him, and he also had Mingxia, who was even stronger than Kang Jai, by his side. The red-skinned creature dared not be careless. My name is Yan Guqi, and I am a soldier of the Yansha clan. I came here to hunt down this otherworldly creature. As for where I came from, hey, can't you guess? Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, staring at Yan Guqi. Dao. So, you come from that city in the heavens? Where is that? Why do you call us people of the lower realm? Yan Guqi was silent for a long time before finally saying, Where is the sky? I can only say that the real battlefield is there. If you can go up there, you will naturally know everything. If you can't go up, telling you will only add to your troubles. As for why we call you lower realm people, look at that city in the sky. Don't you understand? You are already below us. Isn't it normal to call you lower realm people? Yan Guqi's words left Kang Jai speechless. Phew! Kang Jai took a deep breath of QI, then exhaled it slowly. After a long while, Kang Jai asked Dao, You just said that you are a soldier of the Rock Shark clan. So, does that mean there are many strong individuals from your clan who have fallen into our world? What is the strongest realm? Kang Jai was eager to know Dao's current situation. If a bunch of saint-level or higher experts came, could they still compete for the position of Realm Lord in peace? Seeing Kang Ji's solemn expression, Yan Guqi chuckled and said, You don't need to worry. We are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of your world. We came here only to hunt down the otherworldly creatures who have fled into this place. As for the strongest beings to have arrived in this realm, I really don't know. However, due to the city in the sky, the spatial rift can only be passed through saint-level areas at most. Cultivators or otherworldly creatures, those at the saint level or above, cannot enter this place through spatial rifts. You can rest assured about that. Is the strongest saint level? Kang Jai breathed a slight sigh of relief. Are there many of you here? And are all the otherworldly creatures who have entered this realm at least this strong? Yanguki looked at the otherworldly creatures in Kang Ji's hand and shook his head. That's not necessarily true. However, the lowest level of otherworldly creatures that can enter this realm is at least a golden immortal realm. Golden immortal realm? Kang Jai and Mingxie both gasped in shock. The golden immortal realm is already among the top combat forces on Earth. It can be placed in the void realm, but it is only the lowest level of otherworldly creatures that invade this place. How can they be so strong? The otherworldly creatures before had such low cultivation levels. Yanguki chuckled. Those otherworldly creatures you mentioned aren't even cannon fodder. You won't see cannon fodder on a real battlefield. Now that you've experienced a real battlefield, the otherworldly creatures you'll encounter will naturally be different. Kang Jai and Mingxia were preoccupied. If even the lowest level otherworldly creatures had reached the golden immortal realm, then their advantage wouldn't be that significant. Whether it's the Three Kingdoms world or the pet army, there aren't many beings at the golden immortal level or higher. Phew, looks like I need to get Mingxie to... From breakthrough to saint level, only the emergence of one saint level being can snowball, continuously increasing the power of the remaining main bodies and clones. Kang Jai made up his mind to Mingxia. Mingxia understood and looked at otherworldly creatures in his hand. This is a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The peak-level otherworldly creatures are now being held by Mingxie like a dead dog. With a thought, Mingxia activated his devouring power and began to devour the tribulation QI within the opponent's body. However, the next second, Mingxia frowned slightly and immediately stopped what he was doing. What's wrong? Kang Jai asked Mingxia. Mingxia shook his head without answering and was about to try again when Yanguki spoke up. You don't mean to absorb the tribulation inside its body, do you? Mingxia paused, and Kang Jai also looked at Yanguki with curiosity. Don't look at me like that. Otherworldly creatures possess both ghoul realm power and tribulation QE. We people from the upper realm naturally want to utilize this tribulation QE. Therefore, in the upper realm, cultivate tribulation QI is very common. Kang Jai and Mingxia were slightly surprised, as there were not many people in the primordial world who could absorb tribulation QI. Besides Mingxia, only the Wu clan can absorb the earthly fiend QI after it has been filtered by the earth. Even a powerful clan like the Witch clan wouldn't dare to directly absorb tribulation Ki so easily. Unexpectedly, absorbing tribulation Ki is a common phenomenon in upper realm. Yanguki then asked, aren't you wondering how to distinguish between these tribulation Ki and ghoul realm power, which are intertwined? Mingxia looked at Yanguki with shining eyes. You know Dao? Yanguki nodded. It's no secret. Your allies of the otherworldly creatures hunt, so telling you won't hurt. Kang Jai and Mingxia were delighted, and their gazes toward Yanguki softened considerably. Yanguki continued, it's impossible to separate tribulation Ki from ghoul realm power. Huh? Kang Jai and Mingxia paused, looking at Yanguki in surprise. If we can't separate, what are you saying here? Are you toying with us? However, Kang Jai and Mingxie did not get angry, but waited quietly for Yanguki's explanation. Seeing that Kang Jai and the other two did not have life key, Yanguki nodded in satisfaction. Although Tribulation Qi and Ghoul Realm power cannot be separated, the Ghoul Realm power in Tribulation Key can be purified using source coins. Generally speaking, when you kill otherworldly creatures, you will receive a source coin reward from the Big Dao. These source coin rewards are just enough to remove the Ghoul Realm power from the bodies of otherworldly creatures. Of course, if you don't want to absorb Tribulation Key, you can directly receive source coins. The source coins awarded as a reward for the Big Dao are a really good thing. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. You just said that killing otherworldly creatures will earn you coins, which are part of the Big Dao reward? Source coins are part of the Big Dao reward, not heavenly Dao? Kang Jai remembers that the coins that Blue Star previously rewarded were all from heavenly Dao. Yan Guki smiled slightly. Of course it's a big reward. At least the source coins you get from killing otherworldly creatures in this world will be part of the big reward. As for the source coins you received, they were merely source coins issued by various world organizations as substitutes for the major Dao rewards. Kang Jai suddenly realized. In that case, otherworldly creatures are not Chaos World's sacred objects at all. They likely came from outside Chaos and invaded Chaos World, which is why they triggered the big reward. Kang Jai instantly grasped the key point, his eyes gleaming. Looking at Yanguki, he asked, "You just said that if we don't absorb Tribulation Qi, we can directly obtain source coins. So what's the use of these source coins?" Yanguki glanced at Kang Jai sideways. The source coin has many uses. Source coin is almost a panacea. It can not only boost your aptitude, but also assist, cultivate, and help heal injuries. It can be said that as long as you have source coin, your cultivation level can advance by leaps and bounds, even to breakthrough. Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal is not difficult at all. Kang Jai and Mingsha stared wide-eyed, never expecting the source coin to be so powerful. It was far more powerful than the source coin that Blue Star had used before, truly worthy of being the source coin rewarded by the great Dao. Mingsha looked at Kang Jai and asked Dao telepathically, "Should I absorb the source coin directly or the purified tribulation?" Kang Jai thought for a moment and said to Dao, "Since people from the upper realm are also cultivated, the fact that tribulation exists means that using source coins to purify tribulation key is not unnecessary." After a pause, Kang Jai continued, "Try killing this otherworldly creature to obtain the source coin, then use the source coin to purify the Ghoul Realm power in the Tribulation Key, and then absorb these Tribulation Key. Later, when we have an opportunity, we'll grab another otherworldly cruise token and see what the difference is in absorbing only source coins." Mingsha nodded slightly, and without saying a word, he exerted a little force in his hand, directly shattering the divine soul of otherworldly creatures. In an instant, a source coin appeared on the surface of otherworldly creatures. Looking at the source coin floating on the surface of otherworldly creatures, Yanguki swallowed hard. This is Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Peak level source coins. For him, Grand Unity Golden Immortal Peak Cultivator has a fatal allure. Glancing at Yanguki, who was staring intently at the source coin, Kang Jai and the others knew from Yangui's expression that this source coin was definitely a good thing. However, Mingsha didn't pay much attention to the source coin. With a thought, the source coin was directly integrated into the corpse of otherworldly creatures. The moment the source coin merged into the corpse, the Ghoul Realm power within the corpse rapidly dissipated. At the same time as the Ghoul Realm power within otherworldly creatures rapidly dissipated, Tribulation Key seemed to lose its balance. and began to dissipate outwards. With a thought, Mingsha immediately began to devour these tribulation QE. As tribulation QI was devoured, Mingsha showed a look of comfort on his face. How? Kang Jai stared nervously at Mingsha, who had just opened his eyes. Mingsha's face was rosy, and she spat out a long breath. "Do, very good, but it's a pity that this guy's cultivation level is a bit low. These tribulation QI are very pure, and they even contain some law of tribulation, which is very useful to me. If I could absorb a tribulation QE of the level of Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Emerald, I might be able to break through directly." Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal Level Tribulation QE, Kang Jie rubbed his temples. If breakthrough the Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal Realm needs to absorb the tribulation high of the Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal level, so they must hunt down a saint-level powerhouse. But saint-level experts are not so easy to hunt down. Mingsha is only at the quasi-sage peak level, and he is no match for a saint-level expert. With their own strength, they certainly couldn't hunt down a powerful Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal, so they had to seek outside help. The only outside help they could get was Yin-Yang Divine Tree. However, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree cannot move its body, so they must find a way to move a saint-level statue. Otherworldly creatures were lured to the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Thinking of this, Kang Jai couldn't help but look at Yanguki. "Brother Yan, do you know where Dao found the breakthrough from just now?" Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal Realm, and soon otherworldly creatures. Yanguki stared wide-eyed at Kang Jai in disbelief, asking Dao, "Are you all crazy? Do you think you can hunt down Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal level otherworldly creatures with your meager strength?" Seeing Yanguki's incredulous expression, Kang Jai didn't explain, but instead asked Dao, "If Brother Yan told us, we would be extremely grateful." Yanguki shook his head repeatedly. "Don't drag me into your madness." Yanguki glanced at the two of them and sneered, "Do you even know what a Dao is? What is the difference between Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal? Don't assume this friend's cultivation level has reached the level of a Golden Immortal. Peak is very powerful. Compared to the powerful Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal, he is merely an ant. Your attempt to hunt down the Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal class otherworldly creature is doomed to failure." Seeing Yanguki's disbelief, Kang Jai rubbed his temples. "Whether we can hunt Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal level otherworldly creatures is our business. If Brother Yan knows anything about it, please let us know." As they spoke, Kang Jai exerted some pressure on the other party. Feeling the pressure from Kang Jai, Yanguki suddenly remembered that the two people in front of him were from lower realm and wouldn't follow upper realm rules. In upper realm, active duty soldiers like him are protected by the military, and no powerful figures would force them. But these two people in front of us are different. They are just people from lower realm and don't understand the rules of upper realm at all, let alone abide by them. Thinking of this, Yanguki swallowed hard. "Dao, I do know that there is a place where there is a recently broken through Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal level otherworldly creature. But those are Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal class otherworldly creatures. I can't possibly go with you to my death." Kang Jai frowned, looking at Yanguki, who was determined to die rather than submit, and said, "You don't need to take any risks, you just need to bring us to the vicinity." Yanguki finally relented. "Dao, since you are not afraid of death, then I will take you there. To tell you the truth, there is not only a recently broken through Hunyuan Daoluo Golden Immortal level otherworldly creature there, but also many quasi-saints and otherworldly creatures with even lower cultivation levels. When that otherworldly creatures descended upon this world, he brought his holy dynasty with him, meaning that he also brought his subordinates with him. In fact, the otherworldly creature that I fought earlier was one of the subordinates of this otherworldly creature. Kang Jai and Ming She exchanged a glance, surprised that this saint-level strange domain creature was not a lone wolf, but an alpha wolf. Kang Jai frowned. Then do you know how many Hunyuan golden immortal level otherworldly creatures are under this Hunyuan Dalu golden immortal level otherworldly creatures? And how many grand unity golden immortal level otherworldly creatures are under his command? Yanguki thought for a moment and said to Dao, I don't know the exact number, but according to our intelligence, there are 9 Hunyuan golden immortal level otherworldly creatures in this holy dynasty. Among them, there are 2 at the peak stage, 3 at the late stage, 4 at the middle stage, and none at the early stage. As for the grand unity golden immortal level otherworldly creatures, there must be hundreds of them. Yanguki looked at the 2 of them with a mocking expression, as if to say, with so many powerful individuals, do you still want to hunt each other down? However, Kang Jai and his companion were not afraid. Although their opponents possessed 9 near grade level combatants, Ming She's combat power was absolutely overwhelming. Even Kang Jai himself is confident in his ability to fight against a mid-stage quasi-saint. Seeing that the 2 remained unmoved, Yanguki curled his lip and stopped trying to persuade them. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. Since these 2 are courting death, why should he bother to persuade them? Kang Jai didn't care about Yanguki's attitude. After learning about the situation, he directly led Yanguki towards their target. Along the way, the 2 hunted down more than a dozen grand unity golden immortal level otherworldly creatures, all of which were in the 6-winged angel form. Why are they all 6-winged angels in otherworldly creatures form? Could that saint-level strange domain creature also be a 6-winged angel? Kang Jai asked Yanguki curiously. Of course not. That saint-level strange domain creature, or even a 10-winged angel. The reason they are all in angel form is because this angelic plane was directly invaded by the strange realm and eventually transformed into otherworldly creatures. The otherworld experts, you see, are naturally in angel form. In this grade, in the nether domain holy dynasty, the 6-winged angel represents the Dalio golden immortal realm. The 8-winged angel represents the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, and the 10-winged angel represents the Hunyuan Dalio golden immortal realm. Kang Jai frowned. I've encountered winged angels before, and their cultivation levels didn't seem to be very high. What's going on here? Yanguki shrugged. Angels from different planes have different strengths. Having more wings doesn't necessarily mean you're stronger. The strength of one's cultivation level is determined by the strongest angel wings in this plane. For example, this grade, the 10-winged angel, was the strongest being in their original plane, so the angels below would change their forms according to his will. In some angelic realms, cultivation levels are distinguished by color. This varies from realm to realm. If you rely solely on wings for differentiation, you might suffer losses in the future. Kang Jai nodded in response to Yanguki's warning. He casualized a grand unity golden immortal to Yanguki. Peak level source coin. Here, consider this your reward. Yanguki was taken aback, not expecting Kang Jai to give him a reward. You should know that Dao had already prepared for the worst, that these 2 would kill him. But now, seeing how easy Kang Jai was to talk to, while feeling relieved, he also didn't want Kang Jai and the others to go to their deaths. Regardless of Yanguki's inner turmoil, Kang Jai and his companion pressed on, heading quickly toward their destination. At the same time, Kang Jai was also conflicted, because Yin-Yang Divine Tree also discovered some issues. While Kang Jai and Mingsha were on their way, Yin-Yang Divine Tree was also busy. The roots of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree continue to extend deep into the void realm, hunting down various otherworldly creatures. After some experimentation, Yin-Yang Divine Tree discovered that source coin was actually useful for restoring the primordial origin. In other words, if there are enough source coins, the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity in the primordial world will quickly restore origin Kai and unlock more holy positions. Even the Hongming purple energy, which was shattered due to Hongjun's self-destruction, can be restored under power of origin. As soon as Hongming purple energy is restored, Heavenly Dao will immediately gain 7 more holy positions. Not only Heavenly Dao, but also Earth Dao and Human Dao can grow rapidly and release more sage status as long as there is enough origin power. According to Yin-Yang Divine Tree's estimate, 2 saint-level statues were hunted. The source coins earned from otherworldly creatures can help create 1 more saint-level expert in the primordial world. This is much more cost-effective than on Earth. If Blue Star wants to inherit the position of World Lord, it must hunt down 10 saint-level beings. Otherworldly creatures, with a 5-fold difference between the two, left Kang Jai somewhat conflicted. This may be because the prehistoric world has a richer history than Earth. After all, the most powerful myriad realms that make up Earth can only produce near saint-level experts. From this perspective, Earth's heritage is indeed inferior to that of the prehistoric world. That is why Earth needs more source coins to inherit the position of World Lord. It's likely that Earth also wants to use this to strengthen its own foundation. But this raises the question of how to choose. Is it to help prehistoric world restore origin Qi and increase sage status? Or should they help the major bodies hunt down otherworldly creatures to obtain the position of World Lord? Helping the primordial world is also helping oneself. In the struggle for the primordial sainthood, Kang Jai can also increase the number of sainthoods he can fight for his people. In this way, it is a way to enhance one's own combat power. At the same time, once the number of heavenly Dao and sage of humanity attains increases, Yin-Yang Divine Tree itself can also attain a corresponding attainment. At that time, Yin-Yang Divine Tree will inherit the 3 sage statuses of heaven, earth, and humanity, which will be even more helpful for his complete fusion of the primordial world. However, the position of World Lord on Earth is equally important. Putting aside his family and friends on Blue Star, he also hoped that his various main bodies obtain the power and immortality that comes with the position of Blue Star World Lord. However, this raises the question of which option should take priority. Kang Jai pondered as he traveled. Through their experiments along the way, they concluded that, because Mingsh cultivates tribulation Qi, the law of tribulation, it is more cost-effective for him to absorb tribulation Qi from the bodies of otherworldly creatures, and it is also easier for him to break through. According to Mingsha's estimation, if he could hunt down a saint-level strange domain creature and absorb the tribulation Q within its body, Mingsha would be able to immediately break through to the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal Realm. Apart from Mingsha, it's more cost-effective for the rest of the main body and clone to absorb source coins, because source coins can directly assist them in cultivating their own laws without any side effects. It can be said that the power of origin is a more versatile energy than the power of karma. After a series of experiments and deliberations, Kang Jai finally decided to focus all his efforts on helping Ming Shi breakthrough Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. When Mingxia breakthrough after Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, he will then do his best to help human race. The main body inherits from the Earth-human realm and first takes over the position of the master of human realm. After we take down human realm, we'll then see which side, the primordial world or the blue star, needs Origin's power more. Through these experiments, Kang Jai also realized that source coin could be exchanged and stolen. Source coins acquired through trade or robbery can also be used to extract Origin power and condense the world core. Upon realizing this, Kang Jai felt even more pressured. This shows that whether it's Hongjun or Luo Hao, they can snatch source coins from others. When a saint-level expert makes a move, who can withstand it? Once they are targeted, they will likely find it difficult to escape being robbed. Protect their own source coin, they need to have saint-level combat power. This is why Kang Jai prioritized helping Mingxia break through the reason for Hunyuan Daluo Golden and Immortal. How much longer until we arrive? The deeper Kang Jai went into the void realm, the more solemn his expression became. They are now encountering more and more otherworldly creatures. Although he had not yet encountered a near saint-level strange domain creature, he had already encountered hundreds of Grand Unity Golden Immortal level otherworldly creatures, which made Kang Jai's expression solemn. Yanguki glanced at the direction and thought for a moment before saying, "It will probably take another 3 months." 3 months? Kang Jai and Mingxia were both stunned. They have been traveling for 3 months, which means they have to travel for another 3 months to reach their destination. You should know, Dao used the divine ability to travel the entire way in order to save time. Although their speed is much slower than on Earth or in the prehistoric Warwick world, they are definitely the fastest among near saint-level experts in the void realm. Even so, they have only come halfway. Seeing the two surprised people, Yanguki opened his mouth, wanting to say something sarcastic, but remembering that Kang Jai had treated him quite well along the way, he ultimately kept his mouth shut. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai realized that he was getting a little anxious. The entire void realm is incredibly vast. The path they've taken so far is roughly equivalent to the width of the Milky Way in the past. Even so, this distance is nothing in the grand scheme of void realm. Even after arriving at their destination, they were still on the outermost edge of the entire void realm. With a sigh, Kang Jai stopped thinking about it and continued on her way with all her might. Time flew by, and after 3 months, they finally arrived at their destination. Yanguki pointed ahead at Dao. The area ahead is the territory of the 10-winged angel holy dynasty. If you want to hunt him down, you have to fight your way to the center of the holy dynasty. Yanguki curled his lip and said, "This is almost impossible. The entire holy dynasty is very large, and there are 9 near saint-level strange domain creatures, as well as hundreds or more Grand Unity Golden Immortal level otherworldly creatures. Add to that the countless Golden Immortal level and Tai Golden Immortal level otherworldly creatures, and your attempt to hunt a 10-winged angel is practically a pipe dream." Neither Kang Jai nor Mingxia responded to Yanguki's statement. "How large is the other side's holy dynasty?" Kang Jai asked Dao. Seeing that Kang Jai was still persistent, Yanguki sighed helplessly. "Its diameter is about the same as the distance we travel." Yanguki's words made Kang Jai and the other person stare in disbelief. A saint level, the holy kingdom, otherworldly creatures, is so big? Yanguki curled his lip. This is a country where saint level exists. What's this little area? If its holy dynasty hadn't been largely destroyed by the void realm rift when it descended into this world, its territory would have been even larger. Kang Jai clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat moved, but said nothing more. He waved to Yanguki, "You can go now. We'll handle the rest ourselves." Yanguki frowned, glanced at Kang Jai and the other man, then at the Holy Dynasty's territory ahead, and finally gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. "You two wait. Here, I'll go and our general to come and help. He's also a saint-level expert." Yanguki's words surprised Kang Jai and the other person. Kang Jai quickly said, "No need, we can handle it ourselves." However, Yanguki shook his head repeatedly, gritting his teeth and saying, "No, you have no idea. Saint-level experts are terrifying. If you go now, you're just asking for death. If you truly wish to kill that saint-level strange domain creature, I can request our general's assistance. He is also a saint-level expert and has already cultivated over 20 saint-grade creatures. Saint-level expert in law. With him around, hunting down saint-level strange domain creature will be a piece of cake." Kang Jai and Mingxie, startled, not expecting that the general Yanguki had mentioned would have such a strong cultivation level. Kang Jai and Mingxie were even more reluctant for him to come over. After all, with the other side involved, how can Yin-Yang Divine Tree participate in the battle? Even if we eventually hunt down this otherworldly creature, how will the loot be distributed? And how will the saint-level origin coins be distributed? However, before Kang Jai could refuse, Yanguki said again, "You have taken good care of me along the way, and even gave me source coins. Don't worry, my general is of the same clan as me, and is also my elder. I can invite him." He then instructed Kang Jai and the other man again, "You two must not act rashly. Let me bring the others over." This mere figure, who just broke through Sangrade's otherworldly creatures, are simply no match for them. Before Kang Jai and Yanguki could respond, Yanguki had already dashed off, leaving Kang Jai and Yanguki completely bewildered. Are all people from the upper realm this nice?" Mingxia asked Dao, her lips twitching slightly. Kang Jai was also somewhat speechless. He had only given Yanguki a few grand Unity Golden Immortal level source coins. He never expected to move the other party so much that they even planned to invite a saint-level expert to help them, which left him speechless for a moment. The two exchanged a glance, and Kang Jai smiled wryly at Dao. "It seems we have to speed things up and deal with this saint-level strange domain creature before the other side returns. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to handle once the other side returns with a saint-level expert." Mingxia nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, they needed to resolve the matter quickly. In that case, it's probably not possible to lure this saint-level strange domain creature to the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. We didn't want to make too much of a commotion before, so we thought of taking it slow and gradually leading it to the prehistoric world through the portal. However, the time required to lure the opponent to the portal is unpredictable. It would be better to have Yin-Yang Divine Tree come directly to help using the portal. However, in that case, it's certain how much of Yin-Yang Divine Tree's power would still be available. Kang Jai frowned slightly. It seems that Yin-Yang Divine Tree alone is not enough. Let's bring North Sea Black Tortoise along as well. Kang Jai made a decision, although the North Sea Black Tortoise had just broken through Saint level, but the North Sea Black Tortoise excels in defense, and with the addition of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, it should be able to deal with this otherworldly creature. With this in mind, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and immediately contacted Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Upon receiving the message, Yin-Yang Divine Tree immediately contacted the North Sea Black Tortoise, while Kang Jai and his team began their incursion into the otherworldly creature's holy dynasty. 1 month later, This otherworldly creatures is incredibly patient. We've already hunted down 3 of his near sacred subordinates, and he still hasn't shown up. Over the course of a month, Kang Jai and Ming Sha continued to venture deeper into the world, eliminating every otherworldly creature they encountered. The entire holy dynasty of otherworldly creatures is like a vast kingdom, with an immense number of living beings. Kang Jai and his group's indiscriminate slaughter of these otherworldly creatures did indeed attract some grand unity golden immortals, and even 3 quasi-saints in the middle stage. Otherworldly creatures. Even so, the saint-level strange domain creature showed no sign of appearing, which made Kang Jai and the other person quite anxious. Could it be that the other side figured out we set a trap? Ming was getting anxious. This is about whether he can break through. Hunyuan Dalio Golden Immortal. The other party hasn't shown up, which is really not going to work. Kang Jai rubbed his temples and thought for a moment before saying to Dao, "It seems they have no choice but to make a bigger commotion. They have always been the ones hunting these otherworldly creatures, even the low-level ones. But now it seems that this is inefficient and the other party is not showing up, which makes both of them a little anxious." With a thought, Kang Jai summoned the martial cultivator main body to her side. "It's up." Pan Wu didn't waste any words and unleashed magic treasure. Skeleton City appeared, and countless undead creatures spread in all directions. Many of these skeletons belonged to otherworldly creatures they had previously hunted. After these otherworldly creatures died, their ghoul realm power was purified, and they were then put into Skeleton City, becoming its nourishment. Tens of thousands of Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal level otherworldly creatures, hundreds of Grand Unity Golden Immortal level Twisted Realm Angel corpses, and 3 quasi-saints in the middle stage. The Twisted Realm Angel's corpse made Skeleton City incredibly powerful. Even Pan Wu, the current master of Skeleton City, benefited greatly, with the continuous flow of undead essence refining his physical body, making Pan Wu's physical body realm kept climbing, and it even broke through to the quasi-saint late stage realm. Pan Wu's current law cultivation level is only at the middle stage of quasi-saint. Even so, Pan Wu's current cultivation level has surpassed Kang Jai's cultivation body. With Pan Wu and Skeleton City involved, the entire otherworldly creatures empire is stirring once again. Countless otherworldly creatures and undead creatures are locked in a battle, each trying to infect the other and turn them into their own kind. The ghoul realm power within otherworldly creatures continuously erodes the undead creatures' physical body, attempting to contaminate it into otherworldly creatures. However, since undead creatures are inanimate objects, they are more resistant to ghoul realm power than ordinary creatures. This also makes it very slow for otherworldly creatures to infect undead creatures. As long as the undead creatures are given time to return to Skeleton City, the purification array in Skeleton City can quickly purify the ghoul realm power in their bodies. To this end, Kang Jai went so far as to borrow a 12th grade Pure World White Lotus from the primordial world, placing the Pure World White Lotus in charge of the purification array in Skeleton City. In this way, as long as the undead creatures are not immediately infected, they can be purified almost instantly. Furthermore, the ghoul realm power that kills otherworldly creatures is quickly purified by Skeleton City after being dragged into the city. Once the ghoul realm power within these otherworldly creatures is purified, they will become Skeleton City's best source of materials. A large number of source coins are being collected, and the cultivation level of the martial cultivator main body is rapidly increasing. As the martial cultivator main body's cultivation level increases, the skeleton city's power also becomes stronger. Just when everything was going in a positive direction, a reaction finally occurred within the Nether Domain Holy Dynasty. They're here. 6 figures streaked across the sky, heading towards them. Upon seeing these 6 figures, everyone's lit up. Mingsha and Pan Wei, heading towards Liu Dao's figure. Kang Jai remained stationed in Skeleton City. Also stationed with him, North Sea Black Tortoise. Master, can they really handle this? In the North Sea Black Tortoise's view, although Mingsha's cultivation had reached quasi-sage peak, Pan Wu's overall strength had also reached the quasi-saint stage. But on the other side are 2 quasi-sage peak experts, 3 quasi-saint late-stage experts, and 1 quasi-saint middle-stage expert. North Sea Black Tortoise was somewhat worried about the near Sangrad strength that far surpassed their own. The North Sea Black Tortoise's reluctance to act is naturally due to its wariness of the hidden saint-level strange domain creature. Looking at the 2 sides facing off, Kang Jai calmly said, "It's all right, they're more than enough to handle." Looking at the confident Kang Jai, North Sea Black Tortoise secretly clicked his tongue. Amazement. Although his master's cultivation level was only at the quasi-sangrade level, he was extremely mysterious. Not only can he be granted the prehistoric world, the sage humanity has now even mobilized the yin-yang divine tree to help, which is simply unbelievable. Moreover, their target this time was actually a saint-level expert, which surprised the North Sea Black Tortoise even more. Kang Jai, with only a quasi-sangrade cultivation level, dared to hunt down a saint-level expert, which is simply unbelievable. Just as the North Sea Black Tortoise was shocked by Kang Jai's mystery, Mingsha and his group finally came together to fight. Otherworldly creatures was taken aback as soon as the 2 sides went to war. How is this possible? How can they be so strong? Although Pan Wu is only at the quasi-saint late-stage cultivation level, his combat power is in no way inferior to that of the otherworldly creatures of quasi-sage peak. More importantly, Mingsha, after absorbing a large amount of tribulation ki, is now infinitely close to Hunyuan Dalio Golden Immortal. Mingsha simply lacks a catalyst, a breakthrough, the opportunity for Hunyuan Dalio Golden Immortal. If this opportunity arises, even without saint-level origin coins, Mingsha can still break through. However, the timing was rather unpredictable, which is why Kang Jai decided to use source coin directly. Breakthrough. Watching Mingsha wreak havoc, Kang Jai said with a serious expression, "Bei Xuan, be careful. That saint-level strange domain creature is likely hiding in the shadows. I suspect it might launch a sneak attack on Mingsha and the others." Mingsha and Pan Wu both performed admirably, posing a threat to otherworldly creatures. Kang Jai believed that if the other side sensed an opportunity, they would definitely make a move against Mingsha and his group. Just as Kang Jai finished speaking, Void Realm rippled. "They're out!" The North Sea Black Tortoise immediately detected the anomaly. At the same time, the Void Realm fluctuated, and the 2 Dao's powerful laws, along with Ghoul Realm power, blasted towards Mingsha and Pan Wu. "You want to hurt someone? Did you ask me first?" With a thought, North Sea Black Tortoise unleashed the backup plan he had set up on Mingsha and Pan Wu, creating 2 defensive barriers that blocked their path. The source of these 2 Dao barriers is the North Sea Black Tortoise. Boom! Boom! The sound of the 2 Daos colliding rang out. Although Mingsha and Pan Wu had a backup plan set up by the North Sea Black Tortoise, they were still knocked away by the attack of the 2 Daos. At the same time, the North Sea Black Tortoise flashed into the Void Realm and threw a punch at a certain spot. The fist transformed into the shape of a north black tortoise and crashed hard into a certain spot in the void realm. Lower realm, little saint level first heaven, cultivator, you dare to scheme against me. A chilling voice rang out, and a 10-winged angel, emanating mist, appeared in the void realm. As soon as 10-winged angel appeared, he also threw a punch, which transformed into a giant bird and crashed into the North Sea black tortoise. Ha! You've only cultivated a little bit of knowledge. Sacred law, how dare you look down on me? North Sea black tortoise scoffed. He and the 10-winged angel were both just broken through. Sacred's cultivator, he did not know Tao. Where does 10-winged angel get her sense of superiority? In response to the North Sea black tortoise's sneer, 10-winged angel snorted. Those people from the lower realm are truly ignorant. Let me show you the difference between the upper realm and the lower realm. A tortoise, the bird collided, and the defensive law transformed into a North Sea black tortoise, its back arched high, like a sturdy shield. Meanwhile, the 10-winged angel, law, transformed into a sharp black bird, its beak slamming fiercely into the turtle's back. With a thud, the 10-winged angel's beak pierced the back of the North Sea black tortoise. North Sea black tortoise's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Sharp law." Kang Jai was also surprised, not expecting that the law cultivated by 10-winged angel was actually the sharp law. The sharp law is just the right counter to the defensive law. If the North Sea black tortoise had been more powerful, perhaps the 10-winged angel wouldn't have been able to break through its defenses. However, the North Sea black tortoise has just broken through, and it's even possible that the breakthrough time was shorter than that of the 10-winged angel. Plus 10-winged angel cultivate is upper realm law had a clear advantage over the North Sea black tortoise and immediately suppressed the North Sea black tortoise. Seeing this, the North Sea black tortoise quickly retreated and redeployed its defensive forces to prevent a sudden attack from the other side. The opposing 10-winged angel was also somewhat surprised, as his sharp law came from the upper realm, and the upper realm's law was much stronger than the lower realms. Even so, his law failed to shatter the North Sea black tortoise's defensive law in one strike, which surprised the 10-winged angel. Kang Jai noticed the changes between the two sides and was quite surprised. Upper realm is law in difficult Tao really that powerful? Is it even more powerful than law in prehistoric world? Kang Jai squinted as he pondered. The prehistoric world was almost a great Tao level world. Even seems that prehistoric world's law is still much weaker than upper realm. This indicates that upper realm must have a true great Tao level. Law, even the law cultivated by the 10 angels, is stronger than the primordial chaos. We cannot let it escape, or the consequences will be dire. With a thought from Kang Jai, a portal suddenly appeared behind 10-winged angel. Sensing something amiss behind him, 10-winged angel was about to act when a thick tree root pierced out of the portal. The moment the roots of the yin-yin-yang divine tree pierced through the ground, the Tai-yin, Tai-yang, and yin-yang laws were immediately activated. In an instant, a Tai Chi sphere appeared in the void realm, enveloping the 10-winged angel and the North black tortoise. You think a mere formation can trap me? You're utterly absurd. 10-winged angel chuckled, then spread its wings, transforming them into enormous wings that blotted out, carrying sharp blades as it slashed fiercely at the Tai Chi ball. However, at that moment, countless Daos suddenly appeared inside the Tai Chi ball. The 5 elements shield is directly embedded in the Tai Chi ball. Moreover, a chaos membrane appeared on the surface of the Tai Chi ball. The chaos membrane absorbed all the energy from the outside world and then transformed it into the power of yin and yang and 5 elements, which continuously supplied energy to the Tai Chi ball. Piffed, piffed. 10-winged angel wings slashed repeatedly at the 5 elements shield, creating countless sparks. However, 10-winged angel suddenly discovered that the 5 elements shield was completely undamaged in this collision. Unwilling to give up, the 10-winged angel turned its body again, its 5 pairs of wings slicing through the 5 elements shield like sharp blades. To his disbelief, the sharp wings seemed to encounter nothing more than mud when cutting into the 5 elements shield, having absolutely no effect. The 5 elements rotate. They are mutually generating and mutually restraining. 10-winged angel exclaimed in surprise, but then he quickly realized something was wrong. No. It's not just about the 5 elements interacting and restraining each other, it's devouring law. 10-winged angel finally realized something was wrong. While the 5 elements laws are powerful and can interact in a mutually reinforcing or restraining manner, they are not powerful enough to directly withstand their attacks. Upon closer inspection, the 10-winged angel discovered a horrifying truth. When his attack struck the 5 elements shield, a portion of its energy was directly absorbed. What other law could devour his energy besides devouring law? Gulp. 10-winged angel swallowed hard. Devouring law is top-tier law, and he's facing more than just devouring law now. No! So what if it's devouring law? Lower realms devouring law might not be stronger than my sharp law. Undeterred, the 10-winged angel unleashed even greater power, and Dao appeared on its black wings. Dao vortex, with boundless energy gathering on these vortexes, and the wings exuding a terrifying power. Break! 10-winged angel transforms into a gyroscope, spinning rapidly as it attempts to cleave through the Taiji array. Puffed! Puffed! 10-winged angel easily sliced through the 5 elements shield this time. Although devouring law absorbed some of the energy, the 10-winged angel was clearly fighting desperately this time, unleashing its full power. After its sharp wings sliced through the 5 elements, it then tried to cut through the yin and yang Taiji formation. However, when his wings touched the yin-yang grand formation, they suddenly slipped out of control, and he couldn't exert any force at all. What made him even more desperate was that the 5 elements shield, which he had just cut open, quickly returned to its original state and blocked his cutting power once again. It can even recover on its own. 10-winged angel gasped, but his face quickly showed terror. No. It's not just self-healing, it's self-replenishing energy. 10-winged angel stared wide-eyed, his eyes wide with horror. Beyond this Tai Chi yin-yang formation, there must be another force. Could it be? 10-winged angel suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened in horror. Chaos law? It must be chaos law. Only chaos law can transform any energy, plus Tai Chi yin and yang and the 5 elements. 10-winged angel gasped, feeling a sense of despair. Chaos, yin and yang, the 5 elements. These 3 laws combined make breaking through the Great Formation incredibly difficult. What he didn't know was that the Kang-Jai Formation not only contains yin-yang law, but also separate Tai-yang law and Tai-yang law, which makes the power of the Kang-Jai Formation far stronger than the Law alone. This formation is something that a 10-winged angel cannot break through. So what if you have such a powerful formation? Your formation might be able to trap people, but to kill me is simply wishful thinking. 10-winged angel immediately folded its wings, which enveloped it and transformed into a blackbird egg. Moreover, the blackbird egg exudes a sharp, thorny aura, resembling a hedgehog, making it impossible to bite. Seeing this, Yin-Yang Divine Tree sneered. "You think this is the only way to deal with you?" Ten-Winged Angel underestimates Yin-Yang Divine Tree. Yin-Yang Divine Tree has been cultivated to produce 7 sacred varieties. The law has only shown 6 types so far. With a thought, Yin-Yang Divine Tree caused wisps of starlight to appear within the dark array, as if adorning this chaos world with endless stars. Star Law, shut up! Threads of Star Law transformed to Dao Silk tied towards the Ten-Winged Angel. The law threads formed by the power of stars are completely unafraid of being cut by sharp laws. The sharp law moved through the starlight as if gliding through flowing water, but the starlight was completely unaffected. The sharp law continued to bind the Ten-Winged Angel firmly as it passed. Ten-Winged Angel also felt the binding force of the stars. Although she was shocked, she was surprised that lower realm had a powerful being who could cultivate 7 laws. Even so, Ten-Winged Angel still didn't think Yin-Yang Divine Tree could do any to him. Humph. So what if you can trap me? Once someone from my tribe discovers what's happening here, you lower realm people will surely die. Don't give me a chance. If I fail to kill you, I will wipe out your entire lower realm. Ten-Winged Angel uttered harsh words, while Yin-Yang Divine Tree narrowed his eyes, his killing intent intensifying. Anyone who dares to threaten him will be in trouble today, no matter who comes. Yin-Yang Divine Tree had a thought, and 2 Daos, one black and one white, appeared. Law transformed into 2 giant millstones, one above the other, grinding fiercely down on the Ten-Winged Angel in the center. This Taiyin Law and Taiyang Law completely overwhelmed Sharp Law, which was powerless against the 2 great laws of Taiyin and Taiyang. When Law grinds a large amount of material, it doesn't cause much damage at all. Yin and Yang's millstone slammed down on Ten-Winged Angel, and Ten-Winged Angel immediately felt a terrifying acting on his physical body. Ten-Winged Angel wanted to resist, but he found that he was already firmly bound and could not resist at all. You stop right now. Ten-Winged Angel finally felt fear and shouted hoarsely, "Stop. If you stop, I promise I won't bother you." At the cowardly Ten-Winged Angel, Yin-Yang Divine Tree curled his lip. This saint-level, strange domain creature was even less than the otherworldly creatures he had encountered. At least, those otherworldly creatures who once invaded Earth were not afraid of death, much less beg for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now, Yin-Yang Divine Tree scoffed. You're not even as good as those otherworldly creatures that invaded us before. At least they wouldn't beg for mercy. Ten-Winged Angel roared. How dare you compare me to those cannon fodder? I am a saint-level expert, not some piece trash. Heh, since you're not a piece of trash, why are you begging for mercy? Ten-Winged Angel's lips twitched, her face showing resentment and malice. Why don't you, a lower realm person, just stay in your own world? This is a war between the otherworldly creatures and the eternal realm. Aren't you afraid of being wiped out by our race, now that you've joined in? Ten-Winged Angel attempted to threaten Yin-Yang Divine Tree, but unfortunately, Yin-Yang Divine Tree was not one to be threatened. Just as Yin-Yang Divine Tree was about to crush Ten-Winged Angel in one fell swoop, both Yin-Yang Divine Tree and North Sea Black Tortoise changed their expressions and looked towards the depths of the Nether Domain Holy Dynasty. Just now, a sacred aura erupted once again from the depths of the Nether Domain Dynasty. This aura was as powerful as if it had just broken through. Just as Yin-Yang Divine Tree and North Sea Black Tortoise's expressions changed drastically, the suppressed Ten-Winged Angel suddenly burst into laughter. Ignoring the excruciating pain of being crushed all over, the 10-winged angel arrogantly roared, "Blood mania, breakthrough? Ha ha ha. Blood mania has finally broken through. Release me now. I have 2 saint-level experts on my side now. What can you do against me? I advise you to surrender obediently and become members of my tribe, serving under me. Only then might I spare your lives. Otherwise..." Hemver, 10-winged angel, laughed heartily while looking at yin-yang divine tree with a furrowed brow. "Beishuan, go and stop this guy named Blood Mania. I'll kill him as quickly as possible and then come help you." Beishuan nodded and was immediately sent out of the Taiji formation by yin-yang divine tree. Seeing that yin-yang divine tree was being unreasonable, 10-winged angel was furious. Fine. You think you can really kill me?" 10-winged angel changed its usual behavior, curling up its body once again and completely transforming into a black ball. At the same time, the sharp laws surrounding the 10-winged angel began to shrink, eventually transforming into countless tiny vortexes that adhered to the surface of its body. At this moment, the 10-winged angel seemed to have transformed into a hard, black sphere full of cutting power. The yin and yang millstone of the yin-yang divine tree crushed its surface, producing a tooth-grinding sound, and the crushing force was immediately stopped. Although yin and yang are still steadily crushing 10-winged angel, and given yin-yang divine tree's endurance, victory will ultimately belong to yin-yang divine tree, but this will take a long time. Sensing the changes within the Tai Chi array, yin-yang divine tree couldn't help but frown. Does it really depend on Beishuan's final battle with that blood berserker angel? Yin-yang divine tree said with some worry. "You dare hurt my elder brother? I'll kill you all." A loud shout rang out from the depths of the nether domain Holy Dynasty, and a blood-red figure rapidly approached them. Without hesitation, the North Sea Black Tortoise immediately met the enemy on the other side. Meanwhile, Pan Wu and Mingshilde, another quasi-saint late-stage, Twisted Realm Angel, and now only 2 quasi-sage peaks remain opposite them. Twisted Realm Angel, with a quasi-saint late-stage Twisted Realm Angel. At this moment, the remaining 3 angels stared at Ming She and Pan Wu opposite them with wary expressions. These 2 were incredibly powerful. They killed 2 late-stage and 1 middle-stage quasi-saints among the 6 of them in a short time. Otherworld experts. Facing the killing, Ming She and Pan Wu looked tense. If not for the orders from the 10-winged angel, they would have turned and run away immediately. The 10-winged angel named Blood Mania collided violently with the North Sea Black Tortoise. The North Sea Black Tortoise, which was expected to remain completely still, suddenly trembled and involuntarily took a step back. Fortunately, the enemy on the other side was thrown far away by the North Sea Black Tortoise's defense after colliding with it. Even so, Kang Jai, who was watching the game from Skeleton City, felt a chill run down her spine. The North Sea Black Tortoise's strongest point is its defense. It's highly unusual that the North Sea Black Tortoise, with its formidable defenses, was knocked back a step by the blood berserker angel that had just broken through. This is unless the blood berserker angel possesses a special law. Kang Jai felt a slight unease and couldn't help but look at Ming She and Pan Wu, transmitting his voice. Deal with the opponent as soon as possible. This new Crimson Angel is a bit problematic. Beishuan might suffer a loss. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blood berserker angel, covered in blood, moved again. However, this time blood berserker angel did not confront the North Sea Black Tortoise head-on, but instead kept circling around it. As blood berserker angel circled, the North Sea Black Tortoise immediately became agitated, constantly shifting its body in an attempt to attack Blood Berserker Angel. But the North Sea Black Tortoise could never keep up with its speed. Moreover, after careful observation, Kang Jai discovered that the North Sea Black Tortoise was behaving very abnormally, with stiff and swaying movements as if it were drunk. Just as Kang Jai was wondering what was wrong with the North Sea Black Tortoise, it suddenly emitted wisps of blood-red mist, and even its shell turned blood-red. Kang Jai was surprised. At this moment, North Sea Black Tortoise transmitted his voice to Dao. Master, this guy controls the frenzied blood law, which can make the blood in people's bodies agitated, violent, and even natural. I seem to be no match for him? Frenzied blood law? Kang Jai frowned slightly and transmitted his voice to Dao. Aren't you a karma? How could you be affected by his frenzied blood law? Kang Jai remembered that before she left, the North Sea Black Tortoise was still in the form of karma. Logically speaking, the frenzied blood law should not have much an effect on the form of karma. So how come the North Sea Black Tortoise was so greatly affected? Moreover, Kang Jai felt that the current body of the North Sea Black Tortoise was not quite a pure karma body. Otherwise, why would blood mist appear? As expected, North Sea Black Tortoise gave a wry smile. Master, while the karma body is good, it's not suitable for my defensive law. To maximize my defensive law, my previous physical body is still the most suitable. So I took part of my former physical body bloodline, was incorporated into karma's body. With the presence of the sage of humanity, the initial fusion was perfect, with no rejection issues. But who would have thought? I can't continue talking about the North Sea Black Tortoise. If he were a pure karma being, he wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Kang Jai was speechless, never expecting that the North Sea Black Tortoise would fusion with parts of the physical body and bloodline from the past. In the long run, North Sea Black Tortoise is not wrong. His main focus is on defensive law, and with a physical body to support it, he can unleash even greater power. But now, it should be the time he just broke through. Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, and his body is also newly fused, so his control over the physical body and law is not perfect. When faced with the Blood Berserker Angel, who can control blood, they were immediately overwhelmed. Seeing this, Kang Jai also became anxious. In this current situation, the North Sea Black Tortoise is clearly at a disadvantage. If this continues, the North Sea Black Tortoise will inevitably be defeated in the end. Once the North Sea Black Tortoise is defeated, Yin-Yang Divine Tree alone will certainly not be able to saint-level strange domain creatures. Is it really necessary to bring in outside help? Kang Jai frowned slightly. If external assistance is brought in, then the allocation of source coin will definitely need to be redefined. What he lacks most right now is source coin. Without source coin, how can Mingsha break through? Just as Kang Jai was struggling with his decision, Mingsha and Pan Wu killed another late stage Twisted Realm Angel. Now only two Quasage peaks remain opposite Mingsha and Pan Wu. Twisted Realm Angel is barely clinging to life. Moreover, both of them were already injured and were no match for Mingsha and Pan Wu. Just when Kang Jai thought Mingsha and Pan Wu would soon be able to make these two saint-grade students, when Twisted Realm Angel was killed, Mingsha suddenly transmitted Dao, I want to go help Beishuan. You're going to help Beishuan? Kang Jai was clearly taken aback. You're only at the quasi-sage peak level. What makes you think you can participate in a battle between saint-level experts? Kang Jai frowned. Mingsha said in a deep voice, I have a feeling that this battle is very important to me. Moreover, don't forget I am a body of calamity and do not possess a physical body. The opponent's frenzied blood law is completely useless against me. However, I think that the other party's frenzied blood law might help me break through to the Hunyuanyuan Dalio golden immortal realm in one fell swoop, so I still need to borrow some of Panwu's blood. After listening to Mingsha's idea, Kang Jai pondered for a while. Mingsha's intuition was something Kang Jai found somewhat perplexing. If successful, they will have a saint-level origin coin left, which is very important to them now. If they fail, Mingsha will surely die. Although resurrection is possible, the price to pay is considerable. It's a trade-off. Kang Jai didn't think about it for long. He trusted Mingsha and was willing to take the risk. Okay, tell Panwu to be careful. If things get really bad, let me know immediately, and I'll have Yin Yang Divine Tree ask for outside help. Mingsha nodded slightly, glanced at Panwu, who was fighting beside him, and the two whispered to each other for a while. After Panwu repelled his opponent, he immediately forced out a spray of blood that flew towards Mingsha. Without hesitation, Mingsha immediately absorbed the blood into his body. The reason for this is only when it is integrated into the bloodstream can the blood berserker angel's frenzied blood law work better for him. Otherwise, with his demonic body, the blood berserker angel opposite him might not be able to do anything to him. Mingsha abandoned his opponent and charged directly into the North Sea Black Tortoise battlefield. Although North Sea Black Tortoise received Kang Ji's telepathic message during the battle, he was still somewhat terrified when he saw Mingsha rush into the battlefield. This is a saint-grade battlefield. Mingsha's quasi-sage peak cultivator actually dared to get involved. It's practically suicide. Even if the North Sea Black Tortoise could buff him with defensive law, in the North Sea Black Tortoise's eyes, Mingsha's actions were still no different from suicide. The moment Mingsha charged into the battlefield, Blood Berserker Angel also saw it. Blood Berserker Angel also saw the North Sea Black Tortoise buffing Mingsha with defensive law. But Blood Berserker Angel thought they were just wasting their time. You're truly overestimating yourself. With a mere quasi-sage peak cultivation level, you dare to participate in the Sangreed battlefield. Since you're courting death, then so be it. Blood Mania's eyes flashed with killing intent. Instead of attacking the defensive law that North Sea Black Tortoise had given Mingsha, he directly activated the frenzied blood law, drawing up the blood within Jai Shai's body. Blood Berserker Angel was unaware that Mingsha, the main body, is actually just a mass of tribulation QI. It doesn't actually have a physical body. However, in order to better utilize the power of the Blood Berserker Angel, Mingsha specifically incorporated Panwu's blood into his own body. The moment Blood Berserker Angel activated Frenzied Blood Law, Mingsha immediately sensed it, and the blood in his body, Panwu's, began to boil. Along with Panwu's blood boiling, Mingsha's Tribulation QI and Law of Tribulation were also surging within him. With Tribulation Ki, the Law of Tribulation boiled over, and Mingsha felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The Law of Tribulation, which had been difficult to break through, became more harmonious with the Tribulation QI in Mingsha's body as the law boiled. Moreover, with the surge of interest in the Law of Tribulation, many laws originally incorporated into the Law of Tribulation are being rewritten. To break through to the Hunyuan Dalu golden immortal realm, Mingsha must primarily use the Law of Tribulation, supplemented by numerous other laws, to weave his own unique sungrade. Law of Tribulation. Previously, Mingsha had absorbed too much Tribulation Ki. Although these Tribulation Ki contained many laws of tribulation, after these laws of tribulation integrated into his own laws of tribulation, they did not achieve perfect fusion with his other laws. It is precisely because of some flaws and constraints that Mingsha has been unable to break through for so long. Now, with the tribulation Qi and law boiling within his body, not only has the calamity body become more compatible with the law within his body, even the law of tribulation, which was originally flawed, was given a chance to be rewoven as the law boiled over. It's like a sweater that gets a wrong stitch during the knitting process, making it no longer perfect. Now that there's a chance to reknit it, this sweater can be made perfect again. As the law within Mingshe's body continued to boil, Mingshe also gained the opportunity to reweave the law. Mingshe's eyes lit up as he looked at the blood berserker angel opposite him, no longer so afraid. However, just as Mingsha wanted to use blood berserker angel while breakthrough was improving his own cultivation, Pan Wu on another battlefield was in for a terrible misfortune. Because Mingsha borrowed Pan Wu's blood, he didn't expect that when blood berserker angel activated the frenzied blood law, simultaneously draw upon the blood within Pan Wu's body, although the blood berserker angel's target was not Pan Wu. Due to the connection with bloodline, Pan Wu's blood was also affected because of Mingsha. Although he wasn't directly attacked like Mingsha, his cultivation level wasn't as high as Mingsha's. Almost the instant his blood boiled, Pan Wu's strength rapidly declined. Kang Jai, who was observing the entire battlefield, immediately noticed this and became somewhat anxious. Mingsha, finish this quickly. Pan Wu has also been affected due to his blood. Kang Jai first telepathically told Mingshe to quickly find a way to break through. Hunyuan Delu Golden Immortal. Although Kang Jai urged Mingshe's breakthrough was full of uncertainty, so Kang Jai did not dare to place all her hopes on Mingsha. North Sea Black Tortoise requires Mingsha breakthrough, so the North Sea Black Tortoise was also unable to withdraw from the battlefield. On the other side, Kang Jai looked at Yin Yang Divine Tree, who was still entangled with Ten-Winged Angel, and it was impossible to determine a winner in a short time. In the end, Kang Jai's gaze fell on Pan Wu. Because of Mingsha's involvement, Pan Wu's fighting ability was greatly reduced, which gave quasi-sage peaks on the opposing side an advantage. Twisted Realm Angel Opportunity. The two launched a desperate attack, attempting to take advantage of Pan Wu's predicament and kill him completely. Seeing that Pan Wu was struggling, Kang Jai narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Dao. Try taking the source coin. If you can advance your cultivation to quasi-sage peak, these two will be no threat. Pan Wu raised an eyebrow. The source coins they obtained were originally intended for use by the body cultivator main body. Because the body cultivator main body is human bloodline, Kang Jai intends for him to inherit the position of Lord of the human realm of Blue Star. For this reason, the second one Kang Jai plans to cultivate is the body cultivator main body, Azure Source. But now the situation is critical and Kang Jai has to make a change, letting Pan Wu go first. Breakthrough cultivation can be discussed later. With Kang Jai's consent, Pan wouldn't waste any words and immediately took out a source coin from the quasi-seminal stage. As soon as the source coin entered his stomach, Pan Wu's eyes lit up. Source coin truly lives up to its reputation as an even more versatile substance than karma's power. As soon as source coin entered his stomach, Pan Wu immediately felt the difference within himself. Pan Wu absorbed the source coin specifically to break through his cultivation level. Therefore, immediately after the source coin was consumed, it acted as Pan Wu had envisioned, invoking the heavens and earth and Pan Wu himself. Physical body, the connection between divine souls. In an instant, Pan Wu felt as if he were in an ocean of law, with the laws he was studying clearly displayed before him. World law, in particular, seemed to be flowing into my body. As the heavens and earth connected with itself, the boiling of blood caused by the frenzied blood law was suppressed. Pan Wu's inner law surged, resonating with the law of heaven and earth. He comprehended the law of heaven and earth at an incredible speed. That's not enough. Kang Jai squinted, sensing the changes in Pan Wu. The power of near saint-level origin coins is truly terrifying, and Kang Jai doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Almost instantly, Kang Jai connected to the infinite clone, helping Pan Wu to comprehend the law of heaven and earth. As Pan Wu continued to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, his cultivation level also advanced by leaps and bounds. Oh no, he's trying to break through. Stop him. Two quasi-sage peaks twisted realm angels attacked Pan Wu with all their might, but Pan Wu did not engage them in direct combat. Instead, he dodged and rapidly absorbed the law power between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, after being urged by Kang Jai, Ming She also rushed towards the Blood Berserker Angel on the opposite side without hesitation. Blood Berserker Angel was furious. A mere quasi-sage peak, the cultivator dared to challenge his divine might, enraging the Blood Berserker Angel and unleashing an even more ferocious, frenzied blood law to attack Ming She. Moreover, Blood Mania used its sangrade power to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, violently striking Ming She's defensive law. While suppressing the boiling blood within his body, the Xuan turtle also tried to control the defensive law on Ming She's body. For a moment, the three battlefields were locked in a stalemate. Kang Jai scanned the entire battlefield, feeling somewhat anxious. The longer it drags on, the more likely an accident will occur. Just as Kang Jai was getting anxious, things finally changed on Pan Wu's side. Pan Wu, who was in the middle stage of the quasi-saint realm, finally broke through law to the late stage of the quasi-saint realm as well. Pan Wu, both their physical body and law have broken through to the quasi-saint late stage, and their overall combat power has surpassed that of the two injured quasi-sage peak angels. Upon seeing this, the two twisted angels immediately screamed in terror and cried out for help to the Blood Berserker Angel. Lord Blood Mania, help! Blood Mania, who was in the midst of battle, heard the cries for help and looked in the direction of the sound. Upon closer inspection, Blood Mania immediately noticed the problem. He suddenly realized that Pan Wu actually bore traces of his own law. I clearly didn't use frenzied blood law on this person, so how could they be affected by my law attack? This phenomenon immediately caught Blood Mania's attention. Divine thought scanned the entire field and quickly discovered the problem. These two are actually from the same bloodline. Blood Mania was startled, but quickly shook her head. No, I was tricked by them. This kid actually wanted to use my breakthrough cultivation. After calming down, Blood Mania quickly understood Ming She's intentions. Hehehehe, if you want to use me, then you'd all better die. Blood Mania suddenly abandoned Ming She and North Sea Black Tortoise, charging towards Pan Wu on the distant battlefield. Oh no, he's found out. Ming She immediately understood and shouted at the North Sea Black Tortoise. Stop him! North Sea Black Tortoise roared, and a giant tortoise barrier appeared directly in front of Blood Berserker Angel, blocking his path. However, this immediately weakened the North Sea Black Tortoise's own defenses. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll send you on your way. Blood Mania needs to change course and first deal with the North Sea Black Tortoise. Just then, Ming She arrived and, without saying a word, transformed to a ball of Ming She Qi, firmly enveloping Blood Berserker Angel. Court death. Blood Mania never expected that he'd be so thoroughly dominated by Ming She. A quasi-sage peak the cultivator dared to completely surround him. This was a provocation, a blatant provocation. Go to hell. Blood Berserker Angel was enraged, frenzied blood law ignited, and in an instant, both the North Black Tortoise and Mingsha felt the boiling of their blood and law. North Sea Black Tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood, and as he did so, his body trembled violently, causing him to stagger backward a considerable distance. Having barely managed to control the boiling blood and law within him, North Sea Black Tortoise's expression changed again. Just now, the law within his body was out of control, and he was unable to properly control the defensive law, which caused the defensive law on Mingsha's body surface to rupture instantly. Without the Sangrade D defense of the law, Mingsha would not have been able to withstand the attack of the Blood Berserker Angel. The moment Blood Berserker Angel activated Frenzied Blood Law, the Panwu blood within Mingsha was instantly burned away. Moreover, the Ghoul Realm Power, Tribulation Key, and Frenzied Blood Law within Blood Berserker Angel erupted simultaneously, rushing directly into Mingsha's body. In an instant, Mingsha's body was shattered by the impact, and his entire body of calamity instantly turned into a cloud of smoke surrounding Blood Berserker Angel. You little brat, since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. Berserker Angel's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and the law and tribulation QA within him became even more ferocious. Meanwhile, Mingsha, on the other side, felt his entire body being shattered the moment he was attacked. Moreover, the law, evil Kai, and Ghoul Realm Power within Blood Berserker Angel were also impacting Mingsha's body. Mingsha, whose body was shattered, did not feel fear. Just as his body was being shattered, he suddenly a lightness in his body. The previously obstructed areas were completely connected, and the dispersed tribulation QI was fully fused with its own law. The law, which originally had some flaws, was also tidied up in an instant. Moreover, as the Ghoul Realm Power and Tribulation Key from Blood Berserker Angel rushed into his own body, the Tribulation QI within my body seems to have undergone some kind of transformation. Originally, only the quasi-Saint-grade Tribulation Kai was ignited upon encountering the Saint-level Tribulation Key, undergoing a rapid transformation. However, since these Tribulation Key contain some Ghoul Realm Power, if this Ghoul Realm Power is integrated into the body, it will definitely affect the individual. In an instant, Mingsha retreated rapidly, moving away from Blood Berserker Angel, while quickly retrieving a quasi-Saint-laced source coin. The source coin is burning, rapidly dissolving the small amount of Ghoul Realm Power within it. As the Ghoul Realm Power dissolved, the Tribulation Q within the main body underwent a complete transformation, successfully becoming Sangrad. Tribulation Key? Breakthrough? Not so easy. Seeing that Mingsha was about to break through to Saint level using his own power, Blood Berserker Angel completely lost his composure and towards Mingsha, trying to stop him from completing the breakthrough. How dare you? Ignoring his own injuries, North Sea Black Tortoise let out a loud shout, and 6 Dao defensive barriers appeared around Blood Berserker Angel, trapping him firmly. Although the Blood Berserker Angel could draw upon the blood within the North Sea Black Tortoise, he was unable to break through the defensive law released by the North Sea Black Tortoise. After the North Sea Black Tortoise deployed its 6 Dao defensive barrier, it immediately retreated, moving away from the Blood Berserker Angel. The Blood Berserker Angel crashed into defensive barrier and was immediately bounced back. Damn it! Damn it! You all deserve to die. Blood Berserker Angel, consumed by impotence and rage, watched helplessly as Mingsh completed his complete transformation. A Sankrad aura swept across the land, causing tremendous changes to both the tribulation QI and the law of tribulation within Mingxe's body. Not only did tribulation Qi transform into sane-grade tribulation Qi, the law of tribulation within the body also condensed into sane-grade at the same moment. The law of tribulation and tribulation Qi broke through simultaneously, intertwining with each other and ultimately condensing into the sane-grade tribulation body. Feeling the power of the tribulation body, Mingxe never expected that the simultaneous breakthrough of tribulation Qi and law of tribulation would cause his originally illusory body to undergo a miraculous transformation. Today, Mingxe's body has developed characteristics similar to a true physical body, but is fundamentally different from a physical body. Mingxe can enhance the strength of the calamity body by tempering the physical body, but will not be limited by the constraints of the physical body. Mingxe can switch between a virtual body at any time, freely switching between the physical body and the tribulation Qi's body. Moreover, because the body of tribulation fusion has the law of tribulation, Mingxe's body is also known as the body of law. The advantage of the legal system is that Mingxe will cultivate it in the future. When studying the law of tribulation, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Looking up at the trapped blood berserker angel, Mingxe's eyes flashed with golden light. "Let me in!" Mingxe charged toward the trapped blood berserker angel, and the North Sea black tortoise immediately created an opening. Blood berserker angel was trying to break through the encirclement when Mingxe roared. "Trying to get out? Get back in!" Mingxe, having broken through to Saint Grade, is no longer afraid of blood berserker angel. At this point, the Panwu blood within him had long since been burned away, and his body had transformed into the law body. The frenzied blood law of the blood berserker angel was completely useless to him. It can be said that the frenzied blood law, which can restrain most creatures, is greatly diminished in front of Mingxe. Although the frenzied blood law can draw upon the law power within Mingxe, even without a physical body, the effect is negligible. But Mingxe is different. Cultivate the law of tribulation, and almost all otherworldly creatures contain a large amount of tribulation Qi. Almost instantly, Mingxe activated the tribulation Qi within blood berserker angel's body. In an instant, the blood berserker angel felt the pain that the North Sea black tortoise had previously endured. Blood berserker angel law began to boil until his entire body turned red. Even though he could control all the blood in his body, the physical body was not just blood. The agitation of tribulation Qi caused the law in his body to agitate as well, and eventually his whole body began to tremble. At the same time, the North Sea black tortoise, having found an opening, delivered a powerful tail whip, directly extinguishing the two quasi-sage peaks that were still putting up a stubborn resistance. Twisted Realm Angel, having only one Q left, threw it to Panwu for the finishing blow. Two quasi-sage peak-level source coins appeared above the body of the deceased Twisted Realm Angel. Panwu was about to throw them to the North Sea black tortoise, but the North Sea black tortoise shook his head and said, "No need to give them to me. With these two source coins, you should be able to break through to the quasi-sage peak level as well." Panwu has acquired several near-saint-level origins, as well as a large number of grand, Unity Golden Immortal level source coins, and is now just one step away from quasi-sage peak. North Sea Black Tortoise knew that Panwu and Kang Jai had a close relationship, which is why they wanted to help Panwu. Panwu didn't mince words. He glanced at the battlefield on Mingxe's side. He knew that if he could break through to quasi-sage peak, then once Mingxe or Yin Yang the Divine Tree killed their opponent, He might also have a chance to become a saint-level expert. With this in mind, Pan Wu no longer hesitated, absorbed the 2 source coins, and focused all his efforts on cultivating them. Meanwhile, after dealing with these smaller fish, the North Sea black tortoise finally turned its attention to yin-yang divine tree and Mingxie. Both sides are currently locked in a stalemate. The yin-yang divine tree is using the yin and yang millstones to slowly crush the 10-winged angel, who has almost no power to resist and is only defending with all its might, waiting for the blood. Berserker Angel provides support. However, Blood Berserker Angel was already in dire straits, and Mingxia was his nemesis, constantly putting him on the defensive. If this continues, both the 10-winged angel and the Blood Berserker Angel will be defeated. But this time frame won't be short. After all, this is a saint-level expert. While North Sea Black Tortoise was observing the battlefield, Kang Jai was also observing the battlefield. Although we currently have the advantage, Kang Jai knows that we must act quickly and decisively. After glancing at the battlefields on both sides, Yin-Yang Divine Tree and Mingxia, Kang Ji immediately made a decision. Go help Zhu. Help Zhu? But what can my defense law do? Yin-Yang Divine Tree looked surprised. He had thought that Kang Jai would ask him to help Mingxia deal with Blood Berserker Angel first, since Mingxia's advantage was now more obvious. With his help, we might be able to defeat our opponents more quickly. However, Kang Ji instructed him to do the opposite of what he was told, which puzzled North Sea Black Tortoise. Kang Jai said, "You used the defensive law to enhance the yin and yang millstones." One sentence completely awakened the North Sea Black Tortoise. Although the defensive law can only be applied to living beings, defense law can also be added to law. The biggest dilemma facing the yin-yang divine tree is that while the yin and yang millstone can crush the 10-winged angel, the 10-winged angel's sharp law is also constantly cutting into the yin and yang millstone. For every point the yin and yang millstone grinds, a large chunk is cut away by its sharp blades. In this way, the efficiency of the yin and yang millstone is greatly reduced. If another layer of defense can be added on top of the yin and yang millstone, then the efficiency of the yin and yang millstone will be greatly increased. Kang Jai had this in mind, which is why he sent North Sea Black Tortoise to make a move. North Sea Black Tortoise was overjoyed. He hadn't expected his law could be used in this way. In that case, could those of him who didn't reach 5th grade also do the same? Although its power may be a little weaker, it should not be underestimated when equipped with the 5th grade defense law. Shaking its head, North Sea Black Tortoise temporarily put aside these chaotic thoughts and flashed to Yin-Yang Divine Tree's side. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree incorporated it into the Yin-Yang Grand Formation, and soon new changes occurred. With Yin and Yang being equipped with defensive laws, 10-winged angels' sharp laws quickly became ineffective. As the massive millstones of Yin and Yang crushed the 10-winged angel, it finally let out a painful howl. Blood mania, what are you doing? Come save me. Trapped in the Yin-Yang Grand Formation, the 10-winged angel was unaware of the situation outside. Now that the North Sea Black Tortoise has returned to the Yin-Yang Grand Formation, it is naturally believed that there is no longer any external force to stop the Blood Berserker Angel. Unfortunately, despite 10-winged angel's calls, there was no response from the outside world. 10-winged angel began to despair. With a cracking sound of bones, he knew he was doomed. Since you won't let me go, then let's die together. The 10-winged angel's body rapidly expanded, causing both the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and the North Sea Black Tortoise to shrink their pupils. The fact that 10-winged angel chose to self-destruct shocked both of them. Yin-Yang divine tree instinctively wanted to remove Yin-Yang grand formation and take North Sea black tortoise away. But Yin-Yang divine tree soon sensed something was wrong. No. How could such a cowardly guy like 10-winged angel self-destruct so easily? Yin-Yang divine tree sensed something was wrong and directly told North Sea black tortoise, increase the defenses of law. Go out first and add another layer of defense around the outer perimeter of the formation. North Sea black tortoise was taken aback, not expecting that the Yin-Yang divine tree was prepared to withstand the attack. However, he soon noticed something was wrong because the 10-winged angel, which should have self-destructed, had swelled to twice its original size, but still hadn't self-destructed. The North Sea black tortoise quickly deduced the 10-winged angel's intention to intimidate them and force them to withdraw their formation. North Sea black tortoise scoffed. He might have held the 10-winged angel in higher regard if it had truly self-destructed. But now, after a moment of sneer, the North Sea black tortoise quickly added defensive laws to the yin and yang millstones. After doing all this, the North Sea black tortoise left the yin-yang grand formation and added several more layers of defensive laws on top of chaos law. Having done all this, he prepared to wait for the yin-yang divine tree to slowly wear down the 10-winged angel. Winged angel never expected that yin-yang divine tree wouldn't fall for her tricks. 10-winged angel was utterly desperate, filled resentment, yet utterly helpless. Ha, I, a dignified sacred angel, never imagined I would end up like this. The 10-winged angel's body, which had already doubled in size, suddenly swelled up again. No matter how much it swelled its body, the yin-yang divine tree remained unmoved. With a loud crash, the yin and yang millstone was smashed to pieces. This time, 10-winged angel actually chose to self-destruct. His self-destruction instantly destroyed the yin and yang millstones. Moreover, the terrifying self-destruction force of Sankrade, after destroying the yin and yang millstones, crashed into the 5 elements shield without any hindrance. The 5 elements defensive array, composed of countless small 5 elements shields, also failed to hold out for long and was quickly destroyed by this violent power. After destroying the 5 elements shield, the violent energy carrying the sharp law bombarded yin-yang law. The large array formed by the Tai Chi yin-yang law emitted a sharp, creaking sound. Yin-yang divine tree mobilized all the power of the great formation in an attempt to resist this violent energy. If this energy is allowed to break out of the formation, it could potentially skeleton city. However, the self-destruction of a saint-level expert is not so easy to withstand. After only a dozen or so breaths, the energy and law of the self-destruction finally broke through the Tai Chi yin-yang grand formation. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp law, mixed with violent energy, was like countless sharp swords, piercing through the outermost chaos law and rushing in all directions. The moment the sharp law pierced chaos law, yin-yang divine tree's expression changed. He's still alive. Deep within this self-destructive force, there was actually a hidden life force. That was a special energy law body constructed from the sharp law and the remnant soul of divine thought. This Tao law energy is hidden within countless violent energies. If yin-yang divine tree's spiritual perception were not extraordinary, it would probably be impossible to discover it. This Tao the law energy quickly escaped the formation's range through the pierced opening. Do. The energy carried by countless sharp Tao laws collided with the defensive laws of the North Sea black tortoise and was completely blocked. Even the Tao containing a wisp of the remnant soul of the ten-winged angel of the law energy was also blocked by the defensive law of the North Sea black tortoise. Ten-winged angel never imagined that after self-destructing 99% of his law, energy, and even divine soul to finally break through the great formation, he would ultimately fall here. Ten-winged angel never imagined that yin-yang divine tree would be so cautious. Outside the great formation, there was another layer of defensive law. I'm not reconciled. The ten-winged angel let out a mournful roar. He was really unwilling to accept it. He had already broken through the great formation, but in the end, he failed at the last moment. At this moment, he also noticed Blood Berserker Angel, who was also trapped, and only then did he realize that why didn't Angel go to save Blood Berserker? However, at this point, knowing Dao is no longer of any use. With a thought, Yin-Yang Divine Tree reassembled the previously shattered formation. Chaos Law unleashed a terrifying devouring power, consuming all the energy within the law's defensive barrier, including the remnant soul of the ten-winged angel and law itself. After Chaos Law devoured everything of the ten-winged angel, it reconstructed the yin-yang grand formation. Yin-yang Divine Tree was preparing to repeat its old trick, trapping Blood Berserker Angel within the great formation and crushing it to death with the help of the yin and yang millstone. However, before Yin-Yang Divine Tree could act, Blood Berserker Angel, who had witnessed the tragic death of Ten-Winged Angel not far away, cried out in despair, without any hesitation, also chose to self-destruct. With a deafening roar, Mingsha was slammed into the defensive barrier of the North Sea black tortoise before he could react. The defensive barrier only held for a few seconds before being shattered by the violent energy. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mingsha transformed into a tribulation QI and actively dispersed its physical form, thus reducing the self-destruction power by 90%. Even so, Mingsha still suffered severe injuries. Just as the Blood Berserker Angel's self-destruction force burst through the defensive barrier, North Sea Black Tortoise and Yin-Yang Divine Tree simultaneously exclaimed, "Oh no!" The two attacked simultaneously, and the newly formed Yin-Yang Grand Formation appeared above Skeleton City, directly engulfing and protecting it. The North Sea Black Tortoise did the same, manifesting as a black tortoise main body, which suppressed Skeleton City in front of it, helping Skeleton City withstand the first wave of energy. Bombardment. Almost instantly, the violent energy law swept across the North Sea Black Tortoise, and even the North Sea Black Tortoise's terrifying physical body was blown away by this self-destructive force. The next instant, the terrifying force of the self-destruction struck the Yin-Yang Grand Formation, causing the entire formation to shake. The outermost chaos law absorbed most of the incoming energy, but some energy still couldn't be absorbed in time, breaking through the chaos law and crashing into the yin-yang grand formation. Fortunately, law and energy, which had been reduced by 80 to 90%, finally became overwhelmed after impacting the Tai Chi yin-yang grand formation. They were gradually worn down by the Tai Chi yin-yang grand formation and eventually absorbed by chaos law. That was close. Everyone felt a slight tremor in their hearts. If they had been even a fraction slower, they would have suffered heavy losses, just as Blood Berserker Angel self-destructed. Two Dao figures suddenly stopped about half a month's journey away. "Old Ancestor, what's wrong?" Yang Guqi looked at Old Ancestor beside him with a puzzled expression. Yan Lai stared ahead with a serious expression, as if she had pierced through space and witnessed something terrifying. "A saint-level expert has self-destructed." Although Yan Lai didn't know exactly what had happened, he could still sense the saint-level expert's self-destruction. EW what? A saint-level expert self-destructs? Yanguki was terrified. While saint-level expert might not be considered anything special in upper realm, in today's lower realm, saint-level expert is the pinnacle of expertise. What kind of situation would force a saint-level expert to self-destruct? Yanguki's face was pale. Looking in the direction Yan Lai was looking, Yanguki swallowed and asked Dao, "Old ancestor, that direction, could it be our destination?" Yan Lai nodded, her expression grave. "Based on this distance, it is indeed our destination, which is Sangrade. The location of Twisted Realm Angel. But how could a saint-level expert have self-destructed there? It's difficult to believe that someone found that place first, along with Sangrade. Twisted Realm Angel, is there a battle?" Yan Lai looked worried and didn't know Dao Sangrade who will win and who will lose the battle between the Twisted Realm Angels. "Let's go. Let's hurry," Yan Lai said impatiently. Yanguki, on the other hand, was filled with worry, wondering to himself how Kang Jai and the others were doing. Along the way, he had a good impression of Kang Jai and Ming Sha and felt that they were very talented. He even planned to introduce them to his old ancestor. This is also why Yanguki instructed Kang Jai and the others to wait for his return. However, before he could take the old ancestor back, a saint-level expert had fallen in the place where Kang Jai and the others were. If it were otherworldly creatures who died, that would be better, as Kang Jai and the others might still have a chance to survive. But if it's the opposite... For a moment, Yanguki felt uneasy. On Kang Ji's side, everyone breathed a sigh of relief after the energy from Blood Berserker Angel's self-destruction dissipated. Fortunately, after the cataclysmic changes in the world, the solidity of this place has been greatly enhanced. Although Blood Berserker Angel was a saint-level expert, his self-destruction only destroyed the nearby holy city of Strange Realm, and the damage was not significant. Even space itself was not shattered. If it were the primordial era or the 3000 demon god realm, the self-destruction of a saint would likely severely damage the entire world. However, this area was only destroyed in a large part. It did not suffer any fundamental damage. Kang Jia couldn't help but look up at the giant city in the sky. Because of that giant city, the entire space of Void Realm was exceptionally solid. The group arrived at the location where Blood Berserker Angel had self-destructed. At the point of its self-destruction, a saint-level origin coin appeared in the Void Realm. Kang Jai beckoned and took it into his hand. At this moment, Yin-Yang Divine Tree also handed the source coin obtained when Ten-Winged Angel self-destructed to Kang Jai. Looking at the two saint-level origin coins in his hand, Kang Jai looked at everyone. Ming Sha, who had regained his physical form, looked extremely weak, clearly indicating that Dao had suffered serious injuries. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, which is a saint-level expert level, so this injury would not be fatal. If one had a saint-level origin coin, it could probably be restored instantly. However, using a saint-level origin coin to treat a wound is far too wasteful and a terrible waste. After thinking it over, Kang Jai ultimately decided to abandon this plan. Meanwhile, the North Sea Black Tortoise also suffered a serious injury, though not as severe as Ming She's, but it will still require a long period of recovery. A saint-level expert who is injured will require an astronomical amount of time to fully recover. However, if source coin is involved, it's a different story. However, the source coin is equally important to Kang Jai, so giving it to the North Black Tortoise to heal its wounds would be somewhat wasteful. However, the North Sea black tortoise contributed significantly to this battle, so it would be unreasonable to give them nothing in return. After much thought, Kang Jai looked at the North Sea black tortoise. Facing the intense gaze of the North Sea black tortoise, Kang Ji forced a smile and said to Dao, disciple, "These 2 source coins are very important to me. You contributed a lot this time, and I should have given you some of the reward." Kang Ji paused, looking at the slightly disappointed expression in North Sea black tortoise's eyes, and took a deep breath. Dao, I know that source coin will also be of great benefit to you, but I do have an important plan this time. How about this? Once I'm free, we'll allow you to hunt down another saint-level origin coin. What do you think? Kang Jai did not force the allocation of source coins to himself. Logically speaking, he not only had yin-yang divine tree contributing, but also Ming-Sha contributing, and their contributions were greater than those of North Sea black tortoise. Allocating 2 source coins to him would not be unreasonable. But if he did that, his eating manners would be too unsightly, and it would be disrespectful to the North Sea black tortoise. Therefore, Kang Jai plans to borrow this source coin from North Sea black tortoise first, and then return it to North Sea black tortoise later. North Sea black tortoise was already a little disappointed, but he didn't expect Kang Jai to say that. He also knew that Dao, based on his contribution, was not actually capable of obtaining a complete saint-level origin coin. Now that Kang Jai is willing to make it up to him later, it warms his heart. North Sea black tortoise nodded and smiled. Since Master has other uses for it, how about I give my share to Master? Seeing that North Sea black tortoise did not refuse, Kang Jai also relented. He then looked at the yin-yang divine tree, nodded at it, and didn't say anything more. Seeing this, the North Sea black tortoise became even more certain that Master had a close relationship with yin-yang divine tree, and felt fortunate for his decision. After all, yin-yang divine tree, who contributed the most, didn't receive source coins, so it would be unreasonable for him to insist on it. Ignoring what the North Sea black tortoise thought, Kang Jai crossed the yin-yang divine tree and looked at Pan Wu. Now that Ming-Sha has broken through to the Hunyuan Daliu Golden Immortal, he no longer needs saint-level origin coins, which saves him 1 saint-level origin coin. This time, they also hunted down 2 saint-grade statues in one go. Twisted Realm Angel instantly obtained 2 saint-level origin coins. If used properly, they can produce 2 more saint-level experts at once. To cultivate 2 saint-level experts using 2 saint-level origin coins, the cultivator must first ensure their own cultivation level has reached breakthrough, the edge of saint-level expert. If it's just like Pan Wu, who just broke through to the quasi-sage peak, Kang Jai suspects that 1 source coin might not be enough. This is why Kang Jai kept both source coins. If only 1 saint-level origin coin is needed, Kang Jai will give the remaining one to Yin-Yang Divine Tree, allowing Yin-Yang Divine Tree to collect another saint-level origin coin and restore a Honghuang Heavenly Dao or Sage of Humanity status. That way, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree can be obtained in Dao. After obtaining Sage status, another Dao is obtained. Sage status greatly helps the Yin-Yang Divine Tree eventually achieve fusion. Unfortunately, in order to ensure Pan Wu could successfully break through Sun grade, Kang Jai can only guarantee Pan Wu's cultivate first. It's up to you now. Kang Jai handed 2 saint-level origin coins to Pan Wu. Pan Wu accepted the source coins without hesitation and nodded to everyone. Pan Wu sat cross-legged and began to attempt breakthrough. They won't have much time. The commotion just now could very well attract a saint-level expert. Before that, Pan Wu would be able to break through to the Hunyuan Dalu golden immortal realm. Otherwise, if the person who comes is too powerful, they may not be able to protect these two saint-level origin coins. Pan Wu swallowed a saint-level origin coin and immediately sensed a change in the law around him. As source coin became integrated into his life, Pan Wu felt as if he had been plunged into an ocean of law. This feeling was countless times stronger than when he absorbed near saint-level origin coins. At the same time, Pan Wu connected to the infinite clone computing power, and Kang Jai even mobilized the power of the primordial Tao to empower him. Moreover, the yin-yang divine tree also mobilized a portion of the earth Tao's power to bless Pan Wu. In an instant, Pan Wu's understanding of his own law reached an incredible level. Countless laws intertwined around him, and in just a moment, Pan Wu pushed his cultivation to the limit of quasi-sage peak. Seeing this, Kang Jai was overjoyed. It was hard to believe. Can Pan Wu break through cultivation with just one saint-level origin coin? However, just as Kang Jai was secretly pleased, Pan Wu suddenly opened his eyes. Before anyone could ask, Pan Wu suddenly took flight and flew towards the depths of the Nether Domain Holy Dynasty. The group exchanged glances, none of them understanding what was wrong with Pan Wu. Just as everyone was wondering, Pan Wu waved his hand, and Skeleton City on the ground suddenly leaped up and followed behind Pan Wu. Heading deeper into the Nether Domain Holy Dynasty, Kang Jai and the others exchanged glances and ultimately had no choice but to follow behind Pan Wu. Pan Wu flew along, collecting a large number of remains of otherworldly creatures. Countless corpses flew into Skeleton City, were purified by the purification array within Skeleton City, and ultimately transformed into undead creatures within Skeleton City. As the number of collected skeletons increased, Skeleton City found itself unable to keep up with the cleansing efforts. With a thought, Pan Wu sent out the Witch Clan members from the Witch Realm space within his body to join the purification army. With the help of the witches in the Witch Realm space, the skeletons in Skeleton City are being purified at an even faster pace. Call out. Several days later, Pan Wu and his group finally arrived at the site of the Nether Domain Holy Dynasty ruins. Due to the self-destruction of the Blood Berserker Angel, the entire Nether Domain Holy Dynasty has been destroyed and is now in ruins. Surprisingly, a complete complex of buildings still exists on the site of the Nether Domain Holy Dynasty. Pan Wu landed and, without saying a word, slammed the Skeleton City weapon in his hand into the building below. Kang Jai and the others were completely bewildered, but Pan Wu seemed to be engrossed in some kind of epiphany and ignored them. After Skeleton City crashed into the palace complex, it acted like a black hole, swallowing up the remaining buildings. As the palace complex was swallowed up, Skeleton City suddenly shone with dazzling light. Pan Wu sat cross-legged above Skeleton City, and with a thought, he sent the witches back into the Witch Realm space. At the same time, Pan Wu exuded a strong world law aura, which was also Pan Wu's major in law. As world law turbulent, the Witch Realm space within Pan Wu's body and the Skeleton City below underwent strange changes. This change appeared before Kang Jai's eyes. Kang Jai could clearly sense that Pan Wu was integrating world law into Skeleton City at this moment. Moreover, as Skeleton City merges with world law, these world laws also merge into the bodies of the undead creatures within Skeleton City. What a pity, it's still not enough. Pan Wu of Cultivate sighed with regret, explaining why he wanted Skeleton City to. The reason why this complex of buildings is called Fusion is because it is the core of the Twisted Realm Angel clan, and the core of the entire Twisted Realm Angel Holy Dynasty. Although it looks like a complex of buildings, it is actually like the divine kingdom of the god cultivator, containing a small world within it. Moreover, inside this complex, there is also an angel reincarnation pool. With this reincarnation pool, the angel race can be born continuously. Pan Wu integrated it into Skeleton City so that he could continuously create the angel race. Of course, the angel reincarnation pool integrated into Skeleton City also underwent a change during the fusion process. It is precisely because of this anomaly that a saint-level origin coin, which could have been a breakthrough, seems somewhat inadequate. Seeing this, Pan Wu had no choice but to consume the remaining saint-level origin coin. As the second saint-level origin coin was absorbed, endless law and energy poured into his body and then into Skeleton City below him. A mysterious Dao rhythm surrounds it and Skeleton City. In the center of Skeleton City, a massive reincarnation pool appeared. As the reincarnation pool appeared, angels emerged from it. But when these angels emerged from the pool of reincarnation, everyone was taken aback. Because these angels were not living beings, but a group of undead creatures. Unlike other undead creatures, these angels possessed remarkably powerful physical bodies. It seems that these angels have abandoned their original characteristics and have all focused their energy on their physical body. Moreover, Kang Jai and the others also sensed a world law power emanating from these angels. Could it be that each of these angels contains a small world within its body? Kang Jai and the others exchanged glances, all seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Kang Jai and the others looked at Skeleton City again. And only then did they realize that not only had the world law appeared on these angels, but it had also appeared within the bodies of the other undead creatures. This is not the biggest change in Pan Wu this time. The real change actually happened inside Pan Wu's body, in the witch realm space. As world law continues to fluctuate, the witch world within it is also rapidly expanding. A world only slightly smaller than the prehistoric world appeared within Pan Wu's body. In addition, the world law, which was integrated into Skeleton City, was also integrated into the witch world by Pan Wu. One after another, great and small witches roared to the sky, causing the world law around them to tremble, which in turn caused even greater law turmoil throughout the witch realm space. In addition, Pan Wu suddenly discovered that the witch realm space within his body had also formed a connection with Skeleton City in the outside world. Now I can add Skeleton City to the witch realm space. However, Skeleton City added to the witch realm space will appear below the witch realm space, just like reincarnation in the prehistoric world. Hell is generally okay. Moreover, Pan Wu suddenly discovered that kind of reincarnation system seemed to have been established between his witch realm space and Skeleton City. When beings in the witch realm space die, regardless of where they are, their remains and souls are directly dragged into Skeleton City due to the special connection between the witch world and in city. Corpses entering Skeleton City will be directly transformed into undead creatures, and their soul will be reincarnated once again. Reincarnation into the witch realm space seems to form some kind of special cycle. Snap! As if some kind of barrier had been broken. When the witch realm space within Pan Wu established a special connection with Skeleton City, Pan Wu finally broke through that constraint. The remaining laws within his body intertwine with world law, ultimately weaving together Pan Wu's unique sangre. World law. Moreover, after fusion with the holy dynasty of Twisted Realm Angels, Pan Wu also absorbed some of the Twisted Realm Angels' and integrated them into various laws within the Holy Dynasty. Also, thanks to the existence of saint-level origin coins, Panwu was able to, while breaking through, the Ghoul realm power hidden in the building complex, and various laws will also be eliminated. This is precisely why Panwu was able to achieve such a smooth fusion. The twisted Realm Angel dynasty caused a transformation in the Witch realm space within him. At this point, Witch realm space could be considered a real world, and the reincarnation system had been established. Although this kind of reincarnation is somewhat incongruous, it is still a reincarnation in itself. Pan Wu could even gain insight into the law of reincarnation through this, which would be twice as effective. A new Sangrade. A message has appeared. Someone has broken through to Sangrade. Yan Guki and Yan Lai, who were about to arrive at the Nether Domain Holy Dynasty, stopped again. Yan Guki looked at Old Ancestor with surprise. Yan Lai, Old Ancestor, you said someone broke through to Sangrade? Is it a creature here or otherworldly creatures? Yan Guki tensed up. If it was otherworldly creatures, that would be troublesome. Although the newly promoted saint-level strange domain creature is no match for his old ancestor. But if a saint-level expert wants to escape, even if cultivate multiple Sangrade, even a saint-level expert in law may not be able to retain the other party. After all, by the time they reach Sangrade, everyone's law level is actually quite similar. The real difference lies in Sangrade. The amount of law, truly specializing in only one Sangrade, very, very few laws. Let's go. I want to see what's going on here. First, a saint-level expert revealed their identity, and then a new saint-level expert emerged, which aroused Yan Lai's curiosity. At the same time, Yin Yang Divine Tree, who was about to offer her congratulations, suddenly paused and looked at Kang Jai beside her, saying, "A saint-level expert has arrived. Bei Xuan and I will leave first. Contact me if you need anything." After saying that, he pulled Bei Xuan and they went straight through the portal and left. Not long after Yin Yang Divine Tree and North Sea Black Tortoise, Kang Jai and the other two also sensed the Dao in the distance. Kishi. Many kinds of Sangrade. According to Law's information, the person who came is very powerful. Pangwu, who had just broken through, spoke as he suppressed his aura. Ming She also looked into the distance with a solemn expression. They had just hunted down 2 saint-level strange domain creatures. If an even stronger one came, they would have no choice but to run away. Fortunately, as the message drew closer, they discovered it wasn't otherworldly creatures, which put them at ease. Meanwhile, Yan Lai, leading Yan Guki, kept approaching Kang Ji's side and sensed the presence of the 3 Kang Jai, especially Ming Shenpan Wu. The 2 of them had just broken through. The aura of Hunyuanwu Golden Immortal Realm could not be completely concealed, and was quickly sensed by Yan Lai. Upon learning that the other party was not otherworldly creatures, Yan Lai relented. At the same time, Yan Lai was also somewhat surprised, because he discovered that there were actually 2 saint-level experts here. Moreover, as he approached the previous battlefield, he actually sensed the aura of 2 saint-level strange domain creatures that had fallen. This indicates that 2 Sangrade individuals had previously died here. Otherworld experts. Although it is only the most elementary saint-level strange domain creature, it may be able to hunt and force Sangrade. Twisted Realm Angel has revealed himself. It's unbelievable. Even he, without any preparation, would not have absolutely certain of capturing 2 saint-level strange domain creatures who had just broken through. After all, they are both Sangrade in law. Unless someone specifically cultivates a particular law, The real difference between saint-level experts lies in their saint-grade distinction. How many laws are there? Saint-grade, those with more law have more methods, can mobilize more law power, and naturally have stronger cultivation. But your opponent doesn't necessarily have to fight you head-on. If you really can't win, you can use saint-grade. It's still possible that law could escape. Same rank, if a law wants to escape. It's very difficult to intercept, unless you have multiple laws, and form a large array to block it. Otherwise, without special means, it would be very difficult to trap and kill a saint-level expert. But the fact that 2 saint-level strange domain creatures had just perished here was quite unbelievable to Yan Lai. It's that brat Yanguki. As Yan Lai led Yanguki closer, Kang Jai and the other 2 naturally recognized Yanguki. They hadn't expected that Yanguki would actually in reinforcements from saint-grade. Unfortunately, Yanguki was too late. Fortunately, it was too late. Otherwise, the yin-yang divine tree and the North Sea black tortoise would have been exposed. You guys are still alive. That's great. Upon seeing Kang Jai and Mingsha, Yanguki exclaimed in surprise. He did not realize that Mingsha had broken through to Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal, and thought that Mingsha was still at Quasi-Sage Peak. He was rather curious about Pan Wu, who was standing to the side, since he hadn't seen Pan Wu before. How dare you! You should bow to 2 saint-level experts. Yan Lai slapped Yanguki on the head. Yanguki's words had truly startled him. What's with all this talk about dying? Isn't that cursing the other person? This is a saint-level expert. Although he is not afraid of Mingsha and Pan Wu, Yanguki is just a lowly Grand Unity Golden Immortal. If Mingsha and Pan Wu were to take this to heart, it could be fatal. If you can't kill Yanguki in front of him, can't you wait until he's not around Yanguki? It was precisely because Yan Lai understood this principle that she reprimanded Yanguki. Yanguki felt wronged after being slapped, as he hadn't said anything. At this moment, Kang Jai spoke up. Senior, there's no need for that. We're friends with Yanguki too. Yan Lai then looked at Kang Jai and was surprised to find that Kang Jai and the other 2 were actually led by Kang Jai. And Kang Jai is actually just a quasi-saint early-stage cultivator. Yan Lai gave Kang Jai a deep look and chuckled. That may be true, but these 2 friends are saint-level experts. The pressure of a saint-level expert is unshakable. The little guy is ignorant, so I hope you 2 won't mind. What, Mingsha? Senior has broken through. Hunyuan Duandalu Golden Immortal Realm? Yanguki was taken aback by Yan Lai's words. Not long ago, he was still at the Quasi-Sage Peak cultivation level. How come Mingsha has become a saint-level expert after such a short time? Even if it were absorbed by saint-level origin coins, that wouldn't be possible. Breakthrough Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal Realm. Does Dao not need to comprehend the law? The law between Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal is not so easy to grasp. Even if Ming She took saint-level origin coins immediately after he left, it would be impossible for him to break through so quickly. Yanguki stared blankly at Ming Sha, who had a calm expression, feeling like his brain wasn't quite working properly. What exactly happened? Just as Yanguki's mind went blank, Yan Lai instantly noticed something unusual and secretly sent a telepathic message to Yanguki asking Dao, "What did you just say? Wasn't this person a saint-level expert before? Don't tell me you knew him before. Before you came back to me, he was still Quasi-Sage Peak. Cultivator?" Yan Lai's series of questions finally brought Yanguki back to his senses. Almost instinctively, he replied to Dao, "Yes, old ancestor. That Ming She is the Quasi-Sage Peak expert I mentioned before. Before I went back to ask you for help, he was just a Quasi-Sage Peak expert, but now..." In the end, Yang Gu didn't know what Dao was going to say. Whether it's breaking through on your own or absorbing source coins, breakthrough, from Hunyuan Golden Immortal to Hunyuan Da Liu Golden Immortal Realm takes a very long time. Even those prodigy, even a genius like him had never heard of someone breaking through in such a short time. But now the facts are right in front of him, leaving him speechless for a moment. After listening to Yang Guqi's story, Yan Lai's eyes gleamed. He is much stronger than Yang Guqi and naturally sees more differences. The three people standing before him now, besides Kang Jai, the quasi-saint of early stage, as from the cultivator appearing unremarkable and unremarkable, the other two are truly exceptional. Mingsha and Panwu are both saint-level first heaven. Cultivator, but in Yan Lai's view, Mingsha is better than Panwu. Breakthrough comes early, because Panwu still exudes an uncontrollable Sangrad aura. Key, this is clearly a manifestation of the breakthrough cultivation level. Looking at Mingsha again, although he seemed to be injured, Mingsha's breathing was very restrained, as if he had been through a long break. However, according to Yan Guqi, Mingsha had clearly just broken through as well. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 months from when Yang Guqi went back to find him to when they arrived here. In such a short time, Mingsha not only broke through the Hunyuan Daliu Golden Immortal, but also gained control over his own law. Qi, gather it. This is something that ordinary people simply cannot do. As for Pan Wu, he was even more puzzled, because he had not seen Pan Wu in Yang Guqi's account. But now, not only has there been an additional Pan Wu here, but he has also just broken through to Hunyuan Han Daliu Golden Immortal, which is extremely strange. Yan Lai's mind was in turmoil as she thought about many things, but in the end she shook her head. Regardless of his opinion, Mingsha and Panwu were both too strange. Surely it couldn't have really been a breakthrough in the last 2 months. What kind of talent would it take to do that? Suddenly, Yan Lai seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes widened. He suddenly remembered that this was the place created by the one who created it. Could it be that these people are connected to that person? Have any of you ever heard of Pangu? Yan Lai's sudden question surprised Kang Jai and the other two. The three exchanged glances, then asked Dao with some confusion. Does Senior also know Dao? God Pangu? Yan Lai is a people from the upper realm, while Pangu is the pioneer of their lower realm. How could people from the upper realm know Dao? Is it possible that Pangu is actually part of upper realm? Or perhaps after Pangu created the primordial world, he didn't actually die, and instead flew to the upper realm? Just as Kang Jai and the other two were wondering, a glint of light flashed in Yan Lai's eyes. It really is related to that person. Yan Lai was somewhat frightened. Pangu was a great Dao-level expert, and one of the most powerful people in upper realm. Moreover, there are rumors that Pangu aptitude heaven-defying may very well surpass eternal in the future. Dao Master. There are also rumors that, because this is the 50th era, their great Dao has reached its limit, which is why they created the most heaven-defying Pangu in history, hoping to end the mystic domain world in the future. The world that Pangu created likely inherited some of Pangu's aptitude and will probably be quite extraordinary. Their entry here was partly accidental, but also partly due to arrangements made by higher authorities. Thinking of this, a glint of light flashed in Yan Lai's eyes again. Gentlemen, we certainly know Pangu Dao Master. I just didn't expect you guys to know this. Could it be that this is Pangu, the world that Dao Master once created? Pangu, Dao Master? Kang Jai and the other two looked at Yan Lai with a puzzled expression. Yan Lai chuckled. Gentlemen, it seems we're all quite interested in each other's information. How about we find a place to chat? Kang Jai and the other two exchanged glances, just about to invite Yan Lai and Yan Guki to rest in Skeleton City, when Yan Lai spoke up. My residence is not far from here. Why don't you all come and sit at my place? Kang Jai and the other two were taken aback. Before they could refuse, Yan Lai spoke up again. I have some upper realm items that I can use to entertain you all. Upon hearing this, Kang Jai and the other two immediately became curious. Indeed, they were also very curious about upper realm and wanted to know, Dao, what exactly is upper realm? Kang Jai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. Yan Lai smiled happily and waved her hand. It's all right. It's all right. Yan Lai took out a flying boat, tossed it casually, and it rapidly grew larger in midair. Please, everyone. Yan Lai stood in front of the flying boat and gestured for everyone to enter. Yang Guki, standing nearby, clicked his tongue in astonishment. Old ancestor, why are you suddenly willing to use the air? It's hard to find an energy source for this thing in the lower realm. Every time you use it, you're depleting your reserves. Yang Guki sighed, and Kang Jai and the other two looked at the flying boat with curiosity. Yan Lai offered no explanation, but simply beckoned the three of them to enter the airship. Upon entering the airship, the three discovered that it contained a hidden world. They found themselves in a small world. The three were not surprised by this. It wasn't anything too unusual. To the three's surprise, Yan Lai suddenly asked them, Gentlemen, would you like to head to my base immediately, or stay a little longer on the airship? Kang Jai and the other two looked at Yan Lai with some confusion. What did this mean? Could it be that there were some benefits to staying in this airship? Just as the three were wondering, Yang Guki helped explain. It's like this, the airship can actually adjust the time inside. The speed at which the spaceship flies will not change, but the time we spend inside the spaceship can be adjusted. If you find the interior of the airship rather boring and want to reach your base quickly, you can adjust the time inside the airship to slow down. In this way, when the spaceship reaches its destination, we inside will only feel as if only a few breaths have passed. If you want to stay inside the airship a little longer and explore its interior, you can speed up the time inside. By the time you reach your destination, a considerable amount of time will have passed inside the airship. Looking at the slightly arrogant Yang Guki, they were all speechless. Wasn't this law of time? They were all too familiar with law of time. After all, one of the laws they major in is the law of space-time, which contains the law of time and space. If Kang Jai and his team wanted to, it wouldn't be difficult to create such a time-regulating magic treasure. But why do they feel from Nguki's words and actions that this kind of magic treasure that can regulate time is very rare in upper realm? Kang Jai and the other two exchanged glances. Pan Wu asked Dao curiously, Is this kind of magic treasure rare in upper realm? Upon hearing this, Yang Guki raised his chin smugly and said, Of course it's precious. This is a space-time magic treasure that can regulate the flow of time. Although in upper realm, the Big Dao law has no distinction of strength or weakness. But whether it is the law of space-time or the law of space and time, it is one of the most difficult laws to comprehend. To forge such a flying boat, one needs not only knowledge of artifact crafting technique, law, and also the law of fire. These are not the most crucial points. To create a small space inside the spaceship where time can be regulated, one must understand world law, the law of space-time, or the law of time and space. Regardless of world law, law of space-time, or time and space law, it is one of the more difficult laws to comprehend among all laws. Therefore, crafting a flying boat is easy, and crafting a flying boat containing an inner space is equally easy. But crafting a flying boat, attaining an inner world that can regulate time is not so simple. Therefore, in upper realm, a flying boat like this is not something that ordinary saint-level experts can buy. If it weren't for my old ancestors' exceptional talent, which caught the eye of the city lord and earned him this flying boat as a reward for his meritorious service, even with my wealth I couldn't afford it. Kang Jai and the other two raised their eyebrows slightly as they listened to Yan Guqi's account. They hadn't expected Yan Lai to be a genius at upper realm cultivator. Yan Lai felt a little proud as Kang Jai and the other two looked at her with surprise, but he quickly thought of Pan Wu and Ming Shesha's potentially terrifying talents, and the pride he felt vanished instantly. If Ming She and Pan Wu truly broke through their own limitations and grasped their own unique sun grade in just 2 or 3 months, then Ming She and Pan Wu's talents far surpass his. The difference in talent between the two is unimaginable, far beyond his reach. Thinking of this, Yan Lai immediately suppressed the pride that had just risen within him. Gentlemen, at the speed of a flying boat, it would take about half an hour to get from here to my camp. Would you three like to go faster or slower? Half an hour? Kang Jai and the other two exchanged glances. Kang Jai asked Dao curiously, if we travel normally, how long would it take? Yan Lai led everyone to a tea room, brewed tea for them, and then said to Dao, if we follow the usual speed of a saint-level expert, it will take about 7 days. If we bring you and Yan Guqi, the speed will be much slower, taking about a month. Kang Jai and the other two were slightly surprised, not expecting the flying boat to be so fast. In particular, they also noticed that the half hour that Yan Lai mentioned was the normal speed of the airship. So, Senior, is it possible that this flying boat can accelerate? Pan Wu asked curiously. Yan Lai smiled and nodded. Of course, airships are meant for travel. In upper realm, as long as there's enough energy, an airship can accelerate 10,000 times. 10,000 times? The three stared in shock, their eyes wide. I thought the airship was already very fast, but I never expected it could accelerate 10,000 times. To understand Dao, one must know that in the lower realm, space becomes so solid because of a city. One can only imagine how solid spacetime must be in the upper realm. I'm afraid a saint-level expert in the upper realm is only slightly better than a regular cultivator on Earth. The fact that this flying boat can move so fast speaks volumes about its special nature. When Kang Jai and the other two looked at the flying boat again, they were all a little envious. If they had such a flying boat, their efficiency in searching for and hunting otherworldly creatures would be greatly increased. Unfortunately, even in upper realm, such airships are rare. They don't have the financial resources to build one. At this moment, Yan Lai asked Dao again, the three of you, the airship has started. Would you like it to go faster or slower? Kang Jai and the other two exchanged glances. Looking at Yan Guqi, who seemed hesitant to speak, Kang Jai had a sudden thought. Could it be that adjusting the flow of time requires energy? Kang Jai thought of his spirit realm space. Even with the space-time divinity shard and the power to control space-time, adjusting the flow of time still required a lot of energy. From this perspective, the situation with this airship should be similar. Recalling what Yan Guqi had said earlier, that the airship was running out of energy in the lower realm, and each use would reduce its capacity, Kang Ji immediately made a decision. I had originally wanted to experience what the flow of time inside the upper realm felt like, and how it differed from the law of space-time I had cultivated, but now it seems best not to waste my time. Otherwise, owing the other party karma is not a good thing. Shaking his head at Yan Lai, Kang Jai said, Senior can drive normally, It'll only take half an hour. We can wait. Ming She and Pan Wu nodded in agreement. Yan Lai was slightly disappointed. She had originally hoped that the three of them would owe her a small favor, so that she could get to know them better and perhaps even recruit them. But now it seemed, Yan Lai sighed inwardly, but said nothing. She simply nodded and said to the three of them, "All right, in that case, the three of you may try my upper realm tea." Although she couldn't get the three to owe her a small favor, Yan Lai still didn't intend to let go of the opportunity to recruit them. After all, besides Kang Jai, Ming Sha and Pan Wu's talents are evident. If he could recruit the three of them, it would be a tremendous opportunity for him. One of their most important tasks during this lower realm tour is to recruit lower realm members. Prodigy. Faced with Yan Lai's kindness, Kang Jai and the other two stopped being polite and began to sip their tea. After taking a bite, the three of them immediately sensed something special. Ming Sha and Pan Wu were somewhat better off, as their cultivation had already reached saint-level first heaven, and the benefits that tea could bring them were limited. Although a special energy flowed into their sea of consciousness, making their divine soul clearer and their understanding of the law of heaven and earth more profound. However, this effect is limited. It's not as effective as them sharing dozens of Dao. Clone computing power brings them many benefits. Kang Jai, however, whose cultivation level was only at the quasi-saint early stage, was enveloped by a powerful energy the moment he drank the tea. Ming Sha and Pan Wu knew this energy was beneficial to Kang Jai, so they ignored it. This energy converges at Kang Jie within the sea of a consciousness. The already powerful divine soul is nourished. Most importantly, this energy established a profound connection between his divine soul and the external world, the law. Meanwhile, Kang Jai was still inside the flying boat. Therefore, this energy helped him establish a wonderful connection with the various laws within the airship. Kang Jai seemed to be wandering in the sea of the laws that built the flying boat, experiencing the various principles of its operation. Various laws flashed through Kang Ji's mind, and Kang Ji's heart tightened. This was a glimpse into upper realm. Law was a rare opportunity, and Kang Jai was not about to let it slip by. With a thought, countless clones were immediately connected, and Kang Ji's computing power instantly soared to a terrifying level. Almost instantly, Kang Jai analyzed a significant number of upper realms. Legal logic. When Kang Ji encountered these laws and logics, his eyes widened immediately. He discovered that the law logic of the upper realm was much more refined, and also much more mysterious than that of the lower realm. Kang Jai was completely absorbed in understanding the various laws within the airship, unaware that Yan Lai and Yan Guqi, opposite him, were staring intently at him with their large, bell-like eyes. At this moment, Kang Jai was exuding a strong aura of law. Dao rhyme is an epiphany phenomenon. In fact, Kang Jai has not entered epiphany state at this moment. But who could blame him for possessing terrifying computing power? With the aid of this computing power, when Kang Jai comprehended law, it was as if he were in epiphany. However, Yan Lai and Yan Guqi were unaware of these things, and both of them were shocked when they saw Kang Ji's unrestrained charm. So this leads us into epiphany? Is this really necessary to be so heaven-defying? At this moment, Yan Lai finally understood why Ming Sha and Pan Wu were able to break through to the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal realm in such a short time. Perhaps Ming Sha, Pan Wu, and Kang Jai, like others, also obtained epiphany. Opportunity is what makes Prodigy perform so well. However, if that's the case, wouldn't the comprehension ability of people from the lower realm be a bit too heaven-defying? They encountered only 3 lower realm people: Kang Jai, and they were already this terrifying. What about the other lower realm people? For a moment, Yanlai and Yanguki were both somewhat dazed and failed to notice that Kang Jai was currently experiencing the various laws in the airship. This logic is so meticulous. When Kang Jai came into contact with the law that constituted the internal world of the flying boat, he was immediately amazed by the structure of these laws. Unlike lower realm law, these are by upper realm. The internal world constructed by law is more rigorous than one can imagine. This also led to the creation of upper realm. The internal world constructed by law is far more stable than that of lower realm. It's like this. In a lower realm, you can shatter a small area with a single punch, but if you're using an upper realm, in the small world constructed by law, you might not even be able to break down a small mound. This is upper realm. The terror of law lies in its meticulousness, far surpassing that of lower realm. Law is comparable. If a comparison must be made, then lower realm materials, which are composed of laws, are just like the most ordinary and fragile piece of paper, and upper realm materials, made of law, are like incredibly hard special steel. There is almost no comparison between the two, and it is no wonder that the mere existence of the upper realm city has made the void realm so firmly suppressed. These are all upper realm, the reason. Permeated void realm. Call! Kang Jai let out a long sigh, and just as he was about to fully analyze this law, the feeling of connecting heaven and earth suddenly receded like a tide. Kang Jai was startled and was about to stop him, but the feeling was beyond her control. When Kang Jai woke up, she looked at the empty teacup in her hand and then came to her senses. It turned out that he had unknowingly finished drinking the tea in his cup. Moreover, when he glanced at the teapot in Pan Wu's hand, he realized that Pan Wu had been refilling his teacup with water. Unfortunately, the tea in the teapot will eventually run out. They were too embarrassed to ask Yanlai directly, which led to Kang Jai withdrawing from his meditation. Looking at Yanlai and Yanguki across from them, the two were staring blankly at Kang Jai, completely unaware that Kang Jai had already finished a pot of tea. They were completely shocked by Kang Jai's epiphany, especially when they sensed that Kang Jai was actually an epiphany. Upper realm law was even more shocked and incredulous. With Kang Jai's epiphany, upper realm's law of time, space law, world law, and so on suddenly appeared around Kang Jai. These are all laws that are more difficult to grasp in upper realm, and are incomparable to the fragile laws of lower realm. Even for native people like them from the upper realm, it is extremely difficult to comprehend these laws. But surprisingly, Kang Jai, a person from the lower realm, actually comprehended these laws within the epiphany, and was doing so at an astonishing speed. How could this not shock them? "Senior, I'm so sorry I accidentally drank all your tea." Kang bowed apologetically to Yanlai and said, "Dao." When Yanlai came to her senses, she looked at Kang Jai as if she were looking at a monster. Although the tea he brought out was good, it wasn't particularly precious. After all, he was just a saint-level first heaven cultivator, so he wouldn't have any top-quality teas to his name. Yet this pot of tea, which had almost no effect on him, somehow caused Kang Jai to enter epiphany, leaving Yanlai speechless. Trying to calm her wildly beating heart, Yanlai looked at Kang Jai again, and there was no longer any contempt in her eyes. Even if Kang Jai is only a quasi-saint in the early stage, so what if it's a cultivator? If he possessed such prodigy's aptitude, he would probably have been defeated long ago by heavenly Dao powerhouses, or even great Daos. Daozu took a liking to it. No wonder these two saint-level experts are willing to make this kid their center of attention. They probably already knew how terrifying he was. Yan Lai mistakenly believed that Mingxie and Pan Wu revolved around Kang Jai because of Kang prodigy comprehension ability. However, they did not know that the reason why the two of them centered on Kang Jai was because Kang's main focus was on the cultivation body at this time. It's nothing, it's just a pot of tea. If you'd like some, I'll give you some. Yan wiped her hand and several packets of tea immediately appeared on the table. Looking at Kang Jai, she said enthusiastically, "Young friend, please don't refuse. This is just a small token of my appreciation." Seeing Yan Lai's excessive enthusiasm, Kang Jai couldn't very well embarrass her, so she could only nod and accept it. Seeing that Kang Jai had accepted the tea leaves, Yan Lai was also delighted and quickly took out some more tea leaves to brew another pot of tea. This time, Kang Jai didn't rush to drink it. Once he drank the tea, he would be lost in his own thoughts, and it would be impolite to leave Yan Lai standing there. The lid grazed the rim of the teacup, and Kang Jai seemingly casually spoke up. "Senior, I just heard you say that great god Pangu is a great figure in Upper Realm. Dao Master? Is it really true?" Yan Lai paused slightly, noticing the curious gazes of Kang Jai and the other two. Instead of immediately answering their questions, Yan Lai asked Dao, "Before answering your questions, I'd like to know, Dao, is your world, as legend says, the land of Pangu? Was it created by Dao?" "Master." Meeting Yan Lai's curious gaze, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "The way you put it, senior, is a bit problematic." What's the problem?" Yan Lai asked, puzzled. Kang Jai pointed outside. "The space we are in now, which is the world suppressed by that giant city above us, we call it the Void Realm. This Void Realm was originally a place connected to the myriad realms, but due to changes in the world, it was transformed into a vast world. As for Pangu, you mentioned the world created by Dao is the prehistoric world, a realm within the myriad realms connected to the Void Realm, and also one of the largest worlds in the past. Primordial world." Yan Lai's eyes flickered. "So, in that case, the world we live in now is not actually the world created by Pangu?" Kang Jai shrugged. "Whether this is part of what Pangu created, we don't know, but the world created by Pangu is indeed connected to this world." After listening to Kang Jai's explanation, Yan Lai nodded thoughtfully. "Actually, the reason why your Void Realm has become like this is largely thanks to our Upper Realm." At this moment, Yanguki suddenly spoke up. Kang Jai and the other two were taken aback and looked at Yanguki with some confusion, asking, "Is the Void Realm's transformation related to your Upper Realm?" Yanguki nodded, and seeing that Yan Lai did not stop him, he explained. "For some reason, many void rifts suddenly appeared around the Upper Realm city of Yanhuo City that we are guarding. Because of the appearance of these cracks, many areas in the Upper Realm were swallowed up by these void rifts, including our army of cultivators from the Upper Realm, as well as various strange creatures. All of them have been swallowed up into the void where you are. That is why your Void Realm has been able to suddenly become what it is today in such a short time. In fact, your Void Realm was formed by the fusion of many territories surrounding Rockfire City in the Upper Realm, which is why the Void Realm space is exceptionally solid. It's not just because of the suppression by the Rockfire City, also because most of the space and territory that make up the Void Realm are from the Upper Realm, which is why the laws are suppressed in the Void Realm." After hearing Yanguki's explanation, Kang Jai and the other two finally understood how the Void Realm came to be. No wonder that just as Blue Star successfully transformed, the Void Realm also completed its transformation. At first, I thought it was a natural evolution, but now it seems all because of the Upper Realm. At this moment, Kang Jai thought of the rockfire city that Yanguki had mentioned and asked curiously. Is this rockfire city you mentioned the city in the upper realm? Is it very powerful in the upper realm? In the eyes of Kang Jai and the other two, how powerful must a giant city be able to directly suppress the void realm? However, upon hearing Kang Ji's words, Yanguki chuckled. Yanguki chuckled and shook his head. You underestimate the upper realm too much. The upper realm has great Dao-level experts. How could it be so weak? Although Rockfire City is a heavenly city, it is only a level 1 heavenly city. Above it are heavenly cities of levels 2 to 9. Above the heavenly cities are royal cities, imperial cities, and imperial cities. Therefore, in the upper realm, Rockfire City is truly nothing special. It can only be considered a lower middle-tier city. Yanguki's answer completely shocked Kang Jai and the other two. The colossal city, that covers almost the entire void realm, is only a mid to low-grade city in the upper realm. Seeing the shock of Kang Jai and the other two, Yan Lai and his companion finally felt a sense of pride. Although Kang Jai and his two companions possessed extraordinary talent, they were ultimately just beings from the lower realm and had never witnessed the power of the upper realm. At this moment, Yan Lai spoke up. The three of you seem to be quite interested in the upper realm, don't you? Kang Jai and the other two nodded repeatedly. Yan Lai smiled and said, Then how about I give you three a brief introduction to the upper realm? Kang Jai and the other two looked at Yan Lai with shining eyes and fervent gazes. Then, thank you very much, senior. Yan Lai laughed and then began to explain. Let's first talk about the realm divisions in the upper realm. Yan Lai coughed lightly. In the upper realm, once someone breaks through to the Hunyuan Dalugu Gold Immortal realm, we generally refer to them as a saint-level expert. Saint-level experts have 3,000 heavens. Each time they comprehend a saint-level law, they advance to the next heaven. Like Mingsha and fellow Taoist Panwu, both of you have just broken through to a saint-level law, which we call the first level of saint level. If one comprehends 2 saint-level laws, one reaches the second level of the saint level, and so on until one comprehends 3,000 saint-level laws, reaching the third level of the saint level, his saint level 3,000th level. How long would that take to cultivate? Although Kang Jai and the others had some expectations, they were still shocked when they actually heard this division. At this moment, Panwu looked at Yan Lai curiously and asked, I wonder what your cultivation level is, senior? Yan Lai laughed heartily. Me? I am at the 88th level of the saint realm, and I have cultivated 88 saint-level laws. At this moment, Yanguki spoke up. Don't underestimate the 88th level of the saint realm. Among the saint realm experts who have entered this world, this is already considered top tier. It's already considered top tier? Kang Jai and the other two asked in confusion. Yan Lai explained. Because of the rules of heaven and earth, the cultivators and creatures of the strange realm who can enter this world through the void rifts are all at least at the saint level, 100th level. That's why Guqi said I'm already one of the top experts in this world. After hearing Yan Lai's explanation, Kang Jai and the other two suddenly understood and breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the cultivators and creatures from the ghost realm who entered the lower realm had a maximum cultivation level of no more than the saint level 100 heavens. From this perspective, the gap between them is not so large as to be unimaginable. At this point, Yan Lai continued to explain. There are 3,000 heavens in the saint level. After reaching the 3,000 heavens of the saint level, you need to choose one law and then use the other 3,000 saint level laws. as a supplement, weave your own unique heavenly Tao level law. At that time, you will have broken through to the Hunyuan Taiji Gulden immortal realm. The primordial Taiji Kai Gulden immortal realm is also known as the heavenly Tao level. The heavenly Tao level also has 3,000 heavens. Each time a heavenly Tao level law is comprehended, one advances to the next heaven. This continues until 3,000 heavenly Tao level laws are comprehended, which constitutes the 3,000 heavens of the heavenly Tao. To break through the heavenly Tao level and reach the primordial golden immortal realm, one must choose a certain law as the main law and supplement with the other 3,000 heavenly Tao level laws, ultimately weaving together a great Tao level law that belongs to oneself. At that time, you will be a great Tao expert, and we will call you the Great Tao Lord. Listening to Yan Lai's introduction, Kang Jai and the other two felt a chill run down their spines. It's unimaginable how long it would take to cultivate to the Great Tao realm. Kang Jai suddenly thought of the 3,000 chaos demon gods from the past. Those were natural carriers of the Great Tao, at least saint level or even heavenly Tao level powerhouses, so why did they all perish in the end? The more Kang Jai thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Kang Jai looked at Yan Lai and asked, "Senior, how many great Tao level experts are there in the upper realm?" Yan Lai looked at Kang Jai with a slight smile and said, "There are 88 Tao lords at the great Tao level in the upper realm." 88. Few. With the 3,000 great Taos, could it be that even in the upper realm, only this many great Tao level experts have been born? Hearing Kang Ji's shocked words, Yan Lai and Yang Guqi were also aback. Looking at Kang Jai and the other two with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, Yan Lai asked, "Do you have some misunderstanding about the great Tao level laws?" Misunderstanding? Kang Jai. Other two were puzzled. Yan Lai's lips twitched. "You don't actually think that just because our world has 1,000 laws, there are 3,000 kinds of great Tao level laws, do you?" Kang Jai and the other two looked puzzled and asked in return, "Isn't that right?" Yan Lai's lips twitched as he looked at the three of them and said, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'What did you say?'" Kang Jai and the other two asked at the same time. Yan Lai stared at the three of them, his face mysterious, and said in a leisurely voice, "The great Tao is 50. The heavenly evolution is 49, and one is hidden away." Thump. It was as if something had struck their sea of consciousness, producing a loud, booming sound. The three stared blankly at Yan Lai opposite them, their eyes filled with disbelief. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly evolution is 49, and one is hidden away. Isn't this a saying that has been passed down in our chaos world? Pingwu swallowed hard. Could it be that our chaotic world actually only has 50 kinds of great Tao laws? She murmured to himself. Kang Jai frowned. That's not right. Even if our chaos world only has 50 great Tao laws, does that mean the upper realm also has them? Kang Jai looked at Yan Lai with a puzzled expression, as if asking what was going on. Yan Lai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, "Who told you that the upper realm doesn't belong to the chaos world?" All three were stunned. Pan Wu stared wide-eyed in astonishment and asked, "What do you mean?" "The upper realm is also part of the chaos world." Not only was Pan Wu puzzled, but Kang Jai and Mingxia were equally perplexed. If the upper realm is also part of the chaotic world, why have they never heard it? Moreover, the laws of the upper realm are clearly higher than those of their world, and even higher than the chaotic world where the chaos body resides. How is this possible? Seeing the shocked expressions on the three people's faces, Yan Lai felt a sense of satisfaction. So what if he's a prodigy or a genius? In some areas, he still needs to ask him for advice. Yan Lai picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then slowly said, I didn't lie to you just now. Even the upper realm is actually part of chaos. However, the upper realm is somewhat special. It has long since broken free from the cycle of the chaotic era. It is a special world formed by the fusion of the essence of 49 chaotic eras. And it is more powerful than the chaotic world you perceive. Of course, no matter how powerful the eternal realm is, it is still a part of the chaos world. However, this part is never open to outsiders, unless your world reaches its final moment and a powerful being breaks through to the great Tao realm. At this point, Yan Lai suddenly stopped and coughed lightly, seemingly a little embarrassed. Well, what I said isn't entirely correct. For example, your chaos era is a bit special. A great Tao-level powerhouse, who should only appear at the end of an era, has appeared in your era not long after it has begun, and you have already produced Pangu Tao Lord. Moreover, your era is still at the beginning of an era, and not only has a Pangu Tao Lord emerged, but several other Tao Lords have also appeared. This is a situation that could never have occurred in any previous chaotic era. At this point, a hint envy flashed in Yan Lai's eyes, along with an indescribable emotion. Kang Jai and the other two exchanged glance, feeling that Yan Lai's expression was somewhat strange. Taking a deep breath, Yan Lai composed himself before speaking. Actually, I envy you. At the beginning of the era, you produced several great Tao-level experts. This is a great thing for the beings of your chaotic era. When your chaos era develops to the middle and late stages, and when a large number of powerful individuals emerge, you, with the backing of the Tao Lord, will not suffer suppression from other beings of the chaos era. Even more powerful individuals, perhaps even Tao-level experts, will emerge. Seeing Yan Lai's envious expression, Kang Jai and the other two exchanged glances, feeling both delighted and puzzled. Senior, do you mean that besides the great god Pangu, other Tao-level powerhouses appeared in this chaos era? Who are they? Also, what is the origin of this chaos era? Kang Jai and the others discovered that the more they learned, the more doubts they had. The entire chaotic world was far deeper than they had seen, and they seemed to have only scratched the surface. Faced with Kang Ji's question, Yan Lai did not hide anything and explained with envy. Besides Pangu, the Lord of Power, your chaos era also had Shichen, the Lord of Time, Yang Mei, the Lord of Space, Mingxi, the ancestor of Destiny, Xingji, the ancestor of Order, and Luanxi. You are only at the beginning of the era, and you already have 7 great Tao-level experts. It's simply unbelievable. You should know that, including your era, there have only been 88 great Tao-level powerhouses in the 50 eras of chaos. And your era is only in its early stages, yet you have already produced 7 Tao Lord level experts. It's simply unbelievable. Moreover, your Lord of Power, Pangu, is not only the only Lord of the great Tao of Power, but he has also comprehended 16 great Tao laws. He is the only one who has the potential to surpass the Eternal Lord and become the strongest Lord within this era. At this point, Yan Lai and Yan Guqi's envy was practically overflowing, making Kang Jai and the other two feel a little embarrassed. Kang Jai hadn't expected that their era would be so powerful. Moreover, besides Pangu, there were actually 6 other great Tao-level experts. Among them Ancestor Yang Mei, a figure who had always been active in the legends of the prehistoric world. He was actually a great Tao-level expert, which puzzled Kang Jai greatly. If Ancestor Yang Mei is already a great Tao-level expert, then what about the Ancestor Yang Mei in the prehistoric world? Kang Jai opened his mouth, intending to ask Yan Lai, but ultimately suppressed the thought. Since Pangu, who is said to have transformed into the primordial chaos, could become a Tao-level powerhouse, it is not incomprehensible that Yang Mei could become a Tao lord. Perhaps this is a scheme set up by the great god Pangu to help the primordial world evolve. Suppressing his doubts, Kangji asked again, "Then what about this chaos era?" Yan Lai chuckled. "As I just said, you should have heard the saying, the great Tao is 50, the heavenly evolution is 49, and one is hidden." Kang Jai and the other two nodded. Was there something wrong with what he said? Then Yan Lai said, "Do you know what a saying circulated in your chaos era, which was before our chaos era?" "What did you say?" the three asked curiously. Yan Lai's lips curled up slightly, and he smiled mysteriously. "The great Tao is 49, the heavenly evolution is 48, and one is hidden away." Hiss, the three of them gasped. This. The three of them stared wide-eyed. What Yan Lai and the others had been spreading was actually different from what they had heard. The three of them immediately made many connections. At this moment, Yan Lai also said, "Perhaps you have already guessed that chaos is evolving. With each evolution, it gains one more great Tao-level law. In the beginning, there were no laws of the great Tao in the chaos, so the great Tao devoted itself to deducing a law of the great Tao. However, for such a great Tao-level law to be born, the entire chaos era must eventually perish, returning to the beginning of chaos and entering the cycle of reincarnation once again. Each cycle of chaos adds a new great Tao-level law, until the 37th chaotic era." At this point, Yan Lai paused again, as if lost in some kind of memory. With a sigh, Yan Lai said with some sadness, "Until the 37th chaos era, our chaos world was invaded, which is now the ghost realm world. Only the powerful beings in our chaotic world know that there are other chaotic worlds outside of our world. Once these chaotic worlds have evolved to a certain extent, they will take the initiative to seek out other weaker chaotic worlds. By devouring these chaotic worlds, one can integrate their great Tao-level laws. This is much faster than self-evolution. For example, if the current ghost realm could devour our chaos world, it would immediately gain 50 more great Tao-level laws, which is many times faster than its own evolution." Kang Jai and the other two were also surprised when they heard this. They did not expect that the so-called strange world was actually an invasion of another chaotic world. "Can our world also devour each other?" Panu asked curiously. Yan Lai laughed. "Of course we can, but we are much weaker than them. It is said that the number of great Tao-level laws possessed by the ghost realm is almost twice that of ours, which puts us at a disadvantage. Fortunately, when the ghost realm invaded our world, it was precisely at the time when our chaotic evolution of the eternal laws was taking place. At that time, the eternal Tao Lord appeared out of nowhere and created the eternal realm with the eternal laws. He also awakened the great Tao-level powerhouses who had been sleeping in the previous 36 chaos eras, which was enough to barely resist the invasion of the ghost realm. Therefore, since then, chaos has concentrated the vast majority of its energy to supply the eternal realm, which is now the upper realm. As a result, the chaotic energy that gives rise to a new era decreases, the laws of the lower realm become more fragile, and the time required to evolve new laws of the great Tao increases. However, it's not without its advantages. The eternal realm becomes stronger and can withstand the invasion of the ghost realm for a longer period of time. The laws of the lower realm have become fragile, making it easier for living beings to cultivate these laws. Although the strength of the laws they cultivate decreases, leading to a decline in power, as long as they can successfully evolve into great Tao-level laws, by the end of the era, when the remaining epochal world merges into the eternal realm, these surviving cultivators can cultivate again and replenish the missing laws. It can be said there are gains and losses. Kang Jai and the other two exchanged a glance, their feelings complicated. Unexpectedly, the laws they cultivated were actually weakened versions, leaving them speechless for a moment. Seeing the strange expressions on the three people's faces, Yan Lai laughed and said, "Don't worry, that's how it was from the 38th to the 49th era, but your era is a bit special." Kang Jai and the other two were taken aback and looked at Yan Lai with some doubt. "Is our era a little special?" Yan Lai nodded affirmatively. "Your era is already the 50th era of chaos. With the constant invasion of the strange world, chaos has actually reached its limit and no longer has the ability to continue evolving the chaotic world. Therefore, your era is said to be the last era of chaos, gathering the last energy of chaos, and its foundation is far deeper than that of previous eras." At this point, Yan Lai and Yan Guki were filled with envy again. Kang Jai and the other two didn't know what to say. They remembered that Yan Lai had said that they were people from the 49th era. Didn't that mean they were those unlucky ones who had been weakened? Ignoring the strange expressions on the faces of Kang Jai and the other two, Yan Lai continued, "Besides, after your era, if a great Tao-level law were to occur again, all living beings would have to comprehend and create it themselves. This is countless times more difficult than the evolution of all the energy concentrated in the chaos." Kang Jai and the other two's eyes lit up. "So, the laws we cultivate haven't been weakened?" Yan Lai nodded and then shook his head. "No, at the beginning, your laws were indeed not weakened. But after Pangu Dao Lord and the other 6 Dao Lords broke through to the Great Dao realm, most of the energy was absorbed by them, so the laws of your world were also weakened afterward. In particular, the laws beyond the heavenly Dao level have been almost entirely devoured by your 7 Dao Lords, which has resulted in the laws above, the heavenly Dao level in your world, being almost entirely silent. Perhaps you can cultivate to the level of a primordial, golden immortal without much problem, but successfully breaking through to the heavenly Dao level will be extremely difficult." Kang Jai and the other two looked solemn. They hadn't expected things to turn out this way. No wonder Hongjun insisted on merging with the primordial world. It seems he discovered that it would be difficult to cultivate to the heavenly Dao realm on his own. Kang Ji's mind raced with thoughts, and he considered many things. When Pangu was born, he was already a powerful being who was infinitely close to the level of the Great Dao. And the primordial world he created was also said to be infinitely close to the level of Great Dao. However, although Kang Jai has now gained control of some of the power in the primordial world, he has not found the primordial world to be that powerful, which is quite different from what has been said. Could it be that the origin of the primordial world has been taken away by Pangu? Or has it been said that even the laws above the heavenly Dao level in the primordial world have been extracted? A glint flashed in Kang Ji's eyes. He realized that he needed to thoroughly explore the primordial world and see what Pangu had left behind. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Kang Jai frowned and asked, "Is it still possible for beings in our world to cultivate to the heavenly Dao realm or higher?" Yan Lai thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps it's still possible. It's definitely very difficult. As for the Great Dao realm, that's impossible. The laws of force that your era should have deduced were successfully broken through by your great god Pangu at the very beginning of the era. Therefore, your mission for this era has been completed. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what the current state of your chaotic era is. Perhaps your Pangu god has left some backup plan. If you don't have any backup plans, you can only cultivate to the heavenly Dao realm at most, and that's your limit. Yan Lai stared intently at Kang Jai and suddenly asked, "Do you want to join our legion? If you are willing to join our legion, I can take you to the upper realm after the cleanup mission is completed." Kang Jai and the other two were taken aback. Kang Ji's expression shifted slightly as he thought of his sister and asked urgently, "May I ask if it is possible to enter the ghost realm from the upper realm?" Yan Lai was taken aback. "You want to enter the ghost realm?" Kang Jai nodded. "I have a relative who has mistakenly entered the ghost realm." "You have a relative who has entered the ghost realm?" Yan Lai asked in confusion. Kang Jai briefly explained the situation, but Yan Lai frowned. "Has the lower realm of this era also been invaded by the ghost realm? But something seems off. Why is the invading ghost realm so weak?" Yan Lai muttered to himself, feeling that Kang Jai and his era was full of surprises and something was amiss. After thinking for a moment, Yan Lai still spoke up. "It will be very difficult for you to enter the real ghost realm. It is an existence that is no less than our chaos world, with many powerful beings and even more great Dao-level experts than we are." Regarding the situation you just mentioned, Yan Lai paused for a moment and then said, "I always feel that what your relatives entered was not the real ghost realm, but perhaps just a dimensional space derived from the ghost realm." "Dimensional space?" Kang Jai frowned. Yan Lai sighed. "This is just my guess. I really can't say for sure what the actual situation is." Kang Jai was somewhat disappointed. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Joining your legion, does that mean becoming your Dao Lord's subordinate?" Yan Lai nodded and explained, "Don't worry, although our Dao Lord is not as good as your Pangu Dao Lord, our Dao Lord still admires Pangu Dao Lord quite a bit. Furthermore, the upper realm does not prohibit the recruitment of beings from other eras. Joining any faction is the freedom of all beings." Kang Jai nodded slightly, but did not immediately respond to Yan Lai's invitation. Instead, he asked, "I still don't know what the 50 great Dao-level laws that have evolved in the upper realm are?" Yan Lai gave Kang Jai a deep look, not angry that Kang Jai did not immediately accept his invitation, but he took a deep breath and a hint of disappointment flashed through his heart. He also knew that prodigies like Kang Jai wouldn't casually join any faction. Needless to say, their Dao Lord is far inferior to Pangu Dao Lord. Not to mention, in their era, besides Pangu Dao Zhu, there were 6 other Dao ancestors. Shaking off the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Yan Lai continued, "As for the 50 great Dao-level laws, I will tell you about them in the order in which they appeared. The first thing to appear in our chaotic world was, of course, the great Dao of chaos. After the great Dao of chaos, the great Dao of yin and yang, the great Dao of the 3 powers, the great Dao of the 4 symbols, the great Dao of the 5 elements, the great Dao of the 6 harmonies, the great Dao of the 7 luminaries, the great Dao of the 8 trigrams, the great Dao of the 9 palaces, and the great Dao of the 10 directions appeared. After these 10 great Daos appeared, the great Dao of time and space, the great Dao of destiny, the great Dao of cause and effect, the great Dao of world, the great Dao of time, the great Dao of space, the great Dao of creation, the great Dao of destruction, the great Dao of life, the great Dao of death, the great Dao of reincarnation, the great Dao of nirvana, the great Dao of order, the great Dao of chaos, the great Dao of varying, the great Dao of fusion, the great Dao of God, the great Dao of demon, the great Dao of immortal, the great Dao of Buddha, the great Dao of martial arts, the great Dao of body, the great Dao of elixir, the great Dao of weapon, the great Dao of talisman, and the great Dao of array appeared. When these 36 great Daos appeared, the entire chaos world was still relatively stable and had not been invaded by the ghost realm world. Therefore, after these chaotic eras ended, the Dao lords of those eras chose to slumber, waiting for the final evolution of chaos, and then emerging to compete for the possibility of transcendence. Unfortunately, in the 37th era, our chaotic world was invaded, and the eternal Dao Lord emerged out of nowhere. He not only created the eternal realm, but also awakened the previous 36 Dao ancestors, which barely managed to resist the invasion of the ghost realm. Then, chaos further evolved into the great Dao of stars, the great Dao of purification, the great Dao of war, the great Dao of sealing, the great Dao of contract, the great Dao of yin, the great Dao of Sunday, the great Dao of earth, the great Dao of metal, the great Dao of water, the great Dao of wood, the great Dao of fire, and the great Dao of power of your current era. Legend has it that the great Dao of power evolved from chaos in this era, because the great Dao of power can govern all power, including other great Dao level laws. After Pengu comprehended the great Dao of power, he was able to quickly control the power of other great Daos, allowing him to comprehend the remaining 49 great Dao level laws in the shortest possible time. Even if our overall strength is still inferior to that of the ghost realm by then, with Pengu around, we will still have some ability to resist. Moreover, it is said that the law of force can accelerate the evolution of other laws. Perhaps Pengu was able to comprehend other laws that had not yet evolved to the great Dao level. As Kang Jai listened to Yanlation, a surge of emotions welled up within him. He soon realized a problem. Can one great principle be comprehended by many people? Of course, theoretically. Each great Dao law can support 9 great Dao level powerhouses. Kang Jai was startled. So, how many people have comprehended the most great Dao level laws right now? Yanlai shook his head. That's beyond my knowledge. It's like how the Pengu Dao Lord comprehended 16 great Dao level laws. But how could a nobody like me possibly know which 16 they are? Kang Jai was slightly disappointed, but he quickly thought of several of the laws he mainly cultivated, and found that no one had cultivated a great Dao level law, especially the law of the soul, which is related to his innate talent. The great Dao did not evolve into a law at the great Dao level. Apart from these, the law of deprivation, the law of reversal, the law of calamity, the law of change, and the law of dreams have never evolved into a great Dao level law. In particular, the 4 laws, the law of soul, the law of deprivation, the law of reversal, and the law of calamity, are extremely powerful and useful. Thinking of this, Kang Jai felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps he should adjust his cultivation path. In particular, he possesses the talent of creating a soul clone, which makes cultivating the laws of the soul twice as effective with half the effort. However, he had always cultivated the laws of the soul incidentally, and had not cultivated them as his main laws. Now it seems that perhaps I can try to win the title of Soul Dao Master. However, Kang Jai quickly frowned again. Logically speaking, the most suitable place for him to cultivate the laws of the soul should be the ghost cultivator's physical body. The ghost cultivator's true form has no physical body. It is composed of calamity-inducing energy. Aside from the aura of calamity, it was a soul entity. However, now that the ghost cultivator's physical body has broken through to the Hunyuan Dal Dalu golden immortal realm, it is not realistic for him to switch to cultivating the laws of the soul. After much thought, Kang Jai suddenly remembered the true form of chaos. Since the 3 worlds were separated from the chaos body, the chaos body now consists of only a chaos world, the 3 spiritual roots, and the immortal true spirit. In fact, the chaotic world is actually a physical manifestation of the chaotic entity, and the chaotic entity has never chosen to cultivate any particular law. The chaos entity has always insisted on cultivating the 3,000 laws simultaneously, but ultimately prioritized the chaos law and used it to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm. But now, Kang Jai suddenly had other ideas. The chaos body still evolves into the chaos world, but its internal laws break through the great Luo golden immortal realm of Hunyuan, and Kang Jai is preparing to change them to the laws of the soul. In other words, Kang Jai is preparing for a dual breakthrough, both chaos and soul simultaneously breaking through to the Hunyuan Dalu golden immortal realm. One method relies on the chaos world itself to achieve a breakthrough, while the other relies on the 3,000 laws within the chaos world. The 3,000 laws had been integrated into his soul avatars, and once he broke through, he wondered what changes would occur. Kang Jai suddenly felt a little expectant. While Kang Jai was pondering, they had unknowingly arrived at Yan Lai's camp. "Gentlemen, I have 5 friends on their way. How about I show you around my base first?" Kang Jai did not refuse Yan Lai's invitation. However, Kang Ji's main mind was separated from his immortal cultivation body and came to the yin-yang divine tree. Kang Jai obtained a lot of information from Yan Lai, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the primordial world was not simple. Since Pangu did not die and even became a Dao-level powerhouse, is the world he created really that weak? Why is it so difficult for even heavenly Dao experts to be born in a world that is said to be infinitely close to the great Dao level? Kang Ji's mind descended upon the yin-yang divine tree, and with its help, he began to explore the entire prehistoric world. The roots of the yin-yang divine tree have now spread throughout the entire prehistoric world, and the yin-yang divine tree itself is a Taoist saint whose control over the prehistoric world is, arguably, the strongest in the entire prehistoric world. However, after some investigation, strange, how come there's nothing there? Yin-yang divine tree frowned slightly. Despite his control over the primordial world, he hadn't discovered anything. That shouldn't be the case. The yin-yang divine tree once again mobilized the power of the underground passage and began to explore the underground space. However, after searching, they still found nothing. Undeterred, the yin-yang divine tree used some of the authority it had stolen from the heavenly Dao space to begin exploring it. Unfortunately, the yin-yang divine tree yielded nothing. Could it be in the humane space? Since the human realm was yet to be explored, the yin-yang divine tree had to rely on the authority bestowed upon it by humanity to infiltrate it. Still nothing. After exploring the human realm, the yin-yang divine tree still found nothing. Now, the yin-yang divine tree had to doubt its own judgment, its thoughts constantly wandering between the 3 realms of heaven and man, feeling somewhat unwilling. At that moment, as the yin-yang divine wood's thoughts swept across the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, a sudden and unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a suction force pulled the yin-yang divine wood's divine sense directly into a mysterious space. "Hey, finally someone's here." A rough voice rang out, and at the same time, a familiar aura entered the yin-yang divine tree's divine sense. Pang, the great god Pangu, yin-yang divine tree stared in surprise at the illusory figure opposite it and exclaimed, "Oh, little guy, you actually know me." Pangu looked at Kang Jai with delight, then let out a soft exclamation, "Little fellow, you've fused with my spinal cord?" The yin-yang divine tree did not hide anything and nodded honestly. Pangu didn't say much about this, but nodded in satisfaction and said, "You still have the power of merit in your body, and you also have my spinal cord." It seems that you have done a lot of good things for the prehistoric world. The yin-yang divine tree grinned but didn't reply. Pangu didn't care about this and said to himself, "Since the primordial world chose you, that's your luck." After a pause, Pangu continued, "I originally thought that it would be Hongjun who could enter this place, but now..." The yin-yang divine tree was somewhat surprised. "Great God Pangu, why do you believe that it will be Hongjun who enters here?" Pangu glanced at the yin-yang divine tree and smiled meaningfully. "Because in my original calculations, Hongjun would become the sacrifice, which is why he was able to enter this place." A sacrifice, a sacrificial offering. The yin-yang divine tree's eyes widened, and a good idea suddenly came to mind. Seeing the yin-yang divine tree's expression of fear, Pangu laughed heartily. "Little one, are you scared?" Looking at Pangu's mocking expression, the yin-yang divine tree composed itself and narrowed its eyes slightly. The yin-yang divine tree, having calmed down, suddenly realized that if Pangu wanted to sacrifice himself, he wouldn't need to waste so much breath. Not to mention, he was just an avatar of the original body. Although his strength even surpassed that of the original body, he was still just an avatar. Putting aside the fact that he possessed a great deal of primordial merit, just the fact that he supported the primordial world alone, that Pangu would not have harmed himself if he did not want the primordial beings to suffer. Moreover, even if he were sacrificed, as long as his original body remained, he would still be resurrected. With this in mind, the yin-yang divine tree was no longer worried. It wanted to see what Pangu was up to. Seeing that the yin-yang divine tree had stabilized its emotions so quickly, Pangu was somewhat surprised and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good temperament. Don't worry, because of the intervention of the great Tao, you do not need to sacrifice yourself now." The yin-yang divine tree frowned as it looked at Pangu, somewhat puzzled. "The great Tao is interfering." Pangu nodded. "Yes, the great Tao intervened, but it wasn't aimed at you. Originally, in my plan, whoever entered this place could only open the connection between the primordial world and the eternal realm by sacrificing themselves, completely unsealing the chaos world, evolving the complete chaos world. However, the great Tao later felt that this was too wasteful, as only the most extraordinary talents of the primordial era could enter this place, so it modified my plan." At this point, Pangu suddenly stopped and looked at the yin-yang divine tree, asking, "Do you know about the eternal realm? What's the situation outside now? Has contact with the eternal realm been established?" The question about Pangu made yin-yang Shenmu's head buzz. He sensed from Pangu's words that even the appearance of void rifts between the eternal realm and their world was an arrangement by Pangu and the great Tao. What exactly do Pangu and the great Tao want to do? Yin-yang divine tree's thoughts raced, and for a moment it couldn't keep up with Pangu's pace. Amidst the turmoil in his mind, the yin-yang divine tree honestly replied, "Now that a void rift has appeared above the original void passage, connecting it to the eternal realm, wouldn't you say that a connection has been established?" Pangu's eyes lit up. "Of course it counts. But this is just the beginning. To truly establish a connection with the eternal realm, you must truly master the primordial world." Taking control of the primordial world? Yin-yang divine tree frowned, somewhat confused about what Pangu and the others were trying to do. Just as the yin-yang divine tree was puzzled, Pangu's voice rang out again. "You must be very curious about what I want to do." The yin-yang divine tree nodded repeatedly, its eyes filled with curiosity. Pangu said, "When we broke through to the great Tao realm, we devoured most of the laws above the heavenly Tao level, which made the chaos of this era extremely fragile, incomparable to previous chaotic eras. Back then, I and several other fellow Taoists could have directly and completely refined and divided up the chaos and then entered the eternal realm. However, this era is the last one that the great Tao can predict, so we ultimately made other arrangements. I won't go into the specifics of the arrangements, but just need to know that a few of us left behind some resources during this chaotic era, and at the same time, we used our own strength to help the chaos recuperate and look forward to the day when our resources are restored. At the same time, we have also made some arrangements in secret, so that one day, when the lower realm establishes contact with the eternal realm, we can use the power of the eternal realm to mend the chaotic foundation of the lower realm. Using the power of the eternal realm to repair the chaotic foundation of the lower realm? The yin-yang divine tree's eyes widened in disbelief. Won't the eternal realm discover this? And won't doing this weaken the eternal realm? Pengu simply chuckled at the concerns about the yin-yang divine tree. Don't worry, the lower realm chaos will eventually merge into the eternal realm, so no matter how much energy the lower realm absorbs, it will not cause any loss to the eternal realm. As for whether the eternal realm will find out, as long as it's not too outrageous, the eternal realm won't interfere. Besides, we're not dead. Why wouldn't the eternal realm be watching us? Pengu's answer relieved the yin-yang divine tree. That's an eternal realm with great Tao-level experts. The strongest in their lower realms doesn't even have a heavenly Tao realm. What can they compare to the eternal realm? But having a powerful backer makes all the difference. The fact that Pengu was above them was a great blessing for them. However, the yin-yang divine tree soon had some doubts. Since the chaos of the lower realm will eventually merge into the eternal realm, why borrow the power of the eternal realm to evolve the chaos of the lower realm? This puzzled the yin-yang divine tree greatly. Pengu remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Little fellow, I cannot fully answer this question. I can only tell you that the upper realm is not so peaceful either. As for why it's necessary to evolve into the lower realm of chaos, it can only be said that this is the arrangement of the great Tao, and it can only benefit you without any harm. Pengu paused for a moment, then continued, Before you came, the entire chaos and even all living beings in this chaos era were sealed away. Sealed? The yin-yang divine tree was puzzled. How could they, living beings, be sealed? I'm talking about potential and cultivation being sealed. Haven't you noticed that none of you can break through to the 100th level of the saint realm at most? Yin-yang divine tree was taken aback. How could he know this? Their strongest member hadn't even reached the 10th level of the saint realm, so how could he know such things? Seeing the yin-yang divine tree's expression, Pengu seemed to have thought of something and sighed. Back then, because we devoured most of the laws, the great Tao placed a seal on the chaos of this era. It is extremely difficult for the primordial world to grow by transforming chaos. All living beings in the chaos will slow down their cultivation speed after breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, until someone comes here and obtains the way to completely break the seal secret. Otherwise, given the unique circumstances at the beginning of the era, the cultivation speed of all living beings should have been very fast. Can we unlock the chaos seal and the secret treasure by coming here? The yin-yang divine tree's eyes lit up. Yes, my original plan was to sacrifice the beings that could come here to open the connection with the eternal realm, then release the seal of chaos, allowing chaos to repair itself by absorbing the laws and power of the eternal realm, and then give back to the primordial world and its beings. The great Tao later offered another option, which is your current situation. Now that you have established a connection with the eternal realm, you no longer need to sacrifice yourselves. As long as you can gain the complete approval of the three paths of heaven, earth, and man, you can unlock the secret treasures left behind by several of our great Tao-level experts. Once the secret treasure is opened, the entire primordial world and even the chaotic world will experience a great explosion, which will be of immense benefit to you. If you can break through to the heavenly Tao realm, or even a higher realm, before the chaos has completely evolved, it will greatly benefit your survival after entering the eternal realm. After all, even great Tao-level experts are not uncommon in the eternal realm. The stronger your cultivation, the greater your chances of survival. As Pangu recounted his story, the yin-yang divine tree fell into deep thought. He roughly understood what Pangu meant. The chaotic world of their era would eventually be integrated into the eternal realm. But before they merged into the eternal realm, Pangu secured an opportunity for them to become stronger. Before chaos has fully evolved, they will become as strong as possible. Moreover, he was also very interested in the secret treasure that Pangu had mentioned. What benefits could he gain if he opened this secret treasure? Great God Pangu, when you say you have gained the recognition of the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, do you mean you have attained the sage status of the three realms? Pangu nodded. That's right. Only by simultaneously attaining the sainthood of the three paths of heaven, earth, and man can you truly gain the recognition of the primordial world and completely refine it in the future. Once you attain the sainthood of heaven, earth, and man, you will enter this place again. At that time, I will lead you to break the chaos seal and fully unlock the secret treasures we left behind. Upon hearing this, the yin-yang divine tree felt a surge of excitement. He has now attained the status of a saint on the earthly path. All he lacks are the status of saints on the heavenly path and the human path. He had already obtained a portion of the heavenly Tao's authority, even if he had stolen it during Hongjun's backlash. Nevertheless, he still possessed a portion of the heavenly Tao's authority. If he can help the heavenly Tao restore a saintly position, he can immediately become a heavenly Tao saint. Humanity is even simpler. It is already bound to him. If he wants to, and helps humanity unlock the status of a saint, becoming a saint in humanity is not a problem either. The only problem now is that all 7 strands of primordial purple key of the heavenly Tao have been shattered. To restore them, the heavenly Tao must absorb 2 saint-level origin coins. The same applies to the human path. The human path is relatively immature. If it wants to grow and unlock more saintly positions, it also needs to absorb 2 saint-level origin coins. In other words, he urgently needs 4 saint-level origin coins. Taking a deep breath, the yin-yang divine tree suppressed its excitement and asked its last question. Great God, if I truly and completely refine the primordial world, wouldn't you care? Upon hearing this question, Pangu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Little one, you can rest assured. For me now, creating a world no weaker than the primordial world is a piece of cake. The primordial world was a gift I left to the beings of this era. If you can truly refine it, will be your destiny. Moreover, Pangu paused, looked at the yin-yang divine tree, and suddenly stopped smiling, saying, Moreover, the primordial world is the only world in the lower realms that has a complete cycle of reincarnation. Only by reincarnating in the primordial world can one inherit all the talents in one's soul. Little one, completely refining the primordial chaos will only benefit you. So keep up the good work. Hearing Pangu's subtly suggestive words, the yin-yang divine tree was startled. Before the yin-yang divine tree could react, they suddenly realized that they had left that special space. Recalling Pangu's last words, the yin-yang divine tree was startled. Could it be that Pangu discovered his own talent? But soon Yin Yang Shenmu gave a bitter smile. Pangu was a great Dao-level expert. Even if he only left behind a divine thought, it was normal for him to be able to see his talent. Perhaps Pangu is reminding me of something. The yin-yang divine tree murmured to itself. The soul avatar talent, perhaps I've overlooked something, Kang Jai murmured to himself. Kang Jai was unsure whether beings in the upper realm possessed such a thing as talent. But Kang Jai knew that talent was something only humans on Blue Star possessed. Moreover, the talents away humans on Earth are different from those of other living beings, although in the later stages of development, talent be somewhat useless. For example, those who cultivate the corresponding laws can obtain effects equivalent to their innate talents. However, there are still differences between the two. The talent of the Blue Star human race is more like a kind of rule that cannot be separated, can follow its own reincarnation. The laws cultivated by other beings gradually dissipate with reincarnation, which is the most fundamental difference between the two. Kang Ji's situation is somewhat special. His talent is the ability to create a soul clone, which allows him to infinitely split his soul without any damage. The split soul clones are absolutely controlled by the original body, which is unimaginable in the primordial world. Moreover, this talent can be transferred along with one's main mind. When the main mind is transferred to a certain main body or clone, that main body or clone will gain this ability. It's like if Kang Jai were to transfer his main focus to the yin-yang divine tree. The yin-yang divine tree would immediately gain the ability to split souls. Pangu's last words were perhaps a reminder to himself. All the soul clones I have created so far have been reincarnated in the primordial world. Does Pangu mean that only soul clones reincarnated in the primordial world can gain the ability to split their souls when the main descends? If that's the case, Kang Jai suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something. Previously, I would first absorb the soul power from the soul clone, and then split the soul clone from the main soul. This wasn't a problem at first, but after he cultivated the 9-in-1 method and possessed 9 physical bodies, his talent underwent a transformation. His main mind could freely switch between his physical body and his clones, and he could transfer his soul clone talent to other physical bodies and clones. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to directly split the souls of these bodies and clones simply by focusing one's mind on them, without having to trouble the main soul to absorb the soul power? Moreover, according to Pangu, only the soul clones that reincarnate in the primordial world can fully inherit this ability. But why did Pangu give this reminder? Kang Jai looked at the yin-yang divine tree. Could it be that Pangu is reminding the yin-yang divine tree of something? The yin-yang divine tree also fell into deep thought. First, once the chaos is unsealed, whether it is the primordial world, the 3,000 demon god realms, or the Blue Star world, all will usher in a great explosion. The world evolves from chaos, and in this process of evolution, one can definitely gain immense benefits. The first to enter the evolutionary stage will inevitably be the primordial world. After all, it is a legacy left by Pangu. Can I maximize my own interests? The yin-yang divine tree remembered Pangu's reminder. Could it be that Pangu is reminding me to create more soul clones? But what's the use of just splitting your soul into separate entities? Or is it that, in addition to splitting the soul into avatars, it also intends to split the yin-yang divine tree? The yin-yang divine tree thought of its own nurturing law, which it had temporarily abandoned in its breakthrough, and it seemed to have a purpose now. To gain greater benefits from the evolution of the primordial world, one must gain more complete control over it and possess a stronger ability to absorb and expel chaos. Thinking of this, yin-yang divine tree immediately realized something. Now, I hold the reins of power over the underground tunnels. With his access to the underground realm, he could easily interfere in matters of reincarnation. As long as I don't interfere with Hautu's interests, I think Hautu won't hinder me from arranging the reincarnation of some living beings. Having mastered the laws of fertilization, one can use these laws to cultivate a large number of yin-yang divine tree seeds. Then, using the ability to split souls, the yin-yang divine tree splits into a large number of soul clones. Finally, by using the authority of the earthly saint, he allowed all his soul fragments to reincarnate into these yin-yang divine tree seeds. In this way, he would have a large number of yin-yang divine trees, because they share the same roots and origins, and even the same soul. These yin-yang divine tree offspring can still connect with the mother tree. What would happen if I planted all these saplings on the nodes of the primordial earth veins? The more yin-yang divine tree thought about it, the more tempted he became. He was going to do it. After all, he was a saint-level expert. Splitting some soul clones was no problem at all. At the same time, the yin-yang divine tree began to activate its own nurturing laws, giving birth to a large number of yin-yang divine tree seeds. As the seeds matured, the yin-yang divine tree, with a thought, used its authority over the earth to scatter 72 billion seeds throughout the primordial world. 72 billion seeds correspond to 72 billion ley lines on the primordial land. Because of the sheer number of seeds, 99% of the seeds nurtured by the yin-yang divine tree are extremely small. Only at the 720 most important earth vein nodes did the yin-yang divine tree mobilize the power of a great luo golden immortal, giving birth to seeds of the great luo golden immortal level. As for the other seeds, 99% of them are only at the earth immortal realm. Even so, it is sufficient for the yin-yang divine tree now, as all the corresponding soul clones entered the cycle of reincarnation. The entire cycle of 6 realms of reincarnation experienced a brief pause. Within the underworld, Hautu naturally sensed the movements of the yin-yang divine tree. However, since the yin-yang divine tree did not touch the interests of the Wu clan, she had no choice but to turn a blind eye. But she was very curious about what the yin-yang divine tree was doing. Before she could investigate, the soul clones that the yin-yang divine tree had infused had already completed their reincarnation, and were all reborn into the yin-yang divine tree seed. As the yin-yang divine tree seed took root throughout the primordial world, Kang Jai suddenly discovered that his computing power had increased significantly. These yin-yang divine tree seedlings, planted on the nodes of the primordial earth veins, seem to have formed some kind of special network, which can actually enhance the computing power of all the yin-yang divine trees. Kang Jai was very excited about this discovery. The stronger the computing power, the better for him. Currently, he has several physical bodies, but his cultivation level is still stuck at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. It's time for him to make a breakthrough. Just Kang Jai was thinking this, the yin-yang divine tree planted in the earth vein node underwent another change. Suddenly, the yin-yang divine tree seed that had entered the earth vein node emitted a faint glow. Beams of light emanated from the earth vein nodes, quickly weaving a massive array network across the entire primordial land. As the network of earth vein arrays was woven together, the shimmering light connected with the countless roots of the yin-yang divine tree. As the faint light emitted by the yin-yang divine tree seed connected with the root system of the yin-yang divine tree, the yin-yang divine tree itself trembled slightly. As this tremor occurred, the canopy of the yin-yang divine tree, which had long since extended into the ancient starry sky, suddenly made a rustling sound. As the tree canopy swayed, beams of starlight fell, reflecting off the canopy. At the same time, the stars in the heavens trembled slightly, and a mysterious feeling welled up in my heart. The heavenly gang, the earthly fiends? As if lost in thought, the yin-yang divine tree activated its nurturing laws, causing 36 billion seeds to condense once more within its canopy. At the same time, the divine soul of the yin-yang divine tree was activated, and 36 billion soul clones appeared. The heavenly gang and unearthly fiends. I'd like to see what changes they can bring me. The yin-yang divine tree suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. This was the first time that an ancient star and a primordial earth vein had actively formed a connection. The yin-yang divine tree was also very curious about what kind of changes would occur when the two sides used itself as a connection. With a thought, 36 billion seeds merged into 36 billion ancient stars, and all of them entered the core of the stars. With the integration of 36 billion seeds, the yin-yang divine tree once again mobilized the power of the earth, reincarnating 36 billion soul avatars into these seeds. Like the earth vein seeds, among the 36 billion star seeds, only 306 seeds from main stars have reached the level of great Luo golden immortals, forming the heavenly gang and earthly fiend numbers, with the earth vein seeds. As 36 billion soul clones were reincarnated into star seeds, the heavens and the earth suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, flowers began to fall from the sky, golden lotuses emerged from the earth's veins, countless starlight descended, and the dragon veins surged forth. Starlight and dragon vein energy intertwined, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire primordial world rapidly increased at this moment. Endless purple mist rose up and enveloped the entire primordial world. At the same time, as 36 billion star seeds in the sky and 72 billion earth vein seeds on the ground were successfully nurtured, the sky and the ground were suddenly enveloped by two magic arrays. Is this a primordial heavenly gang and earthly fiend formation, or a chaos-level primordial earthly fiend formation? The yin-yang divine tree looked at the great array that enveloped the entire primordial world with some doubt and murmured to itself. As the heavenly gang and earthly fiends formation took shape, a surge of energy poured into the yin-yang divine tree. As this energy was poured in, the yin-yang divine tree suddenly sensed something. Countless insights into various laws, such as the laws of gestation, the laws of the soul, the laws of the world, the laws of formations, the laws of the celestial forces, the laws of the earthly evils, and the laws of the stars, flooded his mind. At the same time, the star seeds in the ancient starry sky and the earth vein seeds in the primordial land connected with the yin-yang divine tree. As they connected with the yin-yang divine tree, an invisible energy circulated and flowed between them, prompting these newly conceived seeds to quickly root and sprout. As 108 billion yin-yang divine tree seeds take root and sprout, the energy cycle between heaven and earth accelerates even further. Moreover, as these seeds took root in the core of the star and the nodes of the earth's veins, the entire yin-yang divine tree began to grow wildly. The first thing to grow was the root system of the yin-yang divine tree. These roots continued to extend, almost enveloping the entire primordial land. As these roots enveloped the primordial land, the speed at which the entire primordial land absorbed and exhaled chaotic energy suddenly increased by 108 times. Moreover, as the yin-yang divine tree connected the two formations above and below ground, an invisible barrier appeared outside the entire prehistoric world. The barrier consists of two layers, with the upper layer filled with terrifying pure energy that envelops the entire ancient starry sky. Beneath the barrier, thick, turbid air flowed, enveloping the entire primordial land. The pure and impure energies rotate continuously, and they intermingle with each other, centered on the yin-yang divine tree. The laws and principles of the Tao fluctuated, the breath of the yin-yang divine tree. The most concentrated element was the law of nurturing, a law that the yin-yang divine tree had temporarily abandoned cultivating, but which was now exceptionally active. I never expected that the law of nurturing would be the first to break through, Kang Jai murmured to himself. Since the yin-yang divine tree successfully broke through 7 saint-level laws, Kang Jai had thought that the yin-yang divine tree would have difficulty making breakthroughs for a long time. Even if there is a breakthrough, it won't be the law of conception. After all, with his successful conquest of the entire demon race, the law of conception's effectiveness has been greatly diminished, and there's no need to push the law of conception to the saint level first. However, things don't always go as planned. With the reincarnation of 108 billion clones, the gestation laws of the entire primordial world were unexpectedly triggered. At this moment, even if the yin-yang divine tree didn't want to break through, it couldn't. As each sapling of the yin-yang divine tree sprouted from the earth and grew in the nodes of the primordial earth veins and the core of ancient stars, these 108 billion saplings also established a special connection, the yin-yang divine tree itself. With the establishment of this special connection, the speed at which the yin-yang divine tree transforms chaotic energy also continues to accelerate. At the same time, some of the chaotic energy that could not be transformed in time was transported to the sub-tree by the yin-yang divine tree body through the special connection between it and its clone. As the sub-tree absorbed this chaotic energy, the core of the star where the sub-tree was located and the earth vein node both experienced fluctuations in their laws. The laws of the world converged on these avatars, and as the subtrees continued to grow, spaces were opened up one after another. This is the opening up of a blessed land and a vast world? Sensing the changes around the subtree, the yin-yang divine tree was also somewhat surprised. No, this is a way to compensate for the fact that the primordial world could not grow normally. The yin-yang divine tree quickly sensed the emotions of the primordial world, a forced compromise. Originally, the primordial world should have grown at an even more terrifying rate. However, because the chaotic world has not yet been unsealed, its own growth is compressed. It can only use its excess energy to create subordinate worlds of varying sizes, attached to the primordial world, centered on the yin-yang divine tree. Having figured all this out, the yin-yang divine tree was also helpless. It seemed that he had to unseal the chaos seal and open up the Pangu secret treasury as soon as possible. We'll talk about lifting the lockdown later. This is a rare opportunity, and perhaps we can take the yin-yang divine tree to the next level. With this in mind, Kang Ji immediately mobilized most of his power to help the yin-yang divine tree. Martial arts. At the same time, Kang Jai also realized a problem. The number of clones was really crucial to his computing power. In particular, after the yin-yang divine tree split into 108 billion clones, his computing power increased dramatically. Looks like it's time to go all out. With a thought, Kang Ji's main body's mind wandered across countless clones. Upon reaching each clone, Kang Jai would split the excess soul power within that clone into even more soul clones. The entire primordial world is evolving, and in particular, with the stirring of the laws of gestation, the number of living beings in the entire primordial world is doubling. Moreover, because of the existence of 108 billion yin-yang divine trees, 1.8 billion worlds of varying sizes have sprung up around them. The smaller ones are roughly the size of the original blue star, while the larger ones are comparable to the former blue star universe. As these worlds proliferated, countless beings were born under the influence of the laws of creation. Many of these are innate beings, and even if they cannot compare to the most outstanding innate beings in the primordial world, they are still rare existences. The yin-yang divine tree naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, and its clones split into countless soul clones. These soul fragments were then cast into the 6 paths of reincarnation by the yin-yang divine wood. This time, the yin-yang divine tree did not forcibly arrange the whereabouts of these clones. After all, there were simply too many soul clones this time, too many to count. This time, Kang Jai did not pursue the quality of the soul clones, but only the quantity of them. As long as the strength of the soul clone is sufficient to guarantee reincarnation into any living being, that is sufficient. Most soul clones, once they reach the Earth immortal realm, can be reincarnated into 99% of the primordial creatures. Since some powerful races' offspring needed stronger souls, Kang Jai reserved them as well. In this way, Kang Jai can almost guarantee that his soul clones can encompass any race in the entire prehistoric world. The reason why Kang Jai did not let the yin-yang divine tree arrange the whereabouts of these soul clones was because this anomaly actually made it impossible for the reincarnated souls in the entire prehistoric world to be sufficient. This was originally almost impossible. But this time, not only did the laws of creation explode, but the laws of the world also exploded. This also led to the creation of a number of souls in the primordial world that far exceeded its capacity, resulting in a shortage of souls. If there is no replenishment of souls in this situation, many beings will fall into a deep sleep until a soul is reincarnated into a body, just like at the beginning of the primordial world. In the beginning of the primordial world, there was also a lack of souls that could unite with the physical bodies of living beings. This also meant that in the beginning of the primordial world, it took a very, very long time any living being to be born. That's because the souls of many living beings were born in the primordial era. Although such a soul is born naturally, it is also very weak. It's a long time to grow before it can perfectly integrate with the physical body. This is why there was a long period of silence in the early stages of the primordial era. After countless beings were born and went through many eons, countless beings died and turned into countless fragments of souls. With the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation, these soul fragments were transformed into new soul entities, thus completely resolving the reincarnation of beings in the primordial world. With the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the prehistoric world almost never had to worry about a shortage of souls for the birth of living beings. But who could have imagined that this anomaly would cause a shortage of souls in the primordial world once again, and even more severely than before? Fortunately, Kang Ji's soul clones made up for this deficiency. Kang Ji's main mind traveled through countless clones, and countless soul clones emerged from these clones and directly entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. As these soul clones reincarnate, the number of Kang Ji's clones also increases. The more clones Kang Ji has, the stronger his computing power becomes. With a loud boom, the yin-yang divine tree trembled once more. It's done! With the yin-yang divine tree successfully breaking through to the saint level in its nurturing laws, the nurturing laws of the entire primordial world became active once again. Kang Ji moved among his clones, almost without stopping for a moment. With countless soul clones reincarnating, his clones were almost everywhere in the prehistoric world, including the countless worlds large and small that had sprung up from it. Boom! another loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the yin-yang divine tree successfully broke through the laws of the world once again. Pan Wu, the world law, had already broken through once. Although everyone's saint-level law is different, it is necessary to weave the saint-level law that best suits oneself. However, Pan Wu had already successfully broken through to the saint level of the world laws once, and had gained some experience. This experience would still be helpful for the yin-yang divine tree to break through the world laws. Because of its previous experience with Pan Wu, the yin-yang divine tree was able to break through the laws of the world quickly after successfully breaking through the laws of gestation. With the world's laws successfully breaking through to the saint-level, and the laws of gestation and the world's laws complementing each other, the primordial world's demand for reincarnated souls has become even stronger. Fortunately, Kang Jai had enough clones, with hundreds of millions of clones constantly splitting into soul clones, which was barely enough to meet the needs of the entire prehistoric world. Even Hotu, who governs reincarnation, was stunned by the sudden changes in the primordial world, which caught her off guard. Even the Wu tribe, which difficulty conceiving, saw the birth of many Wu offspring during this strange event. Not only the primordial witch clan itself, but also the witch clan's own cultivation of the witch realm creation method, as the laws of gestation acted upon them, caused the number of witch clan members in their own realm space to increase at an alarming rate. Not only the witch clan, but also the demon clan, the human clan, and all the myriad races of the primordial world are the same. If it weren't for the considerable time required for procreation, the number of living beings in the entire prehistoric world would likely have experienced a terrifying surge. Even so, those races that easily produce offspring, such as the sea race and the wood-type demon race, whose offspring were already capable of producing many offspring, saw their offspring numbers more than double under the influence of the laws of reproduction. Boom! Boom! Two more booming sounds echoed throughout the entire prehistoric world, and the yin-yang divine tree broke through the array laws and the laws of tribulation one after another. From then on, the yin-yang divine tree had successfully broken through 11 laws, making it comparable to Hongjun. In addition, because there were too many split soul clones, Kang Ji's understanding of the laws of the soul was also constantly increasing as he split his soul clones. However, Kang Jai did not his understanding of the laws of the soul to the yin-yang divine tree, but instead used the immortal true spirit of the chaos body to gain his understanding. Therefore, among all the original body and clones, the chaos original body has the deepest understanding of the laws of the soul. As the understanding of the laws of the soul deepened, the soul strength of the undying true spirit within the chaos body also increased rapidly. At this point, the changes in the entire prehistoric world finally came to an end. Although the primordial wilderness is still growing rapidly, its size has almost doubled compared to before. However, its growth rate has slowed down considerably compared to before. At this moment, Kang Ji's mind finally arrived at the chaos body, sensing the undying true spirit, which had become hundreds of times stronger. A glint of light flashed in Kang Ji's eyes. The chaos body's current understanding of the laws of the soul has reached the peak of quasi-saint. However, the chaos entity's comprehension of other laws had not reached its limit. If Kang Jai wants to create the strongest chaos body, he must cultivate all the laws to the peak of quasi-saint. Only in this way can Kang Jai give birth to the strongest saint-level soul law in history when he breaks through with the soul law. Even the legendary Hongjun couldn't compare. Even when Hongjun broke through the laws, he did not cultivate all 3,000 laws to the peak of quasi-saint. However, when Hongjun broke through to the saint-level law, He wove all 3,000 laws into the law he wanted to break through. This also means that, to some extent, the saint-level law that Hongjun broke through was stronger than those of other people who broke through the same saint-level law. Of course, this is not absolute. Only by weaving more reasonable and suitable rules can the power be exerted be stronger. However, in a sense, the more auxiliary laws one has when weaving laws, the stronger the saint-level laws will be after the breakthrough. If Kang Jai wants to create the strongest saint-level expert, he must cultivate all 3,000 laws to the peak of quasi-saint. Only then will the saint-level laws he breaks through be the strongest. However, nowadays, although the chaos body has cultivated the soul law to the peak of quasi-saint, however, the remaining 3,000 laws are still far from the peak of quasi-saint. If the chaos body were allowed to cultivate in this way, even with the assistance of other clones, it would take a very long time. More importantly, after all 3,000 laws have been cultivated peak, the remaining 3,000 laws need to be adapted to the laws of the soul, which will take a long time. After much thought, just as he split his soul, Kang Jai suddenly had a brilliant idea. Could he use the soul clone on his chaos body? Although the original chaotic body had already split into 3,000 soul avatars and merged with the 3,000 laws. However, under the 3,000 main laws, each main law has 129,600 seed laws. These sub-laws can also collide with the sub-laws of other main laws, forming more composite laws. Kang Jai wants to create the strongest soul law and the strongest physical body, so he must also try to create collisions between laws. As a result, the 3,000 soul clones seemed somewhat insufficient. If 3,000 main laws can fuse with soul avatars, then why can't these sub-laws? Thinking it through and acting on it, Kang Jai made his current attempt. As the 3,000 soul avatars within the 3,000 laws split into 129,600 soul avatars, Kang Jai then integrated these 388 million soul avatars back into the 3,000 sub-laws. With the integration of these soul clones, Kang Jai gained many new insights into the fusion of the soul law and the 3,000 laws. After doing all this, Kang Jai did not stop. Although the 388.8 million Dao sub-laws have been integrated into their respective soul avatars, these sub-laws still need to interact with the sub-laws of the other main laws. Therefore, these soul avatars are far from sufficient. Kang Jai gave an order to the undying true spirit within the chaos body. Once these laws collided and gave birth to new composite laws, notify him once a certain number were reached. He would then further split these 388 million soul clones, until he ensured that each law had a soul clone integrated into it. Kang Jai estimated that by then, the number of soul clones within the entire chaos body would probably be more than the number of soul clones in the entire primordial world. But in order to create the strongest soul law and the strongest physical body, Kang Jai felt that it was all worth it. After doing all this, Kang Ji's mind returned to his cultivation essence. At the same time, the divine cultivator's main body, the Buddhist cultivator's main body, the physical cultivator's main body, the Ksitigarbha avatar, even the Wu Yusing avatar who had become Zen, Yuanzi's disciple, all of whom were allocated new computing power, broke through to the early stage of quasi-saint almost simultaneously. As these main bodies and clones broke through to the early stage of quasi-saint, all of Kang Ji's main bodies and important clones have raised their cultivation to at least the quasi-saint realm. Among them, the ghost cultivator's true form, Ming Sha, and the martial cultivator's true form, Pan Wu, have both raised their cultivation to the first level of the saint level. Originally, Kang Ji's plan was first find a way to obtain 10 saint-level origin coins, so that his physical body could inherit the position of the Lord of the human realm. However, after learning the secrets of the primordial world, Kang Jai changed his mind. Compared to obtaining 10 saint-level origin coins and allowing the cultivator to inherit the position of the human realm lord, obtaining 4 origin coins to Un's chaos and Pangu's secret treasury, allowing the primordial world and yin and yang divine tree to benefit, and making it easier to improve one's cultivation level. As long as the yin-yang divine tree's cultivation level increases, it will become easier to obtain saint-level origin coins. The unsealing of chaos and the opening of Pangu's secret treasure are beneficial to the primordial world, and even the entire chaos. Thinking of this, Kang Ji immediately made a change in his mind, and then quickly obtained 4 origin coins and handed them over to the yin-yang divine tree. The fastest way to obtain saint-level origin coins is by borrowing Yan Lai's power. Yan Lai and his companions came from the upper realm, so they were certainly more familiar with the creatures of the ghost realm, had entered the lower realm like them, and they were also more likely to know where there were ghost realm creatures that had just entered the saint level. When the Lord of Kangjai returned to his immortal cultivation form, he found Yan Lai entertaining them. Besides himself, Ming Sha and Pan Wu, Yan Lai also invited 5 other saint-level experts. Judging from the aura emanating from their opponents, the 2 of them were clearly stronger than Ming Sha and Pan Wu. As for just how strong it is, and how much stronger it is than Ming Sha and Pan Wu, Kang Jai has no idea. As for the remaining 3, judging from their auras, they seem to be similar to Ming Sha and Pan Wu, at most not exceeding the Saint Level 3 heaven. Just as Kang Jai was secretly observing the 5 people, the 5 people also turned their gazes toward Kang Jai and his 2 companions. One of the more powerful cultivators suddenly spoke up. "Senior Yan Lai, didn't you invite us here to discuss the hunt for creatures from the ghost realm? Why are there other people here?" The 5 had already sensed the aura of Kang Jai and his companions, which was no less than that of the upper realm, and immediately understood that Kang Jai and his companions were people from the lower realm. They would never look down on people from the lower realms. Faced with the question from the speaker, Yan Lai smiled and smoothed things over, saying, "These 3 are rare geniuses in the lower realm. Among them, Ming Sha and fellow Taoist Pan Wu are also saint-level experts. I would like to invite them to join us in this hunt. If we could get 2 more saint-level experts, our chances of success in this hunt would be much greater." Upon hearing Yan Lai's words, the 5 people opposite him all frowned. One of the saint-level experts, at the 1st or 2nd level of the heavenly realm, scoffed them. 2 people from the lower realm? What if they can't even defeat a quasi-saint peak-level creature from the ghost realm? This group of people has a natural sense of superiority over those in the lower realms. As everyone knows, the laws of the upper realm are far stronger than those of the lower realm. They are saint-level experts who broke through by comprehending the laws of the upper realm. How could they be compared to cultivators of the lower realm? However, what they'd not know was that Ming Sha and Pan Wu broke through by comprehending the primordial laws. Although they might not be as good as the laws of the upper realm, they had comprehended the laws to the extreme and were no worse than these people. Although this group of people comprehended the laws of the upper realm, they did not need to comprehend the laws to the extreme when breaking through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Therefore, although these people broke through in the upper realm, they do not have much of an advantage compared to Ming Sha and the others. On the contrary, Ming Sha and Pan Wu, because they have a deeper understanding of the laws, and this is a lower realm, would have a greater advantage if they fought. Faced with the provocation, Pan Wu chuckled. Since you look down on people from the lower realms so much, I wonder how many creatures of the same level from the ghost realm you have hunted? Seeing Pan Wu's provocation, the man opposite him narrowed his eyes and said disdainfully, "This saint has hunted several creatures of the same level from the ghost realm. Do I need to tell you?" Pan Wu scoffed. "Since you already know, you don't need to tell me. Why should I? Whether we can hunt creatures of the same level in the ghost realm is not up to you to decide." Just as the person opposite was about to get angry, Yan Lai, with a stern face, shouted, "Enough! Shut up, all of you." Yan Lai glanced at the 5 people opposite him and said with displeasure, "Gentlemen, I invited you here because I wanted to join forces to hunt the creatures of the ghost realm. This isn't just my problem, nor is it solely beneficial to me. If everyone is unwilling to cooperate, there's no need to force it." Seeing Yan Lai's anger, the one with the highest cultivation among the 5 spoke up. "Senior is joking. How could we not want to cooperate? My cousin was a bit rash just now, please don't take offense." Yan Lai snorted coldly before speaking. "I invited you all here because I trust you. I hope that we can cooperate sincerely, rather than start fighting amongst ourselves before we even encounter the enemy." Despite feeling uncomfortable with Yan Lai's reprimand, the 5 knew that, without him, it would be difficult for them to hunt the creatures of the ghost realm. Once they encounter advanced monsters from the mysterious realm, they won't even have a chance to escape. Only with a powerful expert like Yan Lai, who has reached the 88th level of the Saint Realm, in charge, can one feel a certain sense of security when hunting creatures from the mysterious domain. Even though they were unhappy, none of the 5 said anything more. Seeing that everyone had stopped talking, Yan Lai nodded in satisfaction and apologized to Kang Jai and the other 2, saying, "Fellow Taoist Kang Jai, fellow Taoist Ming Sha, and fellow Taoist Pan Wu, they didn't mean anything by it just now, so please don't take offense. The reason I invited you here is actually to invite you to hunt those strange creatures together. As you should know, hunting alone is very dangerous if you encounter high-level monsters. But if we act together, our safety will be greatly improved." Kang Jai and the other 2 remained non-committal regarding Yan Lai's statement. With the portal to all realms in existence, Kang Jai and his companions are actually quite safe. Of course, Kang Jai originally planned to hunt saint-level creatures from the ghost realm, so cooperating with Yan Lai and the others would be the best option. After all, Yan Lai and his group certainly knew better than them where the saint-level realm creatures were located. Pan Wu nodded. "It's an honor for us to be taken along by you, Senior. But we wonder what level of strange creatures we're hunting and what the distribution plan is." Seeing that Kang Jai and the other 2 did not object, Yan Lai was also delighted. He intended to recruit Kang Jai and the other 2, although the chances were slim, he still wanted to try, just in case he succeeded. After all, Kang Jai and the other 2 were only from the lower realm and had never witnessed the true power of the upper realm. After witnessing his power, they might change their minds. While thinking about these things, Yan Lai explained, "Don't worry, everyone. The monsters we are hunting this time are not just one saint-level monster, but a full 10 saint-level monsters." "What? 10? The person opposite exclaimed in surprise. They never expected that there would be as many as 10 strange creatures in this hunt. The one with the strongest cultivation spoke up. "Senior Yan Lai, I wonder how strong these 10 saint-level bizarre realm creatures are." Yan Lai slightly raised his hand, signaling them to calm down. After clearing his throat, Yan Lai finally spoke. Of the 10 saint-level creatures hunted this time, there is 1 saint-level 82nd heaven, 1 saint-level 12th heaven, 1 saint-level 13th heaven, 1 saint-level 15th heaven, 4 saint-level 1st heaven, 1 saint-level 3rd heaven, and 1 saint-level 5th heaven. After hearing Yan Lai's introduction, the 5 people opposite him immediately went wild. Senior, with such a lineup, you wouldn't be sending just this few people to hunt, would you? Faced with the other party's doubts, Yan Lai comforted them. Don't worry, everyone. Although we have fewer people and our strength is somewhat weak, it doesn't matter. The opponent's strongest member is only at the saint level 82. This general is absolutely confident in defeating him, as long as you all hold off the other saint-level experts from the ghost realm during this time. Once I capture this saint-level 82nd heaven expert, the remaining ghost realm creatures will naturally be no threat. Despite saying that, the 5 people on the other side didn't buy it. It should be noted that even if Ming She and Pan Wu were included, their strength was no match for the other side. What if we can't get Yan Lai's support? Moreover, they didn't have high hopes for Ming She and Pan Wu. If they were to drag them down, would they die on the battlefield? Faced with the silence of the 5, Yan Lai had no choice but to use his trump card. Gentlemen, as long as you can hold off the other 9 saint-level ghost domain creatures, I will immediately help you after I kill that saint-level 82nd heaven ghost domain creature. Moreover, all the ghost domain creatures that I help you kill be yours and will not take a share of them. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the 5 people opposite him were clearly tempted. But soon, after a brief murmur among themselves, the 5 men's expressions turned grim, and one of them spoke up. Senior, can't we invite a few more people? Yes, Senior. If we invite 2 or 3 more saint-level experts, our chances of success will be even greater. They really didn't have a high opinion of this operation, nor did they have a high opinion of Ming She and Pan Wu. Yan Lai shook his head at the 5 people's suggestion. If I had time to ask for help, would I be in such a hurry? Yan Lai took a deep breath and said in a solemn tone, to tell you the truth, it was an accident that this group of strange creatures from the ghost realm were able to gather together. Now they are discussing migrating to areas where more strange creatures gather. If they escape, it's unlikely they'll have such a good hunting opportunity again. The 5 people paused upon hearing this, and then fell silent again. Yan Lai sighed. You should have received the order as well. Not only do we need to rejoin the army, but these strange creatures from the realm also need to. Once these 10 strange creatures leave, we want to hunt saint-level strange creatures and we'll have to go to battlefield, and there. At this point, Yan Lai suddenly stopped, and the 5 people opposite him all shuddered, as if they had thought of something terrible. They understood Yan Lai's meaning. This was a rare opportunity, a rare chance to encounter a lone team of strange creatures that they might be able to deal with. If they miss this opportunity, their only option to hunt saint-level monsters will be to go to the main battlefield. That place was a veritable meat grinder, where cultivators, whose highest level was only a dozen or so saint-level cultivators, could perish at any moment on the main battlefield. But the 5 hesitated, as if they wanted to say something but then stopped. Just as Yan Lai frowned, one of them spoke up. Senior, if you want us to agree to join, you must separate us from these 2 people from the lower realm. We don't want to be dragged down by them. Yan Lai frowned at this request. He originally wanted Ming She and Pan Wu to act together with the 5 people on the other side, so that he could better share the pressure with Ming She and the others. He feared that if they were separated, Ming She and Pan Wu would not be able to hold out for long. Just as Yan Lai was struggling with his decision, Pan Wu suddenly said, Senior, we are willing to act alone. but we don't know how to divide the opponents? Yan Lai was somewhat surprised to see that Pan Wu had agreed and hesitated to speak. But after looking at Pan Wu and Ming Xie, whose eyes were filled with determination, and then at the 5 people opposite them who were overjoyed, Yan Lai could only sigh helplessly. Looking at the 5 people opposite him, Yan Lai said, "Needless to say, I will deal with that saint-level 82nd realm expert from the ghost domain as quickly as possible." Yan Lai paused for a moment and then said, "In addition, the other side has 3 people whose cultivation has reached the saint level of more than 10 levels, namely the saint level 12, the saint level 13, and the saint level 15. On our side, only you 2, Jingfeng and Jingyuan, have reached the saint level of over 10 days. Your cultivation levels are respectively saint level 14th and level 13th, which might be a bit difficult for you to handle those 3 saint-level experts from the ghost realm. Are you confident you can hold them off?" Yan Lai looked at the 2 people with the highest cultivation levels opposite him. Jingfeng and Jingyuan exchanged a glance, and Jingfeng said, "If we are just holding them off, we are still confident." Seeing that the 2 were all right, Yan Lai breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at the remaining 3 and said, "Jingmu, Jinglin, and Jingsen, your cultivation levels are Saint Level 1, Saint Level 2, and Saint Level 3, respectively. Now there are 4 Saint Level 1 experts, 1 Saint Level 3 expert, and 1 Saint Level 5 expert from the ghost realm remaining. How many of them can you 3 take on?" Faced with Yan Lai's question, Jingmu and the other 2 exchanged glances, discussed it with Jingfeng and the other 2, and finally, Jingsen spoke on behalf of the 3 of them. "Senior, we accept the challenge of the Saint Level 3rd Heaven and Saint Level 5th Heaven experts from the ghost domain." Yan Lai was secretly delighted, but still looked at the 3 of them with hope and asked, "Besides these 2? The 3 of them were in a dilemma. They had already reached their limit. By taking on these 2 powerful beings from the ghost realm, if they were to take on 1 or 2 more creatures from the ghost realm, they were worried that they would not be able to handle it." After glancing at Mingxia and Pan Wu on the other side, the 3 fell silent again. It's clearly unrealistic to expect Mingxia and Pan Wu to take on 4 Saint Level 1 experts from the ghost realm. If Mingxia and Pan Wu are unable to withstand the 4 strange creatures from the ghost realm and are quickly killed by them, it will be even more dangerous for them. After thinking for a moment, although unwilling, Jingsen finally spoke up. "How about we take on 2 more Saint Level 1st stage experts from the ghost realm?" Yan Lai opened his mouth, wanting the 3 of them to take on 1 more, since Mingxia and Pan Wu were only Saint Level experts who had just broken through. He was a little worried about whether they could hold off 2 Saint Level 1st stage experts from the ghost domain. Looking at Jingsen and the other 2, he finally sighed. He knew that Jingsen and the other 2 had reached their limit, could not possibly take on another powerful expert from the ghost realm. Looking at Mingxia and Pan Wu, he asked, "You 2? Seeing Yan Lai hesitate, Pan Wu laughed and said, "2 mere Saint Level 1st stage strange creatures from the ghost domain, we brothers will take them on." Seeing Pan Wu's confidence and considering that Pan Wu might be related to Pangu, Yan Lai ultimately chose to believe him. "All right, since that's the case, then it's settled. I hope everyone can cooperate sincerely, and I won't treat you unfairly afterward." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the matter was settled. The 5 Jing brothers were the same, except that their gazes toward and Pan Wu were still filled with worry. Once Mingxia, Pan Wu are no match for the creatures of the ghost realm. The remaining 2 creatures will attack them, and then, shaking off their jumbled thoughts, The five could only hope that Mingsha and Pangu wouldn't let them down. Given the current situation, Yan Lai took out the flying boat again and looked at everyone, saying. Then he looked at Kang Jai and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kang, are you coming with us, staying in my flying boat, or remaining here at the base?" Before Kang Jai could answer, Yan Lai continued, "If you go with them, you only need to follow the army to hunt those low-level monster creatures." Kang Jai naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to hunt creatures from the ghost realm, and immediately said, "I'll go hunting creatures from the ghost realm with you." Yan Lai didn't say much and led everyone onto the flying boat. This time, Yan Lai actually activated the airship's acceleration function, and they arrived at their destination in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Gentlemen, there's no turning back now that the arrow has been released. I hope you can all give it your all deal with these strange creatures. Upon hearing this, the five Jing brothers didn't waste any words. With a wave of their hands, countless living beings appeared. After these creatures appeared, they rushed directly into the land of the bizarre creatures. Yan Lai looked at Kang Jai and the other two and said, "The three of you may not know this, but in the upper realm, almost everyone has a large number of subordinates, especially us cultivators below the 100th level of the Saint realm. Each of us will be assigned a large number of low-level subordinates. These subordinates will follow us in hunting creatures of the mysterious realm. We hunt Saint-level mysterious realm creatures, while our subordinates hunt creatures below Saint level." Yan Lai looked at the three of them and said, "If you don't have any subordinates, that's fine. Just come with us to hunt down Saint-level experts from the ghost realm." Yan Lai then looked at Kang Jai. "If fellow Taoist Kang is alone, he can travel with my army." As he spoke, Yan Lai also released a massive army, and Kang Jai saw Yangu Qi from before among them. Just as Yan Lai was preparing to arrange for Kang Jai to enter his army, "No need, senior. We also have subordinates." As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Wu released the Bone City. As soon as the City of Bones appeared, a massive number of undead creatures surged out and rushed towards the ghostly realm opposite. They're actually undead creatures. This city, it's actually a world-class magical treasure. The five Jing brothers were also taken aback, not expecting that Kang Jai and his two companions would have such a treasure. Seeing this, Yan Lai didn't say anything more, but simply nodded to Kang Jai. "Since you have an army, then I don't need to make any further arrangements." He then looked at the others and said, "Everyone, let's go. We'll leave this place to fellow Taoist Kang and the others. Our target is that group of saint-level guys." Without further ado, everyone followed Yan Lai deeper into the lair of the strange creatures. After Yan Lai and his group left, Kang Jai returned to the City of Bones. With a thought, the six appeared in the Bone City. The divine cultivator was the primordial beginning, the Buddha was the primordial origin, the demon cultivator was the demon universe, the body cultivator was the azure origin, the monster cultivator was the emperor azure, and the demon god's true form was the myriad laws. That Kang Jai. Kang Jai grinned. "Everyone, it's time for us to improve our cultivation as well." These 7 people, including the one who cultivated immortality, were all at the early stage of the quasi-saint realm. Now, the number of clones has increased dramatically, computing power has surged, and there are countless strange creatures to hunt. This was a rare opportunity for them to improve their cultivation, and Kang Jai would not let it pass. While arranging for the 7 main bodies to hunt low-level monsters in the strange realm for cultivation, Kang Ji's main mind came to Pan Wu. After Yan Lai and his group left, they went deep into the lair of the strange creatures. They flew for over a month without encountering any saint-level monsters, which made the group feel uneasy. Senior, could it be that these saint-level experts from the ghost realm have all run away because they knew we were coming? Yanlai frowned slightly. He also sensed something was amiss. Logically speaking, their arrival should have attracted the attention of the saint-level monsters. Even though they were extremely careful and tried their best to hide themselves along the way, the news of the army's attack on the creatures of the ghost domain should have already reached the ears of those saint-level ghost domain experts. These people are hiding in the shadows now, and definitely have no good intentions. However, Yanlai was not too worried, as his cultivation level was already among the top in this lower realm. Even those powerful cultivators who have reached the 90-something level of saint-level laws cannot directly crush him. Given the chance, escaping from a powerful figure at the 90-something level would not be difficult. In the lower realm, the 90-something level of the saint level is already the ceiling, and the vast majority of them are in the main battlefield, so it is very, very difficult to encounter them. Just as Yanlai was thinking about these things, Mingsha suddenly felt a sense of unease. He cultivates the law of tribulation, so he has an extremely clear sense of his own tribulations. "Stop!" Mingsha suddenly shouted and abruptly stopped. The moment Mingsha stopped, Panwu also stopped. Yanlai frowned slightly, puzzled by Mingsha's sudden stop. The 5 Jing brothers snorted coldly, and Jingmu sneered. "Scared? Only now you think about being scared. Isn't it a little too late?" Undeterred by Jingmu's provocation, Mingsha looked around with a grave expression and said in a slightly trembling voice, "It seems we are surrounded." "Huh? We're surrounded?" Everyone was stunned. Yanlai looked at Mingsha in disbelief. He, a powerful expert at the 88th level of the heavenly realm, not even sensed that he was surrounded. While Mingsha, a mere cultivator at the first level of the heavenly realm, had. It was somewhat ridiculous. The 5 Jing brothers stared at Mingsha in disbelief, wondering if he had gone mad. So many of them didn't sense that they were surrounded. But you, a mere cultivator from the lower realms at the first level, did? Just as the 5 Jing brothers were about to make a sarcastic remark, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. Hey, I didn't expect there to be such a powerful figure among your group who was able to detect our presence." As soon as the words were spoken, figures appeared on the battlefield, surrounding Mingsha and his group. Everyone was shocked and looked at Mingsha in disbelief, for he had actually guessed correctly. In reality, Mingsha had no idea that he could sense the other party. After all, Mingsha was only a cultivator at the first level of the heavenly realm, so how could he sense this group of saint-level experts from the ghost realm who were trying to hide? The reason Mingsha said this was because he sensed the danger within himself, which led to his judgment. Upon seeing the strange creatures surrounding them, Mingsha and his group all changed their expressions, because the ones besieging them were not 10 saint-level ghost domain experts, but a full 14 saint-level ghost domain experts. They could barely handle the 10 saint-level experts from the ghost domain. As long as Yanlai dealt with the strongest one, the rest of the ghost domain experts would be no threat. But now, regardless of whether Yanlai can defeat the opponent, they are doomed. Seeing the 4 additional saint-level experts from the ghost domain, Yanlai's face turned ugly, and his eyelids twitched. There is now 1 saint-level 8th heaven, 1 saint-level 9th heaven, and 2 saint-level 1st heaven on the other side. Yanlai's voice slowly rose, trembling slightly. Although the 4 additional powerful beings from the ghost realm on the other side posed no threat to him. but their existence was fatal to Pan Wu and the others. Perhaps Yan Lai can escape with his strength? Neither the 5 Jing brothers nor Pan Wu and his companion have any hope of survival. Yan Lai looked at the powerful figures from the ghost domain around him with a grim expression and asked helplessly, "Everyone, it was my mistake that led to this situation. If we don't fight with all our might this time, we'll probably all be stuck here." Yan Lai looked at the 5 Jing brothers and asked, "Gentlemen, are you capable of taking on those 2 powerful experts from the 8th or 9th level of the Saint Realm?" The 5 Jing brothers' lips twitched. Yan Lai thought too highly of them. Even if they were killed, they still couldn't withstand these 2 powerful experts from the 8th or 9th level of the Saint Realm. Seeing that the 5 Jing brothers remained silent, Yan Lai's heart sank lower and lower. If the 5 Jing brothers are unwilling to take over, then they have almost no hope of turning the tide. Yan Lai glanced at Pan Wu and Mingsha, then said nothing. Even if Pan Wu and Mingsha were willing to take on the other 2 saint-level first-stage experts from the ghost domain, it wouldn't help the overall battlefield. In that case, we have no choice but to find a way to escape. Yan Lai sighed and looked at everyone, saying, "I will do my best to break their blockade later. You should try to escape whenever you have the chance. Once you escape, it will be much more difficult for them to hunt you down." The 5 Jing brothers were overjoyed upon hearing this, but just as they were about to agree, Pan Wu suddenly spoke up. "Senior, you can hand over the 4 excellent level experts from the ghost domain to us." Upon hearing this, Yan Lai and the other 6 were all stunned. Jingmu scoffed, "Are you desperate for attention? Those are 2 saint-level first heaven experts, 1 saint-level 8th heaven expert, and 1 saint-level 9th heaven expert. What are you going to do against them? Is this just your boasting?" Faced with Jingmu's mockery, Pan Wu had no time to argue with him. He looked at Yan Li and said, "Senior, I can ask for help, but on the condition that the creatures of the ghost realm we hunt belong to us. Is that all right?" Yan Lai was clearly taken aback. Ignoring his perilous situation, he stared intently at Pan Wu and asked, You really can bring help? Is there enough time?" Although his reason told him that it was almost impossible, he had an impulse inside him. What if it was true? The 5 Jing brothers looked at Yan Lai in disbelief. "No, you actually believe that? In this situation, even if we seek help, it's impossible for them to arrive in time. Otherwise, they would have asked for outside help long ago." Ignoring the strange looks from the 5 Jing brothers, Yan Lai braced himself and looked at Pan Wu. Pan Wu nodded. "Don't worry, Senior. I would never joke with my own life." Yan Lai took a deep breath and looked at the 5 Jing brothers. Since Brother Pangu was able to bring in outside help, let's proceed according to the previous plan. The 5 Jing brothers were stunned for a moment, then immediately became anxious. "No way, you actually believe this guy?" Originally, with Yan Lai leading the breakout, they still had a chance to survive. But now, the 5 men glared venomously at Pan Wu and his companion, blaming them for losing their chance to escape. Facing the 5 men's venomous gazes, Pan Wu simply said, "Gentlemen, if you want to survive, you'd better use all your strength. Since I dare to say I can bring in reinforcements, I definitely can. I value my life more than any of you." The 5 men were taken aback at first. Then their faces darkened, their eyes flickering. It was unclear what they were thinking. At this moment, Yan Lai smoothed things over. "Everyone, if we trust fellow Taoist Pan Wu, we might still have hope. If we don't trust him, our chances of surviving are extremely slim. Since that's the case, why not trust them this once? If it really comes to no avail, I'll risk my life to protect you and help you escape this place. What do you say?" Since Yan Lai had said that, The 5 Jing brothers were helpless, but they felt somewhat relieved. With Yan Lai's assurance, they had a glimmer of hope to escape. As for getting them to use all their strength to deal with the creatures of the ghost realm, haha, that's impossible. In the current situation, the more strength they preserve, the greater their chance of escape. Why would they be so foolish as to obey Pan Wu's demands and go all out? Pan Wu glanced at the 5 people and understood what they were thinking, but he didn't care. Their target was these saint-level monsters. If the 5 of them don't give it their all, don't blame him for stealing the monsters from them. While Pan Wu and his group were arguing telepathically, the powerful figures from the ghost domain surrounding them were already getting impatient. Kill them. Slaughter all these bastards from the eternal realm. 14 saint-level creatures from the ghost realm attacked simultaneously, causing the world to change color as endless laws poured down upon. Pan Wu and his 8 companions all paled simultaneously. Just as Yan Lai was preparing to do everything in his power to block most of the attacks and buy time for Pan Wu's reinforcements, Pan Wu shouted, "Proceed according to plan. The reinforcements will be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a portal suddenly appeared in the void behind Pan Wu. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared beside Pan Wu and the other person. As soon as the North Sea Black Tortoise appeared, it immediately activated its defense laws and stood in front of Pan Wu and Ming Sha. Immediately afterwards, a thick root emerged from the void portal and hurtled towards the strange creature opposite. The sudden turn of events not only startled the powerful figures from the opposing ghost domain, but also surprised Yan Lai and his group. They are saint-level experts. One of them has even comprehended more than 10 laws. Yan Lai and the other 6 were surprised. They never expected that Pan Wu and his team would actually bring in outside help, and such a powerful one at that. Even a powerhouse exceeding the 10th level of the Saint Realm might be able to withstand the 4 additional Saint Realm powerhouses on the other side. After all, the 4 additional Saint-level experts on the other side were only at the 9th level of the heavenly realm. Although the laws of the lower realm are weaker, they might actually have a chance to win because of their superior realm. Just as Yan Lai and his 6 companions were stunned and lost in thought, the yin-yang divine tree made its move, directly enveloping all 6 saint-level ghost domain experts they were about to face. Within the yin-yang grand array, the appearance of the yin-yang grand array startled Yan Lai and the 5 Jing brothers once again. The law of chaos, the law of yin and yang, the law of the 5 elements, the law of devouring, the law of the world, the law of array formation. Every time Yan Lai announced a new law, his heart trembled. The laws he reported were no ordinary laws in the upper realm. Although there is no hierarchy among the laws of the Great Tao, one must cultivate the laws to the level of the Great Tao. Moreover, even if one cultivates to the Great Tao level, there are still differences between the various laws. Some laws excel at attacking, some at defending, and some at supporting. However, under the Great Tao, the power of various laws is different. In addition, some laws are inherently difficult to comprehend, such as the law of chaos, the law of devouring, the law of yin and yang, the law of the world, etc. It is not easy to cultivate these laws to the saint level. However, the various laws displayed by the yin-yang divine tree were clearly among the top-ranked strong laws in the 3,000 laws, which surprised them greatly. In their cultivation, apart from the laws of their own Tao Lord, they only dared to comprehend some simple laws that were easy to comprehend, such as devouring, chaos, and world. They would only comprehend powerful laws when they had no other choice but to do so. At that time, their realm was higher and their strength was greater, making it much easier for them to comprehend the teachings. Ordinary people, without extraordinary talent, who could comprehend these powerful and difficult to understand laws right from the start, like the yin-yang divine tree. This is also why Yan Lai and the other 6 were shocked. Don't just stand there, make your move. Pan Wu's voice came through the formation, startling Yan Lai and the other 6, who hurriedly went to meet the enemy. Within the yin-yang grand array, the yin-yang divine tree has now comprehended 4 more laws. The law of nurturing, the law of the world, the law of the array, and the law of calamity. Therefore, the yin-yang divine tree has integrated these laws into the grand array. With the addition of the laws of formation, the already powerful yin-yang formation became even more unbreakable. In addition, the laws of the world were integrated into the yin-yang grand array, directly transforming the space within the array into a world of its own. With the addition of the laws of the world, the yin-yang grand array becomes even more difficult to break through. Unless one possesses immense power and forcibly breaks the world apart, one can only be trapped within the array with no possibility of ever escaping. As for the law of calamity and the law of pregnancy, they also have their place under the arrangement of the yin-yang divine tree, using the characteristics of the creatures in the mysterious realm. The yin-yang divine tree directly used the law of calamity to draw upon the calamity QI within their bodies. Under the influence of the law of nurturing and the law of yin and yang, it nurtured this calamity QI into a being that would turn against its opponent. In other words, the yin-yang divine tree can make the creatures trapped in the yin-yang grand array kill each other. Wow, Brother Zhu, your formation is too powerful. Pan Wu and Mingxia looked at the formation displayed by the yin-yang divine tree with envy and admiration. As for the North Sea black tortoise, it was currently idly helping the yin-yang divine tree to enhance its defensive laws, making its formation even more solid. As for Pan Wu and Mingxia, they'd only integrate their own laws of calamity and world laws into the yin-yang divine wood array to increase the array's power. But in reality, the role they can play is not very significant. The yin-yang divine tree also comprehended the saint-level laws they possessed, thus their laws overlapped. If they encounter a powerful enemy, their combined laws might still be of some use. The strongest enemy trapped in the formation is only at the 9th level of the saint realm. The 6 are saint-level beings from the mysterious domain. Among them, one was at the 8th level of saint level, and one was at the 9th level of saint level, while the other 4 were at the 1st level of saint level. Such powerful figures from the mysterious realm are nothing to the yin-yang divine tree. Pan Wu then said, Brother Zhu, why don't we deal with those 4 saint-level first-stage strange creatures first, and leave the other 2 to observe the situation outside? Yin-yang divine tree instantly understood Pan Wu's meaning. Now he wants to inherit the sainthood of the primordial heavenly Tao and the human Tao, but he just needs 4 saint-level origin coins to restore the sainthood of the heavenly Tao and the human Tao. With these 4 saint-level origin coins at the 1st level of sainthood, the yin-yang divine tree will immediately be able to inherit the positions of these 2 saints. Once one inherits the positions of these saints, the yin-yang divine tree can break the chaos seal and unlock the Pangu secret treasury. The benefits they will reap then will be unimaginable. As for the remaining 2 strange creatures, the reason they weren't killed immediately was to check the situation outside. Although the 5 Jing brothers were in cahoots with them, they had always looked down on them. Now that Pan Wu has brought in outside help, no one knows whether the 5 Jing brothers will have bad intentions. It would be best to play it safe with the yin-yang divine tree and observe the external situation before making any decisions. Yin-yang divine tree understood Panwu's meaning and did not refuse the request. With a thought, it immediately intensified its hunt for the 4 saint-level first heaven bizarre realm creatures. It didn't take long at all. Under the powerful attack of the yin-yang divine tree, 4 strange creatures at the first level of the saint realm quickly died. Without hesitation, yin-yang divine tree put away the 4 saint-level origin coins and integrated 1 origin coin into the heavenly Dao and human Dao space respectively. As the heavenly Dao and human Dao spaces merged with a primal coin, the 2 spaces immediately underwent miraculous changes. The first area to change is the humane space. Previously, when the yin-yang divine tree was advancing, with the increase of primordial beings, the human path was already on the verge of being unsealed. Now that a saint-level origin coin has been integrated, it has been unsealed without any surprises. Heh! Looks like I can save a source coin. The yin-yang divine tree was overjoyed, without any hesitation, immediately accepted the additional holy position granted to it by the human realm. With the yin-yang divine tree inheriting the position of the human Dao saint, its control over the primordial world has increased once again. In particular, this time he has enhanced his control over all living beings in the primordial world. Almost instantly, the fates and causes of countless living beings appeared in the mind of the yin-yang divine tree. In an instant, countless laws concerning destiny, cause and effect, fortune, life, death, reincarnation, order, chaos, the way of gods, Buddhas, the way of immortals, the way of Deen, way of martial arts, the way of body, the way of alchemy, the way of weaponry, the way of talismans, the way of arrays, and even the way of humanity itself appeared in the yin-yang divine tree heart field. Countless laws impacted the yin-yang divine tree, as if trying to merge into its very soul. Startled, the yin-yang divine tree immediately contacted its original mind. After receiving permission from its original mind, the yin-yang divine tree immediately connected to the infinite computing power and began to absorb the feedback from these human beings. If it can absorb these nutrients, the yin-yang divine tree will become even stronger. Just as the yin-yang divine tree was absorbing the nourishment from humanity, an urgent voice came from the heavenly Dao space. Quick! Give me another one of those things. It turns out that just as humanity was unsealing the position of a saint, the heavenly Dao space had already absorbed the origin coin that the yin-yang divine would had incorporated. After absorbing this origin coin, the heavenly Dao immediately realized the benefits it brought. He even vaguely sensed that if he could absorb just one more origin coin, he could restore a strand of primordial purple qi. That is why the heavenly Dao space seemed so urgent, urging the yin-yang divine tree to give him another one. The yin-yang divine tree did not make things difficult for the other party. After merging another saint-level origin coin, the yin-yang divine tree immediately sensed the changes in the heavenly Dao space. Unlike the human realm, the primordial purple qi in the human realm was not broken. However, the human realm was relatively immature and fragile, and could not bear more saintly positions, so the excess saintly positions were sealed. But the heavenly Dao space is different. The heavenly Dao space has long been mature and can fully support the 9 saintly positions. However, all 7 strands of primordial purple qi in the heavenly Dao space were shattered by Hongjun and need to be restored one by one. As the saint-level origin coin merged into the heavenly Dao space, the primordial purple qi which was originally in a shattered state, immediately changed. One of the primordial purple energies, as if drawn by something, began to converge towards a single point. This process was not quick, unlike the human realm where it was directly unsealed. As a result, before Laozi and Nua could even react, the sage's position was merged with the yin-yang divine tree. At this moment, the changes in the heavenly Dao space immediately attracted the attention of Yuanxi and Jiayin. The two appeared in the heavenly Dao space, and the changes in the heavenly Dao space even attracted other sages. One by one, saints appeared in the heavenly Dao space. Everyone was shocked when they saw the primordial purple key in the heavenly Dao space. The primordial purple key is recovering. Does this mean that a new saintly position will be added to the heavenly Dao space? Many people felt a slight stirring in their hearts. Although they had already become saints, they still had relatives and friends. Who wouldn't want their relatives and friends to become saints as well? That way, they would have one more ally. Just as everyone's thoughts were racing, suddenly said, "Just now, a new sage has suddenly appeared in our human realm." However, that saintly status was directly fused with by fellow Taoist Zhu Mu. Nua looked at the divine tree of divine soul laws left in the heavenly Dao space by the yin-yang divine tree. "Fellow Taoist, don't you have anything to say?" The yin-yang divine tree slowly opened its eyes and looked at Nua. "What does fellow Taoist Nua want me to say? That I was the one who unsealed that saintly position just now? Or is it that the saintly status that the original body unsealed cannot be merged?" Nua froze, and not only her, but the other saints were also stunned. At this moment, Laozi spoke up. "Fellow Taoist, do you mean that you were the one who unlocked the sage status of humanity just now? Could it be that the primordial purple energy here also changed because of you?" Laozi was clearly somewhat skeptical, as were the others. Just as everyone frowned in disbelief, the heavenly Dao suddenly spoke up. "The restoration of the primordial purple key is indeed due to Zhou Mu. He just gave me something very magical, and it was that thing that helped me restore a strand of primordial purple key." When the heavenly Dao spoke, everyone was stunned. It really was the yin-yang divine tree that had done it. Everyone looked at the yin-yang divine tree with solemn expressions. Yuanxi frowned and said, "I wonder what you gave to the heavenly Dao that could help it restore the primordial purple key?" Nua also spoke up. "Not only did it restore the primordial purple key, but it also unsealed the sainthood of humanity, which must also be because of that thing, right?" Yin-yang divine tree did not hide anything and nodded, saying, "That's right, is that thing." Everyone was horrified and exchanged glances, wondering what it could be. At this moment, Utu spoke up. "Fellow Taoist, do you still have that thing? May we take a look?" Since Hu spoke, the yin-yang divine tree naturally wouldn't refuse and directly revealed the last origin coin in the heavenly Dao space. As soon as the saint-level origin coin appeared, the heavenly Dao instinctively wanted to absorb it. However, the yin-yang divine tree directly controlled the origin coin and looked at the heavenly Dao, saying, "This one cannot be absorbed by you. One is useless to you. Only by absorbing two can you restore a strand of primordial purple key. This one is what I owe Beishuan." The heavenly Dao was greatly disappointed upon hearing this. Although it very much wanted to absorb the origin coin, it also knew that the origin coin was in the hands of the yin-yang divine tree, and it was impossible for it to succeed. The moment others saw the origin coin, they immediately sensed their own desire for it. It was an instinctive desire, as if swallowing this origin coin would allow their cultivation to advance further. At this moment, Utu scanned her surroundings, and suddenly realized that there was no sign of the North Sea black tortoise. She immediately frowned and asked, "Fellow Taoist, where did fellow Taoist Bhikshun go?" Only then did the others notice that the North Sea black tortoise was nowhere to be seen. Yin Yang Divine Tree chuckled. "I have something I need Bhikshun's help with, which is to obtain the origin coins you see here." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. The stick's ancestor even disregarded his image and stepped forward, rushing to the yin-yang divine tree and urgently asking, fellow Taoist, where can we obtain this kind of origin coin?" Although the others were a bit more reserved, everyone looked at the yin-yang divine tree with expectant eyes. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of the yin-yang divine tree as it slowly spoke. "As you should know, something has happened at the ruins of Return and the Void Passage." Autu raised an eyebrow. "Fellow Taoist, do you mean that this primordial currency was obtained from the world that evolved from the Void Passage?" Everyone was taken aback. Although they had heard about the changes in the Void Passage, the primordial world had been constantly changing, especially the yin-yang divine tree, which had caused the primordial world to change, time and time again, making the laws of the entire primordial world very active. That's why cultivating in the primordial world is far better than going to the Void Passage. That is why, even though they knew that the Void Passage had undergone an anomaly, they did not go to explore it. At the very least, even if they wanted to explore, they planned to wait until they had absorbed all the benefits brought about by the transformation of the primordial world before taking any action. However, the yin-yang divine tree is now telling them that in that world, it is possible to obtain this kind of primordial currency. Everyone was captivated at that moment. But then the yin-yang divine tree spoke up. "In the void realm, a creature has descended known as the creature of the ghost realm. These strange creatures are extremely bizarre. Anyone infected by their power will be transformed into one of their kind. Once they become one of their kind, they become filled with a bloodthirsty heart and will not spare any living creature. These strange creatures are our natural enemies, and hunting them will bring us the rewards of the great Tao, which are the origin coins in my hands." This saint-level First Heaven origin coin was obtained by hunting a saint-level First Heaven bizarre realm creature. Not only can origin coins restore the heavenly Tao's origin, but they can also assist us in cultivating the laws, and there are absolutely no side effects. As the yin-yang divine tree explained, everyone was excited. However, when they heard that they needed to hunt down saint-level creatures from the mysterious domain to obtain origin coins, they all froze. Tongxin frowned and said, "Is it only by hunting saint-level monsters that we can obtain origin coins? Don't they have any low-level monsters?" "No, they have low-level monster creatures, and hunting them can also earn origin coins, but..." Yin-Yang Divine Tree explained the rules for obtaining origin coins. Hunting creatures from the ghost realm whose cultivation level is lower than one's own will greatly reduce the amount of origin coins one can obtain, which disappointed everyone. But how could a saint-level creature from the mysterious realm be so easy to hunt? For a moment, everyone fell silent. At that moment, the primordial purple Qi was successfully restored, and the yin-yang divine tree immediately merged with it, without any hesitation. Everyone stared intently, some with envy, others with longing. Laozi approached Yuanxi and Tongxin, saying, "Second brother, third brother, how about we act together?" In their view, it might be safer for the three of them to act together. Seeing Laozi take action, the others were not to be outdone. Just as everyone was preparing to form an alliance, the entire prehistoric world suddenly trembled. The yin-yang divine tree, which has merged the saintly positions of heaven, earth, and man, has once again arrived at the mysterious space it had visited before. I didn't expect you to have merged the three paths of heaven, earth, and man into a saint so quickly. Pengu looked at the yin-yang divine tree with some appreciation. The yin-yang divine tree grinned and looked at Pengu, saying, "Senior, can we now unseal the secrets of chaos and the primordial world?" Pengu smiled slightly. "Don't rush, before that I have some things to tell you." Yin-yang divine tree's expression hardened, knowing that what Pengu was about to say was absolutely important. Pengu looked at the yin-yang divine tree and slowly said, "First of all, I must tell you that once the chaos is unsealed, the evolution of the entire chaos will accelerate countless times. Although, this will cause the world below to rapidly transform, evolve, and become stronger. Similarly, once chaos has completely evolved, the entire lower realm will be integrated into the eternal realm. At that time, you will not be facing these low-level creatures of the ghost realm, but all the real creatures of the ghost realm. In the eternal realm, saint-level bizarre realm creatures are almost like ants, while heavenly Tao-level bizarre realm creatures are countless. There are even more than 100 strange creatures at the great Tao realm, far more than in our chaos world. In this situation, once the lower realm merges into the eternal realm, you will face a real crisis, and even I may not be able to protect you." And at this point, Pengu suddenly paused. "Moreover, the upper realm is not as united as you imagine. Once the realm you merge into is no longer under my jurisdiction, I cannot guarantee your safety. Besides, in addition, as chaos continues to evolve, the world below becomes stronger, and the void rifts will expand accordingly, making the creatures of the strange realm that can enter the lower world stronger as well. During this process, if your cultivation cannot keep up with the evolution of chaos, you may very well be devoured by the creatures of the bizarre realm. You must be aware of this." Pengu looked at the yin-yang divine tree and said solemnly, "Are you still willing to immediately break the chaos seal?" The yin-yang divine tree fell silent for a moment. Now that the chaos seal has been lifted, the entire lower realm will undergo a rapid transformation and evolution. Whether it's the primordial world, the blue planet, even the 3,000 demon god realm, all will undergo a great transformation. Once the world transforms, the beings living within it will be unsealed, making it easier for them to cultivate the laws of heaven and earth. However, once the chaos is unsealed, danger and opportunity coexist. If the cultivation speed of those in the lower realms cannot keep up, the void rifts will widen, and more creatures from the strange realms and powerful beings from the eternal realms will descend. Whether they can still control their own destiny will be an unknown. The yin-yang divine tree did not immediately answer Pengu, but instead contact the Azure Calamity Master's mind. In this special space, he was still able to contact his original body, which surprised yin-yang divine tree and Kang Jai. At the same time, they realized that they had underestimated their soul talents. Perhaps this is my biggest trump card for the future. After understanding all this, the Lord of the Azure Calamity only pondered for a second before making a decision. Crisis and opportunity coexist. Although one can play it safe, the world won't wait for him. Chaos will evolve sooner or later, and the strange world has been invading ever since. He could live a life of hardship in the lower realms, but he also understood the principle of mutual dependence. If the upper realm cannot hold up, how can the lower realm remain stable? If that's the case, then we might as well forge ahead. He wanted to see if, with his talent, he could possibly lose to the speed of chaotic evolution. If he doesn't have enough clones now, he'll continue to split until he has enough clones to support his main body's cultivation. Having received the decision from its true form, the Yang divine tree immediately looked up at Pangu and declared, "I choose to unseal it now." Pangu looked deeply at the yin-yang divine tree. This glance seemed to penetrate the connection between the yin-yang divine tree and Kang Ji's main body, and he saw Kang Ji's main mind. The main spirit remaining within Panwu's body seemed to sense something and looked up at the void. In that instant, he seemed to see a towering giant nodding slightly at him. As if by some strange twist of fate, Kang Ji also nodded at the other party. Immediately afterwards, the giant's figure disappeared, and the Azure Calamity Master's mind returned to normal. But Kang Ji's heart was far from calm, as if Pangu had known of his existence all along. Inside the special space, Pangu, still with a solemn expression, looked at the yin-yang divine tree and asked again, "Are you sure? Shall we unseal it now?" The yin-yang divine tree nodded again, confirmed. Pangu laughed. "With such ambition, I look forward to our next meeting." Pangu said nothing more. With a thought, a strange fluctuation emanated from his body and spread throughout the entire chaotic world. At the same time, this space began to collapse, and countless unimaginably powerful laws surged out from it. The yin-yang divine tree wanted to absorb and cultivate immediately, but Pangu stopped it. "Don't rush. The laws here are nothing special. At most, these laws can allow you to cultivate to around the 1000th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Beyond that, it depends on whether you can absorb more laws from the upper realm in your lower realm. As for you..." Pangu looked at the yin-yang divine tree and chuckled. With a wave of his hand, 7 beams of light shot towards the yin-yang divine tree. "Back then, there were 7 of us who broke through to the great Tao realm. Myself, Time Tao Master Shichen, Space Tao Master Yang Mei, Destiny Tao Master Mingxi, Stardaster Xingjingji, Order Tao Master Shuhan, and Chaos Tao Master Luanxi. Of the 7 of us, only Xingji left his ancient stars in the lower realm and sealed them away, awaiting in the moment when chaos would be unsealed. Yang Mei left a clone to guard the chaos of the lower realm, keeping an eye on the changes there. As for the others, they didn't leave behind any magical treasures or clones, but at my suggestion, they all left behind a wisp of the great Tao's essence. This might be of some help to you." The 7 points of light merged into the yin-yang divine tree's soul, and quickly became one with it. At this moment, Pangu's voice rang out again. "With these 7 fundamental principles, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating these 7 laws in the future. Moreover, with these 7 fundamental principles of the great Tao present, your cultivation of other laws will be twice as effective. These 7 laws can suppress and govern all other laws. As long as you haven't reached the great Tao realm, these 7 fundamental principles will be useful to you." Listening to Pangu's introduction, the yin-yang divine tree's eyes lit up. It never expected that such a wonderful thing could exist. At this moment, yin-yang divine tree suddenly thought of something and said with a hint of worry, "Great God Pangu, will these 7 great Tao origins affect my future breakthrough to the great Tao realm? After all, this is someone else's path. If you follow someone else's path, it will be difficult to forge your own path in the future." The yin-yang divine tree expressed its concerns, but laughed heartily upon hearing them. "Don't worry, this is just the origin of the great Tao, not the seed of the great Tao. It contains no understanding of the Tao, only the most original source of the great Tao, which can help you attract the favor of the laws of the great Tao." After hearing Pangu's explanation, yin-yang divine tree breathed a sigh of relief. Since there were no side effects, he accepted it without hesitation. Looking at the space on the verge of collapse, the yin-yang divine tree said with slight worry, "God Pangu, after this place collapses, will I never be able to cultivate here again? Pangu nodded. Don't worry, after this place collapses, the laws here will spread throughout the entire prehistoric world, and even the chaos. You can absorb these laws when you cultivate in the primordial world. Besides, who said there's only one space here? Huh? What do you mean? Yin-Yang Divine Tree was somewhat confused. Pangu explained, there are actually many layers of space here, and only one of them has collapsed. Each time a layer collapses, it releases the laws hidden within that layer of space. Otherwise, if all the laws were released at once, the entire primordial world would be unable to withstand it. Upon hearing this, Yin-Yang Divine Tree was startled, not expecting that multiple layers of laws were hidden here, and that only a small portion of them had been released this time. Taking a deep breath, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree realized that it was far from being as powerful as Pangu. It had thought that the laws here were already terrifying, but it turned out to be just a drop in the ocean. The laws here are far inferior to those of the upper realm, which shows how terrifying the eternal realm is. Just as the Yin-Yang Divine Tree was filled with emotion, the entire space reached its final moment. Pangu looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree and said, I'll give you one last little thing, which can save your life at a critical moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light shot towards the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's soul and quickly merged into it. Yin-Yang Divine Tree sensed the extra thing in its soul and its eyes widened immediately. This is the Pangu Temple? Yin-Yang Divine Tree exclaimed in surprise. Pangu chuckled and said, This is the palace you saw in the ruins of Return, not the one I left for the Wu clan. This is a heavenly, Dao-level treasure, on the same level as the sealed ancestral witch temple. Few people below the great Dao can break through its defenses. With this palace, you can at least save your life in a critical moment. Of course, this temple has more than just that function. I have also placed a peak, heavenly Dao-level law of childbirth within it. The beings living within will be affected by the law of childbirth, thus having many children and much happiness. You must use it with caution. As for the other functions, you can explore them slowly after you've mastered them. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's spirit began to retreat uncontrollably. What followed was the complete collapse of this space. Infinite laws gushing out like uncontrolled seawater. Pangu's last voice slowly drifted over, Little one, work hard. I look forward to seeing you again. The sound gradually faded away, and the divine soul of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree merged into the Divine Tree of Laws. Boom! The entire world suddenly trembled, and the crowd that was discussing in the heavenly Dao space suddenly stopped and turned to look blankly at the Law Divine Tree that the Yin-Yang Divine Tree had transformed into. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree of Laws seemed to transform into holy light, with endless laws gushing out from its body and flowing into the entire heavenly Dao space. In an instant, the heavenly Dao space could no longer contain this immense power of law. The power of law seeped out from the heavenly space and surged into the primordial world. Moreover, the power of law gushing out from the Yin-Yang Divine Tree not only entered the heavenly Dao space, but also the earthly Dao and human Dao spaces. These laws of power filled the entire three spaces of heaven, earth, and man in an instant, and then permeated out of the three spaces, entering the primordial world. In an instant, the entire primordial world was filled with the power of laws that was almost tangible. As the primordial world could no longer withstand these laws, they rapidly seeped outwards from the primordial world. A portion of it merged into the void realm, and then from the void realm merged into Blue Star and the 3,000 demon god realms. Most of it was directly integrated into the chaos, and the entire chaos began to surge wildly. Countless chaotic energies retreated, giving rise to infinite heavens and earth, which merged into the primordial world, blue star, and the 3,000 demon god realms. As the chaos accelerated its evolution, at this moment, all living beings felt a lightness on their bodies, as if some shackles had been removed. The primordial saints, still in a daze, suddenly gained enlightenment. Countless laws surged around them, and dazzling rays of light shot into the sky. They comprehended these laws at an incredible speed. At this moment, all living beings in the three realms stopped. Whether in the primordial world on earth or in the 3,000 demon god realms, all beings in the lower realms ceased their fighting at this moment, seeking places to cultivate in seclusion and frantically comprehending the rich laws of heaven and earth. The yin-yang divine tree has benefited immensely from this. Although these laws only flow out through his body of the tree of laws, they do not remain within his body. But he was the first to come into contact with these laws, and the yin-yang divine tree was connected to infinite computing power almost instantly. Not only him, but all of Kangji's main bodies and important avatars were equipped with computing power by Kangjai, and with the help of the yin-yang divine tree, they frantically comprehended the laws. Within the yin-yang divine tree, the 7 great Tao origins shone brightly, attracting the 7 kinds of laws power surrounding it. The surrounding laws of force, time, space, destiny, stars, order, and chaos pour into the yin-yang divine tree as if they were free. The yin-yang divine tree accepts all comers, analyzing these laws at top speed and absorbing them to transform them into power suited to itself. Not only him, but the other main bodies and clones are also cultivating with the help of the 7 great Tao origins. The understanding of these 7 laws by the various main bodies and clones is skyrocketing. In addition, with the explosive increase in the power of the 3 spatial laws of heaven, earth, and humanity, the yin-yang divine tree's comprehension of various laws is also rapidly improving. In particular, the laws that are related to these 7 laws are closely connected to the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man are improving at an astonishing rate. Among them, the laws of soul, gestation, spacetime, cause and effect, fortune, death, reincarnation, divinity, Buddhism, immortality, demonism, martial arts, body, alchemy, weaponry, talisman, array, chaos, yin and yang, 5 elements, world, heaven, earth, and humanity are the main ones. These laws were improving at an incredible speed. In addition, influenced by the 7 laws of the 7 great Tao origins, the yin-yang divine tree quickly comprehended a number of saint-level laws. The first breakthrough was actually in the law of destiny. Not only did the law of destiny of the yin-yang divine tree break to the saint level, but even the law of destiny of the body cultivator's own body also successfully broke through to the saint level not long after the yin-yang divine tree's breakthrough. Of course, during this process, the body cultivator absorbed a lot of origin coins obtained from hunting on the battlefield. With the blessing of the origin coin, the body cultivator was the first to break through to the first level of the saint realm. Following that, the yin-yang divine tree, through the laws of force, time, space, order, and chaos. Thus, together with the previously broken through star law, all 7 laws influenced by the great Tao origin have successfully broken through to the saint level. At this moment, the yin-yang divine tree felt the terror of the great Tao origin. Just as Pangu said, with the assistance of the great Tao origin, comprehending these 7 laws would be 100 times more efficient. After the yin-yang divine tree successfully comprehended these 7 laws, the Kwashu clone also successfully advanced the law of power, breaking through to the first level of the saint realm. At this point, Kang Jai has successfully broken through to the saint realm with 3 main bodies and 2 avatars. And this is just the beginning. As the yin-yang divine tree successfully comprehended the 7 laws, the cultivation speed of the other laws slowed down. However, this was the time when the changes in heaven and earth were most severe, and the laws of the entire world were extremely concentrated. Even without the direct help of the great Tao origin, Kang Ji's cultivation speed was hundreds of times faster than before. To this end, the yin-yang divine tree even summoned the North Sea Black Tortoise, which was still in battle, as well as Mingsha Panwu, and even its other original forms, to the primordial world. At this time, the laws of the primordial world had become so dense that they were tangible, and all living beings in the primordial world were evolving wildly. Some creatures were unable to withstand the impact of the laws and even fell into a deep sleep. As for the battlefield for hunting down the creatures of the mysterious realm, the strange realm, Kang Jai couldn't care less about that at the moment. The primordial upheaval has not yet affected the hunting battlefield, but the people on the battlefield have already sensed subtle changes in the world. Although the torrent of laws has not yet penetrated this place, the evolution of chaos is causing the entire lower realm to evolve rapidly. The consequence of the evolution of the lower realm is that the void rifts above the void realm are expanding. Figures fell from the void rifts, and countless laws of the upper realm poured down upon the world below. Although the people on the battlefield did not know what was going on, they understood that something seemed to have changed in the lower realm. Both sides tacitly began to restrain their strength and cease their desperate battles. They were waiting to figure out what changes had occurred in this world. In particular, the creatures that are constantly falling from the upper realm may include their own kind or allies. The yin-yang divine tree, sensing that both sides were holding back their attacks, ignored the actions of these people. He was at a crucial moment in his cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't waste his attention on this. Once he completes his transformation, these strange creatures will naturally be no threat. Once the yin-yang divine tree had regained its focus, it quickly immersed itself in cultivation. As he cultivated, more and more of the laws broke through to the saint level. The laws of cause and effect, time and space, fortune, life, death, reincarnation, the laws of the divine, the laws of Buddhism, the laws of immortality, the laws of demons, the laws of martial arts, the laws of physical cultivation, the laws of alchemy, the laws of weaponry, the laws of talismans, the laws of heaven, the laws of earth, and the laws of humanity. All 18 laws successively broke through to the saint level. With the breakthrough of these laws, the main bodies of the gods, Buddhas, daemons, and immortals, as well as the Fang of Suirenshi, the avatar of the medicine master, the avatar of Ksitigarbha, and the avatar of the 5 elements, all broke through to the first level of the saint realm. At this point, among all of Kang Ji's main bodies and important avatars, only the demon cultivator's main body, the demon god's main body, the chaos's main body, and the Yuchao clan mountain avatar have not yet advanced their cultivation to the first level of the saint realm. Aside from the chaos main body being rather special, the other main bodies and their clones are only one step away from achieving their full potential. Among them, the demon cultivator cultivates the law of reversal, while the god-demon cultivator cultivates the law of order and chaos. This is a combination of the law of order and the law of chaos, a law that is as difficult to cultivate as the law of space-time. However, Because the demon god's true form had fused with the bloodlines of 3,000 chaotic demon gods, it was actually quite compatible with this law. After some thought, Kang Jai decided to first advance the cultivation of his main body and important clones to the saint level. As for Yuchaoshi Mountain, he cultivated the law of creation, which was not difficult to cultivate. In the current environment, it is not difficult to break through one's cultivation level. The only troublesome thing is the immortal true spirit within the chaos body. If Kang Jai wants to cultivate the strongest physical body and soul laws, he must advance all laws to the peak of the quasi-saint level. Although Kang Jai has cultivated most of the laws to the quasi-saint level, it is not easy to reach the peak of quasi-saint for all the laws. After much deliberation, Kang Jai still decided not to let this opportunity slip by. Kang Jai was well aware of the difficulty of cultivating the chaos body. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be extremely difficult to rapidly advance one's cultivation level. Thinking of this, Kang Ji immediately made a decision. First, having the yin-yang divine tree cultivate the reversal law, the order law, and the creation law to the saint realm. Then he helped the demon cultivator's true form, the demon god's true form, and Yu Shishan break through to the first level of sainthood. At this point, apart from the chaos main body, all the other main bodies and important avatars had advanced cultivation to the first level of the saint realm. At this point, the yin-yang divine tree's next task is to focus all its efforts on cultivating the 3,000 laws within the chaos body, advancing all 3,000 laws to the peak of the quasi-saint level. With a thought, the Lord of Kang Jai descended upon the undying true spirit, instantly connecting with all his main body and clones, and even drawing upon the power of the three paths of heaven, earth, and man to empower himself. In an instant, boundless computing power descended upon the immortal spirit with terrifying force. No, that's not enough. Kang Ji's expression was solemn. Even though his undying true spirit was connected to countless soul avatars within the 3,000 laws. However, the collision between the 3,000 main laws and their 109,600 laws will produce a terrifying number of derivative mixed laws. Now Kang Jai has only fused his soul clone with the 3,000 main laws and the 129,600 secondary laws attached to each of the 3,000 main laws. Although this has greatly accelerated the cultivation speed of the 3,000 laws, what Kang Jai wants is to create the strongest soul law, so the derivation of composite laws and their fusion with the soul law are indispensable. The number of soul clones required would be a terrifying number. But having come this far, Kang Jai had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. Kang Jai mobilized almost all the excess soul power of his soul clones and gathered it all into the undying true spirit. Then, the immortal true spirit splits into countless soul clones. This number is beyond Kang Ji's calculation. It is comparable to the total number of living beings in the entire primordial world. If these soul clones didn't have to reincarnate, even the primordial world couldn't possibly contain so many soul clones reincarnating. The countless soul clones merged with the laws, and the merged soul clones began to cultivate autonomously. As the soul clone cultivates, the entire 3,000 laws are rapidly transforming. Meanwhile, changes also occurred on the battlefield of the ghost realm. Because all computing power has been allocated to the chaos main body, neither the yin-yang divine tree nor any other body or clones can cultivate normally at this moment. In this way, Kang Jai simply sent the 9 original bodies back. With a thought, the yin-yang divine tree root directly annihilated the remaining 2 saint level 8th level and saint level 9th level experts from the ghost realm. The yin-yang divine tree, now makes it much easier to annihilate these strange creatures. If all the computing power had not been allocated to the chaos body, given the current state of the yin-yang divine tree, it could have comprehended dozens more saint-level laws. Even so, with its current 38 saint-level laws, the yin-yang divine tree is not afraid of encountering saint-level experts who are 1 or 2 dozen levels higher than it. Because the 38 saint-level laws cultivated by the yin-yang divine tree are all among the higher-ranking laws in the 3,000 laws. Although he is still a bit short of a powerhouse like Yan Lai, he can easily handle the strange creatures of the saint level 40 or 50. After the yin-yang divine tree killed its opponent, it turned its attention to the 5 Jing brothers. The 5 Jing brothers faced a saint level 15th heaven, a saint level 13th heaven, a saint level 12th heaven, a saint level 3rd heaven, a saint level 5th heaven, and 2 saint level 1st heaven strange creatures. With 5 against 7, the 5 Jing brothers were clearly at a disadvantage. However, due to the strange changes in the world, everyone on the battlefield was somewhat distracted, including the strange creatures on the other side. In this way, the lives of the 5 Jing brothers are still relatively safe. In this situation, it is not appropriate for Kang Jai to directly seize the other party's creatures from the ghost domain, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to Yan Lai afterwards. What's a way to steal their monsters without leaving them with anything to say? Scanning the entire battlefield, Kang Ji immediately made a decision. With a thought, Panwu and Mingxie emerged from the yin-yang formation and appeared on the battlefield. The appearance of Mingxie and Panwu immediately attracted everyone's attention. However, neither side made a move, and Yan Lai was unsure whether Mingxie and Panwu had come out to seek help or some other reason. As for the creatures of the ghost realm, they were not too worried. With so many powerful figures on their side, how could they possibly be afraid of Mingxie and Panwu, 2 insignificant figures at the first level of the Saint Realm? While everyone was lost in their own thoughts and taking no action, a glint of light flashed in Mingxie and Panwu's eyes. The 2 of them simultaneously fled into the distance, as if trying to escape this place. Upon seeing this, the creature from the strange realm was taken aback for a moment, then snorted coldly and said, "Trying to escape? Dream on." Without any visible movement from the creatures of the strange realm, ripples appeared in the surrounding void, and a massive array enveloped everyone. Heh, do you really think we weren't prepared at all? If we weren't prepared, how dare we trap you here? Soon as he finished speaking, the faces of Yan Lai's men turned ugly. I originally thought I could run away if I couldn't win, but now it seems that even if I wanted to, it wouldn't be so easy. As for the 5 Jing brothers, they were even more furious. If Panwu and Mingxie hadn't been so reckless as to activate the formation here, Yan Lai's strength might have allowed him to break the formation unexpectedly and escape with them. However, Panwu and Mingxie ignored everyone's reactions. After arriving at the edge of the formation, they began to bombard it with all their might. With a loud boom, the formation rippled outwards, easily blocking the 2's attacks. The creatures from the distant realm sneered. Although their formation was only set up temporarily, it could withstand the bombardment of a saint-level expert at the 10th level for a long time. However, Mingxie and Panwu were only cultivators at the first level of the saint realm. So how could they possibly shake this formation? Panwu and Mingxie frowned slightly upon seeing this, but they did not give up. Panwu snorted coldly, and within his body's witch realm space, 12 clones formed the 12 Capel heavenly gods and demons formation. In an instant, a tremendous force acted upon Panwu. Moreover, Panwu mobilized the witch realm to enhance his own world laws. Break! With a loud boom, this time, the formation not only rippled, but also trembled slightly. But because of this, everyone's expression changed. The formation shook, indicating that Panwu's attack power had already damaged the formation. Even if the damage isn't significant, if the attacks continue like this, the formation could very well be destroyed. Even if it's just creating an opening, it will give Yan Lai and his group a chance to escape. No, we can't let those two continue their attack. The creatures of the mysterious realm immediately made a decision to mobilize manpower to stop Panwu and Mingxia. But then Yan Lai shouted, "Stop these guys and buy some time for fellow Taoist Panwu." Yan Lai understood perfectly that if the formation was broken, they would have a way to escape, and they would be able to deal with these strange creatures with greater ease. If the allies Panwu and his group have invited can deal with the extra creatures from the ghost realm, they can completely turn the tide and leave these creatures here forever. The 5 Jing brothers naturally heard Yan Lai's instructions, but they were somewhat conflicted. At this moment, the 5 of them were facing 7 creatures from the ghost realm, and these creatures were even slightly more powerful than them, making it extremely difficult for them to deal with. At this point, if they were to drag these creatures of the strange realm along, they would definitely go berserk, and whether they would be injured would be an unknown. More importantly, if Panwu and Mingxia break the formation and escape, those left behind on the battlefield will face the wrath of the creatures of the ghost realm. Yan Lai, a great expert, didn't care about these things. At worst, he would force his way out and escape. The 5 Jing brothers did not have that strength. Faced with the wrath of the creatures from the strange realm, they might perish here. For a moment, the 5 Jing brothers were filled with turmoil. Pretend to be outmatched and send that saint-level 5th heavenly realm creature from the ghost domain to stop that. Jingmu, Jinglin, and Jingsen, who were struggling to stop the 4 saint-level monsters from the ghost realm, immediately exchanged glances after hearing Jingfeng's order. The 3 worked together seamlessly to block the remaining 2 saint-level level 1 and 1 saint-level level 3 experts, deliberately revealing a weakness, as if they were no match, allowing the saint-level level Thank monster to escape the battlefield. As soon as this saint-level 5th heavenly realm creature left the battlefield, it immediately rushed towards Panwu and Mingxia. Mingxia, who had been keeping a close eye on the battlefield, saw the enemy charging towards them and immediately transmitted his voice to Panwu. "The fish is here." Panwu turned around and saw a strange creature at the 5th level of the saint realm, charging towards them with murderous intent. Panwu was furious and roared in the direction of the 5 Jing brothers. "What are you doing? Why didn't you stop this guy?" Faced with Panwu's anger, the 5 Jing brothers snorted coldly, and Jingmu even said disdainfully, "What are you yelling about? We are facing opponents who are stronger than us. What can we do if we can't hold one of them back? If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? If you can't, then shut up. Do you think we'd let them go on purpose?" Faced with Jingmu's sarcasm, Panwu and Mingxia appeared furious, but were secretly overjoyed. Mingxia roared, "Fine, we'll go. You just wait. You're not the only ones who can hunt these creatures of the bizarre realm." As Mingxia and Panwu ran towards the yin-yang divine tree, they didn't forget to chase after them and retaliate. Yan Lai, who witnessed all of this, sighed. He was helpless because the team was not united. How could he not know about the actions of the 5 Jing brothers? But now they need to work together, so he couldn't very well reprimand them on the spot. Not to mention, the 5 Jing brothers were not his subordinates, so he had no right to reprimand them. Panwu's performance, however, surprised him somewhat. The power of Pan Wu's attack on the formation was clearly not comparable to that of a saint-level first heaven cultivator. This shocked Yan Lai. A cultivator from the lower realm had just broken through to the first level of the saint realm, could actually display such strength, which was even stronger than the first level of the saint realm cultivators in their upper realm. Such a person, even if placed in the upper realm where geniuses abound, would be the most outstanding among geniuses. For a moment, Yan Lai's heart was filled with turmoil. If Kang Jai could not be recruited, then what about Pan Wu? Without realizing it, Yan Lai increased the pressure in his hands considerably. He needed to quickly deal with the enemy and help Pan Wu and the others. At the same time, he was also very interested in the yin-yang divine tree that came to provide assistance. So many saint-level experts from the ghost realm were trapped by it and unable to break free, which shows that the yin-yang divine tree's strength should not be underestimated. Just as Yan Lai was lost in thought, Pan Wu and Mingsha already arrived at the yin-yang divine tree. With the strange creatures of the 5th level of the saint realm, as soon as Pan Wu and Mingsha approached the yin-yang divine tree, the tree opened a gap for them. Pan Wu and Mingsha rushed in without any hesitation. Upon seeing this, the saint-level 5th heavenly realm creature that had been chasing after them paused involuntarily. Looking at the opening ahead, the monster from the 5th level of the saint realm hesitated for a moment. His 6 companions were trapped inside this mysteriously appearing giant sphere and have not yet escaped. Now that the 2 men have escaped back in, he is somewhat hesitant. If I go inside, will I get trapped too? As for the deaths of his 6 companions, this saint-level 5th heavenly realm creature never considered it. Those were 4 saint-level level 1 experts, 1 saint-level level 8 expert, and 1 saint-level level 9 expert. How could they be killed so easily? But it's true that those people are trapped in this formation. I wonder if I'll get trapped too if I go in. For a moment, the strange creature at the 5th level of the saint realm hesitated. Just as he hesitated, the strange creature of the saint level 82nd heaven suddenly shouted, "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and chase after it. Perhaps with you in, this formation will not be able to hold. Don't forget, there are 6 of our kin inside." Upon hearing this, the saint-level 5th heavenly realm creature immediately realized that other party was right. Seeing that the gap in the yin-yang divine tree was about to close, the strange realm creature at the 5th level of the saint realm no longer hesitated and accelerated into the yin-yang grand array. However, as soon as they entered, the strange creatures at the 5th level of the saint realm sensed something was wrong. Where are my companions? Where are my people? The saint-level 5th heavenly realm creature was completely dumbfounded. Upon entering the yin-yang grand array, they immediately appeared in a separate world. But there were no people of his kind in this world, which made him somewhat suspicious. But just as he was feeling somewhat surprised and uncertain, the atmosphere of the entire world changed. Before the saint-level 5th heavenly realm creature could react, it was pulled into a giant millstone. With almost no power to resist, the monster from the 5th level of the saint realm was directly crushed into powder. Having broken through to the 38th level of the saint realm, the yin-yang divine tree is no longer the same as before. Even when facing the strange creatures of the 60th level of the saint realm, he dares to confront them head-on because he cultivates only the top-level laws. Whoosh! Pan Wu and Mingsha reappeared outside the yin-yang formation. The moment the 2 appeared, the entire battlefield fell silent, and even the rhythm of the battle between the 2 sides paused for a moment. Everyone looked over in surprise and doubt. and when they saw Pan Wu and Mingxia fly towards the edge of the formation again, they were all stunned. Yan Lai was overjoyed upon seeing this. Although he did not believe that the yin-yang divine tree could instantly kill the creatures of the ghost realm, he felt that the yin-yang divine tree formation had definitely trapped all the creatures of the ghost realm. Although he had only trapped the other party, Yan Lai was already very happy. In this way, the only creatures they now face are the strongest 82nd heaven creature, as well as the 12th, 13th, 14th, and 3rd heaven creatures, and 2 first heaven creatures. On their side, besides the yin-yang divine tree and the North Sea black tortoise that only appeared initially, they also had Yan Lai, the 5 Jing brothers, Pan Wu, and Mingxia. The gap between the two sides has narrowed considerably, and they now have a chance to turn the tide. On the other hand, unlike Yan Lai's joy, the creatures of the ghost realm were panicked and extremely anxious. They went from having an absolute advantage to almost being overturned. This shocked and terrified them. Upon seeing this, the strange creature of the saint-level 82nd heaven quickly devised a countermeasure. If this continues, not only will their morale plummet, but they may also be counterattacked. Looking at Pan Wu and Mingxia, as well as the yin-yang array not far away, the strange creature of the saint-level 82nd heaven realm was filled with turmoil. It was the appearance of the yin-yang divine tree that changed everything. He remembered that when the yin-yang divine tree appeared, the power it emitted was only at the 10th level of the saint realm. With this in mind, the strange creature at the 82nd level of the saint realm immediately made a decision. I don't believe your formation can trap a saint-level 15th heaven expert. From the perspective of the 82nd level saint-level creatures in the ghost realm, the reason they had ended up in such a predicament was because the formation created by the yin-yang divine tree had trapped their clansmen below the 10th level saint level. If a saint-level expert at the 15th level were to rush into the formation, they would definitely be able to break it. Once the formation is broken, the previously trapped enemies can be released. Everything will return to square one, and they will regain the upper hand. Hurricane, go after those 2 brats, force them to run into that formation, then follow them in, destroy the formation, and bring your people out. The hurricane, in the midst of battle, shammed. He quickly understood the thoughts of the saint-level 82nd heavenly realm creature. After surveying the battlefield, he agreed with his boss. In this situation, they can only regain the upper hand by rescuing their entire tribe. Thinking of this, Hurricane lost all intention of getting entangled with Jingfang and Jingyuan. Almost instantly, a powerful aura erupted from his body, forcing the 2 Jing brothers to take a step back. With this retreat, Hurricane did not hesitate to leave the battlefield and charge towards Pan Wu and Mingxia. Upon seeing this, Jingfang and Jingyuan roared, "Don't even think about escaping. Your opponents are us." Jingfang and Jingyuan wanted to give chase, but at that moment, the remaining 2 strange creatures blocked their way. Have you forgotten about us?" Blocked by 2 strange creatures from the realm, the brothers Jingfang and Jingyuan were anxious and wanted to leave the battlefield. However, the 2 strange creatures from the realm stubbornly refused to let go, leaving the 2 Jing brothers helpless for a time. Once the hurricane had moved away, Jingyuan quietly transmitted her voice, "Big brother, how was my acting just now?" Jingfeng chuckled, "Not bad, not bad. With this, our pressure has been greatly reduced, and we can proceed with the next step of our plan." As the 2 were talking, they and the other 3 brothers had already led the group of strange creatures to move the battlefield toward the edge of the formation. At this point, The creatures from the strange realm they were facing were no longer as powerful as they were. Under these circumstances, it was no longer so difficult for them to force these creatures to move the battlefield to the edge of the formation. What they had to do was have Pan Wu and the others absorb the attention of the strange creatures in their place. And then they would quietly approach the edge of the formation. If the yin-yang divine tree can trap the hurricane, then they will continue to fight these strange creatures until Yanlai defeats them and they can completely turn the tide. However, if the yin-yang divine tree is defeated and the trapped creatures of the ghost realm escape, they will not hesitate to break the formation and flee immediately. This was their plan. Of course, in order to avoid any controversy and completely enrage Yanlai. They put on a good show, but the 5 Jing brothers didn't know that this was exactly what Pan Wu and his family wanted. Seeing another powerful figure from the ghost realm approaching, Pan Wu and Mingxie went straight for the yin-yang divine tree without saying a word. This suited Hurricane's intentions perfectly, allowing it to follow the two at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing this, Pan Wu immediately guessed what the other party was thinking. While he was overjoyed, he also flew towards the yin-yang divine tree even more urgently, as if he were fleeing for his life. At the same time, Pan Wu also saw the actions of the 5 Jing brothers and sneered inwardly. Trying to escape? Heh, you'll get what's coming to you. Pan Wu and Mingxie quickly arrived at the yin-yang formation. The formation opened a gap on its own, and Pan Wu and Mingxie immediately rushed in. After rushing in, the yin-yang grand array immediately tried to shut down, as if it were afraid of the hurricane that was chasing it. Seeing this, the hurricane became even more certain of its thoughts. It roared and suddenly increased its speed several times over, rushing into the yin-yang grand array in an instant. But the next second his expression changed. Something's wrong. This aura. Before he could finish speaking, the yin-yang divine tree had already dragged him into the millstone. As the yin-yang millstone began to turn, this strange creature at the saint level 15th heaven did not last long, and was also crushed into powder by the yin-yang divine wood. With the acquisition of another saint level origin coin, the yin-yang divine tree also received information. At this moment, Pan Wu said, "Don't let the other creatures from the ghost realm escape, and don't let the 5 Jing brothers get away either. They dared to scheme against us. If we don't make them bleed a little, they'll think we're easy to bully." If the 5 Jing brothers hadn't been invited by Yanlai, Pan Wu and his group would have even wanted to kill them outright. Even so, the 5 Jing brothers won't let this go unless they bleed a lot of money. The yin-yang divine tree grinned. "Don't worry, watch me." As soon as he finished speaking, the yin-yang array suddenly disappeared. Just as everyone was surprised, the yin-yang formation suddenly appeared above Elder Jingfeng and Jing Yuan's opponent. The next second, the strange creatures at the Saint level 12th and Saint level 13th levels were directly swallowed up by the yin-yang grand array. Before anyone could react, the yin-yang formation reappeared not far from the 3 Jingmu brothers. The yin-yang divine tree extended 3 roots, instantly pulling the remaining 3 strange creatures into the formation. At this point, all the creatures of the ghost realm, except for the saint level 82nd heaven ghost realm creature that was fighting Yanlai, had disappeared from the entire battlefield. Upon seeing this, the strange creature of the saint level 82nd heaven was greatly alarmed. His momentary lapse in concentration resulted in him being injured by Yanlai. The saint level 82nd heavenly realm creatures, having recovered from their initial shock, no longer dared to be distracted and focused all their attention on dealing with Yanlai's attack. At the same time, the strange creature at the 82nd level of the Saint Realm was also trying to move towards the edge of the formation. This time, it was him who wanted to escape. Unfortunately, the yin-yang divine tree wouldn't give him a chance. It glanced at the 5 Jing brothers, who were completely stunned, and then used various saint-level laws of the yin-yang divine tree to reinforce the formation dozens of times in an instant. In an instant, the 5 Jing brothers and the saint-level 82nd heavenly realm creature were all dumbfounded. Now, it won't be so easy for the saint-level 82nd heavenly realm artifact to escape. If he tries to break through, but fails to break the formation in one go, and Yan Lai seizes the opportunity, he will perish completely. The 5 Jing brothers were also dumbfounded. The formation had been reinforced, and they couldn't leave the battlefield at all. Looking at the menacing yin-yang divine tree, they knew very well that after the battle, the yin-yang divine tree and its allies would likely come after them. What to do? For a moment, the 5 Jing brothers were a little flustered, but they also knew that the yin-yang divine tree, capable of eliminating so many strange creatures at once, was definitely not something they could handle. No, he must have just trapped those strange creatures. How could he possibly kill so many of them, especially in such a short time? Jingmu refused to believe that the yin-yang divine tree was so powerful and kept muttering to himself. The other 4 Jing brothers remained silent, but they were also unwilling to believe it was true. But if it's not true, why could the yin-yang divine tree reinforce the formation while trapping so many strange creatures? Could it be that the yin-yang divine tree's array formation cultivation is truly that strong? While the 5 Jing brothers were each thinking their own things, Kang Jai was far from idle. Apart from leaving the yin-yang divine tree to guard the area, he sent both Ming She and Pan Wu out of the formation and towards the lair of the strange creatures. Although these strange creatures are dead, the holy dynasty they left behind is still somewhat useful to Pan Wu. Pan Wu's bone city can just swallow up the holy dynasty, thus increasing the strength and power of the bone city. In addition, the rest of Kang Ji's main body also appeared in the bone city, working with the massive number of creatures in the city to hunt down all the strange creatures in this area. This is a gathering place for 14 saint-level ghost domain creatures. It is home to a massive number of ghost domain creatures, so many that even Kang Jai is envious. Although there are no more saint-level creatures in the ghost domain, there are still quite a few quasi-saint-level creatures among the remaining ghost domain creatures. After killing these quasi-saint-level creatures from the strange realm, the origin coins they dropped can be used by Dian Lai and the others for cultivation. With the help of Kang Jai and the other main bodies, the hunting efficiency increased many times over. The main bodies of Kang Jai and his group have now broken through to the first level of the saint level. They had absolutely no trouble dealing with these quasi-saint level creatures from the strange realm. Kang Jai and his men severely wounded these strange creatures, then left them for their subordinates to kill. In this way, the obtained origin coins will not be downgraded, which is something Kang Jai discovered. With the help of 7 saint-level beings, the creatures of this strange realm were in deep trouble. It took more than a month of hunting to wipe out all the strange creatures in this area. At this moment, Yan Lai finally killed the strange creature at the 82nd level of the Saint Realm. When the Great Formation dissipated, everyone discovered that there wasn't a single strange creature in the entire area. Even the remaining Holy Dynasty buildings in this area have vanished without a trace. Looking at the vast expanse of white earth, Yan Lai couldn't help but look at Pan Wu. Fellow Taoist Pan Wu, this is. Pan Wu shrugged and looked at Kang Jai. Only then did Yan Lai suddenly realize that Kang Jai had somehow broken through to the first level of the Saint Realm. Kang, fellow Daoist Kang, you. Yan Lai could hardly believe his eyes. A little over a month ago, when he met Kang Jai, he was just a minor cultivator in the early stages of quasi-sainthood. How could Kang Jai have become a saint-level first heaven realm expert in just over a month? Not only him, but even the 5 Jing brothers, who had always looked down on Kang Jai, and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Fellow Daoist Kang, what exactly is going on? Yan Lai's voice trembled slightly when he asked the question. As for the 5 Jing brothers, their eyes were shifting, and it was unclear what they were thinking, facing the 6 people with different expressions. Kang Jai calmly shrugged. What else could it be? I just accidentally broke through to the first level of the saint realm. I originally wanted to wait a bit longer, until the laws of the upper realm assimilated more of the laws of the lower realm before breaking through again. But I didn't expect that my body just couldn't hold back anymore, so I had no choice but break through in the flow. As he spoke, Kang Jai sighed, as if he were very unwilling. But Yan Lai and his 6 companions, upon hearing this, were filled with rage. Listen to that. Is this something a human being would say? They went through countless hardships to break through to the first level of the saint realm. But Kang Jai is different. He doesn't want to break through but is forced to. Is this the difference between them and monstrous genius? Yan Lai's lips twitched. If he didn't still want to befriend Kang Jai, he really wanted to beat Kang Jai up. That guy's words are so irritating. As for the 5 Jing brothers, their eyes were filled with an intense, almost palpable, jealousy. They never expected that Kang Jai would be so monstrous. Regardless of whether what Kang Jai said is true or not, it is a fact that Kang Jai broke through from the early stage of quasi-saint to the first level of saint in just over a month. Even if they used origin coins to cultivate during the heavenly tribulation, they still couldn't achieve this level of skill, even if they had enough origin coins. This can no longer be described as genius. It's simply a prodigy among prodigies. At this moment, they finally understood why Yan Lai, such a quasi-saint realm cultivator with such courtesy. It was clear that he already knew how monstrous the other party was. Thinking of this, the 5 Jing brothers even held a grudge against Yan Lai. After all, if Yan Lai hadn't kept it from them, they wouldn't have offended Kang Jai and the other 2 like this. Now that they have thoroughly offended Kang Jai and the other 2, it is impossible for them to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. So what if he just broke through to the first level of the saint realm? In the upper realm, this is just the beginning. The Jing brothers muttered to themselves, but this time neither of them dared to say it out loud. After all, this place is not just home to Kang Jai, Ming Sha, and Pan Wu. If it were only Kang Jai and the other 2, they wouldn't need to worry. But this place not only has Yan Lai, but also the yin-yang divine tree. They had now witnessed the power of the yin-yang divine tree. Killing them was as easy as taking candy from a baby. How could they dare to openly attack them now? But just because they dare not cause trouble doesn't mean Kang Jai and his group won't cause trouble. He casually waved his hand at Yan Lai. Senior, there's no need to be so surprised. You should know my abilities. Now that we've dealt with these strange creatures, it's time for us to settle the score for what just happened. As Kang Jai and the other 2 looked at the 5 Jing brothers, the yin-yang divine tree already locked onto them, it was precisely because of the yin-yang divine tree's lock that the 5 Jing brothers did not dare to escape. Faced with the aggressive Kang Jai and his group, the 5 Jing brothers looked grim. What you do? Jing Fang looked at Yan Lai and said, Senior Yan, are you planning to abandon us after we've served our purpose? It was one thing for them to steal our prey before, but now they're being so aggressive. Do they look down on the Jing clan? Faced with Jing Fang's questioning, Yan Lai's lips twitched. Yan Lai glanced at the yin-yang divine tree, then at the 5 Jing brothers, and was about to speak when Kang Ji interrupted. Don't try to put Senior down with your words. Kang Ji snorted. Coldly, you all know what you did before. They schemed against us, trying to send us to our deaths. It's time we settled that score. Faced with the powerful Kang Ji, the 5 Jing brothers, they could kill him with a single blow. Unfortunately, with the yin-yang divine tree as a deterrent, the 5 Jing brothers dared not do anything. You're talking nonsense. Jingmu angrily pointed at Kang Ji and cursed. The enemy we faced was stronger than us. How can it be wrong if we couldn't defend against them? But you directly robbed our enemy. We should settle that score with you. Looking at the crystal wood pointing at him, Kang Ji narrowed his eyes and sneered. All right, since you both want to settle accounts properly, then let's settle the score properly. As soon as the fell, the yin-yang divine tree moved instantly, unleashing boundless pressure towards the 5 Jing brothers, about to trap them within the formation. The 5 Jing brothers' expressions changed. They had witnessed the terrifying power of the yin-yang formation, which even 13 saint-level ghost domain creatures had failed to escape. How could the 5 of them be a match for it? They were far weaker than the strange creatures from the yin-yang divine tree that had been dealt with. Just when the 5 Jing brothers thought they were about to play a game, Yan Lai finally made his move. Yan Lai stood in front of the 5 Jing brothers, looking at Kang Ji and the others with some resentment. If Kang Ji wants to make a move, he should just do it. All that talking and releasing his pressure was just to give him time to react. Now he has no choice but to get involved. What kind of situation is this? Kang Ji did this out of necessity. He did want to get rid of the 5 Jing brothers directly, but he also knew that the 5 Jing brothers were not some nobody from the lower realm. They had powerful backers. Although the yin-yang divine tree is quite powerful now, it is still no match for the experts of the upper realm. Before one's own strength allows them to break the rules, they must submit to them. Involving Yan Lai was also a way to find a protective shield. At least with Yan Lai around, the forces behind the 5 Jing brothers wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, Yan Lai is backed by the Rock Shark clan, which in turn belongs to the Lord of the Fire Path. With a Dao Lord present, the forces behind the Jing family are unlikely to act recklessly. In addition, with the great god Pangu behind him, as long as they act within the rules, the people of the upper realm would not dare to deal with them at will. This is the benefit of following the rules. If you choose to follow the rules, others must also follow them. Otherwise, those who provoke the rules will be attacked by the masses. Of course, this is on the premise that you also have a certain backing. If you don't, then you are just a weed that others can trample on at will, trample on however they want. Taking a deep breath, Kang Ji secretly shook his head. Although he disliked this constraint, he knew that he would have to endure it until he reached a certain level of strength. It all down to strength. Whether you're a mortal or a god, everything depends on your ability. Just as Kang Ji was lost in thought, Yan Lai coughed lightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Kang, although the 5 brothers of the Jing family have made mistakes, could you please give me some face and let's sit down and talk things over properly? Please don't resort to violence." Faced with Yan Lai's persuasion, Kang Ji raised an eyebrow. What he wanted was Yan Lai's mediation. Good would killing the 5 Jing brothers do, putting aside the potential for endless trouble afterward. Even though the 5 Jing brothers are from the upper realm, who knows if they have any trump cards to protect themselves? In this situation, it's better to extract some benefits from the other party than to kill them. As for these 5 people, if they dare to retaliate in the future, Kang Jai is not someone to be afraid of. Having countless clones, he knew very well that as long as he couldn't be completely killed, he would be the one to ultimately win. Kang Jai feigned a gloomy face, staring at the 5 Jing brothers, his eyes surging with killing intent. The 5 Jing brothers trembled upon seeing this. They were genuinely worried that Kang Jai and his group would do anything to kill them. After all, in their eyes, Kang Jai and the other 3 were all people from the lower realm. In their eyes, people from the lower realms are just a bunch of ignorant brutes. Trying to reason with a bunch of brutes is pointless. At that moment, the 5 Jing brothers suddenly regretted it. Why did they have to offend Kang Jai and the others? Even if they wanted revenge, they could do it afterward, once the 5 of them found a powerful member of their clan. If we argue with these brutes like Kang Jiao, and they actually kill the 5 of us, where will we go to reason with them? Kang Jai and his group were aware of the rules of the upper realm. In the upper realm, soldiers like them who participated in hunting creatures of the ghost realm were not allowed to kill each other. However, this rule doesn't apply to Kang Jai and his group, because Kang Jai is neither from the upper realm or a member of the upper realm's military. This made the 5 Jing brothers very upset. Now that Yan Lai was standing in their way and willing to mediate, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. Seeing King Kang Ji's murderous gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. "Senior Yan, it's not that we don't respect you, but these 5 people schemed against us and are still so arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think we people from the lower realm are easy to bully." Jai perfectly embodied the image of a brute, and the killing intent in his eyes never faded. Upon seeing this, the 5 Jing brothers trembled even more violently. Yan Lai glanced at the 5 Jing brothers, then looked at the murderous Kang Jai. At this moment, he also couldn't understand Kang Jai and the others. Is he trying to extort money from the Jing brothers, or does he really want a fight to the death? However, Yan Lai still prefers the first option. With his brows slightly lowered, Yan Lai concealed the doubt and surprise in his eyes, frowned, and asked, "Then what do you want to do? Killing them is definitely not an option. Perhaps you are unaware of the rules of the upper realm, but we soldiers who hunt creatures of the mysterious realm are not allowed to kill each other." After a pause, Yan Lai continued, "Although you are not from our upper realm, you are still descendants of Pangu Daozu, and should abide by the rules of the upper realm, don't you think?" Yan Lai deliberately pointed out his identity as a descendant of the Pangu Dao Lord, which was also an endorsement of Kang Jai and the others. After all, Pangu Dao Lord was nobody in the upper realm. Even among the 88 Dao Lords, he ranked in the middle to upper range. As descendants of Pangu Daosu, does your Jing clan really dare to make a move? As expected, upon hearing that Kang Jai and his companions were actually descendants of Pangu, the 5 Jing brothers looked at them in shock. He then looked at Yan Lai, asking incredulously, "Is this the world of the Pangu Dao Lord?" Yan Lai did not respond, but the less he responded, the more panicked the 5 Jing brothers became. This shows that Yan Lai doesn't even bother with them, and the possibility of him deceiving them is even smaller. Recalling the extraordinary talent of Kang Jai and the others, the 5 Jing brothers' expressions changed. Although the Jing clan has many powerful members, they are ultimately just a small clan under the command of the Earth Dao Lord. Compared to the Lord of Pangu, the difference is not just a little bit. Of course, they were also well aware that descendants of the Pangu Dao Lord in the lower realm had little to do with the Pangu Dao Lord anymore, and it was still unknown whether the current Pangu Dao Lord even remembered this lower realm. But no matter what, Kang Jai and the others are from the world of Pangu Dao, so it wouldn't be good to offend them too much. Not to mention, Kang Jai and the others are rare geniuses. If Pangu Daozu were to find out one day, it would not be a good thing for the Jing clan. With this in mind, the 5 Jing brothers had already decided to let the matter drop. At this moment, Yan Lai spoke up. I have a suggestion. Although Jing Fang and you have not caused any real harm to fellow Daoist Kang Jai and the others, you have still made them live in fear. How about you offer some saint-level origin coins as compensation for this mistake, and we'll call it even? What? Saint-level origin coins? No, origin coins below saint level are acceptable, but those above saint level are not. Before Jingfeng could speak, Jingmu had already spoken out in opposition. Saint-level origin coins are a great tonic for him. He is only at the first level of saint level. If he can absorb saint-level origin coins, his cultivation will improve rapidly. Now, not only did they gain nothing from this hunt, they also had to pay out saint-level origin coins. As the one with the lowest cultivation level, Jingmu was naturally unwilling to accept this. However, before he could finish speaking, Jingfeng scolded him, "Shut up! Who told you to speak?" Seeing his brother's stern gaze, Jingmu reluctantly stepped back, but didn't say anything more. At this moment, Jingfang looked at Kang Jai and said, "We are willing to offer saint-level origin coins as compensation. What do you all think?" Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, glanced at the indignant Jingmu, and curled his lips slightly. "All right, then you shall offer 500 saint-level origin coins as compensation." Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. Even Yan Lai stared at Kang Jai in shock, inwardly cursing. Does he even know how much 500 saint-level origin coins are? Even if it were all converted into saint-level first-tier origin currency, it would still be a terrifying compensation. After all, the strongest of the 5 Jing brothers is only at the saint level 14. Hunting down a single saint-level first-stage creature from the ghost realm is no easy feat, let alone 500 saint-level origin coins. Even if the 5 Jing brothers really did have it, they couldn't possibly compensate Kang Jai. Before Yan Lai could explain, Jingfang calmly said, "Impossible. We are just a group of newly ascended saint-level cultivators. How could we possibly possess so many saint-level origin coins?" After a pause, Jang stared into Kang Jai's eyes and said, "We can only give you 5 at most. We don't have any more than that." Kang Jai scoffed at Jingfang's statement. Indeed, the strongest of the 5 Jing brothers is only at the 14th level of the Saint Realm, which is at the very bottom of the entire Saint Realm. Even if one remains at the bottom, it would take an unknown number of years to cultivate from the first level of the Saint Realm to the 14th level. Over such a long period of time, as soldiers who hunted creatures of the strange realm, Kang Jai did not believe that they did not have any saint-level origin coins remaining. Even though they need to cultivate regularly, these 5 people definitely have a lot of origin coins, which can be used as hard currency. At least Jingfang and Jingyuan must have some collections. Even if there aren't 500, there should still be several dozen. Faced with Jingfang's bargaining, Kang Jai sneered. 5 pieces? Are you trying to fob me off? Do you think we're lacking these 5 saint-level origin coins? Upon hearing this, Jingfang's expression froze. Kang Jai and his group's gains this time far exceeded 5. 5 saint-level origin coins were indeed nothing in Kang Jai and his group's eyes. Most importantly, this was Kang Jai and his group's first hunt, and they obtained 13 saint-level origin coins, which, when converted to saint-level first heaven origin coins, amounted to a total of 14.8 coins. At the saint-level stage, each higher level is equivalent to gaining 0.1 more saint-level level 1 origin coins. This time, the yin-yang divine tree, hunted down a total of 13 saint-level creatures from the ghost realm. Among them, 6 were at the 1st level, 1 at the 3rd level, 1 at the 5th level, 1 at the 8th level, 1 at the 9th level, 1 at the 12th level, 1 at the 13th level, and 1 at the 15th level, totaling 13. Converted to saint-level 1st level, this is equivalent to 14.8 saint-level 1st level origin coins. The fact that they had obtained so many origin coins from a single hunt showed that, in Kang Jai and the others' view, obtaining origin coins was just like that. Not as difficult as they had imagined. The 5 saint-level origin coins offered by Jingfang seemed rather insincere. Faced with Kang Ji's mocking gaze, Jingfang was also seething with hatred. But he also knew that with Kang Jai and the others having gained so much this time, his 5 saint-level origin coins were indeed somewhat insignificant. However, these 5 saint-level origin coins are already a great fortune for cultivators like them. But since Kang Jai and his group had gained so much this time, it made them seem very stingy. Gritting his teeth, Jingfang said unwillingly, "No more than that." Kang Jai scoffed, "You're supposed to be a powerful figure from the upper realm, yet you can't even part with a few saint-level origin coins. Of course you're a laughingstock." Kang Jai mocked mercilessly, and the 5 Jing brothers were furious. "But things have already coined, so giving out origin coins is the best option. But 500 origin coins were also impossible. So the 5 Jing brothers had no choice but to look to Yan Lai. Yan Lai coughed lightly, knowing that 500 origin coins was a bit too much to ask, and tentatively suggested, "How about 100? Although 100 origin coins were nothing to him, he also knew it with the resources of the 5 Jing brothers. They probably didn't even have 100 origin coins. As expected, Jingfang's expression changed as soon as Yan Lai finished speaking. He cursed Yan Lai inwardly. He had asked him to come and help, but Yan Lai had asked for 100 saint-level origin coins. Where were they supposed to get 100 saint-level origin coins? Jingfang, having nothing to lose, yelled at Jingyuan and the others, "Hand over all your origin coins, including those below the saint level." Although reluctant, the team at Jingyuan still took out all origin coins. With a wave of his hand, Jingfang released a large amount of primal coins. However, among this pile of origin coins, there are only 13 saint-level origin coins. All our origin coins are here, including those below the saint level, totaling 30 saint-level origin coins, as well as countless other origin coins below the saint level. Jingfang stared intently at Kang Jai and the others. "This is all the wealth we have. If you still don't agree, then let's part ways. If you truly wish to kill us, then come at me. I want to see if you can withstand the revenge of our people after you've killed us." Facing Jingfang's resolute tone, Kang Jai narrowed his eyes slightly. He also understood that this was probably the limit for the 5 Jing brothers. If they were to push them any further, the other party probably wouldn't budge. At that point, it would be a lose-lose situation, and even if I could kill 5 people, the consequences would be endless. Not to mention, Yan Lai was also by his side. He couldn't possibly watch them kill the 5 Jing brothers. It's better to take what you can while you're ahead than to end up with nothing. At worst, we can always extort money from them again when we have another chance. Thinking this to himself, Kang Jai did not immediately agree. He knew very well that if he let it go, the other party would think he was afraid of their power. Just as Kang Jai was thinking of finding a way out, Yan Lai suddenly spoke up. "Fellow Taoist Kang, I think this is indeed their limit. I still have 20 saint-level origin coins here. Consider it compensation on their behalf. How about we just let this matter drop?" Kang Jai and the others were also taken aback when they saw the 20 saint-level origin coins handed over by Yan Lai. Unexpectedly, Yan Lai would take the initiative to give away 20 saint-level origin coins, which gave Kang Jai a way out. After a moment of contemplation, amidst the tension of everyone present, Kang Jai slowly nodded. Pushing Yan Lai's outstretched hand back, Kang Jai said, "Since Senior Yan has spoken, we should give him this much face. We cannot accept the origin coins from our predecessors, but we will accept the origin coins from the Jing family brothers. I hope you won't do these self-destructives again next time, otherwise." Kang Jai didn't continue speaking, but the faces of the 5 Jing brothers were extremely grim. The 5 Jing brothers didn't say anything, but cupped their hands in greeting to Yan Lai before turning and leaving. After the 5 Jing brothers left, Kang Jai finally collected the origin coins scattered on the ground. At this moment, Yan Lai walked up to Kang Jai with a smile and handed him another 20 saint-level origin coins. Kang Jai frowned slightly, about to speak, but Yan Lai spoke first. "Fellow Taoist Kang, don't refuse yet. These origin coins are both compensation for you and a gift from me to foster good relations with you. I hope you fellow Taoists will accept them." Looking at Yan Lai's sincere expression, Kang Jai and the others exchanged glances, and in the end, Kang Jai nodded. Because desperately needed this saint-level origin coin. With these 20 saint-level origin coins, Kang Jai now possessed 0.8 saint-level first heaven origin coins. He only needs 30 saint-level origin coins to obtain the position of Lord of the 9 realms of Blue Star. Thinking of this, Kang Jai simply looked at Yan Lai and asked, "Senior, do you have any extra origin coins?" Yan Lai, who was smiling as he watched Kang Jai accept the origin coins, suddenly froze. What do you need origin coins for?" Kang Jai now possesses a staggering 64.8 origin coins. Even if the 4 of them cultivate together, they can still cultivate for a considerable period of time. Therefore, Yan Lai is somewhat puzzled by Kang Jai's question. Kang Jai lowered his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and then nodded, saying, "I do need some saint-level origin coins, about 30 in total. I wonder if it weren't for the fact that those below the saint level couldn't inherit the position of realm lord, Kang Jai wouldn't have needed to ask Yan Lai for help. Primal coins below the saint level can be used for cultivation, but they seem to lack something, and are little used to those in the primordial world and Blue Star who have already reached the saint level or above. To obtain the primordial sainthood or the position of Lord of the Blue Star, one needs a saint level or higher origin coin to unlock the seal." Faced with Kang Jai's offer to lend him money, Yan Lai was stunned for a moment and then fell silent. Although he wanted to befriend Kang Jai and the others, 30 origin coins were not a small sum, and Yan Lai hesitated for a moment. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment. He had just invested 20 saint-level origin coins in the other party. So what was wrong with lending them 30 more? Having made up his mind, Yan Lai no longer hesitated and immediately took out 30 origin coins. "Here you go. If it's not enough, just tell me. Although my resources aren't abundant, I can still squeeze out another 20 or so saint-level origin coins." Kang Jai and the others were excited as they received the origin coin from Yan Lai. Looking towards Blue Star, he murmured to himself, "Blue Star, it's time to go back." After borrowing 30 origin coins from Yan Lai, Kang Jai could no longer contain himself and wanted to return to Blue Star immediately to inherit the position of World Lord. Looking at Yan Lai beside him, Kang Jai cupped his hands and said, "Senior, we need to go back for a while. We don't know how long it will take. If it's short, we'll meet you at your camp. If it's long, just tell us where you're going, and we'll find you after we're done." Looking at Kang Jai's serious expression, Yan Lai was a little dumbfounded. He had just given them 20 origin coins and lent them 30 origin coins, but now he was leaving. And the return date was uncertain. For a moment, Yan Lai also felt a surge of complaints in his heart, and almost suspected that Kang Jai and the others were planning to run away. Fortunately, reason told him that Kang Jai and the others were not like that kind of people. Yan Lai was torn. He really wanted to go with Kang Jai and the others to see what important things they had to do. However, he had already received orders from the central battlefield to converge on the central battlefield as quickly as possible. If military orders are delayed because of Kang Jai and the others, that is absolutely unacceptable. Thinking of this, Yan Lai gritted his teeth and looked at Kang Jai and the others, saying, "I can only wait at the base for about 3 months. After 3 months, I will definitely leave." These 3 months were only possible because Yan Lai was preparing to use the flying boat's super acceleration function. Otherwise, he would have to set off immediately after returning, as the time given by the military order was very tight, and they had already wasted a lot of time here. Seeing Yan Lai's conflicted expression, Kang Jie nodded and said solemnly, "Senior, rest assured, if we complete the mission within 3 months, we will definitely reunite with you. If not," Kang Jai looked at Yan Lai, who immediately replied, "If that doesn't work, you'll have to come to the central battlefield to find me." As he spoke, Yan Lai handed over a compass. "This is a star chart. It can guide you to find your target. I have already entered the coordinates of the central battlefield into it. You just need to activate the star chart to see the specific coordinates." Kang Ji accepted the star chart without ceremony, nodded and looked at Yan Lai, then cupped his hands again and said, "Senior, see you next time." After speaking, a portal appeared behind them. Kang Jai, Ming Sha, and Pan Wu stepped back and disappeared, leaving only the yin-yang divine tree in place. At this moment, the yin-yang divine tree also waved its roots at Yan Lai, and then retreated back behind the teleportation portal. Yan Lai stared blankly at the 4 people who had disappeared. This portal, it's amazing. It seems it's not simple at all. Yan Lai had limited knowledge, but he could still sense that the teleportation portals that allowed Kang Jai and the others to freely travel through the lower realms were extraordinary. In the upper realm, such teleportation portals also exist, including teleportation arrays, but only high-ranking figures of the heavenly Tao are worthy of possessing them. As for these low-level saint-level cultivators, they had never even seen them. At most, they had only heard of them. This is the lower realm. Although the space here cannot compare with the upper realm, the portals that allow free movement in the lower realm are still quite remarkable in Yan Lai's eyes. Yan Lai was unaware that his teleportation portal was no ordinary one. After being blessed by the great Tao, it could traverse all the destinations that Kang Jai had visited. This portal can transport anyone within the chaos world. Even if Kang Jai goes to the upper realm, this portal might still be useful. After all, the upper realm was once evolved from chaos. As for the specifics, Kang Jai had never been to the upper realm, so he wasn't quite sure. Even if it's just a portal that allows free travel to the lower realms, it's still a top-tier magical artifact. Just as Yan Lai was shocked and amazed, Kang Jai had already returned to Blue Star, and all 8 of his other original forms had appeared on Blue Star. Kang Jai looked at the 8 original bodies and distributed the origin coins to everyone, 10 coins to each person. "Good luck, everyone." Kang Jai smiled as he looked at the 8 people. The 8 people didn't stand on ceremony, accepted the origin coins, and nodded to Kang Jai. "Okay, main body, good luck to you too." After saying that, all 9 of them laughed. After laughing, the 9 people took out their origin coins. connected with the will of Blue Star, and expressed their desire to inherit the corresponding World Lord positions. The next second, all 9 people disappeared and appeared in a special space in their respective worlds. As the 9 people appeared in their respective special spaces, they immediately sensed the unique nature of these spaces. This is a special space formed by the fusion of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man. When Kang Jai appeared in the special space of the spirit realm as the candidate to inherit the position of the spirit realm lord, he immediately realized the special nature of this space. The yin-yang divine tree inherited the saintly status of heaven, earth, and man from the primordial world, and is extremely familiar with the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. While earth does not possess the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man, this space contains the aura of heaven, earth, and man. In addition, Kang Jai contacted his other main bodies and learned about their situation. So that's how it is. Kang Jai was slightly surprised. The 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man on Blue Star had actually merged together. However, unlike the primordial world, the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man after the fusion of Blue Star were divided into 9 parts, which were then integrated into the 9 realms. Only by inheriting the position of the ruler of each of the 9 realms can one truly be qualified to control Blue Star, which was somewhat unexpected by Kang Jai. I never expected that my unintentional action would have such an effect. A slight thrill went through him, but Kang Jai quickly calmed down, deciding to focus on inheriting the position of Realm Lord first. Kang Jai no longer hesitated and was about to inherit the position of Realm Lord, when he suddenly felt a fluctuation in space. Not only did the spirit realm experience fluctuations, but the Buddhist realm, the demon realm, and the corpse realm also experienced fluctuations. Kang Jai was startled and immediately looked closely. The next second, Kang Ji's pupils shrank, and he actually saw Hongjun. Hongjun has also come to this special space, which means that he has also collected 10 origin coins and intends to inherit the position of Lord of the Spirit Realm. Damn! How can this guy move so fast? Kang Jai felt a slight panic, unsure if he could fight here. If Hongjun acts recklessly, I might not be a match for him. After all, his immortal cultivation body had only just broken through to the first level of the saint level, while Hongjun was a veteran saint-level expert. Not only on his side, but also in the Buddhist realm, the same Shakyamuni Buddha appeared. Besides Shakyamuni, a stranger appeared in the Buddhist realm. As for the demon realm, Rahu appeared there. As for the corpse realm, although Kang Jai did not recognize the 2 people who appeared, judging from their aura, they were actually saint-level experts. In an instant, Kang Ji's sense of crisis rapidly increased. Indeed, the people of the world should not be underestimated. With a thought, Kang Jai disregarded everything else and simultaneously invoked the will of Blue Star in all 9 of his true forms, declaring his intention to formally inherit the position of World Lord. Tao Void trembled slightly, and a strange aura appeared in Kang Ji's heart. A special primordial purple aura merged into Kang Ji's body. Before Kang Jai could react, his entire body turned to dust and vanished without a trace. Not only him, but the other 8 original forms were also like this. When Hongjun arrived in the spirit realm, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Kang Jai. Hongjun hadn't expected that someone would appear here before him, which stirred a murderous intent within him. Before he could even deal with Kang Jai, a special primordial purple or aura enveloped Kang Jai. The next second, Kang Jai vanished completely, which startled Hongjun once again. Damn it! How dare you, Hongjun? realizing what was happening, was filled with extreme anger. He sensed it very clearly just now. That primordial energy that enveloped Kang Jai was clearly a special primordial purple energy that had fused the primordial purple energy of the heavenly Tao, the primordial purple energy of the earthly Tao, and the primordial purple energy of the human Tao. This indicates that Kang Jai has begun to inherit the position of Lord of the Spirit Realm. How could this not enrage Jun? I wasn't the first to inherit the position of Realm Lord. This intensified Hongjun's murderous intent. But now that Kang Jai has disappeared, Hongjun has no target to attack. Damn it! Pray you never show your face again. Otherwise I, your ancestor, will make you know what it means to wish you were dead. Hongjun was furious. His original plan was to be the first to inherit the position of the Blue Star Realm Lord, then use the position to prevent others from having the opportunity to become the Realm Lord, and finally, collect enough origin coins to make himself the only Realm Lord of Blue Star, and completely refine the entire Blue Star. But now, the appearance of Kang Jai has completely disrupted his plans, which makes Hongjun furious. But he didn't know that even without the Kang Jai, he would not have succeeded. At this time, from the Buddhist realm, the demon realm, and the corpse realm had all obtained the position of Realm Lord. It is almost impossible for Hongjun to dominate the Blue Star. Unfortunately, Hongjun was engrossed in his anger and was unaware of the situation in other realms. Kang Jai, who had merged with the primordial purple key, thought he was already dead. However, as the physical body annihilated, an even more profound feeling welled up in my heart. At the same time, Kang Jai's mind and soul also appeared in another, more mysterious place. This is the true core of Earth. This was a much deeper space, and Kang Jai actually sensed the aura of the great Tao. Where is this? Kang Jai looked around. He discovered that he could not sense his surroundings here. It seemed there was no space-time in the traditional sense. However, through the connection between the various main bodies, Kang Jai could also sense that the other main bodies had also come here. The 9 entities reside in the same place. None of them can sense the presence of the others. Kang Jai calmed himself down. Since he couldn't sense anything, he stopped trying and began to feel the changes within himself. As the primordial purple key merged into himself, Kang Jai sensed an aura of immortality. This is the special feeling that the primordial purple key and this space brought him. It was as if, even if he died and vanished, he could be resurrected in this special space. As long as this space remains intact, he will be immortal. Is this the power of the Realm Lord position? It is quite similar to the saint position in the primordial world. Kang Jai sensed his own situation and compared the differences between the two world lords and saints. In the primordial world, the status of a sage is attached to the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man. As long as the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man in the primordial world are immortal, then the sage is immortal. The position of the Lord of Blue Star seems to be a little different. Although it also has the aura of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man, they actually integrated together. But the void they inhabited was even more mysterious than the primordial wilderness. Kang Jai sensed an aura of immortality here. A true immortality, unlike the immortality of the primordial world where the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity were indestructible, and saints were immortal and indestructible. This immortality originates from the space itself, and after combining with the primordial purple key, Kang Jai's sense of his own immortality becomes even stronger. It seems Earth isn't as simple as I imagined. Kang Jai connected the myriad realms to the heavens and the 3,000 demon god realms. But only Blue Star showed the phenomenon of a portal descending and, in the end, the myriad realms were even integrated into Blue Star. Among all the myriad realms, including the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realms, only the humans of Blue Star possess the ability to awaken their talents. This all indicates that Blue Star is not as simple as it seems. As Kang Jai let his thoughts wander, he tried to connect with the sensations of his other selves. As the 9 original beings' feelings of inheriting the position of the Lord of the 9 realms were completely synchronized, this void suddenly trembled. The next second, Kang Jai sensed the aura of the Great Tao, the true Great Tao, the highest existence in the chaos world. At this moment, it was as if the Great Tao had opened its eyes and was slowly looking at him. An intangible and omnipresent, mysterious aura enveloped the 9 main bodies of Kang Jai, as if probing or caressing them. Just as Kang Jai was at a loss, 9 special auras merged into Kang Jai's 9 main divine souls and then disappeared. When Kang Jai tried to sense the 9 auras, they had already vanished without a trace. The next second, the aura of the Great Tao gradually faded away, eventually disappearing without a trace. Even the faint aura of the Great Tao that had been present in space vanished, leaving Kang Jai somewhat bewildered. Unable to understand what was going on, Kang Jai stopped thinking about it. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find the 9 special auras that had enveloped and merged into him. Kang Jai understood that his cultivation level was too low, and he was not qualified to access what the Great Tao had given him. Phew! Strength, it really comes down to strength. Kang Jai sighed, stopped thinking about anything else, and focused entirely on his own feelings. As time passed, Kang Jai lost track of how much time had gone by in this space, because the flow of time here was very abnormal. He felt as if countless years had passed, and his connection with the outside world was temporarily severed. Kang Jai was somewhat anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Until a certain moment, Kang Jai felt a tremor in his body. When it reappeared, it had already returned to the spirit world. At this moment, Jai discovered that he had regained his original physical body, and it seemed to have been modified, gaining a special connection with the spirit world. If you want to, you are an omnipotent god in the spirit world. Moreover, Kang Jai vaguely sensed that he seemed to have left something behind in that special space. Because of what he left behind, he possessed the characteristic of immortality. As long as the Blue Star exists, he will never die. His feeling is indeed different. Now, the 9 original bodies can also accelerate their cultivation with the help of the power of Blue Star. Kang Jai was overjoyed. But the next second, Hongjun appeared, and when he saw Kang Jai, Hongjun's face turned terribly gloomy. This time, however, Hongjun did not make a move, because he also sensed the changes within himself. Even if he wanted to take action, it would be difficult to kill Kang Jai within the spirit realm, because Kang Jai could also mobilize the power of the spirit realm. This almost erased the previous difference in their strength. To kill Kang Jai, one must wait until Kang Jai leaves the spirit realm and leaves Blue Star. Only then will he be able to kill Kang Jai by virtue of his superior strength. Although this was not a true killing, it would still take time for the deceased Kang Jai to be resurrected from that special space. For Hongjun, this could be considered a victory, even if it wasn't a victory. Taking a deep breath, Hongjun stared intently at Kang Jai, his voice icy as he said, "Boy, if you dare to mess with me, I'll remember you." Faced with Hongjun's threat, Kang Jai's lips curled up. Slightly, he sneered disdainfully, and without even glancing at Hongjun, he disappeared. Being so blatantly ignored by Kang Jai enraged Hongjun to the extreme. But he also knew that he couldn't kill Kang Jai on Blue Star, so he could only swallow his anger. Kang Jai did not linger on Blue Star for long. After obtaining the position of Realm Lord, Kang Jai only left Kang Yuan, the Realm Lord of the human realm, to guard Blue Star. As for the other original bodies, they followed him directly to the prehistoric world. Phew. Still a bit risky. Looks like I'll need to get another 20 origin coins. Although he obtained the positions of the rulers of all 9 realms, other rulers also emerged in the other realms. Among the 2 extra beings in the Buddhist realm, besides Shakyamuni, there was another named Wuchen. Together with the 2 of them, and the original body of the Kangjai Buddha, Tai Shi, they have already divided up the 3 positions of the Buddha realm lord. As for the demon realm, it gained the title of Rahu, who, like Hongjun, also inherited the position of realm lord. Rahu inherited the title of lord of the demon realm, while Hongjun inherited the title of lord of the spirit realm. As for the corpse realm, apart from Panwu, the other 2 realm lord positions were also divided up by others, and the ones who divided up the realm lord positions were Jiang Chen and Ying Zheng. Kang Jai wasn't too surprised that Jiang Chen had obtained the position of lord of the corpse realm. After all, this person was the ancestor of zombies, and it wasn't strange for someone in the myriad realms to be able to obtain the position of lord. However, Kang Jai was still somewhat surprised that Ying Zheng could also obtain the position of a realm lord. Kang Jai was only slightly surprised and did not linger in the corpse realm for long. Apart from the human realm, there is no one other 8 realms of Blue Star that Kang Jai needs to protect. Therefore, Kang Jai did not care much about the situation in other realms. Even if the positions of the other realm lords in these 8 realms were occupied by others, Kang Jai did not care much. The only thing Kang Jai cared about was the human realm, which was once the main base of Blue Star, where the entire human race lived. Currently, only Kang Yuan holds the position of Realm Lord, and Kang Jai still feels somewhat uneasy. After much deliberation, Kang Jai decided to find a way to obtain another 20 origin coins, so that Dian Lai and his great-uncle could become the rulers of the human realm. As for Jiang Exu and Feng Buhui, they have already merged with the bloodlines of innate beings, making them even more suitable for the position of Lord of the God Realm. Just as Kang Jai was thinking about these things, the 9 original bodies also arrived in the prehistoric world after another. This time, they came to join forces with the powerful beings of the primordial era. If Kang Jai wants a share of the central battlefield that Yan Lai mentioned, his main body and clones are not enough. After all, the highest cultivation level among them was only Yin-Yang Divine Wood, scent level 38th heaven. Although the laws cultivated by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree are all powerful laws, it can completely defeat even the monsters of the saint level 60 heavens. But that's about it. If it encounters someone at the saint level of 70 or higher, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree will definitely be no match for it, and its life will be in danger. Even when encountering beings at the 50th or 60th level of the heavenly realm, who have also cultivated powerful laws, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree will still struggle. To gain a foothold and reap the benefits in places like the central battlefield, it is necessary to find more allies. The primordial saints and the 12 ancestral witches would be excellent choices. Especially the 12 ancestral witches, once they form the 12 heavenly gods and daemons formation and summon the true form of Pangu, they are truly unstoppable, killing gods and Buddhas alike. Even Hongjun, in the past, could only run away in front of the 12 ancestral witches. Now that the chaos has been unsealed, the bloodlines of the 12 ancestral witches have also been unsealed, and the summoned Pangu true form is even more powerful. Kang Jai suspected that even the current yin-yang divine tree could not withstand the true form of Pangu for long. After all, that was Pangu's true form, and this was Pangu's territory. It was impossible for Pangu not to leave something for the 12 ancestral witches. In particular, the Pangu temple has now been unsealed, and the 12 ancestral witches with the Pangu temple are even more terrifying. Thinking of the Pangu temple, Kang Jai couldn't help but think of the Pangu temple that Pangu had given him. Since acquiring the Pangu temple, Kang Jai has not explored it thoroughly. Thinking of this, Kang Jai contacted the yin-yang divine tree and asked it to investigate what was special about the Pangu temple that Pangu had given him. Without further ado, yin-yang divine tree focused its mind on the Pangu temple and quickly learned about its entire situation. This Pangu temple, filled with the laws of creation, actually formed from the root of Pangu. No wonder it is filled with the laws of creation. Therefore, the Pangu temple of the Wu clan should be the manifestation of the heart of Pangu, which is why the temple was able to nurture the entire Wu clan. And his own Pangu temple can help any race to conceive. As for Ziyu and the ancient realm, whose offspring were forcibly conceived, their offspring did not disappear, but appeared in a world deep within the Pangu temple. I never imagined that such a world was hidden within the Pangu temple, Yin-Yang Divine Tree exclaimed in surprise. The vastness of this world is no less than that of the primordial era. Here, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree saw many races. Almost every race that existed in the primordial world was present here. Besides, there are many races here that did not exist in the primordial world, such as the Hollow Willow clan, which is clearly a race that inherited the bloodline of ancestor Yangmei, and each of them has spatial talent and supernatural abilities. In addition, the descendants of the ancient world who were once forced to give birth to many world tree seeds have also appeared in this space and formed a race here. Countless world trees of varying sizes grow in this space, giving rise to countless world tree worlds of varying sizes. Moreover, Kang Jai discovered that here, the world tree had actually evolved into a race, and they were no longer just the world trees that had been born in the ancient realm. After they arrived here, they also had many children. Unfortunately, while they are rapidly multiplying, their bloodline is also degenerating. Many world trees are no longer able to fully open up a truly vast world. More often than not, it simply creates a small space within the body. Even so, these world trees have actually formed a force in this world. No, these world trees seem to be growing a little too fast. Kang Jai was startled and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Hiss! The flow of time here is 10,000 times faster than outside. When the yin-yang divine tree clearly sensed the flow of time in this world, it was also shocked. Unexpectedly, Pangu gave him such a great gift. Since the portal to all realms lost its ability to control the flow of time in all realms, it has lost a great help. Now, if I want to accelerate my cultivation, I must rely on the laws of space-time to speed up time. However, the energy required would be enormous, and even the celestial tribulation could not sustain such a consumption. With the Pangu temple, I can enter this world to cultivate. If I cultivate here for 10,000 years, only 1 year will have passed in the outside world. Moreover, as the yin-yang divine tree delved deeper into the effects of the Pangu temple, it was astonishing to discover the Pangu temple could also connect with the laws of the outside world. In other words, even if one cultivates in the temple world, it will not affect one's ability to comprehend the laws of the outside world. This is a great thing for Kang Ji's main body and clones. After all, the primordial world is currently undergoing drastic changes, especially in terms of the density and activity of the laws, which surpass the world within the Pangu temple. If he cannot connect with the laws of the outside world, it would be better for Kang Jai to stay in the primordial world and cultivate. As the yin-yang divine tree continued to explore the Pangu temple, the more it explored, the more satisfied it became. The entire Pangu temple is not only highly defensive, but once fully refined and controlled, it can withstand almost all attacks below the Great Tao realm. Of course, this is on the premise that the yin-yang divine tree can completely refine and control the Pangu temple and unleash all its power. Otherwise, the Pangu temple at present can only withstand high-level saint-level experts at most. Even so, the yin-yang divine tree was very satisfied. In addition, the powerful laws of reproduction within the Pangu temple have a blessing effect on the reproduction of any living being living within it. Even the yin-yang creation pool can help living beings evolve their bloodlines. The ancient realm and purple moon benefited from this back then. The only drawback is that if one wants to use the yin-yang creation pool, one must bear the powerful nurturing laws inherent in the pool itself. All living beings that enter the pool of creation, regardless of gender, will leave offspring, who will be directly sent into the Pangu temple world. This ability. For a moment, even the yin-yang divine tree was at a loss for words. To improve one's bloodline potential, one must leave offspring. It's unclear what Pangu was thinking. However, he can't change these things now, so he can only suffer for those who want to improve their qualifications. Gathering his thoughts, the yin-yang divine tree withdrew from the Pangu temple, and Kang Jai learned about the situation of the Pangu temple from the yin-yang divine tree. It seems that this Pangu temple can serve as a trump card, Kang Jai thought to himself. With this in mind, Kang Jai decided that it would be best not to bring out the Pangu temple unless absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, the yin-yang divine tree directly threw the Pangu temple into the chaos. The chaos main body flashed and directly entered the Pangu temple world. With the time acceleration of 10,000 times and the support of the infinite computing power of its clones, the chaos main body pushed the last bit of progress to the maximum in a very short time, as all 3,000 laws of heaven and earth, as well as all their subordinate laws and collision-derived composite laws, advanced to the ultimate quasi-saint level. At this moment, the true form of chaos finally ushered in its crucial moment. The chaos entity left the Pangu temple and returned to the chaos world. As the chaos entity breathed, the entire chaos began to tremble. The boundless chaotic energy was devoured by the chaos body itself. Moreover, a violent transformation was also taking place within the chaos body itself. The world tree, the chaos sun tree, and the mysterious fusion lotus, which originally stood as a tripartite balance, were forced to merge together as the chaos entity underwent its final transformation. As the three chaotic spiritual roots merged together, the entire chaotic entity trembled violently once again. The tremor was so intense that it seemed to shatter the entire chaotic entity. Just when Kang Jai thought that the chaos body could not hold on, the 3,000 laws suddenly moved. The endless chains of laws rattled and clattered. As these laws resonated, the chaotic world within the chaos body seemed to be reinforced with steel, instantly becoming unbreakable. The tremors caused by the three chaos spiritual roots gradually subsided. With the integration of the three spiritual roots, a strange chaotic spiritual root appeared within the body of the chaos entity. With the appearance of this chaotic spiritual root, a message entered the immortal soul. After the three chaotic spiritual roots merged, their intelligence all transformed into the three wills of this divine spiritual root. just like the three paths of heaven, earth, and man in the primordial world. Moreover, as the three spiritual roots merged, the myriad worlds within the world tree also merged together, transforming into a vast world. The original world tree, Chaos Sun Tree, and Strange Lotus, the three spiritual entities, transformed into the three major wills of this world. In addition, the world tree's original ability to extract strange energy from strange spaces has been replaced by the new divine tree. Strands of special energy flowed into the chaos body through the roots of the strange divine tree, and were then transformed into streams of special energy. This time, the undying true spirit finally sensed the special nature of this energy. This is when the undying true spirit sensed the special nature of this energy, its expression changed slightly. He could actually sense the scent of primordial purple ki from this energy. However, this power is not pure primordial purple ki, but a special energy that contains characteristics of primordial purple ki. After this energy entered the chaos entity, the vast majority of it was directly transformed into chaos ki. The remaining portion, containing the characteristics of primordial purple ki, drifted throughout the chaos, merging with the 3,000 laws and imbuing them with a trace of primordial immortal characteristics. In addition, some energy was also integrated into the strange divine tree, changing its characteristics. Furthermore, wisps of primordial purple energy were gathering in the world of the strange divine tree, as if they were about to condense into primordial purple energy. Could this be the origin of the primordial purple ki in the blue star world? Kang Ji's eyes flickered uncertainly. He sensed the peculiarity of this energy, and also realized the immense opportunity that the chaos body had encountered. Phew! From now on, I'll call you the primordial divine tree. Kang Ji spoke to the newly born strange divine tree. The strange divine tree trembled slightly, making a rustling sound as if responding to Kang Ji. The original three chaos spiritual roots intelligence has now merged into the inner world of the primordial divine tree, transforming into the three paths of heaven, earth, and man within it. With each breath of the primordial tree, the chaos entity continued to expand. As the chaos entity continues to expand, the 3,000 laws are also constantly merging with the immortal power within the primordial purple ki. Not only did the 3,000 laws benefit, but also the soul clones that had already merged with the 3,000 laws. Even the undying true spirit at the source of the convergence of the 3,000 laws benefited greatly as the 3,000 laws merged with the primordial energy. As these primordial energies merged with the 3,000 laws, they also merged with these soul entities. Finally, the entire chaos trembled once more, and the undying true spirit, the soul avatar, and the 3,000 laws finally merged and broke through to the saint level. An ancient and immortal soul was born within the chaos body, and the soul laws within it exuded a terrifying pressure. This oppressive force overwhelmed all laws, and Kang Ji sensed an aura of immortality within it, even faintly revealing a trace of the great Tao. This was something Kang Ji never expected. The power of primordial chaos, the great Tao. What is the connection between them? Kang suddenly recalled the extraordinary encounter he had when he inherited the position of World Lord on Blue Star, and the special energy that the great Tao had merged his 9 physical bodies. Although I can't find where it is hidden, the fleeting feeling I had when it merged into me seems somewhat similar to the primordial immortal power I have now. Kang Ji tried to calm himself down and felt the chaotic body after the breakthrough. Even if the original chaos entity were to leave the chaos world, it'd still grow rapidly. This is the benefit brought about by the fusion of the three chaos spiritual roots. After the three chaotic spiritual roots merged, their ability to absorb and release mysterious spatial energy was greatly enhanced. This also means that even if the chaos body does not devour the chaos QI in the great chaos world outside, it can still generate a large amount of chaos QI through the primordial divine tree, thus enabling the chaos body to grow rapidly. In addition, as the world within the primordial divine tree evolved, Kang Jai could sense that the world within it was also condensing primordial purple ki. If one truly condenses the primordial purple ki, then the inner world of the primordial divine tree can also allow one to inherit the status of a saint and become an immortal being. This is naturally a good thing for Kang Jai as well. Furthermore, the soul laws that one attains upon breaking through to the primordial golden immortal realm are many times more powerful than normal scent level laws. In particular, its immortal power makes it extremely difficult to destroy. Based on the laws of the soul, all the saint level laws cultivated in the future will carry this immortal power, which is what excites Kang Jai the most. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai tried to calm himself down. No matter what, the chaos body would always be his last trump card. With this experience, it will be much easier for the other clones to cultivate the 3,000 laws. After all, the chaos entity has almost pushed 3,000 laws to their limit this time. Not only the 129,600 branches of the 1,000 laws, but also the composite laws derived from the collision of these branches have deduced to the extreme by the chaos body. With this experience, any clone that cultivates these 3,000 laws in the future will find it much easier before reaching the saint level, and Kang Jai will also witness the explosives of all his clones. It probably won't be long before all the clones break through the peak of the quasi-saint realm. How terrifying that will be! To accelerate this process and collect more origin coins, it becomes necessary. After glancing at the chaos once more, Kang Jai withdrew his consciousness from it. As for the chaos entity itself, Kang Jai allowed it to enter the Pangu temple to cultivate once again. With a time acceleration of 10,000 times, the chaos main body can cultivate faster, providing better experience for other main bodies and avatars. After all, the chaos body is not like other bodies that only cultivate a portion of the laws. The chaos body is an existence that has cultivated all 3,000 laws, as well as their subordinate laws and the law derived from collisions, to the extreme, with the chaos main body paving the way ahead. The other main bodies and clones will be able to cultivate with twice the results. With his mind returning to normal, Kang Jai nodded towards the yin-yang divine tree. The yin-yang divine tree remained silent, and with Kang Jai and the others in their original forms, they flashed and arrived directly at the foot of Mount Buzhou. With a thought, the yin-yang divine tree merged the two origin coins into the heavenly Tao space. With the integration of two saint-level origin coins, the heavenly Tao space quickly condensed a wisp of primordial purple qi. In addition, the yin-yang divine tree 1.8 of the remaining 2.8 origin coins into the underground space. Fellow Taoist, how to, please help me. Although the primordial world is evolving rapidly, it will still take some time for the 3 dimensions to unlock the saintly status. Besides the human realm automatically unsealing as the beings of the primordial world grow stronger, the earth realm will also gradually unseal the saintly status as the primordial world expands. Only the heavenly Tao space, because as the saint's position has long been completely unsealed, but the primordial purple qi is damaged, requires 2 saint-level origin coins to restore. In the underground space, with the help of sages like Ho-Tu, is not necessarily necessary to use 2 sage-level primordial coins to unlock the sage's position. This is also why the yin-yang divine tree only incorporated 1 point saint-level origin coins into the underground space. Firstly, he didn't have enough origin coins. Secondly, although he only had 1 point origin coins, which was somewhat insufficient, with the help of Ho-Tu and the others, he could completely unlock the status of another saint. Hearing the call of the yin-yang divine tree, Ho-Tu did not hesitate. The moment the yin-yang divine tree integrated the primal coin into the underground space, Ho-Tu sensed the change in the underground space. Without any hesitation, not only Ho-Tu, but also the other earthly saints made their moves. With their help, the evolution of the underground passage accelerated dramatically, and soon a saintly position was unsealed. The group of sages were overjoyed to see the additional sage positions available. The addition of another saintly figure to the underground passage enhances its power, bringing immense benefits to these saints. As for how to distribute the extra earthly saint status, everyone's eyes flickered, some with longing, some with helplessness. Although an additional saintly position has been created in the underground passage, they don't really have many suitable people to inherit it. Not to mention, this saintly status was unsealed by the yin-yang divine tree. Fellow Taoist Zhu, what is... Ho-Tu looked at the yin-yang divine tree with some confusion. The yin-yang divine tree did not explain, but looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, let's all gather on Mount Buzhou." The current Buzhou mountain cauldron is located at the waist of the yin-yang divine tree. Here, the yin-yang divine tree created a platform, and on this platform, it built many palaces for daily receptions. Upon hearing the invitation from the yin-yang divine tree, although some were puzzled and unsure of its intentions, none of them refused, and they all headed towards Mount Buzhou. On the other hand, the changes in the heavenly Tao space were naturally sensed by the 2 heavenly Tao saints, Jian and Yuanxi. Before they could even enter the heavenly Tao space to explore, they received an invitation from the yin-yang divine tree. Yuanxi and Jian had no choice but to head towards Buzhou Mountain after extending invitations to the sages on both the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao. The yin-yang divine tree looked towards the human Tao space, still a little short. Because of the limited number of origin coins, the yin-yang divine tree can only integrate 1 saint-level origin coin into the human realm. Although the human realm is the fastest evolving of the 3 realms, even so, a single saint-level origin coin is still insufficient to unlock the saint's position. To unlock the human realm and create another saint, the power of the primordial human realm must advance further. Unconsciously, the yin-yang divine tree looked down upon all living beings in the primordial world. With a thought, the yin-yang divine tree notified Laozi, Nua, and the black tortoise of the North Sea, instructing them to gather at Buzhou Mountain. Not only that, the yin-yang divine tree then notified the 12 ancestral witches, Kunpeng, Houyi, Xingxin, and other powerful individuals who had already broken through to the first level of the Saint Realm. Kunpeng, Houyi, and others all broke through to the first level of the Saint Realm because of this primordial upheaval. This time, Yin-Yang Divine Tree also invited them. Since we're aiming to get a share of the spoils in the central battlefield, the more allies we have, the better. Huh? Who are you? When the 9 true forms of Kangjai appeared on Mount Buzhou, everyone was surprised. When did so many saint-level powerhouses appear in the primordial world? The saints may have met Kangjai, Panwu, Moyu, Kang Yuan, and Dai Kang at least once. As for the netherworld, the primordial beginning, the primordial origin, and the myriad laws, None of them had ever seen them before. Even Kang Jai and the others were not in the primordial world when they broke through, so the sages did not sense their breakthroughs at all. Now, with 9 saint-level experts suddenly appearing, how could it not be surprising? At this moment, the yin-yang divine tree spoke up. Everyone, do not be surprised. This is an ally I have invited. Upon hearing this, all the saints looked at Kang Jai and his 9 companions with scrutinizing eyes. How To then said, "Fellow Taoist Zhu, is there something you need from us?" The spirit of the yin-yang divine tree emerged from its physical form and appeared before the crowd, smiling broadly as it said, "Everyone, you should all have sensed the changes in the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man, right?" The group exchanged glances without speaking, but questioning in their eyes was unmistakable. The yin-yang divine tree spoke up. "Everyone, you already know about the existence of origin coins. Now there is an opportunity for you to obtain a large amount of origin coins. I wonder if you are interested? Can I obtain a large amount of origin coins?" Yuan Shiqianzhen's eyes widened as he looked at the yin-yang divine tree and asked. He had already witnessed the changes in the heavenly Dao space twice, so he naturally understood the benefits of the origin coin. Now that he heard there was an opportunity to obtain a large amount of primal coins, the primordial celestial was naturally interested. Not only him, but everyone else was interested. The yin-yang divine tree nodded. "Of course, if I couldn't obtain a large amount of origin coins, why would I seek cooperation with you?" Everyone narrowed their eyes, and Daijiang suddenly spoke up. "Fellow Taoist Zhu, these origin coins are probably not easy to obtain, are they? Otherwise, why would you have invited us to come along?" Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They were well aware of the power of the yin-yang divine tree. Even the yin-yang divine tree sought their cooperation, which showed that obtaining a large amount of origin coins was no easy task. Yin-yang divine tree chuckled. "Of course, since it's a large amount of origin coins, it's naturally not easy to obtain. Otherwise, why would I need to cooperate with you? I could just continue cooperating with the 9 fellow Taoists of Kang Jai. Wouldn't that be enough?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. The group quickly seized upon the loophole in the yin-yang divine tree's words. Laozi squinted at the yin-yang divine tree and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhu just said that you have already cooperated with the 9 fellow Taoists of Kangji. How did you cooperate with them? We don't seem to have seen you leave the primordial world." Faced with Laozi's doubts, the yin-yang divine tree glanced at everyone, seeing that they were equally curious, grinned. "It's time to reveal something, otherwise I won't be able to take the initiative." The yin-yang divine tree remained silent, and with a thought, a teleportation portal appeared before everyone. Everyone was surprised to see the portal that suddenly appeared. "Gentlemen, would you be interested in going over to take a look?" The crowd looked at each other, unsure whether they could trust the yin-yang divine tree. After all, the sudden appearance of this portal is shrouded in mystery. Before anyone could react, Kang Jai chuckled and stepped inside. The chuckle sounded like mockery or contempt, and many people's expressions immediately changed. They are now all saint-level powerhouses, and saints value their reputation above all else. They cannot bear to be ridiculed by others. Before they could react, the other 8 main bodies followed suit and entered. After the 9 venerables of the Azure Calamity entered the teleportation portal, the Black Tortoise of the North Sea followed them in. The moment the North Sea Black Tortoise moved, the expressions of the others changed again. The 9 people from Kangjai were all right, since they weren't from their world. But the North Sea Black Tortoise was a sage of the primordial human Dao, yet it walked in without a word. This put a lot of pressure on them. If they don't go, it will make them seem cowardly and afraid of trouble. If they do go, it will be a loss of face. Just as everyone was hesitating, the second one to follow was Kunpeng. This guy, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the yin-yang divine tree, has now broken through to the Hunyuan Dalu golden immortal realm. But his heart is even more determined to follow the yin-yang divine tree. As the Kunpeng passed through the teleportation portal, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the yin-yang divine tree. Perhaps it's time to give Kunpeng some benefits, yin-yang divine tree thought to itself. The yin-yang divine tree is naturally generous to those who come to its aid. The only problem is that Kunpeng has never died, so his soul is not under the control of the yin-yang divine tree. Perhaps it's time to grant him the status of a saint, the yin-yang divine tree suddenly thought. Once Kunpeng becomes a sage and completely controls the prehistoric world, Kunpeng will naturally be under his control as well. At the same time, giving Kunpeng a holy position will make it follow him even more wholeheartedly. As Kunpeng crossed the teleportation portal, Zhen Yuanzi and Stik's ancestor exchanged a glance and followed. They were able to become saints because of the favor they received from the yin-yang divine tree. Giving the yin-yang divine tree face now is nothing. With Zhen Yuanzi and Stik's ancestor leading the way, Kuashu's clones no longer hesitated and followed. With so many people passing by at once, the others no longer hesitated. Especially the saint-level experts of the witch clan, seeing Kuashu's actions, naturally did not hesitate and immediately followed. As everyone passed through the portal, a branch of the yin-yang divine tree also followed. Everyone was surprised to see that the yin-yang divine tree could also come over. Seeing the curious crowd, the yin-yang divine tree chuckled and said, "Now everyone, feel the situation here again, and then you can try to sense the primordial world." Although the group didn't understand why, they still followed the instructions of the yin-yang divine tree and began to sense it. But the next second, everyone frowned, and some even exclaimed in surprise. The laws here seem much weaker than those of the primordial world. Lao Tzu suddenly spoke up. But the next second, Yuanxi also spoke up. Something's not right. The laws here are not right. If you carefully sense the laws here, it seems that there are many unfamiliar laws compared to our primordial world. Upon hearing this, everyone carefully sensed the surroundings and immediately noticed that something was different here. The place the yin-yang divine tree brought them to was the former battlefield, which is now a ruin, so they weren't worried about anyone noticing them. Fellow Taoist Zhu, is this the void passage? The Tongxian sect master looked at the colossal city above that covered the entire world, and the dense void rifts around the city, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Yin-yang divine tree nodded. That's right. This is indeed the original void passage, which I now call the void realm. As you've probably sensed, the laws here are different from those of our primordial world. The reason for these differences is that the laws of the upper realm are continuously flowing down to the lower realm through those void rifts. At this moment, Laozi frowned and asked, "But why do I feel that the laws here are not as good as those in our primordial world? The concentration and activity of the laws are much worse than those in the primordial world." The yin-yang divine tree did not refute, but nodded in agreement, explaining, "The reason for this is that the great god Pangu left something behind in the primordial world. The current upheaval in the primordial world is the work of the great god Pangu. Moreover, the entire lower realm of chaos will gradually change along with this primordial transformation." As they talked, the yin-yang divine tree simply told everyone some information about Pangu. After hearing the explanation from the yin-yang divine tree, everyone was deeply shocked. Dejiang and the other ancestral witches looked at the yin-yang divine tree with excited expressions asked, "Are you saying that Father God did not perish? Instead, he has gone to the upper realm and is the lord of the great Tao of the upper realm?" This news shocked not only the 12 ancestral witches, but also everyone else. Looking at the excited Wu clan, yin-yang divine tree chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoist Dejiang, you should have also sensed the changes in the Pangu temple." Dejiang's heart trembled. The anomalies in the Pangu temple were known only to the ancestral witches. How did the yin-yang divine tree know about them? Facing Dejiang's wary gaze, the yin-yang divine calmly said, "There's no need to be so wary. The reason I know this is because the great Pangu told me." Upon hearing this, the Wu tribe members felt conflicted. Why did Pangu tell all this to the yin-yang divine tree but not to them? This made them somewhat jealous. Yin-yang divine tree ignored the minor grievances of the Wu clan, merely glancing around at everyone before speaking solemnly. "Everyone, all I want to say is that a great struggle is about to begin. If we cannot quickly become stronger, what will become of us when our world merges with the upper realm?" A moment's silence fell over everyone, especially the Wu tribe, whose respect for Pangu was ingrained in their very bones. Even Laozi and his 2 companions were deep in thought at this moment. After learning that Pangu had not only survived but had also become a Dao Lord-level powerhouse in the upper realm, Laozi and the other 2 had mixed feelings. They have always held Pangu in both reverence and awe. They are, of course, created by Pangu and are the embodiment of Pangu's primordial spirit. They are also Pangu's descendants. Similarly, they have always been afraid that Pangu might one day be resurrected and turn them back into part of Pangu's primordial spirit. Now that they have heard such a secret, they realize how ridiculous they were. Pangu had already become a powerful being at the level of the great Tao, so why would he care about mere primordial spirit? Perhaps they were once just an insignificant wisp of Pangu's primordial spirit, not the complete primordial spirit of Pangu at all. Or perhaps they were not transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, but merely a piece of information that Pangu deliberately left in their consciousness inheritance. For a moment, the 3 of them felt extremely complicated. They looked at each other and fell silent. Just as everyone was feeling conflicted, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly spoke up. "Fellow Daoist Zhu, this place seems to be quite far from our prehistoric world." Zhen Yuanzi controls the Earth Book and has a special connection with the primordial world. Seeing everyone silent, Zhen Yuanzi had no choice but to start the conversation. As soon as Zhen Yuanzi spoke, everyone sensed the primordial world. Upon sensing this, everyone immediately realized what was happening. This place seems exceptionally far from the primordial world. If they were to come here on their own, they don't know how long it would take. However, the yin-yang divine tree simply led them through a teleportation portal, and they found themselves here, which greatly shocked them. In particular, they also sensed that the space of the void realm was far more solid than the space of their primordial world, and they couldn't use spatial teleportation here at all. Faced with the puzzled looks from the crowd, yin-yang divine tree chuckled and said, "Everyone, let's go back and talk." The yin-yang divine tree opened the portal again. A glint of light flashed in everyone's eyes as they looked at the open portal. This time, instead of simply stepping across, the group cautiously entered the portal, seemingly wanting to explore its mysteries. Unfortunately, the portal to all realms is a rare treasure of the Great Tao, and it was later blessed by the Great Tao, so how could they possibly explore it? After they stepped through the portal, they immediately appeared on Mount Buzhu. Without sensing anything unusual about the portal, Everyone stared in astonishment at the teleportation portal that had been stored away by the yin-yang divine tree and remained silent for a moment. Seeing that everyone chose to remain silent, yin-yang divine tree chuckled and said, "Everyone, you have just witnessed the situation in the void realm. If you want to hunt the creatures of the ghost realm, let's head to the depths of the void realm. That place is extremely far away from our prehistoric world. Furthermore, the void realm does not allow for spatial travel, making it extremely time-consuming to reach one's destination." Everyone looked up at the yin-yang divine tree, knowing that it wanted to negotiate with them. The yin-yang divine tree displayed the existence of the teleportation portal in front of them. Wasn't it just a way to seize the initiative and then control them? Everyone frowned slightly. This feeling of being controlled was truly unpleasant. The yin-yang divine tree didn't care what they thought. If these people couldn't be united, the scattered masses of the prehistoric world would find it difficult to gain any advantage in places like the central battlefield. With a wave of its hand, the yin-yang divine tree conjured up futons and tea tables in front of everyone, along with various celestial fruits and spiritual teas. After doing all this, the yin-yang divine tree said, "Everyone, you should also be very clear about the importance of origin coins to us cultivators. The reason why fellow Taoist Kangjai and others were able to break through to the saint level so quickly was precisely because of those origin coins. Previously, it was fellow Taoist Kangjai and the others who asked me for help to go and cooperate with someone from the upper realm to hunt down those strange creatures. It was precisely because of those primal coins that fellow Taoist Kangjai and the others were able to break through to the saint level, and that I was able to once again unseal the saintly positions of the heavenly Tao and the human Tao." Listening to the explanation of the yin-yang divine tree, everyone had different expressions, some envious, some longing, and some solemn. "Fellow Taoist Zhu, please speak frankly. You've taken us on this tour for more than just a fun activity, haven't you?" Hotu looked directly at the yin-yang divine tree and spoke. Yin-yang divine tree smiled and nodded. "Of course not. I plan to cooperate with people from the upper realm to hunt down those strange creatures. The reason I've gathered you all here is to ask if you would be willing to join me." "With you?" Everyone raised their eyebrows slightly. Yuan Shiqianzun narrowed his eyes and asked, "I wonder how fellow Taoist Zhou plans to cooperate? And how will the spoils of war be divided?" This was a question that everyone was concerned about, and they all looked towards the yin-yang divine tree. The yin-yang divine tree scanned the crowd and said solemnly, "Everyone, you may not be aware of the gap between us and the upper realm, so I will briefly explain it to you." Yin-yang divine tree looked at everyone and said, "Our partner this time is just a lowly saint-level figure from the upper realm. Even though he was such an insignificant person, his cultivation level had reached the 82nd level of the saint realm. In the central battlefield we are about to enter, someone like him can only be considered a mid to high level strongman. Among the powerful beings who have entered the lower realm, the strongest can reach the 99th level of the saint realm, and as the chaos in our lower realm is unsealed, this level will continue to rise. As you all should be aware of, our primordial world is insignificant compared to the upper realm. If we want to gain a share of the spoils in the central battlefield, we will find it difficult to achieve significant results without working together." Upon hearing this, everyone's smiles faded and their expressions gradually became serious. At this moment, Junti asked curiously, "Fellow Dezhu, how many saint-level or higher experts are there in the central battlefield?" Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the yin-yang divine tree took a deep breath and slowly uttered a few words. "Countless, countless?" Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the yin-yang divine tree in disbelief. Jiayin was somewhat skeptical. Fellow Taoist Zhu, aren't you exaggerating a bit? The strongest beings who have entered the lower realm from the upper realm are only at the 19th level of the saint realm, so how can they be countless? Seeing the disbelieving looks in everyone's eyes, Yin-Yang Divine Tree chuckled and shook his head. Everyone, do you know that in the upper realm, cultivators below the 100th level of the saint realm are not even considered regular soldiers? In the upper realm, anyone who has not broken through to the 100th level of the saint rank can only be considered a reserve. Each of these reserve soldiers would lead an army below the saint level for trials. Their so-called trial was to hunt down those monster army members who had not reached the 100th level of the saint realm and who led a large number of monsters below the saint realm level. Only when their cultivation reaches the saint level 100 or above are they qualified to join the regular army and become a true warrior. And a first-level heavenly city with a low-level realm expert in charge, which is the city we saw overhead earlier, Rockfire City. Rockfire City has 999 legions in Rockfire City. Among these 9,999 legions, all are powerful cultivators ranging from the 2,401st to the 3,000th level of the Saint Realm. Under these 9,999 legions, each legion has 9,999 troops, all of which are composed of saint-level experts ranging from the 1,801st to the 2,400th level. Below the army level are the battalions, and each army also has 9,999 battalions, which are composed of saint-level experts ranging from the 1,001st to the 1,800th level. Below the brigade are the squadrons, and each brigade has 9,999 squadrons, composed of saint-level experts from level 601 to level 1,200. Below the squadrons, there are 9,999 squads, each composed of saint-level experts ranging from the 100th to the 600th level. As for what I just told you, those below the saint level 100 are all trial teams. They are reserves. Only those whose cultivation reaches the saint level 100 are qualified to join the formal army, and such a massive force, merely the military force of a level 1 heavenly city in the upper realm. In the upper realm, cities are divided into holy cities of level 1 to 10, heavenly cities of level 1 to 10, royal cities above heavenly cities, imperial cities above royal cities, and imperial cities above imperial cities. What appears above us now is a level 1 sky city. Just in how many cultivators below the 100th level of the saint realm would be in such a colossal entity, and those bizarre creatures capable of constantly invading the upper realms. How many of their bizarre creatures below the saint level 100 will enter our world? The yin-yang divine trees series of rhetorical questions left everyone speechless. Only then did they realize the difference between the lower and upper realms. It was like heaven and earth. All that little bit of pride I had before vanished at this moment. They originally thought that Pangu, the great god who created their world, had become a Dao Lord-level powerhouse in the upper realm. From this perspective, they don't seem to be much worse than those in the upper realm. But as the yin-yang divine tree continued to explain, they realized at this moment how arrogant and ridiculous they had been. If it weren't for the fact that powerful beings from the upper realm couldn't enter the lower realm wouldn't even be enough for a powerful being from the upper realm to slap. While feeling fear, I also felt a strong sense of urgency. They are so weak They're so weak that they can't wait to become stronger. They are descendants of Pangu. How could they be so weak? Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, the yin-yang divine tree finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he first heard this news from Yan Lai, he was utterly shocked. The power of the upper realm far exceeded his imagination. That was an overwhelming power, something that the lower realm could not even compare to. Only by continuously strengthening the lower realm and themselves can they be qualified to protect themselves when the lower realm merges into the upper realm. Thinking of this, the yin-yang divine tree looked at everyone. At this moment, everyone looked at the yin-yang divine tree. A glint flashed in Laozi's eyes as he looked at the yin-yang divine tree. Brother Zhu, just tell me how you want to arrange things. As long as it makes us stronger, I'll listen to you. When Laozi spoke, Yuanxi and Tongqian echoed his words. The 12 ancestral witches then said, "The 3 pure ones are right. As long as you can make us stronger, we don't mind following your arrangements." The yin-yang divine tree scanned the crowd, and, seeing their expressions of "go ahead and do whatever you want," finally smiled. This is exactly the effect he wants. If he can't integrate the power of the primordial world, how can he maximize his gains? The yin-yang divine tree looked at everyone and said, "All right. Since you are all willing to listen to me, I will share my thoughts." The yin-yang divine tree didn't stand on ceremony and looked at everyone. First of all, I hope that everyone here can unite as one, and no matter what happens in the future, we can trust and help each other. Can you all do that? The yin-yang divine tree scanned the crowd, including the 9 members of Kang Jai. At this moment, the stick's ancestor suddenly spoke up. "Fellow Taoist Zhu, I don't object to unity, but these fellow Taoists." The stick's ancestor looked at Tai Chu and the others, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. He was still somewhat wary of these strangers. Yin-yang divine tree chuckled and said, "No need to worry, Tai Chu and the others can be trusted." Including fellow Taoist Kang Jai and the others, they have now become world lords, almost like saints, in another world, the Blue Star world. After a pause, the yin-yang divine tree said, "I forgot to tell you all that fellow Dao Dying Jie and the others encountered Ancestor Hongjun in the Blue Star world. Ancestor Hongjun has now become the lord of the spirit realm in the Blue Star world, just like a saint in our primordial world." Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. This was the first time they had heard news of Hongjun since he escaped the prehistoric world, and they were quite surprised. Hongjun didn't go to the 3,000 demon god realms? Why did he go to this Blue Star? The people of Blue Star were completely unfamiliar with it. They only knew about the 3,000 demon god realms and were unaware of Blue Star's existence. At this moment, Kang Ji explained, "Blue Star is in existence no less than the primordial world and the 3,000 demon god realms. It is a great world formed by the fusion of all the heavens and myriad realms. Now, in the entire lower realm, apart from the chaos realm and the void realm, there are only 3 great worlds: the primordial world, the 3,000 demon god realms, and Blue Star. Just like the primordial world, Blue Star also has beings with saintly status, known as realm lords. When we inherited the position of Lord of Blue Star, we encountered Hongjun, who had become the Lord of the Spirit Realm, one of the 9 realms of Blue Star, and was also an immortal being. Everyone looked solemn, never expecting that Hongjun would have such an opportunity after leaving the prehistoric world. At this moment, the yin-yang divine tree spoke up. "Everyone, once Hongjun becomes the lord of the realm, he will certainly not let us go. Once he becomes powerful, he will definitely cause us trouble. Therefore, before he becomes powerful, we must also become stronger. Yin-yang divine tree looked at everyone and said, "Fellow Taoist Kang Jai and the others can be completely trusted. I can guarantee it with my own integrity. Please rest assured." Seeing that the yin-yang divine tree had said so, the group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, saying no more. Seeing that no one had any objections, the yin-yang divine tree then said, "Since everyone has no questions, let me explain the next steps." Everyone immediately perked up and looked at the yin-yang tree. The yin-yang divine tree didn't stand on ceremony and looked at Dijiang, asking, "Fellow Taoist Dijiang, can your Pangu Palace be moved?" Dijiang was taken aback, not expecting that the first question from the yin-yang divine tree would be this. Dijiang hesitated for a moment, but recalling what the yin-yang divine tree had said before, he finally nodded and said, "It can be moved, but it will require the intervention of at least 7 ancestral witches." The yin-yang divine tree looked at Kuo-shu without showing any emotion, and Kuo-shu transmitted his voice, "That's right." Yin-yang divine tree immediately understood and looked at Dijiang again, saying, "Then may I ask if it is possible to create a space within the Pangu temple so that the primordial beings heading to the battlefield can rest and recuperate there?" "No way," Dijiang refused almost without thinking. The Pangu temple is the foundation of their Wu tribe. How could they allow other races to enter? Yin-yang divine tree was also somewhat troubled by Dijiang's refusal. Although he also had a Pangu temple, his Pangu temple was different from that of the Wu clan. The Pangu temple of the Wu clan was created based on the bloodline of the Wu clan, and only the ancestral Wu can drive it. However, his Pangu temple has not been fully refined yet, so it can be seized by others. Moreover, the 12 ancestral witches were formed from the essence and blood of Pangu, and are the purest descendants of Pangu. Even if the people of the upper realm knew of the existence of the Pangu temple, they would be unlikely to dare to plot against it. But his own Pangu temple was different. He was not a direct descendant of Pangu, and the origin of his Pangu temple was unknown. Others did not know that it was a gift from Pangu. After careful consideration, using the Pangu temple of the Wu clan is the best option. This would provide a completely safe place for all living beings in the primordial world to rest and recuperate on the battlefield, which is of great importance to them. Dijiang's refusal made Yin-yang Shenmu sigh, but he couldn't force the other party. Just when Yin-yang divine tree thought that this was the only way things could go, Kuo-shu suddenly spoke up. "Fellow Taoist Jew, what you want is probably just a place for all living beings in the prehistoric world to rest and recuperate, right?" Yin-yang divine tree looked at Kuo-shu, a glint of light flashing in its eyes, and quickly nodded, saying, "That's right. The central battlefield is dangerous. If there isn't an absolutely safe place where we can rest and recuperate, our casualties will be huge. I think you all probably wouldn't want that, would you?" The group exchanged glances. They too, of course, longed for a place to rest and recuperate on the battlefield. Everyone glanced at the gloomy faces of the 12 ancestral witches and chose to remain silent. The 12 ancestral witches of today are no pushovers. Even the yin-yang divine tree cannot defeat them, let alone others. At this moment, Kuo-shu said, "Actually, if you just want a place and recuperate, you don't need to the Pangu temple." Huh? Everyone was taken aback, not understanding why Kuo-shu would say that. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches finally realized what was happening. Dijiang slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. If you just want a completely safe place and recuperate, you really don't need to enter the Pangu temple." Everyone looked at Dijiang, puzzled, wondering what he meant by those words. Kuo-shu explained, "Ever since the Pangu temple unlocked some of its abilities, we have discovered that the Pangu temple is no longer limited to its own defense. It can also expand its defense outwards. The extent to which it can expand and how much energy you can provide. Kuashu smiled at everyone, and they immediately understood that they were being asked to pay for their own protection. The crowd's expressions flickered. They were willing to believe in Pangu. After all, Pangu has now become the strongest being in the upper realm, and the Pangu temple he left behind is no ordinary place. With the absolute protection of the Pangu temple, their safety can be guaranteed. To gain the protection of the Pangu temple, they had to provide their own energy, which left them somewhat bewildered. The key issue is they didn't even know how much energy they need to provide. Facing the probing gazes of the crowd, Kuashu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, everyone, the Pangu temple itself can also draw a portion of energy from heaven and earth. As for the rest, we can simply use the original currency to replace it later. Don't you all agree?" Everyone was speechless for a moment. Even Kang Jai and Yin Yang Divine Tree looked at Kuashu with surprise. This guy is even better at business than them. Doesn't that mean the witch clan can make money just by lying down? Kuashu's suggestion left everyone speechless. Although they were unhappy, they couldn't refute Kuashu's request. After all, as Kuashu also said, expanding the Pangu temple's defenses outwards also requires energy. The purpose of expanding the Pangu temple's defenses was also to protect them. Therefore, it is only natural that they should pay some price. However, everyone was still somewhat unhappy. After all, this meant that the witch clan could obtain origin coins without doing anything, and just by lying down. These people have to work themselves to the bone and risk their lives to obtain the origin coins. In contrast, everyone naturally felt a sense of imbalance. At this moment, Nua suddenly looked at the yin-yang divine tree and said in a leisurely voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhu, your teleportation portal doesn't also require origin coins, does it?" Everyone turned to look at the yin-yang divine tree. If the yin-yang divine tree also wanted to charge money, then they might as well not go. Going there'd only make them work for the yin-yang divine tree and the witch clan. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, yin-yang divine trees twitched. To be honest, he was actually quite tempted at first. Who wouldn't want to make money while lying down? But the witch clan has already done this. If I were to follow suit, everyone would definitely have a big problem with it, and they might even refuse to go to the central battlefield. This is not what yin-yang divine tree wants. The ninja felt a pang of regret, but yin-yang divine tree smiled and shook its head, saying, "Of course not. I can still provide the energy to open the portal. I will open a portal next to the Pangu temple, allowing everyone to enter and exit the primordial world at any time. In this way, as long as everyone obtains enough origin coins, they can return to the primordial world and quickly improve their own lost strength. After all, the current primordial world is more suitable for everyone to comprehend the laws." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of admiration for the yin-yang divine tree. After all, the yin-yang divine tree did this entirely as a selfless act. Upon hearing the Wu tribe's actions, everyone immediately praised the yin-yang divine tree for its generosity. Upon seeing this, the Wu tribe couldn't help but curl their lip. Making contributions for nothing is no match for the fragrance of origin coins. The way they looked at the yin-yang divine tree was as if they were looking at a fool. However, they did not refute the yin-yang divine tree. After all, they also needed to travel back and forth to the primordial world through the teleportation portal. If the yin-yang divine tree were to charge a fee, wouldn't a portion of the origin coins they earned have to be given to the yin-yang divine tree? Just as everyone was offering their compliments, the yin-yang divine tree spoke up. Everyone providing free teleportation portals. Problem, but I have one condition. I hope that you will be able to follow my orders when necessary. I wonder if you are willing. Upon hearing this, the previously lively praise suddenly ceased, and everyone looked at the yin-yang divine tree with astonishment and uncertainty. I was cursing under my breath. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Here it comes. Seeing the constantly changing expressions on everyone's faces, yin-yang the divine tree coughed lightly and said, "Everyone, rest assured, will not easily make this request. This command will only be activated when one of our members faces a life or death crisis. In other words, everyone can hunt independently without being affected. But if anyone faces a life or death crisis, or is bullied by a stronger opponent, I will mobilize all of everyone's strength. At this time, I hope everyone will not refuse. After all, if you are unwilling to help others today, others will not help you if you are in trouble tomorrow." With the explanation from the yin-yang divine tree, everyone's expression immediately improved. Everyone fell into deep thought. Yin-yang divine tree's words made sense. Now that an alliance has been formed, if someone is left to die in danger, who will come to your rescue next time? Kua Shu spoke first. My ancestral witch agrees to this request, but only if allies are in a life or death crisis. As soon as Kua Shu spoke, all the Wu tribe members immediately expressed their opinions, including Hao Tu, who had no objections. Following suit, the 9 members of Kangjai also expressed their opinions. At this point, the other saints could no longer refuse and had no choice but to nod in agreement. Seeing that everyone agreed, the yin-yang divine tree breathed a sigh of relief. He still remembered that he and Kang Jai had offended the 5 Jing brothers before. If they met on the central battlefield, he didn't believe the other party wouldn't retaliate. With the alliance of a group of powerful beings at the primordial saint level, the Jing family was no longer so terrifying. After all, when the 12 ancestral witches summoned the true form of Pangu, their combat power was approaching the peak that the lower realm could currently withstand. With such safeguards in place, subsequent actions become much easier. Looking at the various expressions on the faces of the crowd, Yin-Yang Divine Tree had a sudden thought and said, "To celebrate our alliance, I am willing to offer 3 saintly positions today to be given to the demon clan, the witch clan, and the human clan respectively. Does anyone have any objections? 3 saintly positions?" Everyone's hearts trembled, and they immediately thought of the yin-yang divine tree's previous actions. At this moment, Nua frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist Jew, we understand the positions of the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao saints, and you have just unsealed one of them, but the position of the human Tao saint. Due to a shortage of primal coins, the yin-yang divine tree had previously only unsealed the saintly positions of the heavenly path and the earthly path. As for the human saint status, the yin-yang divine tree only provided 1 saint-level first-tier origin coin, which is still quite far from being able to unlock a saint status. Faced with Nua's doubts, yin-yang divine tree chuckled. "Fellow Taoist Nua, have you forgotten that when the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao each have an additional saint-level powerhouse, power of humanity in the entire prehistoric world will also surge instantly. At that time, combined with the saint-level origin coin I've already integrated, unlocking the status of another human saint shouldn't be too difficult." Upon hearing this from the yin-yang divine tree, Nua suddenly understood. As the number of powerful beings in the primordial world increases, the power of humanity is also growing. It was already close to being unsealed, and with the addition of 2 saint-level powerhouses, it might really be possible to unseal another saint's position. They couldn't help but exchange glances, their hearts filled with eager anticipation, each wanting their own person to become the master of the three paths of heaven, earth, and man. At this moment, the yin-yang divine tree looked at the Wu clan and said, "Everyone, how about entrusting this earthly saint position to your Wu clan?" The 12 ancestral witches and the group of powerful members of the witch clan exchanged glances, some with and some with trepidation. If they accept the gift from the yin-yang divine tree, they will owe it a favor. The 12 ancestral witches and the rest of the witch clan all looked at Kuo-shu, who was the most intelligent among their witch clan. Seeing the group of witches looking at him, Kuo-shu lowered his eyes slightly, pretended to think for a moment, and then suddenly transmitted his voice to the group of witches, saying, "Everyone do. You think that with fellow Taoist Zhou's authority as a saint of the three paths of heaven, earth, and man, it is possible to revive the great witch Kuo-fu?" Kuo-shu's question completely stunned the group of witches. After they broke through to the Hunyuan Dalu golden immortal realm, they did ask Hutu if she could revive Kuo-fu. However, Hutu's answer was no, because Hongjun had interfered when Kuo-fu perished, which was why she could not revive him. Now that Kuo-shu has suddenly raised this question, the Wu clan is excited. Again, Hutu is only a saint of the earthly path, but yin-yang divine tree is a saint of the heavenly, earthly, and human paths. Perhaps the yin-yang divine tree can do things that Hutu cannot. The 12 ancestral witches immediately contacted Hutu and informed her of their idea of appraising the book. Hutu, who had initially paid no attention, trembled upon hearing this, her eyes flashing as she rapidly deduced the situation in her mind. "Brother, perhaps we really should give it a try." Hutu's answer greatly excited the entire witch clan. The 12 ancestral witches looked at Kuo-shu and conveyed their opinions. Upon receiving the reply from the 12 ancestral witches, Kuo-shu looked at the yin-yang divine tree and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhu, I have a question I would like to ask. If you can help me, we can forego this saintly position." Kuo-shu's answer shocked everyone. What could possibly make the witch clan give up their saintly status? Having the status of a saint is having a layer of protection for oneself. At the very least, even if one perishes, one can be resurrected in the primordial world. Now that the witch clan has actually given up their sainthood, everyone is looking at the 12 ancestral witches and Kuo-shu with curiosity. Although yin-yang divine tree already knew what was going on, it still pretended to be curious and said, "Fellow Taoist Kuo-shu, please speak. If I have the ability, I will naturally not refuse." Kuo-shu was overjoyed upon hearing this and looked at the yin-yang divine tree, saying, "We wish to revive the great witch Kuo-fu. I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhou can accomplish this." The entire group of witches stared intently at the yin-yang divine tree, awaiting his reply. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly realized that it was Kuo-fu who had been resurrected. Kuo-fu was, after all, a great shaman of the Wu tribe. He had never been resurrected after his fall. So though there must be something fishy about it, now that we see that all the ancestral witches have actually sought help from the yin-yang divine, it means that even Hutu cannot revive the great witch Kuo-fu. Everyone looked curiously at the yin-yang divine tree, wondering if this unique sage of the three realms of heaven, earth, and man in the primordial world could revive Kuo-fu. The yin-yang divine tree pondered for a moment, actually exploring its own authority. Through its own authority, the yin-yang divine tree witnessed the long river of time in the primordial world. Through the long river of time, the yin-yang divine tree captured the existence of Kuo-fu. But resurrecting Kwafu is not so easy. First, when Kwafu perished, Hongjun tampered with his body, completely erasing his remnant soul. Kwafu's heart then transformed into a magical artifact, which merged into Kwashu's body. Afterwards, the book underwent a series of changes, and the remnant soul and essence of Kwafu were almost completely erased. Reviving Kwafu will not be so easy. Seeing the yin-yang divine tree fall silent, the 12 ancestral witches became anxious. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong immediately retorted, "Fellow Taoist Zhu, just say the word whether it will succeed or not." Seeing Zhu Rong's eagerness, Dijiang, though anxious, still glared at him, scolded, "What's the rush? Doesn't fellow Taoist Zhu need time to think?" After reprimanding Zhu Rong, Dijiang looked at the yin-yang divine tree with anticipation. That look, though not urging, was even more intense than urging. The yin-yang divine tree coughed lightly, looked at the anxious Wu clan, and nodded, saying, "Resurrection is possible." The yin-yang divine tree paused, as if organizing its thoughts or, perhaps, had something difficult to say. Upon seeing this, the group of witches immediately said, anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Zhu, just tell us what you need. Even if you need saint-level origin coins, we'll get them for you." Looking at the eager group of Wu clan members, Yin-Yang Shenmu coughed again and said with a wry smile, "It's not that difficult. Actually, it's not hard to revive fellow Taoist Kwafu. All you need is some of his essence blood and a wisp of primordial purple qi. But there is one thing. Ayu. Situation was special. Most of his soul had dissipated. I was able to revive him only because of the primordial purple qi. Therefore, for a long time, he could only live in the underground space and use the power of the underground space to recover himself. Of course, I don't know if the origin coin will be effective for him. Perhaps the origin coin can speed up his recovery, but until he is fully recovered, he can only remain in the underground space." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, thinking it was some troublesome matter, but it turned out to be nothing more than this. "Fellow Taoist Zhu, rest assured, we don't mind that. Being able to revive is already quite good, and needing some time to recover is only natural." However, Dijiang was in a dilemma. He had just vowed to exchange his sainthood for Kwafu's resurrection. But now, in the blink of an eye, to revive Kwafu, they still need to attain the status of a sage, which makes them somewhat embarrassed. Yin-Yang Divine Tree coughed lightly and took the initiative to say, "The position of saint was originally given to your Wu clan. As for resurrecting the great witch Kwafu, that is just a small matter. Fellow Taoist Dijiang need not worry about it." Although the Yin-Yang Divine Tree said so, the members of the Wu clan did not take it seriously. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree was essentially a double favor to them. The Wu tribe was known for its strong sense of morality, and they would never forget such kindness. Dijiang suddenly stood up and bowed solemnly to the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. "Brother Zhu, my Wu clan will remember your kindness today. You are indeed different from those demons. From this day forward, you will be the best friend of my witch clan." Looking at Dijiang, who seemed to be saying that they were going to be good buddies from now on, Yin-Yang Shenmu's lips twitched, but he was secretly delighted. The 12 ancestral witches were, after all, direct descendants of Pangu, making them even more authentic than the 3 pure ones. After all, Pangu left the Pangu temple to the 12 ancestral witches, but he didn't leave a Pangu temple to the 3 pure ones. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree was well aware of the power of the Pangu temple. He waved his hand at Dijiang. "Fellow Taoist Dijiang, there's no need for that. We are all beings from the primordial world, descendants of Pangu, and should help each other." Yin-Yang Divine Tree looked at Hua Shu and asked, "Fellow Taoist Hua Shu, do you have the blood of the Great, which Kwafu? Just a trace of bloodline will suffice. Before Kuashu could reply, how she flipped her hand, and a wisp of essence blood immediately appeared in her hand. Fellow Daoi's Zhu, I possess the essence and blood of Kwafu here. When he perished, I intended to send him into reincarnation, but unfortunately, Otu sighed and didn't continue speaking. She simply threw her essence blood to the yin-yang divine tree. Without hesitation, the yin-yang divine tree summoned the essence of Kwafu's blood into its hand. Immediately, the yin-yang divine tree slowly closed its eyes, and its mind traveled to the river of time. Standing on the vast river of time in the primordial world, even the yin-yang divine tree's mind trembled. The vast river of time is far more powerful than we imagine. This power became even more apparent, especially with the unsealing of the primordial wilderness. After all, this is the world created by Pangu, and at the end of the river of time, the aura of Pangu still remains. With Pangu as the source of suppression over a long period of time, one can imagine how powerful it would be if he had not mastered the three saintly positions of heaven, earth, and man in the primordial world, fused with Pangu's spinal cord, and received gifts from Pangu. He would never have been able to. Come here. This is why no one dares to pull Kwafu out of the past from the river of time. With the great god Pangu suppressing the river of time, if you dare to act recklessly, you will have to face Pangu's suppression. No one can withstand the suppression of a great Tao-level expert. In other words, the yin-yang divine tree obtained a portion of the power of the primordial world, which allowed it to cautiously arrive in the river of time. Looking towards the upstream direction of the river of time, the yin-yang divine tree respectfully bowed and said, "Great God Pangu, today I wish to save a member of the Wu clan. I humbly request Great God Pangu's permission." As the yin-yang divine tree finished speaking, an invisible wave swept across its divine soul. The fluctuation lingered on the yin-yang divine's soul for a moment, seemingly judging whether the yin-yang divine tree was qualified to disrupt the river of time. In the blink of an eye, the fluctuations subsided, and a grand Taoist voice resounded throughout the river of time. Granted. Yin-yang Shenmu was overjoyed. Although it was only for a moment, his soul was still trembling with fear. Pangu's pressure was simply too terrifying. Is this the pressure of a great Tao-level expert? With this person at the upper reaches of the river of time, I'm afraid no one can touch the primordial world. While marveling at the yin-yang divine tree, he did not stop what he was doing. Our gaze pierced through layers of time's mist, arriving at the moment when Kwafu perished. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of the yin-yang divine tree as it looked at the fallen Kwafu, just as the yin-yang divine tree was about to make its move. It saw another hand pierce through layers of space and arrive at the place where Kwafu had fallen. "Ha! So it really was you who did it." Seeing the large hand trying to seize Kwafu's remnant soul, the yin-yang divine tree let out a cold laugh. The next second, the entire river of time seemed to freeze. The yin-yang divine wood palm pierced through the entire river of time, taking away Kwafu's remnant soul before the giant hand could touch it. The next second, the yin-yang divine tree's giant hand carried Kwafu's remnant soul away from the river of time, and the river of time resumed its flow. And in the long river of time, that same giant hand reached out again. The next second, the owner of the large hand exclaimed in surprise, because he had actually scooped up nothing. What happened? The yin-yang divine tree seemed to hear the other parties murmur. Looking at the bewildered Hongjun ancestor, the corners of the yin-yang divine tree's mouth slightly raised. However, the yin-yang divine tree did not intervene in Hongjun's actions at this time. After all, the more it interfered with the river of time, the greater the price it would have to pay. The reason why we were able to take away Kwafu's remnant soul this time was because the great god Pangu had granted our request. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would not be able to withstand the long river of time in the primordial world. After glancing at the bewildered Hongjun in Zixiao Palace, the yin-yang divine tree laughed heartily and left. As soon as the yin-yang divine tree left, Hongjun seemed to sense something, looking into the void and towards the long river of time in the primordial world. What's going on? Why do I feel like someone is watching me through the river of time? Hongjun was filled with doubt and suspicion, his eyes flickering. Could it be that I angered that scoundrel Pangu by ruthlessly exterminating the great witch of the Wu clan? Hongjun was somewhat uneasy, for he knew all too well Pangu, who guarded everything at the upper reaches of the river of time. Although he believed that Pangu had perished, the dead Pangu was still incredibly powerful. At least, with Pangu guarding the river of time, he wouldn't dare to swim forward at all. Now that the remnant soul of Kwafu had vanished into thin air before his eyes, he was even more surprised and uncertain. In the end, Hongjun chose to remain patient for the time being, looking down upon the primordial land and murmured softly, "Perhaps it's not the right time yet. Let's wait for the next opportunity." Hongjun's murmur echoed in Zixiao Palace. And then Hongjun stepped forward to stop the second war between the Wu and Yao races, issuing a war ban order to both races for 30,000 years. The departing yin-yang divine tree did not see any of this. Even if I see it, I'll just laugh it off. If the Lich Kings hadn't made peace, the yin-yang divine tree wouldn't have been able to evolve from a small primordial weed into a sun grass, then into a sun tree, and finally be taken away by Emperor Jun and Taiyi, eventually evolving into the yin-yang divine tree. Perhaps some unseen force caused a fluctuation in cause and effect, triggering this series of chain reactions. Returning to the present moment, when the yin-yang divine tree reopened its eyes, a remnant soul appeared before it, the very remnant soul of Kwafu. Kwafu! Yi Jingtian and the others exclaimed in surprise. They had a good relationship with Kwafu and were naturally very excited to see Kwafu's remnant soul again. Although the 12 ancestral witches were not as excited as Hao Yi and the others, they also looked at Kwafu's remnant soul with great joy. Meanwhile, Kua Shu, looking at Kwafu's remnant soul, felt extremely complicated. If it weren't for Kwafu's gift, he wouldn't have undergone the transformation of his bloodline, nor would he have the status of the ancestral witch of the Wu clan today. It was as if, between each sip and each bite, someone had touched some unseen thread. Seeing everyone's excitement, Yin-Yang Divine Tree smiled slightly. Everyone, Kwafu's remnant soul is still very weak, and he is unable to communicate with you all now. Let him first merge with the primordial purple QE and enter the underground space to recuperate. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree's suggestion was met with no objection. With a flick of its wrist, a wisp of primordial purple Qi appeared in its hand. The powerful figures couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at the primordial purple QE. This is, after all, primordial purple energy. They fought tooth and nail for a wisp of primordial purple Qi back then. Now, watching the primordial purple Qi merge into the remnant soul of Kwafu, I am filled with many emotions. Fortunately, everyone here has reached the saint level in cultivation, so whether or not there is primordial purple Qi is not as important as it used to be. As the remnant soul of Kwafu merged with the primordial purple Qi, the remnant soul of Kwafu gradually regained its complete form. Kwafu's remnant soul, now fully restored, slowly opened its eyes. He glanced at everyone and bowed slightly to them. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he vaguely felt that he had been rescued. Seeing the remnant soul of Kwafu close its eyes again, Yin-yang divine wood waved its hand, and the remnant soul of Kwafu directly entered the underground space. After doing all this, the yin-yang divine tree breathed a long sigh of relief. Trying to salvage someone from the depths of time is truly an inhuman endeavor. Even if the yin-yang divine tree is incredibly powerful, it doesn't want to do it a second time. At least, with his current cultivation level, he really doesn't want to go back into the river of time to retrieve people anymore. Gentlemen, the matter is settled. Are you satisfied? The yin-yang divine tree looked at the Wu clan member with a smile and asked. Hao, Yi, and the others bowed and expressed their gratitude. The 12 ancestral witches also thanked them repeatedly, saying, Fellow Taoist Zhu, we won't waste any more words. From now on, if you have any problems, you can come to us for help. Seeing the 12 ancestral witches patting their chests in assurance, the yin-yang divine tree also smiled. With the 12 ancestral witches acting as bodyguards and backers, their trip to the central battlefield was now a sure thing. However, before all this, I still have a holy position to arrange. Yin-yang divine tree couldn't help but look at Kunpeng ancestor. Of course, yin-yang divine tree wouldn't be stingy with its generosity towards Kunpeng, who was so eager to pledge allegiance to it. Just as the yin-yang divine tree was about to make arrangements, Nua uttered a low shout. Meeting Nua's tense, expectant gaze, the yin-yang divine tree's heart skipped a beat. How could it have forgotten about that? Fellow Taoist Nua. Yin-yang divine tree hesitated, unable to finish its sentence. The yin-yang divine tree certainly knew what wanted to say, but Fuxi's situation was different from Kwafu's. Now Fuxi has been reborn in the fruit of his tree. Even without the primordial purple key, given enough time, it is not difficult for him to be reborn. However, judging from Nua's current appearance, she most likely intends to use the primordial purple key to bring Fuxi into the world ahead of schedule. The yin-yang divine tree couldn't help but look at Kunpeng, its face showing a troubled expression. Kunpeng naturally saw the yin-yang divine tree's gaze, and a struggle flashed across his face. He is now a powerful being at the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm, not much weaker than Nua. Logically speaking, even if he ignored Nua couldn't do anything about him. But Nua was, after all, a veteran sage, and naturally there was a subtle alliance between her and the other 5 sages. In addition, Nua was once the queen of the demon clan, and her status among the demons was extraordinary. Deep down, Kunpeng was still unwilling to offend this master. However, the status of a sage is related to one's own safety. With the status of a sage, even if one dies in battle, one can be resurrected in the heavenly Dao space. This kind of resurrection is much more reliable than having someone else help with it, and there's less chance of any unexpected problems, unless absolutely necessary. If one is as confident as the 12 ancestral witches, everyone would want to possess the status of a saint as a guarantee. However, Kunpeng hesitated again, faced with Nua's gaze. Just as Kunpeng was in a dilemma, Nua spoke up. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, if you are willing to temporarily give up the primordial purple key, I will definitely help you obtain a saint-level origin coin as quickly as possible and help you obtain a saint status. What do you think? Kunpeng looked up Nua, then at the yin-yang divine tree. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, you don't need to look at me. You are currently the only one in my demon race who is suitable to inherit the position of a saint. I will not interfere with your transactions with fellow Taoist Nua, but if you are unwilling to relinquish the primordial purple key, I will not side with Nua. Kunpeng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yin-Yang Divine Tree's words, and was also somewhat grateful. Meeting Nua's slightly furrowed brows and somewhat expectant gaze, Kunpeng calmly surveyed the crowd. Most people were indifferent, but the three pure ones and the two Western saints subtly glanced at him. Kunpeng took in everyone's expressions, which further solidified his resolve to cling to the yin-yang divine tree. Among these saint-level experts, the strongest were undoubtedly the members of the witch clan. Not only were the 12 ancestral witches already saint-level experts, but even the great witches such as Kua Shu, Hao Yi, Xing Tian, Aju Feng, Xiang Liu, and Yu Shi had also become saint-level experts. In addition, Kuafu has just merged with the primordial purple Qi, and it's only a matter of time before he becomes a saint-level powerhouse. Adding Hutu, the original ancestral witch, it can be said that the entire witch clan is the strongest among all the saint-level powerhouses. Aside from the witch clan, the second strongest is the yin-yang divine tree. Not only is its own cultivation the strongest in terms of individual strength, but it also has 9 natural allies, including Kang Jai. In addition, the yin-yang divine tree has been indebted to many sages, so its overall strength is not much worse than that of the witch clan. The yin-yang divine tree is originally the demon emperor of their demon race. Only by getting close to the yin-yang divine tree could he guarantee his own interests. With his thoughts racing, Kunpeng quickly made a decision. He looked at Nua and said, "Fellow Taoist Nua, it's not impossible for me to give you the primordial purple Qi." Nua's eyes lit up, and she looked at Kunpeng saying, "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, please feel free to name your conditions." Kunpeng didn't stand on ceremony either. "First of all, you just said you wanted to return a strand of primordial purple Qi. Is that all right?" Nua nodded. "Of course, fellow Taoist, rest assured, I will obtain the origin coins as quickly as possible to reseal the saint's position." Kunpeng nodded, then added, "In addition, I want you, fellow Taoist Nua, to also help humanity unseal the position of a saint." "Huh?" Nua was stunned, thinking she had misheard. Kunpeng actually wanted him to help humanity unseal a saint's position. At this moment, Kunpeng said, "Fellow Taoist Fuxi cannot become a saint immediately. As a result, the sainthood that was originally about to be unsealed in the human realm will inevitably be postponed. Shouldn't fellow Taoist Nua help the human realm also unseal a sainthood?" Nua, upon hearing this, realized what had happened. Nua looked at Kunpeng with a strange expression. The yin-yang divine tree hadn't said anything about this, and neither had Shi Laozi and the North Sea Black Tortoise as human saints. Yet Kunpeng had brought it up. These words coming from Kunpeng always gave Nua a strange feeling. However, since Kunpeng had brought it up, Nua didn't refuse and nodded. "Okay." As soon as Nua finished speaking, Dijiang also spoke up. "The matter of the sainthood of humanity is also to our Wu clan. Our Wu clan will also help to unseal the sainthood of one person. The inability to promptly relinquish the status of a saint in the human realm is also related to Kuafu's usurpation of that position. If it were a normal saint-level expert who had merged with the saintly fruit, the human saint fruit would have been unsealed long ago, and this situation would not have occurred." Upon hearing Nua and Dijiang's words, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the yin-yang divine tree. It hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. The yin-yang divine tree was originally intended for Suirenshi, who was to attain the status of a saint in the human realm. After all, Suirenshi was the father of Suirenshi Feng, and now Suirenshi Feng has already broken through to the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal realm. But the 3 ancestors of Suirenshi are still stuck at the peak of Quasi-Saint, just 1 step away. After much deliberation, Kang Jai decided to help the three ancestors of Suirenshi by allowing them to inherit the position of saints of humanity, thus fulfilling the cause and effect of humanity in the human realm. The promises made by Nua and Dijiang can only be described as an unexpected delight. Of course, the greatest credit goes to Kunpeng. Unable to help but look at Kunpeng with admiration, Kunpeng was overjoyed. Sure enough, he made the right bet. Just as the yin-yang divine tree and Kunpeng were exchanging glances, Nua spoke up. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, do you have any other requests? Kunpeng shook head. These are the only 2 requests. I hope fellow Taoist Nua can fulfill them as soon as possible. Nua was somewhat surprised, not expecting Kunpeng to make only these 2 requests. Moreover, this second request was clearly not made for herself, so Nua couldn't help but give Kunpeng a deep look. Seeing that the matter was settled, the yin-yang divine tree did not hesitate to integrate the primordial purple key into Fuxi's body, and then throw Fuxi into the heavenly Tao space. After doing all this, the yin-yang divine tree looked at everyone and said, "All right, now that the holy positions have been distributed, we should set off." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick branch of the yin-yang divine tree fell, and during its fall, it transformed into a new sapling. A portion of the yin-yang divine tree's divine soul merged into it, and it immediately transformed into a new form. The new figure has a human form. This is the yin-yang divine's avatar in human form. This is a new ability that the yin-yang divine tree gained after breaking through its cultivation level. It can create a clone by using the branches of its main body, and give the clone the ability to take on different forms. Although his physical body was required to support the entire primordial world, it could not move an inch. However, he can still use a part of the branch to create a clone. The clone inherits a portion of his energy, and can also use all his laws, but its power is definitely not as great as his original body due to the amount of energy it possesses. Even so, the clone's strength is sufficient for the yin-yang divine tree to use now. More importantly, the yin-yang divine tree clone can also take root in the earth. After taking root in the earth, it can not only draw energy from the earth, but also connect with the main body through its root system. Once the clone's root system connects with the main body's root system, the clone can unleash the full power of the main body. Furthermore, the yin-yang divine tree controls the portals to all realms, allowing its clones to connect with its main body at any time. In this way, the yin-yang divine tree not only has a clone that can move at will, but also ensures that the clone has sufficient strength, which is a win-win situation. Everyone was slightly surprised to see the clone formed by the yin-yang divine tree. After all, this was the first time they had seen the yin-yang divine tree take human form, and even though it was only an avatar, it was enough to amaze everyone. The yin-yang divine tree didn't give everyone much time to be surprised. Its clone landed not far from them, and with a wave of its hand, a teleportation portal appeared in front of them. "Gentlemen, it's time for us to set off." As soon as he finished speaking, yin-yang divine tree went inside first. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate this time and immediately followed. As everyone passed through the portal, they immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere of the surrounding environment. They saw squads of soldiers-like creatures surrounding them, and the surrounding space was filled with a sense of oppression. Everyone immediately became alert and looked at the yin-yang divine tree. After all, it was the other party who brought them here. Could it be that the yin-yang divine tree has some kind of conspiracy, deliberately luring us here? Many people were filled with unease, their bodies surging with the laws of nature, ready to make a move any moment. At this moment, Kang Jai stepped forward. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. We were invited here by Senior Yan Lai. The place where Kang Jai and his group appeared this time was the very place where Yan Lai had invited them to come. It was their sudden appearance that alerted the stationed soldiers. Upon hearing that they had been invited by General Yan Lai, the soldiers breathed a slight sigh of relief. They also faced immense pressure when facing Kang Jai and other saint-level powerhouses. After all, they were all soldiers below the saint level, and they wouldn't even be a match for a saint-level expert. If it weren't for the powerful array set up in the camp here, and the overwhelming presence of the army, they wouldn't even have had the courage to Kang Jai and his group. Who goes there? How dare you trespass on my property? Before he could finish speaking, Yan Lai saw Kang Jai, Ming Sha, and Pan Wu. Hiss. Brother Kang Jai, you got here so quickly. Yan Lai was pleasantly surprised. He had originally thought that the only way to see Kang Jai and the others again was on the central battlefield. As for when Kang Jai and his group find the central battlefield, it's uncertain how long it will take. However, to his surprise, just as he was about to set off for the central battlefield, Kang Jai and the others arrived. Not only did the three of them come, but also brought such a large group of people with them. Yan Lai slowly landed, looking at the people Kang Jai had brought with some suspicion. The fact that Kang Jai brought a total of 4 level experts this time really surprised Yan Lai. Fellow Taoist Kang, fellow Taoist Ming, fellow Taoist Pan, these are... Yan Lai curiously observed the crowd. He could sense the aura of a saint-level expert emanating from them, which meant that they were all saint-level powerhouses. However, Yan Lai was curious about where Kang Jai and the other two had found so many saint-level experts. There shouldn't be many saint-level powerhouses in the lower realms, right? Just as Yan Lai was marveling at this, Kang Jai began to introduce him to the situation. This time, in addition to the 9 main bodies, Kang Jai also brought the yin-yang divine tree, Kuoshu's clone, Suirenshi's wind clone, Yu Chaoshi's mountain clone, Yaoshi's clone, Daizang's clone, and Wu Xing's clone. That makes a total of 16. In other words, Kang Ji's main body and his clones together had 16 saint-level experts. In addition, there were the 12 ancestral witches, Hao Yi, Xing Tian, Zhu Feng, Xiang Liu, Yu Shi, and 17 saint-level experts from the witch clan. Then there are Hu Tu, Lao Zi, Yuanxi, Tongxian, Nua, Jieyin, Junti, Stik's ancestor, a Stik's ancestor, Sea Black Tortoise, and Kunpeng ancestor, a total of 11 saint-level powerhouses. In total, there are 44 saint-level powerhouses. Unfortunately, the vast majority of them were only at the first level of the saint realm. With Kang Jai and the yin-yang divine tree's introduction, Yan Lai also gained some understanding of the others. However, Yan Lai was still shocked when he heard that the 12 ancestral witches were transformed from the essence and blood of Pangu. Gentlemen, are you truly formed from the essence and blood of the Tao Lord Pangu? Yan Lai looked at the 12 ancestral witches in disbelief and asked. The 12 ancestral witches, coldly in dissatisfaction, and Zhu Rong, with flames spitting from his nostrils, said in a booming voice, "What do you mean by that? If we are not transformed from the essence and blood of the Father God, then what are we?" Faced with the dissatisfying questioning of the 12 ancestral witches, Yan Lai smiled awkwardly and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, please don't misunderstand. I'm just a little shocked. After all, Peng Gaozu is also a top-tier expert in the upper realm. Hearing Yan Lai say this, the group of witches felt a little better. They held their heads high, feeling incredibly proud. They revered and worshipped Father God, even after going to the upper realm. was still the strongest being there. How could this not make them proud? At this moment, Kang Ji interjected. Senior Yan, seeing that you are all fully prepared, are you heading to the central battlefield? Seeing that Kang Ji had changed the subject, Yan Lai also came to his senses, slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot, we don't have much time left. We have to hurry to the central battlefield. Yan Lai, disregarding his shock the identities of the 12 ancestral witches, hurriedly arranged for everyone to board the flying boat. Listening to Kang Ji's introduction of the flying boat, Hao Tu and the others were full of amazement. They also sensed the solidity of the void realm. Even they could not fly at high altitudes for long here. The fact that this small flying boat can travel freely through this void demonstrates the power of the laws of the upper realm. This flight took a full 6 months. It was only after Yan Lai used the airship's acceleration function that he was able to reach the central battlefield in just 6 months. Is this the central battlefield? When everyone stepped off the airship, they all looked at this territory with some surprise. Here, sensed boundless calamity and the murderous aura that permeated the entire battlefield. Although this area is also within the central battlefield, it is only the outermost edge of the central battlefield, and we can only stay in the outermost area right now, because it is too dangerous inside. Yan Lai explained. Yan Lai's explanation surprised everyone. They hadn't expected that this was only the outermost edge of the central battlefield. One could only imagine how terrifying the central area, the central battlefield must be. Boom! Just as everyone was chatting, another explosion occurred in the distant void. As they felt the terrifying energy sweeping across the heavens and earth, everyone's expressions changed. Because they could sense that it was an energy surge that could only be unleashed when a saint-level expert fell. However, when this energy reached halfway through, it seemed to encounter some kind of barrier and quickly vanished without a trace. At this moment, Yan Lai explained, Here, it's quite normal for several or even dozens of saint-level experts to die every day. In the more central region, it would be abnormal if not several hundred saint-level experts died every day. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the powerful beings from the prehistoric world changed. Even the 12 ancestral witches, who feared neither heaven nor earth, had their pupils shrink at this moment. They couldn't help but exchange a glance and made a decision in their hearts. The 12 of them would never act alone. As long as they summon the true form of Pangu, they will have nothing to fear from these strange creatures. After all, once they summon the true form of Pangu, their strength will be close to 100th level of the saint level. However, if they act alone, their strength is at most around the 10th level of the saint realm, and they could perish at any time on this battlefield. As the powerful beings of the primordial pondered their own thoughts, Kang Ji looked at Yan Lai and asked, Senior, what should we do next? Should we join these armies, or? Kang Ji's words immediately attracted everyone's attention, including the 12 ancestral witches. They were just thinking that they would never be separated, but now that they are, they don't want to be. Meeting the curious gazes of the crowd, Yan Lai coughed lightly and said, We have 2 options to choose from here. Yan Lai paused for a moment, then explained, The first option is, of course, to join the army directly. We do not object to outsiders joining. However, once you join the military, you must unconditionally accept the military's arrangements. Even if it means accepting a mission to your death, you must obey orders. Of course, there are very few missions that are truly suicide missions. In general, it is a large-scale battle. In a large-scale battle, as long as the team works well together, the chances of survival are still very high. The gains from large-scale battles are usually substantial. After all, in such a meat grinder, it's impossible to kill as few enemies as you want. The advantage of this approach is that you don't have to painstakingly search for creatures from the mysterious realm. They will come to you in droves. The drawback of this plan is that you have virtually no freedom. During your service, you must obey any orders. After listening to Yan Lai's introduction, everyone exchanged glances and frowned. They are the strongest beings in the primordial world, and they are always the ones who listen to others, never the ones who listen to others. The yin-yang divine tree was well aware of this and asked, "What about the second option?" Yan Lai glanced at everyone and immediately guessed what they were thinking. He cleared his throat and said, "Another option is to form teams freely and hunt down creatures in the ghost realm on your own. At the same time, you can also take on some clearing missions issued by the military to earn a small amount of military merits." The advantage of this approach is that, in the case of free team formation, everyone is free. You don't have to follow military orders, nor will you encounter any deadly missions. The downside is that anyone who chooses to form their own team cannot remain in the city. You will have to find a place to stay outside the city, and there is no such defensive array outside the city, the invisible barrier you just saw. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that free team formations wouldn't allow them to stay in the city. They had just felt that the formation here could even withstand self-destruction of a saint-level expert. If outside the city, everyone couldn't help but look at the 12 ancestral witches. Now they could only hope that the Pangu Temple of the Wingland was powerful enough to withstand the self-destruction of a saint-level expert. Just like the city here, the 12 ancestral witches swallowed hard. To be honest, they didn't know whether the Pangu Temple could withstand the self-destruction of a saint-level expert, since they had never encountered such a situation before. At this point, Yan Lai continued, "Besides what I just mentioned, the military merits that free team members can obtain are far less than those of soldiers. Soldiers can earn military merits by killing creatures from the mysterious realm. Players who can freely form teams can only obtain military merits through missions issued by the military. Military merits can only be earned by completing certain tasks issued by the military, which is countless times more difficult than what soldiers earn." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what is the use of these military merits? Why is it so important to acquire them?" Not only Kunpeng was curious, but everyone else was too. Yan Lai grinned. Military merit is a good thing. It can be exchanged for almost everything you can think of. Military merits can not only be directly exchanged for origin coins, but also many other valuable items that are only available in the upper realm and not in the lower realm. For example, my previous flying boat and the source crystals that could replenish the flying boat's energy could all be obtained through military merits. But without military merit, like my flying boat, once its energy is depleted, it's just a decoration. Do you think military merit is even useful? Everyone gasped in astonishment, never expecting that military merits would be so useful here. But the group exchanged glances. Although they longed for military merit, they still preferred to act freely. After all, they are different from the people of the upper realm, who are used to serving as soldiers and obeying military orders. But these people, who are capable of setting rules for the primordial world, are unwilling to be made into lowly soldiers who can only obey the rules. Kang Jai understood what everyone was thinking. After exchanging a glance with the yin-yang divine tree, the yin-yang divine tree also began to discuss with the group of powerful beings from the prehistoric world. As for Kang Jai and the others, they secretly discussed the matter with Yan Lai. Senior Iwa, what are your plans? Yan Lai didn't expect Kang Jai to ask him this question. Yan Lai hesitated for a moment. In fact, he wanted to join the army. After all, being able to experience the army in advance would be helpful for them when they actually joined the army in the future. However, upon meeting the gaze of the heavenly tribulation, Yan Lai's heart stirred. What are your thoughts? What do you want me to choose? Yan Lai suddenly asked. Meeting Yan Lai's gaze, Kang Jai did not look away, but stared at Yan Lai and said, Senior, we need a guide and we also need an ally. Yan Lai remained silent for a long time before frowning and saying, You want to form an alliance with you? To team up and hunt monsters in the strange realm together? That's right, Senior Yan. I hope you can form an alliance with us to hunt those creatures from the strange realm together. Kang Ji's frankness startled Yan Lai slightly, but he immediately frowned and said, You want me to be your guide, but what can you offer me? This is a very real problem. Although Yan Lai also wants to be on good terms with Kang Jai and the others, if there is no benefit to be on good terms, why should he become their guide? After all, the benefits he could gain by joining the army would certainly be better fighting alone outside the city. Faced with Yan Lai's question, Kang Jai looked at the yin-yang divine tree. Yin-yang divine tree smiled slightly at Yan Lai and said, First of all, if you are willing to join us, we can guarantee your safety. At the very least, we have a safe place whose security is no way inferior to your city. These words made Yan Lai frown, and he looked at the yin-yang divine tree with some displeasure, saying, Brother Zhu, aren't you being a bit too assertive? You must understand our city, though simple, is still a product of the upper realm. Do you really think that some of your lower realm's magical treasures can compare to those of the upper realm? In response to Yan Lai's doubts, the yin-yang divine tree simply chuckled and said, Calmly, Senior, please don't be hasty. Our lower realm items are indeed inferior to those of the upper realm, but… Yin-yang Shenmu paused, smiled slightly and said, But what I'm talking about was left behind by the great god, Pangu, and left to the entire Wu clan. Yan Lai's displeased expression froze. He stared blankly at the 12 ancestral witches not far away, swallowed hard, and said, You mean the Pangu Dao Lord left them a magic treasure? Are you sure this magical artifact isn't weaker than the defenses of our city? Can it really stop the attacks of those strange creatures from the demonic realm? Although Pangu is a very famous figure, this is the lower realm after all. Could Pangu really have left some great magic treasure? Seeing Yan Lai's skepticism, the yin-yang divine tree whispered, Senior, I can only say that the great god Pangu foresaw this day long ago. That magic weapon had been sealed for a long time, and it was only recently that it was unsealed. Appearing this, Yan Lai's pupils contracted sharply. They were only recently unsealed. Lai suddenly thought of the recent changes in the world. After nearly a year of spread, even the central battlefield could now sense the changes in the entire world. Upon hearing the words of the yin-yang divine tree, Yan Lai thought of many things in an instant. Yan Lai's eyes flashed with a divine light, clearly indicating that he was struggling internally. After a long while, Yan Lai took a deep breath and looked at the yin-yang divine tree, saying, It's not enough. If it's just about ensuring my safety, that's far from enough. Yan Lai stared intently at the yin-yang divine tree and Kang Jai, his tone grave. After all, my safety is also guaranteed in the city, and I can gain more benefits there. Why should I risk my life with you? Meeting Yan Lai's deep gaze, the yin-yang divine tree knew that Yan Lai was actually moved. But he needs a reason that can completely convince him. That is, the corresponding benefits. Only enough incentives can persuade him to act as their leader. Otherwise, no matter how much the yin-yang divine tree says, it will be impossible to move the other party. Yin-yang divine tree and Kang Jai exchanged a glance, then stared at Yan Lai and said, word by word, "What if we could help you break through to the saint level 100 or higher even faster?" Upon hearing this, Yan Lai was completely stunned. He wasn't stunned by Yin-Yang Divine Tree's words, but rather suspected that Yin-Yang Divine Tree was playing a trick on him. Although the Yin-Yang Divine Tree is quite strong, its cultivation level is still inferior to his. At least, in Yan Lai's opinion, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree is still many eons away from him. Now it actually claims that it can help him break through to the 100th level of the saint level faster. Isn't that a joke? If he weren't still rational, he would have really wanted to turn around and leave right now. Taking a deep breath, Yan Lai tried to calm himself down. His gaze towards the Yin-Yang Divine Tree was no longer so composed, but carried a hint of mockery. "Oh, I wonder what abilities Brother Zhu that can help me break through to the 100th level of the saint realm faster." Despite Yan Lai's mocking gaze, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree remained remarkably. "I certainly don't have the ability to help you break through to the 100th level of the saint realm faster. But that doesn't mean others don't have that ability either." Yan Lai raised an eyebrow, his mocking gaze deepening as he looked at the group of powerful figures from the primordial era not far away, and said with a hiss of, "Oh, could it be that there are hidden experts among you?" As he spoke, Yan Lai seriously examined the group of powerful figures from the prehistoric world, as if he really wanted to find the powerful figure he was talking about. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree wasn't angry. It chuckled and said, "Senior, you don't need to look anymore. I'm talking about the great god Pangu." Yan Lai's playful expression froze, and his smile stiffened as he looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. "Pangu Dao Master?" The Yin-Yang Divine Tree nodded. "Senior, you don't really think that the great god Pangu left us nothing, do you?" Yan Lai's flickered as he tried to discern the truth or falsehood in the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's words. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree slowly said, "Let me put it this way. Before you arrived, I was only at the 7th level of the Saint Realm. But now, my cultivation has reached the 38th level of the Saint Realm. Do you really think that I achieved all of this through my own cultivation?" Yan Lai was completely stunned by Yin-Yang Divine Tree's words. How long have they been on Earth? The Yin-Yang Divine Tree actually cultivated from the 7th level of the Saint Realm to the 38th level of the Saint Realm. If the Yin-Yang Divine Tree wasn't lying, then Yan Lai's breathing became rapid. If the Dao Lord Pangu had truly left something behind for the lower realm, then he too could reap some benefits. Yan Lai looked at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, swallowed hard. You're not lying to me?" The Yin-Yang Divine Tree nodded vigorously. In fact, what he said wasn't entirely false. The reason he was able to cultivate so quickly was largely because he had unsealed the laws left behind by Pangu. These laws first affected the primordial world, then the Kaalm, Blue Star, the 3,000 demon god realms, and the Void Realm. The Yin-Yang Divine Tree said it could help Yan Lai accelerate his cultivation speed because it could open a portal that could directly bring the laws of the primordial world here. When Yan Lai cultivates in the environment of the primordial laws, he will naturally be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Faced with the temptation offered by the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, Yan Lai's heart churned for a moment before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I can form an alliance with both." Yan Lai took a deep breath and stared intently at the Yin-Yang Divine Tree, saying, "If you can't do what you say you will, then don't blame me for leaving immediately. The yin-yang divine tree smiled, extended its palm towards Yan Lai. "It's a pleasure to cooperate with you." Yan Lai glanced at the yin-yang divine tree, then expressionlessly extended his palm. "I hope we can cooperate successfully." Just as yin-yang divine tree and Yan Lai reached an agreement, several sinister gazes were directed at them.